On the day of the wedding, what should one do if the groom arranged through a matchmaking service decides to flee? Simply find another. The identity of the replacement is trivial. She must utilize this wedding to escape the tragic fate of being bartered for a bride price by her family. To her astonishment, the man she enlisted for the rescue not only possesses striking good looks but also presents her with a cohabitation agreement. Disguised as mutual assistance, who could have foreseen that from the day they signed that document, she would seemingly activate her lucky streak? Chapter 1. The groom runs away. Find another. During the National Day holiday, the Sia Grand Hotel bustles with activity. In the crystal hall designated for the wedding banquet, Lin Dongyu stands outside. Clad in a white lace wedding gown with a high collar, her poised demeanor and exquisite makeup enhance her radiant features, while the fury in her eyes adds a vibrant beauty to her appearance. Gripping her phone, she hears He Lijing's voice on the other end. Dongyu, I'm sorry, you don't need to wait for me today, and please don't contact me again. With that, He Lijing hangs up. When Lin Dongyu attempts to call back, only a mechanical voice replies. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Never did Lin Dongyu anticipate that he would choose to escape just before their wedding. What should she do? All her relatives from her maternal side have arrived, and the ceremony is about to commence. With the arrow on the string, the groom has fled, leaving her abandoned here. What's wrong? Her friend Mo Lexi inquires with concern. Lin Dongyu forces herself to compose her thoughts, taking a deep breath and replies, He's not coming, I need to find a new groom. With the banquet set and her family present, her wedding must proceed as planned. Oh my, Dongyu, don't be disheartened, Mo Lexi exclaims angrily. I've never liked that man, he's clearly not a good person. Lin Dongyu sighs inwardly. Her union with He Lijing was hastily arranged through a matchmaking service, and neither family had met the other. And her eagerness to marry, He Lijing had consented. She had only intended to cohabit without investing deeper feelings. Now, she was merely irritated by his irresponsible behavior. Sadness was not the sentiment she felt. Scrolling through her phone's contacts, she searches for someone to come to her aid. Mo Lexi covers her phone with her hands, her eyes bright with excitement. Dongyu, this is fate. You're so wonderful, only my brother is worthy of you. Since their acquaintance, Mo Lexi has tirelessly recommended her brother to Lin Dongyu. However, Lin Dongyu already has a fiancé and would not entertain the idea of being unfaithful. Lexi, stop it, I don't know your brother at all. Seeing her aunt, Lin Dongyu feels an unexpected pang of sadness. She had dropped out of school before finishing middle school to work, and it was her aunt who brought her to Haicheng, enabling her to graduate from university and achieve her current standing. If today's wedding fails, her aunt will undoubtedly face countless whispers and criticisms from the extended family. Before Lin Dongyu could speak, Mo Lexi interjected cheerfully. I got through. He's on his way but stuck in traffic and is quite anxious. And who might this be? Her aunt inquires, puzzled. I am the groom's sister, Mo Lexi. She replies enthusiastically, my brother is worried about his bride and asked me to inform you. And you are? This is my aunt. Lin Dongyu finally interjects, pulling Mo Lexi aside. With a sigh, Lin Dongyu expresses her exasperation. Lexi, while I did help you, that was something anyone would have done. You don't need to feel indebted. Mo Lexi, wide-eyed with innocence, responds, nonsense. We're friends, now I must help you. Finding someone else is not as secure as asking my brother. Lin Dongyu bites her lip. Among her acquaintances, no one else could assist her in this predicament. After some contemplation, she concedes. All right, Lexi, please clarify with your brother that I cannot let him assist for free. I will pay him an hourly wage. At this, Mo Lexi discreetly sticks out her tongue. If she were to pay an hourly wage, given the status of her brother, Mo Chen, as CEO of the Mo Group, his fee would be quite staggering. Coincidentally, the Sia Grand Hotel, where the wedding is being held, is one of the Mo Group's properties, and her brother is having a financial meeting on the top floor this morning. Approaching her brother would be effortless. Mo Lexi readily agrees, affirming that she will bring the groom promptly. Lin's father expresses dissatisfaction that the groom has yet to greet him. If he hasn't met the parents, he clearly lacks manners. Lin's mother adds, indeed. Dongyu, the divorced man from our village received a bride price of 100,000. You are a university graduate. Without even consulting our family, you think you can marry? The bride price should be no less than 200,000. No way. Your brother is about to attend university, Lin's father interjects, banging the table. The bride price must be 300,000. Lin Dongyu's temper flares. How many times must I say it? No bride price. Why can't you listen? Not acceptable. Lin's father glares at her. We raised you. Provided for you, this is how you repay us? Unfilial daughter. Whoever marries you must pay the bride price in full. Otherwise, you can forget about marrying. Lin Dongyu's heart sinks. Her biological parents have consistently harbored this intention, pretending to agree with her, only to tighten the noose at the wedding venue. She genuinely wants to laugh. And her parents' eyes. Both she and her sister are meant to support their brother, left to fend for themselves in times of need, while only their brother is deemed the true heir of. The Lin family. If it weren't for this mentality, why would she consider a hasty marriage to escape this household? She never wished for her marriage to be used as a bargaining chip for a bride price, yet this family persists in their attempts to control her. Standing up, she tears off the white veil adorning her head, nodding decisively. Fine, I want Mary. Are you satisfied now? Absolutely not. Just then, Mo Lexi arrives, intervening. How can Dongyu not marry? If she doesn't, what will happen to my brother? She shifts aside slightly to reveal the man standing behind her. Mo Chen, clad in a deep blue plaid tie and a charcoal gray suit, presents a tall and striking figure. His chiseled features and deep-set eyes currently reflect displeasure as he observes the scene before him. What a handsome man. This thought simultaneously arises in the minds of everyone present, and as they glance at Lin Dongyu, envy fills their eyes. Her fortune is simply remarkable. Mo Lexi pulls her brother beside Lin Dongyu, and they stand together. A perfect match, a couple of exquisite beauty. Her aunt beams widely, exclaiming, "What a perfect pair. Come, come, sit down, we are all family here." "Brother, sit next to Dongyu." Mo Lexi effortlessly arranges the seating, smiling. "The bride and groom are both here, can we start the banquet now?" Lin Dongyu feels incredibly awkward, hardly knowing the man's name. She is also unaware of what Mo Lexi's brother does for a living. His proximity exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, making her feel more anxious than when presenting at a corporate meeting. Leaning over her chair, Mo Lexi whispers, "My brother, Mo Chen, as in star." Chapter 2. Engaging in small business, Lin Dongyu cast a furtive glance at Mo Chen, observing only his slightly pursed lips and the elegantly defined line of his jaw. Mo Lexi, possessing a sweet and charming demeanor, indicated that her brother would undoubtedly be equally impressive. However, she did not anticipate him to be this handsome. In terms of sheer attractiveness, Mo Chen surpassed the majority of male celebrities in the entertainment industry. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Lin Dongyu murmured. "I will compensate you by the hour." Beyond that, she found herself at a loss for words. Mo Chen regarded her with a dispassionate glance and replied, "No need." Sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, Lin Dongyu refrained from pursuing the topic further, deciding to navigate through the wedding banquet first and addressing him afterward. She was not affluent, yet the thought of being indebted to someone unsettled her. The Crystal Hall was filled with Lin family relatives and friends, crowded with 7 or 8 tables. Lin's mother was quite concerned about appearances. Her daughter's success brought her pride, and she had invited all their connections. Once the groom arrived, the aunts and uncles began to chatter amongst themselves. A distant relative approached from another table, drink in hand, inquired, "What does the son-in-law do? How much does he earn in a year? How many family members are there?" Faced with such an inquisitive line of questioning, Mo Chen simply responded, "I engage in small business." "Small business, you say? Are you running a grocery store, or perhaps setting up a stall somewhere? We would be happy to patronize you." They probed further. Mo Lexi laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Oh, it's just a little bit of business. Selling computers, doing some renovations. When he has time. My brother also teaches kids at school, but it's not a certainty." Mo Group's core industries spanned electronics, real estate, and education, and her statement posed no issues whatsoever. However, she omitted a crucial detail. Mo Group was the wealthiest company in Haicheng, ranked among the top 10 nationally, and a publicly listed enterprise with international operations. Mo Chen was the billionaire helmsman of this conglomerate. The distant relative scoffed, "So, he's merely a part-timer then." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother grew anxious and remarked, "Son-in-law, since you are in business, you can certainly afford the betrothal gifts, right? Just look at my daughter. She is exceptionally beautiful, and 300,000 for the dowry is truly not excessive." This was not a marriage arrangement. It was plainly a business transaction. Fortunately, at that moment, celebratory music filled the air, and the MC announced, "Please welcome the groom and bride to the stage." Mo Chen's expression darkened further as he shot a glare at Mo Lexi. Sensing the tension, she quickly tugged him towards the stage, playfully coaxing, "Brother, be a good sport. Help me out here. Since you're already here, just cooperate a little. If you leave now, what will Dongyu Jia do?"
Lin Dongyu winked alongside Montag Chen,
whispering a heartfelt plea, "Please, just this once." After this, her family would no longer make her marriage a point of contention. Mo Chen cast her a sidelong glance, but did not withdraw. He maintained a somber demeanor throughout the ceremony, assisting the MC until the conclusion, after which he departed. Lin's mother felt her son-in-law lacked respect, yet her primary concern revolved around another matter. What about the betrothal gifts? We haven't even discussed anything yet. Do you think he can actually produce 300,000? Did you see that watch he was wearing? It was a Patek Philippe, worth over 200,000. A relative working in Haicheng remarked. Really? The crowd exclaimed in unison, and Lin's parents beamed with delight, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Dongyu, however, was not taken aback. Observing Mo Chen's attire and demeanor, one could discern that his income is quite substantial. It is entirely reasonable for him to possess a watch valued at around 200,000. However, the timepiece adorning Mo Chen's wrist is indeed a Patek Philippe. But it is not the entry-level model that others might assume, priced at 20 to 30,000. Rather, it is the seasonal limited edition Nautilus, crafted from stainless steel, with a price tag exceeding 10 times that of the entry-level model, not easily obtainable even with considerable wealth. Suppressing her bitterness, Lin Dongyu remarked, as a working-class individual, I have my expenses for food, drink, family support, and mortgage repayments, leaving little room for savings. Her aunt hurriedly interjected. You wouldn't understand the pressures of living in Haicheng. Xiuyu has struggled greatly over the years and is not one to squander her money. Lin Dongyu realized that reasoning with them was futile. She stood up and said, I will go see off the hosts. Thus, this unsatisfactory wedding banquet concluded in a rather muddled fashion. Afterward, as Lin Dongyu watched Mo Chen angrily escorting Mo Lexi away, she surmised that her friend must have employed some method to summon her brother, yet she could not follow them, as she still had guests to attend to. She could only wait until she had finished her duties to inquire about Mo Lexi's situation. Chapter 3. Hiring you as a wife. You should settle in first. I will come to visit in a couple of days. By the way, where did you purchase your marital home? This question left Lin Dongyu momentarily speechless. As a first-tier city in the country, Haicheng boasts exorbitant housing prices. Despite her position as brand director at the shoe group, with a monthly income exceeding 10,000 and year-end bonuses, it barely sufficed to cover the mortgage on a small apartment, which she had only recently moved into, a second-hand property from last year. Having worked for several years, she could not continue residing with her aunt, inviting unwelcome gossip. Initially, during discussions about marriage with He Lijing, he was to arrange the marital home. Now that he had vanished, where was the marital residence? He had promised her a surprise, stating he would provide the address once it was prepared. Lin Dongyu could only deflect the question, buying time as best as she could. Upon returning to her humble abode, she changed out of the conspicuous wedding dress and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Just then her phone rang. Glancing down, she saw an unfamiliar number and, suspecting a scam, promptly hung up. The name Mo Chen echoed in her mind several times before she gasped and sat up. Her cheeks flushed. She had mistakenly deemed him a fraud. Thankfully, no one was aware of her blunder. In a flurry, she saved the number and dialed back. Hello? Is this Mr. Mo? Thank you for your assistance today. Mo Chen responded with a nonchalant and added, Do you have some time? There are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Caught off guard by his initiative to contact her, Lin Dongyu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She was curious about the nature of his inquiry, which coincidentally would also facilitate the payment for her agreed-upon hourly rate. Mo Chen sent an address. Building 3, Unit 1. Apartment 901 at Yuejing Yunju. An hour later, Lin Dongyu stood at the door, hesitating whether to press the doorbell. Meetings typically occur in cafes or similar venues, not within residential complexes. Just as she pondered this, she heard Mo Chen's voice emanating from the doorbell system, startling her. What are you thinking?
Come in.
As Lin Dongyu gazed at the door that swung open from within, she barely had time to marvel at the brilliance of modern intelligence before she spotted Mo Chen standing at the entrance, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, observing her. The exquisite Yuejing Yunj, an all-smart residential complex tailored for the urban elite, was introduced by Mo Chen with a simple invitation. Miss Lin, please come in. This property had just been delivered in the first half of this year, spearheaded by Mo Chen as the inaugural intelligent community project launched by the Mo Group. If the response proved favorable, it would be promoted nationwide. The sales event had been a spectacular success, with all units selling out within a mere day. Unit 901 was one he had occupied for a few days to experience the project firsthand, and finding it quite agreeable, he decided to remain, now conveniently serving as a wedding abode. As Lin Dongyu stepped inside, she found it indeed as Mo Chen had described, a residence of unparalleled elegance and sophistication. Last year, in her pursuit of a second-hand home, she had surveyed numerous properties, many of which were disappointingly misrepresented by developers, rife with flaws. This apartment boasted a well-proportioned layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, an open kitchen, a small storage room, and 2 balconies. The abundant natural light complemented a full suite of smart appliances. Lin Dongyu estimated the space to be approximately 150 square meters, more than quadrupling her modest dwelling. It embodied the latest trends in decor, appearing as pristine as a show home, yet devoid of any signs of life. Momentarily bewildered by Mo Chen's intentions, she pondered the implications of signing such an agreement. An agreement? Lin Dongyu questioned, her brow furrowing as she perused the document. Mr. Mo, are we to pretend to be married? It is not we. For the next 6 months, I am hiring you to be my wife. This predicament was largely due to Mo Sheila, who had overly indulged a sister, allowing her to act without restraint. She had confided in their parents about his supposed marriage. After much explanation, he could not bear to reveal the ultimate truth to his ailing mother, who wore a look of concern. Thus, he played along, merely stating that they had held a wedding ceremony, but had yet to obtain a marriage license. Lin Dongyu shook her head, responding, Mr. Mo, this is inappropriate. We have only just met, and I do not even know your profession. Mo Chen's expression shifted. Was this woman probing into his career? I work at the Mo Group, primarily overseeing real estate, he stated. The Yuejing Yunj you see before you is a project I was involved in. My income is satisfactory, with year-end dividends from shares. He inquired, Miss Lin, is there anything else you wish to know? Mr. Mo, you have greatly assisted me today, and I am unsure how to express my gratitude. Discussing monetary compensation feels rather mundane, and I believe the most fitting approach would be to pay you an hourly rate rather than sign another employment contract. Lin Dongyu was reluctant to enter into any contract. Her encounter with Mo Chen had been fleeting, and she lacked the energy to manage another complication in her life. Is this a case of desire through restraint? Mo Chen responded with an unflappable demeanor. Miss Lin, today as events have caused me inconvenience, which cannot simply be resolved by an hourly wage. Furthermore, as I am currently single, I would appreciate it if you could remain unmarried during the duration of our agreement. As a matter of mutual respect. In Mo Chen's tone, there lay an irrefutable authority that unsettled Lin Dongyu. Just as she was about to voice her dissent, her phone rang, an incoming call from her aunt. Forgive me, I must take this call, Lin Dongyu said, moving toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Hello? Xiaoyu. The weakness in her aunt's voice was unprecedented, tinged with a hint of tears. Lin Dongyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly reassured her, I'm here. Please, take your time to explain. Xiaoyu, I suspect your uncle is seeing someone else. Upon uttering this distressing statement, her aunt choked back a sob. What? Lin Dongyu's voice rose involuntarily, but she quickly remembered her surroundings and lowered her tone. Could there be some misunderstanding? Please, elaborate. Chapter 4, The Marriage Home. For ease of management, her aunt had sported short hair for over 2 decades. Lin Dongyu pursed her lips and inquired, Aunt, what do you plan to do? I'm here to help. She offered her unwavering support. Xiaoyu, this is something I've only confided in you. Your uncle is unaware that I've discovered anything. Her aunt was engulfed in turmoil. I think I need to stay with you for a few days to reflect on everything. After being a housewife for most of her life, the revelation of her husband's infidelity struck her like a bolt from the blue. She required time to ponder her future. However, your marriage home is not quite ready, is it? Her aunt suddenly recalled Lin Dongyu's previous remarks. It might be inconvenient for you. Perhaps I should just stay in a hotel. Lin Dongyu's second-hand apartment was merely a cramped one-bedroom, barely over 40 square meters, making it challenging for 2 people to coexist comfortably. No need for that. Has the truth finally come to light?
Montag Chen nodded.
Sliding the prepared key to the spare room, along with the community access card and a spare key card, across the table to her. It's all set. Lele will be coming over for dinner tomorrow evening. Please prepare accordingly. That unsettling feeling returned, even though the matter at hand seemed entirely ordinary. Lin Dongyu silently reproached herself, deciding to endure it for her aunt's sake, treating the arrangement as if she were merely cohabiting with someone lacking in decorum. Nevertheless, since they would be sharing a living space, it was prudent to establish certain agreements to avert future complications. Mr. Mo, in addition to this contract, there are aspects of daily life that we need to agree upon. Surprised by her assertiveness, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, such as? Unless circumstances dictate otherwise. I will be preparing meals at home and bringing lunch to the office. If you wish to dine together, then we must share the expenses and household chores. Lin Dongyu replied. Mo Chen nodded, encouraging her to continue. Go on. These were reasonable requests, devoid of any fault, and even if Mo Chen harbored ulterior motives, he found no grounds for dispute. Is there anything else? He inquired. As for cleaning, I employ a regular housekeeper who comes once a week. If you are uncomfortable with strangers entering, we can either divide the chores or utilize someone you are accustomed to. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dongyu added, for now, that will suffice. Let us agree on one principle. I will respect your habits, and I hope for the same courtesy in return. Should any issue arise, please communicate directly with me to avoid unnecessary discord. Their relationship was of a unique nature. She, as the hired party, aimed to delineate the boundaries clearly. Once Lin Dongyu adopted a professional demeanor towards Mo Chen, she felt at ease, shedding the earlier sense of tension. As for cleanliness, I shall arrange for someone to come twice a week. To be candid, Mo Chen had never concerned himself with such trivial matters throughout his life. When residing in the old house, his parents managed everything. Later, when he lived independently, a familiar housekeeper took care of all arrangements, and he was accompanied by a driver and bodyguard whenever he ventured out. Lin Dongyu had no objections and felt a quiet sense of relief upon hearing that he would not be residing there for long. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Mo Chen transferred 10,000 to her as an advance on her salary for the month. Lin Dongyu accepted without hesitation, recognizing it as her rightful compensation, albeit in an unconventional manner. Mo Chen recorded her fingerprint for the door lock, downloaded the app for the smart home appliances, and set up her voice command.
To him.
She was merely another participant in the Yuejing Yunjiao project, and as he undertook these tasks, he demonstrated both patience and meticulousness, his gaze focused and earnest, casting a shadow with his lashes that only accentuated his striking features. Lin Dongyu mused, this man possesses a certain pride that is indeed justified. Mr. Mo, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow, Lin Dongyu said, her thoughts lingering on her aunt. Mo Chen replied with an affirmative sound, instructing her to call him Mo Chen. In a month, you must become accustomed to it. There is no need for formalities like Mr. and Miss between spouses. It sounds quite unfamiliar, and it would undoubtedly give us away in front of our parents. After Lin Dongyu departed, Mo Chen called the housekeeper, requesting that a reliable person be sent to handle the cleaning. Additionally, Uncle Tian, please bring the electric vehicle from the garage to Yuejing. I will be using it here. He intended to test Lin Dongyu, requiring him to disguise his identity, as his own car was too conspicuous. After a long day, she lacked the motivation to cook and instead purchased some marinated dishes, a box of rice rolls, and a few fruits from downstairs.
Aunt.
Lin Dongyu called in a sudden panic, hastily placing her purchases at the entrance before rushing inside. A figure was faintly visible on the sofa, her aunt reclining to one side, cradling a cushion loosely in her arms, appearing weary. In organizing the wedding banquet, her aunt had been the most industrious, even more so than her parents. Rising before dawn to manage affairs, she had endured another round of setbacks in the afternoon, which left her in a deep slumber amid her worries. Observing this, Lin Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief, yet her heart ached for her aunt. As her aunt awakened, her voice was somewhat hoarse. I can't sleep anymore, she said, turning to sit up. Lin Dongyu washed her hands with clean water, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to her, turning on the light and placing the prepared meal on the coffee table. After a long day, you should eat something first. She offered her aunt the chopsticks, saying, no matter the gravity of the situation, let us eat first. Her aunt paused momentarily, then accepted the chopsticks and began to eat. After the meal, Lin Dongyu collected the bowls and chopsticks, rinsed the soaked kiwi fruit several times, and placed them before her aunt, saying, I tried one. It's quite sweet. Aunt, do have a taste. Her aunt picked up a vibrant kiwi fruit, bringing it to her lips, yet before she could take a bite, tears began to flow. She could not comprehend why the husband she had lived with for most of her life, and the daughter she had raised with her own hands, now seemed less reliable than her niece. Years ago, she was compelled to abandon her studies, leaving her junior high education incomplete as she followed the villagers to seek employment. Due to her tender age, she was relegated to menial jobs, and at times, she fell victim to deceit, losing her hard-earned money, leaving her in tears and despair. After several arduous years, through her cleverness and diligence, she ascended to a supervisory position. It was during this period that she met Xiao Tao, the assistant to the factory manager, and after their marriage, the family relocated to Haicheng as Xiao Tao was promoted to support her husband's career wholeheartedly. She embraced the role of a full-time homemaker. Her life had not been easy, and she could not bear to see the academically gifted Lin Dongyu suffer a similar fate. Thus, she brought her to Haicheng for her education. However, this decision led to discontent from Xiao Tao and their daughter, Xiao Nan, rendering her voiceless and unable to stand tall at home. Even upon discovering her husband's infidelity, her initial reaction was to keep silent rather than confront him directly. As she wept, Lin Dongyu felt her heart ache. It was truly difficult to be a woman in this world. Wiping her tears, Lin Dongyu said, Aunt, it is your husband who has wronged you, not you. She pondered her aunt's feelings, aware that despite her sympathy and disdain for the unfaithful man, it was not her place to decide her aunt's fate. Should she choose to part ways, she must be prepared for that path. Her aunt's eyes were clouded with confusion as she replied, I do not know. After dedicating more than 20 years to this family, rising early and toiling late without a moment's negligence, now in her 50s with graying hair, the thought of considering divorce was unfathomable to her. Do not worry. Lin Dongyu gently reassured her. Let us pretend we are unaware for now and focus on gathering evidence. It was wise of you not to inform your husband and cousin. We have gained the upper hand. Aunt, what should I do? Faced with such a devastating blow, her aunt appeared to age a decade. And Lin Dongyu became her last lifeline. I fear he will find out. Seeing Lin Dongyu standing by her side, Xiao Tao interjected, You should say less. Today is your cousin's wedding. What's wrong with your mother being a little attentive? Xiao Nannan huffed in dissatisfaction, sarcastically remarking, Everyone knows I am the biological daughter. Those unaware would think Lin Dongyu is. She continued, My mother's support has always extended outward. After decades of contribution, isn't it enough? Now she is rushing forward as others marry. Lin Dongyu understood her cousin's long-standing grievances. Typically, she overlooked Xiao Nannan's attitude out of respect for her aunt. However, today was a moment of vulnerability for her aunt. After changing her shoes, Lin Dongyu retrieved a pair of slippers for her aunt and approached Xiao Nannan, saying, Cousin, what do you mean by supporting for decades? Since high school, I have worked diligently, financing my university tuition through scholarships and my earnings. I have repaid every cent of the debt incurred. From the moment I received my internship salary, I contributed to the household, and even after moving out, I continued to do so monthly. Lin Dongyu spoke firmly. If you believe I have not yet settled my share, let us sit down and calculate the accounts. In truth, how much could a young girl consume? It merely amounted to an extra pair of chopsticks at the dining table. The contributions she made had long surpassed her own expenses. Xiao Nannan was well aware of this and dared not truly challenge her on the matter. Lin Dongyu receives a generous allowance of 2,000 yuan each month, which conveniently lines her pockets. Observing her silence, Lin Dongyu inquired further, Cousin, you have been working for several years now. How much have you contributed to the household? It's all family, after all. Why discuss money? Xiao Tao quickly intervened, casting a discreet glance at Xiao Nannan, reminding everyone that today is Lin Dongyu's wedding day, and such discussions should be avoided. While they engaged in verbal sparring, the elder aunt sat silently in her chair, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. Xiao Tao poured himself a glass of water and asked, Where did you go last night? Nannan has been worried about you. Don't hold it against her. The elder aunt glanced at him blankly, making Xiao Tao feel uneasy, prompting him to ask, What's wrong? Upon his inquiry, Xiao Tao furrowed his brow, recalling, Remember when you worked at the factory? You were quite close to her. However, since you have your own family, isn't it inappropriate to stay at someone else's home? At this point, Lin Dongyu interjected, Uncle, are you worried there's no one to cook at home? The elder aunt has worked hard all her life. Can't she take a few days off to enjoy herself? Xiao Tao's expression darkened as he retorted, I am speaking with your elder aunt. What business do you have interjecting? This is a family matter. First, they delineated hierarchy, then separated insiders from outsiders, ultimately silencing Lin Dongyu. Unable to restrain herself any longer, the elder aunt trembled with anger as memories of his infidelity surged within her.
Xiao Tao.
Conscience. Do you have any? After decades of marriage, have you merely treated me like a housekeeper? Housekeepers get vacations. Do you think you've treated me fairly? What have I done to deserve this? Xiao Tao snapped back. You can't bear me a son, and I've never uttered a word against you. Everything you consume and use, don't they come from my earnings? You insisted on raising another niece, and I obliged you. Fine, very well, Xiao Tao. Tears welled in the elder aunt's eyes as she realized that, in his eyes, she was merely a burden. With a swift motion, she wiped her tears away and declared fiercely, I am leaving. Without changing her shoes, she grabbed her bag and stormed out. Lin Dongyu, taken aback by the intensity of their argument, hastily followed, not forgetting to grab their shoes from the entryway. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Nannan opened the door and asked, Dad, is Mom really leaving? Humph. Xiao Tao sat down and slammed the table, asserting, Don't worry, she has no money. Where could she go? It's not like she can live at someone else's house forever. Once outside the building, the elder aunt released a deep breath, collapsing onto the steps as her pent-up grievances transformed into a torrent of tears. Lin Dongyu positioned herself to shield her from the curious glances of passers-by. After a considerable time, the elder aunt finally managed to stop crying. Little you, am I just too useless? Lin Dongyu crouched down gently, helping her put on her shoes, and reassured her, Of course not. You are the best aunt in the world. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully you. In her haste to leave, she hadn't even gathered any belongings. Lin Dongyu glanced at the sky and hailed a taxi to the nearest shopping mall. purchasing 2 or 3 sets of clothes for her aunt, inside and out. Lin Dongyu gazed at her aunt in the mirror and remarked, "You look much better dressed like this." Her aunt, embodying the typical physique of middle-aged women, was slightly plump and not particularly tall. Her eyes bore the weight of fatigue, yet her delicate features were charming, with 2 dimples that appeared when she smiled. The tailored, structured outfit she wore, combined with her neat short hair, evoked a moment of nostalgia. Although her figure had changed over time, the reflection reminded her of her days at the factory, where she managed a team of 10 with boundless energy each day. Upon hearing Lin Dongyu's voice, she snapped back to reality, quickly waving her hands and saying, No, I want to buy it. It's too expensive." She had already purchased several items, and the prices at the mall were exorbitant. Her aunt was aware that Lin Dongyu typically bought her everyday clothes online, reserving only a few key pieces for special occasions, most of which were priced around 1 or 200. Thanks to her beauty, good figure, and keen sense of style, she managed to elevate even modest clothing to a higher standard. The thought of buying such costly items for herself made her aunt uneasy. "Rest assured, aunt," Lin Dongyu replied with a smile, "since you've moved out, I won't need to contribute to the household expenses this month. So it's perfect to use that money to buy you some clothes." After making the payment, she asked the sales assistant to remove the tags and, with her arm around her aunt's shoulders, said, "Look at you. You exude elegance. Let us go watch a movie. There are several films I'm eager to see during the National Day holiday, and now we have the time." Lin Dongyu hadn't taken a leave for her wedding. She initially planned to enjoy a brief honeymoon during the holiday. However, with He Lijing gone, she found herself with ample free time. Yet, her aunt interjected, "Xiu, I know you wish to spend time with me, but it's too late. You've just married and can't leave Xiao Mo alone. Her life has been challenging enough. I wouldn't want to jeopardize your marriage." Lin Dongyu was taken aback. If her aunt hadn't mentioned it, she would have completely forgotten about Mo Chen. "It's all right. We agreed to go over tomorrow to arrange the wedding room." Since she intended to invite Mo Lexi to dinner, she considered whether to invite her aunt as well, so that she wouldn't be left alone to dwell on her thoughts. However, this would first require Mo Chen's approval. The day concluded amidst the laughter of a heartwarming comedy film. The following morning, her aunt rose early and, after breakfast, urged Lin Dongyu, "You should head over early. Since it's Xiao Mo's wedding room, you must contribute more to the arrangements. I've lived for over half my life. You needn't worry about me." To alleviate her concerns, Lin Dongyu arrived at Yuejing Yun's residence just after 10 o'clock. The house was empty, and she took a thorough look around, noting down any missing items. For non-urgent purchases, she placed orders online, while essentials for the kitchen needed to be procured from a nearby supermarket. He reached out to carry the 2 heaviest bags for her, saying, "With so many items, you should have called me to help beforehand. Since we live together, even if we're not a true couple, it's my duty as a man. Next time." Lin Dongyu replied casually, not taking it to heart. Having been independent for so many years, she was accustomed to it. Her beauty had always attracted attention from admirers, and to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, she had never relied on anyone for assistance. When independence became a habit, she never contemplated relying on a man. Upon exiting the elevator, she encountered the neighbor from apartment 902, who was pushing a baby carriage out the door. Inside the carriage lay a cherubic infant, blissfully gnawing on a sky-blue teether. The neighbor greeted Mo Chen with familiarity. "Ah, it has been a while since I last saw you. Is this your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful." Mo Chen quickly responded. "She is my wife." Lin Dongyu pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. Once inside the apartment, Lin Dongyu remarked, "Mo Chen, if my memory serves me right, the agreement merely stipulates that your parents must believe we are a couple. If we are to pretend, we should do so thoroughly." Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Does Mr. Mo imply that within this community, we are indeed husband and wife?" Mo Chen nodded solemnly. "Very well, I too have a condition," Lin Dongyu stated. Chapter 7. A bowl of delightful wontons. Mo Chen's expression sharpened, his voice icy. "What condition?" "Before my relatives, we must also present ourselves as a married couple," Lin Dongyu replied. Initially, she had not placed much weight on the agreement. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is it truly your desire to be my wife?" Lin Dongyu could not help but roll her eyes internally, musing, perhaps narcissism is a common flaw among exceptional men. "You and I have signed a contract. Consider this an additional clause," she asserted calmly. "I cannot portray a wife to your parents while simultaneously informing my own relatives of my single status." That seemed to make sense. Mo Chen pondered, surprised that a seemingly simple agreement proved to be more intricate in practice than even multi-million-dollar investment deals. Neighbors and relatives were interpersonal dynamics he had not anticipated. Mo Lexi was coming over for dinner, and the afternoon promised to be eventful. She had purchased an abundance of ingredients, including fish, shrimp, and materials for soup. The kitchen's advantage lay in its cleanliness and order, while its drawback was perhaps its excessive tidiness. The kitchenware was complete, yet even the most basic essentials like oil and salt were lacking and needed to be purchased. Observing her busying about, Mo Chen, almost instinctively, nodded and said, "Let us eat together." He had never known there were so many items in the kitchen. What were all these bottles and jars for? Since they were to collaborate, Lin Dongyu made no reservations in assigning him tasks. Please open that seasoning box and pour the salt, sugar, starch, and chicken essence into the compartments. Be careful not to add too much chicken essence. It can become damp. Having never engaged in such tasks before, his experiences in the kitchen were limited. Recalling her earlier mention of sharing household chores, he resignedly rummaged through the bag, she pointed out. He tore open the transparent packaging of the seasoning box and, upon pressing the handle to open it, discovered 4 evenly divided compartments within. Lin Dongyu rinsed the pot with clean water, set pure water on the left burner, and ignited the flame. She then retrieved 2 bowls and chopsticks, washing them thoroughly before proceeding to season the ingredients. "Are there any dietary restrictions?"
she asked.
"None," he replied. When it came to meals, Mo Chen was the type who could be easily satisfied, consuming whatever was offered. Time was precious, and he had no energy to waste. Suddenly, a sizzling sound filled the kitchen, releasing delightful aromas into the air. Mo Chen inhaled deeply, contemplating the culinary skills on display. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Dongyu reached out, requesting the seasoning box. With the range hood humming, it was only upon her second request that Mo Chen realized and handed over the prepared box. Lin Dongyu glanced down and couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. When she instructed him to add the seasonings, he had carelessly poured all 4 ingredients into a single compartment, blending them haphazardly. Did he possess no fundamental knowledge of cooking? Never mind. Lin Dongyu set the seasoning box aside and turned off the heat. She poured the fried ginger, garlic, and scallion oil into 2 separate bowls and prepared the soy sauce and vinegar. By this time, the large pot of water had reached a boil. She reduced the heat and added the small wontons before attending to the seasoning box. As she discarded the mixed seasonings into the trash, Mo Chen could not restrain himself from asking, "Didn't you tell me to add them? Why are you throwing them away, Mr. Mo? May I inquire what flavor emerges when salt and sugar are combined?" Mo Chen fell silent, for even he had found it peculiar to mix all 4 ingredients together. Lin Dongyu collected all the items in front of Mo Chen and meticulously placed the salt, sugar, starch, and chicken essence into each compartment in succession. Her fingers, delicate and fair, belied the notion of someone engaged in labor, yet her movements were surprisingly deft. Mo Chen hastily diverted his gaze from her fingers, feeling a bit embarrassed. "So, each compartment is designated for a single seasoning." Not daring to intervene further, he idly examined the remaining items on the countertop. Upon noticing the receipt outside a plastic bag, he took out his phone and transferred 5,000 to Lin Dongyu. The wonton skins were thin and the filling light. Cooking swiftly, Lin Dongyu added several leaves of bok choy, simmered them briefly, then turned off the heat, ladling the wontons and greens into the prepared bowls before carrying them to the dining table. "Dig in," she urged, pushing 1 bowl towards Mo Chen. The wontons, freshly purchased from the supermarket, were unremarkable in themselves, yet paired with her meticulously crafted flavors, the tender green bok choy, bright red chili peppers, and vibrant scallions rendered the broth fragrant and inviting, stirring one's appetite. Mo Chen stirred the steaming broth with his spoon and sampled a small sip. It was delightful. The medley of seasonings harmonized beautifully, each flavor complementing the other without overshadowing, creating a natural taste. The underlying spiciness tantalized the palate without being overwhelming. Even someone like him, who was indifferent to culinary matters, found the bowl of wontons worthy of careful savoring. In no time, he had polished it off, leaving him wanting more. "Is cooking always this intricate for you?" Mo Chen inquired, noting the several steps Lin Dongyu took to prepare the seasonings. "Is it intricate?" Lin Dongyu swallowed her morsel and replied, "Having invested time in cooking, it is only fitting that it be delicious. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Wouldn't that be too regrettable?" After finishing her meal, she glanced at her phone before clearing the dishes. "Why have you sent me money again? Didn't you pay my salary yesterday?" Lin Dongyu asked. "That was for your salary. This is household expenses," Mo Chen replied. "Even if it's merely a pretense, I have a duty to provide for the household. I cannot let you bear the cost of groceries." Regardless of her intentions, as a distinguished president, he would never expect a woman to pay during their meals. Mo Chen added, "Moreover, if you notice anything lacking at home, feel free to purchase it without consulting me. Just let me know when the funds run low. For merely 2 individuals dining together, a monthly budget of 5,000 would suffice." However, There were indeed numerous items that needed to be replenished, and Lin Dongyu accepted this without hesitation. Chapter 8. I cook, you wash dishes, I clean the floor. Can you wash dishes? After the seasoning box incident, Lin Dongyu harbored doubts about this. I will teach you, she stated. I cook, you wash dishes, I clean the floor. They had agreed to share household responsibilities, and she would not indulge him. Her aunt had toiled endlessly with household chores, yet her uncles still strayed. Let alone the fact that their relationship was merely contractual. Even as a genuine couple, she had no intention of sacrificing her entire being for the sake of domesticity. Please. Does the hardship of working differentiate by gender? Upon returning home, they ought to labor together. Mo Chun remained silent, increasingly convinced he had dug himself a pit. If his forays into the kitchen were few and far between, he had never washed a dish, not even a cup. This woman certainly knew how to delegate. After a moment of internal grumbling, he rolled up his sleeves and began washing dishes according to Lin Dongyu's demonstration. He could not allow her to underestimate him. Washing dishes was indeed not difficult. One merely needed the willingness to learn. Observing the sparkling clean plates and utensils, Lin Dongyu nodded in satisfaction. Finally finding a chore he could manage. Mo Chun, I would like to discuss something with you. Lele is coming over tonight, and I would like to invite my aunt as well. Your aunt? Mo Chun recalled her aunt from the wedding, amidst the crowd. She had been the sole supporter of Lin Dongyu throughout. Is she coming alone, or bringing the entire family? He inquired, having no fondness for the others. Just her. Lin Dongyu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She has some matters to attend to, so she doesn't need to bring anyone. That was her aunt's privacy, and she felt it inappropriate to elaborate. Mo Chun understood and replied, all right, invite her over. With Lin Dongyu's relative present, this dinner would feel even more genuine. It was just a meal. He was not that miserly. Lin Dongyu began preparing the ingredients. Autumn had arrived, and she planned to concoct a soup of lily bulbs, honey dates, and pig lungs. If you have something to attend to, you may leave, Lin Dongyu stated. You need not assist while I cook. She had come to realize that Mo Chun was more of a hindrance than a help. After preparing the soup ingredients and placing them in the pot over a low flame, it was over an hour later that Lin Dongyu called her aunt, saying, Aunt, we would like to invite you for dinner tonight. Your niece will be here as well. Her aunt agreed. Yesterday there had been too many people, and she had not had the opportunity to closely observe Mo Chun. Her niece had gotten married too quickly. She had only met the groom at the wedding and knew nothing about him. While the couple had yet to obtain their marriage certificate, she needed to properly vet her niece's choice. As Lin Dongyu tended to the fire, her phone suddenly rang. It was her younger brother, Lin Kaijia. Sister, he greeted. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu immediately understood that their parents were still concerned about her dowry. I have no intention of getting married, she replied. You focus on your studies. There's no need for you to worry about me. She has parents who favor sons over daughters, yet remarkably, her younger brother has grown up with a commendable mindset. Not registering your marriage? Lin Kaijia exclaimed, growing anxious. Sister, you are already married. How can you not have a certificate? With divorce being so arduous nowadays. Not registering is even better. Lin Dongyu found an excuse to deflect and inquired, since you're about to enter your senior year, are you considering enrolling in a tutoring class? Is there enough money? Our parents have already signed me up. Don't listen to them. We have enough money at home. Seeing her brother steadfastly defending her, Lin Dongyu felt a twinge of comfort. They chatted for a few more moments before ending the call. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, Mo Chun arrived in his domestic electric vehicle to pick up Mo Lexi from the yoga studio, heading towards Yuejing Yunju. As Mo Lexi entered the car, she curiously began to explore, asking, Brother, isn't this the car that Uncle Tian drove to shop? How comes it's with you? She had seen the butler use it a few times. Didn't you say Lin Dongyu was unaware of your true identity? Mo Chun glanced at her and replied, I'm simply playing along with you. No way.
Montag, Lexi exclaimed dramatically.
You two are married and still don't intend to let your sister-in-law know? You can fool our parents with that, but you know well how we got married. I've encountered many women like Lin Dongyu. She might be more aware than you think. In the Mo family, both Mo's mother and Mo Lexi were cherished treasures by the two men. Mo Chun's mother had been in poor health during his childhood, and his father had devoted all his efforts to cover her medical expenses. Initially, they had no intention of having another child, but when his mother unexpectedly became pregnant, she insisted on having the baby, resulting in the birth of a sister, Mo Lexi, who is 6 years younger than Mo Chun. Brother Mo Lexi sweetly called out, Dongyu is truly not that kind of person. You'll understand once you spend more time with her. Then let us wait and see. I'm curious how long she can maintain her facade. I'm more than willing to play along. Mo Lexi secretly stuck out her tongue and asked, Aren't you tired, brother? You can't drive your own car. and your driver and bodyguards can't be used. They're all following me, Mo Chin replied. Mo Lexi craned her neck to glance at the rearview mirror and indeed spotted that familiar Bentley, followed closely by a discreet business vehicle, presumably carrying the bodyguards. Despite the guise, he never overlooked personal safety. Upon arriving at Yuejing Yunju, Mo Lexi rushed inside and joyfully exclaimed, Dongyu, I'm here. Oh no. I should probably start calling you sister-in-law. Lin Dongyu had no choice but to indulge her, especially since their aunt was busy in the kitchen.
Aunt.
Mo Lexi bounded over and peered into the pot, captivated by the delicious aroma. I'm making sweet and sour pork. Your sister-in-law prepared the other dishes, the aunt replied, her spirit lifted by Mo Lexi's vivacity. Go play for now. I'll call you when the food is ready. Mo Lexi stepped back and nudged Mo Chin forward, signaling him to greet their aunt. Aunt, Mo Chin said reluctantly.
Ah.
The aunt cheerfully responded, turning to Lin Dongyu and saying, Xiao Yu, don't bother with the kitchen. Go spend time with Xiao Mo. In her eyes, these young people were still quite youthful. Lin Dongyu prepared a fruit platter and invited the Mo siblings to indulge, before returning to the kitchen, saying, Aunt, as you are a guest today, how could I possibly let you cook? I am accustomed to it. What's the harm in preparing one more dish? Besides, cooking here is a pleasure. Unlike at home, where my dishes are often critiqued. Xiaonan has been incessantly complaining about her desire to lose weight, always finding fault with the healthiness of my meals. It has been ages since I last made my signature dish, sweet and sour pork. Chapter 9. Sister-in-law, I have high hopes for you. Half an hour later. Steaming dishes graced the table. Reflecting on Lin Dongyu's words, Mo Chen proactively retrieved bowls and chopsticks, while Mo Lexi observed him with an expression of mild astonishment. Act normally. Mo Chen placed the utensils before her and whispered. Mo Lexi clicked her tongue softly, her face alight with amusement. This brother of hers, who could silence an entire board meeting with a mere glance, was humbly serving bowls and chopsticks. Their acquaintance had barely surpassed 48 hours. Sister-in-law, I have high hopes for you. As the four of them dined, Lin Dongyu had prepared a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup, lavish yet mindful of waste. Mo Chen adhered to the principle of silent eating, fully engrossed in his meal, while the table was filled with Mo Lexi's animated chatter.
Wow.
The soup is delightful, sister-in-law. Your culinary skills rival those of a hotel chef. In the 2 months we have known each other, you have never cooked for me. I've only tasted your cooking thanks to my brother. How biased of you. The sweet and sour pork is exquisite. Tangy and sweet, yet not cloying. Seeing Mo Lexi relish her meal, Aunt's face blossomed with joy as she urged, slow down, don't choke. If you like it, I will have your sister-in-law cook for you in the future. Lin Dongyu's culinary prowess was indeed honed under Aunt's guidance. Mo Lexi swallowed her pineapple and playfully declared, no.
No.
I want to eat what Aunt makes. Turning to Lin Dongyu, she smiled, sister-in-law, you cannot blame me for favoritism. Aunt's skills surpass yours. That is certainly true. I learned it all from Aunt. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Mo Lexi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, wait. I forgot to take a photo. She hurriedly retrieved her phone and snapped several pictures, but none seemed satisfactory. It is well known that one should capture the meal as soon as it arrives. And now that they had already eaten a fair amount, no angle seemed appealing. Mo Lexi was never one to be disheartened. With a smile, she switched her camera to video mode and directed it at Mo Chen, saying, brother, look at the camera. After filming Mo Chen, she turned the camera towards Lin Dongyu, snapping away while exclaiming, Dad, Mom, we're having dinner. Sister-in-law's cooking is truly delightful. It is so delicious. My brother is indeed fortunate. This is my sister-in-law's aunt. Just look at this sweet and sour pork. It is simply exceptional. I have eaten so much. After a minute and a half of enthusiastic filming, she sent the video to their family group chat, chuckling. They will see it as soon as they wake up. Mo Chen felt his phone vibrate and lightly tapped Mo Lexi's head with his chopsticks, saying, focus on eating. The meal was joyous and warm. Though Mo Chen did not voice it, he thoroughly enjoyed this atmosphere. Since his father accompanied his mother for a recuperative stay abroad, he has been left to care for his younger sister. His work is demanding, often requiring business trips, which frequently leaves Mo Lexi on her own. Fortunately, his sister possesses a cheerful disposition, rarely causing him concern. Observing her happiness, Mo Chen mused that as long as Lin Dongyu, this woman, could maintain her composure without faltering, he would overlook it all. After dinner, they all collaborated to tidy up the dishes and Mo Chen, taking the initiative, rolled up his sleeves and turned on the faucet of the sink. Mo Lexi stared at him, astonished, as if she could fit a duck egg in her mouth. Brother, you're washing dishes? She queried incredulously, scratching her head. Is that even possible? Who would believe that the illustrious president of the MO group could wash dishes? If I said this, they would certainly think I was spreading rumors. In response to her skepticism, Lin Dongyu calmly handed a dishcloth to Mo Chen, stating, "He can." "I taught him just this afternoon." Their aunt hastily interjected, "How can we let young Mo wash dishes? I'll take care of it." "No need. Let my brother do it." Mo Lexi exclaimed excitedly, pulling their aunt away from the kitchen, whispering, "Sister-in-law still has to clean up the kitchen. Let them work together." "It's quite nice." The aunt, enlightened, nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, clearly finding a silent understanding in each other's eyes. From that moment, they became allies. In the kitchen, Mo Chun washed the dishes while Lin Dongyu mopped the floor, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. Mo Lexi took out her phone and quietly captured several photos, sending them to their family group. However, the seemingly harmonious tableau was not without its challenges. Compared to the mere 2 bowls and a pot from lunch, the workload had significantly escalated by evening. Mo Chun, with his hands covered in suds, reached for a bowl placed on the countertop, but his hand slipped, sending the bowl crashing into the sink, splattering dirty water and soaking a large area of his white shirt. He halted, looking down at the soiled spot with disgust. Lin Dongyu noticed and shook her head with a resigned expression. "Let me handle it. You should go change." Indeed. She realized that it was unrealistic to expect much from a young master accustomed to a life of luxury. The Mo family clearly belonged to a well-off background, and it was understandable that Mo Chun had never engaged in household chores. After a moment of hesitation, he succumbed to his aversion to the stain and quietly expressed his gratitude. How infuriating to be belittled by this woman. Fortunately, he had spent a few days here and left behind some clothing. Mo Chun retrieved a clean shirt and changed, tossing the soiled one into the laundry basket. He then recalled that this was not the Xiangyu Huading. There would be no servants to take care of it for him. He emerged from his room, laundry basket in hand, and approached Lin Dongyu, saying, "Could you please take this to the dry cleaners for me?" Exiting the community gate, a left turn led directly to the dry cleaners. Lin Dongyu did not feel obliged to assist, replying, "You can take it out later. It's on your way." Mo Chen's expression darkened, and he sullenly placed the laundry basket at the entrance. He truly regretted the decision to cohabitate with her. It was exceedingly inconvenient. Just as Mo Lexi was about to suggest finding a movie to watch together, their aunt's phone rang, her voice resonating loudly enough to be heard without the speakerphone. The warm ambience of the room was abruptly disrupted as the aunt, her face awash with embarrassment, retreated to the balcony to answer a phone call. Lin Dongyu sighed, remarking, "Every family has its own burdens to bear." Once the call concluded, Mo Lexi could no longer contain her curiosity and approached her aunt with a flurry of questions, only to be halted by Mo Chen. Mo Lexi, with her lively and affable demeanor, exuded a genuine curiosity rather than the annoying prying of a gossip. Perhaps it was her earnestness that softened the aunt's heart, or perhaps the weight of her secrets had become too burdensome, for she gradually began to share her troubles. In Chapter 10, the unfaithful scoundrel, Mo Lexi, with her forthright nature, became incensed upon hearing the news. How can such a person exist? I thought my sister-in-law's situation was outrageous, but to encounter a cheating scoundrel is beyond belief. In the heat of her agitation, she nearly let slip a remark, prompting both Mo Chun and Lin Dongyu to cast her a simultaneous glance. Mo Lexi recoiled, silently lamenting, "What is this death stare, brimming with unspoken understanding?" She hastily redirected the conversation, saying, "Aunt, your daughter is also quite unreasonable. She's 2 years older than my sister-in-law. With her own hands and feet, can't she manage to cook? What daughter treats her mother as a servant?" However, Mo Chen noticed another detail and inquired, "Did you say Xiao Tao works as a product manager at Most Technology?"
Yes.
Lin Dongyu suddenly realized, asking, "I nearly forgot. Most Technology is a subsidiary of Mo's Group, isn't it? Do you know this individual?" The Mo Group is vast, with employees numbering in the hundreds of thousands, including those overseas. Given the enormity of the conglomerate, it was unlikely for Mo Chen, who primarily interacted with executives, to know a manager from a subsidiary. "Thank you for keeping an eye out," Lin Dongyu said. "We are not familiar with my uncle's work and do not know who he typically interacts with." To empower the aunt in her marriage, they needed to first gather evidence of her husband's infidelity, a task that currently seemed daunting. Mo Lexi turned to Mo Chun, pleading, "Brother, please assist our aunt." Upon arriving at the entrance of Yashin Garden, Mo Chun parked and asked, "When are you moving? I can arrange for help." Thus far, Lin Dongyu had not deceived him, and he was inclined to extend more goodwill. "No need. I don't have much to move. I will manage it myself tomorrow." Lin Dongyu replied, "It is only a temporary stay of 6 months. I will only take what I need." Mo Chen did not press the issue further. turning the steering wheel to leave. After navigating a street, he switched to his Bentley and instructed the driver to head to Xiangyu Huading. Stretching his legs, he relished the comfort of the car. Xiao Shi, you should spend less time with Lin Dongyu. Just look at her relatives. What a chaotic bunch.
Montag Lexi retorted defiantly. Who says that?
Aunt is truly wonderful. Only her, Mo Chin shrugged. And there's Sister Dongyu. Mo Lexi added. Brother, you cannot condemn everyone based on one person. Her? Mo Chin internally disagreed. Although he had yet to uncover any issues with Lin Dongyu, he would not forget how they transitioned from strangers to feigning a marriage. Understanding that she could not change her brother's mind in an instant, Mo Lexi shifted the topic, saying, Brother, at the very least help our aunt. That fellow, Xiao Tao, has actually engaged in an extramarital affair. Such a person should not remain in the company. While work competence and character are not directly correlated, I have instructed my secretary to investigate any discrepancies. Mo Chun, harboring his personal disdain, was not fond of such individuals. As the siblings conversed, a phone call interrupted them. It was Mo Chen's close friend and information consultant, Lu Qi. I have taken care of the matter you mentioned the other day. All the photos and videos that leaked online have been deleted. After addressing the main issue, Lu Qi cheerfully added, Congratulations on your marriage, Mo. I have prepared a surprise for you. It's in your inbox. Don't talk nonsense, Mo Chen replied. All right, I won't say another word. You can see for yourself. Lu Qi continued. By the way, there's another matter. The person you asked me to keep an eye on, Fong Qingyao, has news. Are you free tomorrow night? Let us go out for a drink. Mo Chen agreed, and ended the call. Upon opening his email, he indeed found an encrypted message from Lu Qi, with attachments exceeding 10 gigabytes. As soon as he opened it, the vehicle was filled with jubilant music, showcasing moments from the wedding banquet the previous day. Lu Qi had not only deleted the online versions, but also sent him a separate package. Mo Lexi leaned over to take a look and exclaimed, Brother, you two are truly a perfect match. Regardless of the poor quality of the video, it did not detract from their beauty. Mo Chen towered over Lin Dongyu by a good half a head as they followed the MC's instructions, jointly gripping a bottle of champagne, gently pouring it into the champagne tower before them. Lin Dongyu, with her head bowed, had long, thick eyelashes and a prominent nose bridge, radiating beauty in every aspect. As Mo Lexi was engrossed in the viewing, Mo Chen inadvertently shook his hand, closing the video. What was happening? He had watched for so long. Brother, send it to me, send it to me. Mo Lexi pleaded, tugging at his arm. Mo Chen turned his phone face down on the leather seat, maintaining a stoic expression. Stingy. In October, Haicheng was devoid of autumn's chill. People still donned summer attire, making it particularly easy for Lin Dongyu to tidy up. She simply placed her frequently used clothing into a suitcase and assembled her skincare and bedding essentials. 2 suitcases sufficed. Considering that Mo Chen would not spend much time at Yuejingyun this month, Lin Dongyu bent down to pick up a doorstop from the floor and placed it into her suitcase. Living alone, she had purchased 2 doorstops for safety, one at the front door and another in the bedroom. Upon hearing this, her aunt exclaimed, Oh, at my age, what is there to fear? Don't waste your money, just return it. This has nothing to do with age. You must listen to me, all right? After organizing her belongings, Lin Dongyu pulled out the sofa bed in the living room to sleep. The next morning, she arrived at Yuejingyun to drop off her things and received a phone call from her mother. You wretched girl. We traveled so far to attend your wedding. And you didn't even come to see us off? What time is your train? Lin Dongyu inquired. Are you still at the hotel? I'll come over now. If it weren't for the need to settle the bill, she wouldn't have remembered her eldest daughter. Lin Dongyu had long since grown apathetic, too weary to be angry with her mother. She took the subway to the hotel she had booked for her parents, settled the bill, and then called her mother. Lin Kaijia, pulling a suitcase, walked ahead and waved happily upon spotting Lin Dongyu. He was followed by Father Lin and the visibly displeased second sister, Lin Chunlon. After taking a taxi to the train station, Lin Chunlon, walking at the rear, turned to Lin Dongyu and said, Elder sister, I no longer wish to stay in our hometown. You are so capable in Haicheng. Please help me find a job. Chapter 11. The momentous occasion of marriage. You are a nurse, and my work has nothing to do with the hospital. How can I assist you? Lin Dongyu replied. Elder sister, having lived in Haicheng for so many years, you must have connections. It all depends on your willingness. Lin Chunlon's eyes reflected a hint of resentment. We are children of the same family. Why is it that Lin Dongyu gets to be taken to Haicheng by our aunt to study? Now living a glamorous life and marrying such a handsome man? Meanwhile, I graduated from middle school and went to a nursing school, now relegated to being a low-paid nurse. Often scolded by unreasonable patients. Lin Dongyu halted, gazing at her seriously, and said, Haicheng is unlike our hometown. It is a metropolis with over 10 million inhabitants, where no one knows anyone and everyone relies on their own capabilities to earn a living. Those from our hometown often believe that everything can be accomplished through connections. Having never truly lived outside, it is difficult for them to change their mindset. Lin Chunlan was not the first to make such a request of her. But as her younger sister, Lin Dongyu took the time to explain. You have just begun working for less than a year. This is the perfect time to accumulate experience. Do not fear hard work. Focus on learning. Before Lin Dongyu could finish her earnest advice, Lin Chunlan interrupted impatiently, saying, All right, I understand. If you are unwilling to help, just say so. Is this conversation even worthwhile? Lin Kaijia, behind them, gestured for them to disregard the conversation. Lin Dongyu smiled, pointing to the clock hanging in the center of the train station hall, and said, It's almost time. Let us head inside. Dad, Mom, we're leaving. Lin Kaijia added, I have to attend supplementary classes tomorrow. It would be troublesome if I missed the train. Upon hearing this, Lin Mother tugged at Father Lin and hurriedly urged, Let us go, quickly. After bidding farewell to her family, Lin Dongyu felt an immense sense of relief. Upon returning to Yuejing Yunjun, she organized her belongings and spent time tidying up every area except for the master bedroom. The first batch of packages had arrived, filled with seemingly inconspicuous yet comfort-enhancing items, such as a concealed tissue box, an automatic air freshener for the bathroom, a lumbar pillow for the sofa, and a pot lid rack for the kitchen, among others. After completing these tasks, she indulged in a brief afternoon nap, awakening with a sense of tranquility, as if all her troubles had drifted away. Drowsily reaching for her phone on the bedside table, she was startled by the display of missed calls. All from her dear friend, Xu Yan. Within just an hour, her phone and messages were overflowing, and her WeChat interface was constantly lighting up with the emoticons she had sent. You still dare to ask me? Xu Yan's voice carried a hint of melancholy. You didn't even inform me about such a monumental occasion as your marriage. Do you not consider me a good friend? I had to hear it from someone else. That was a given. Xu Yan retorted. How could I not be present for your wedding? We agreed that I would be your bridesmaid. With a huff, Xu Yan added. All right then. Merely your presence is insufficient. Your husband must accompany you. Lin Dongyu found herself in a dilemma. He may not have the time. The matter of their faux marriage was something she wished to keep discreet. Thus, she had not informed Xu Yan. Not only was Xu Yan Lin Dongyu's close confidant, but she was also the heiress of the Shushi Group, the very establishment where Lin Dongyu was employed. Chapter 12. What a coincidence. The two had been college classmates, but at that time, their acquaintance was superficial, lacking any profound connection. After graduation, Lin Dongyu was recruited by the Shushi Group, and through a fortuitous encounter, she discovered Xu Yan's true identity, leading them to gradually become inseparable friends. However, Xu Yan maintained a low profile, driven by her passion. She established a chain of dessert shops, and few within the company were aware of her status. As Xu Yan intended to visit Lin Dongyu at work, Lin Dongyu found herself at a loss on how to persuade Mo Chen to join her for a meal. Since it was her first time using this place, she meticulously checked to ensure that the door could not be opened from outside before feeling secure enough to retire for the night. The nightlife in Haicheng was vibrant and diverse. Mo Chen sat in a bar where the music was deafening, his phone face down on the table, ignoring the sound of an incoming call. The bar was stifling, prompting him to remove his suit jacket and loosen the second button of his shirt, allowing his tie to hang loosely. Compared to the austere appearance of formal attire, he exuded a casual yet alluring charm that drew many gazes. Each meeting took place in such a noisy venue, making it nearly impossible to converse clearly. He expressed his impatience to Lu Qi, who chuckled and remarked, Mo, you never complained before. Is it that marriage has tamed you? Get lost. Mo Chen replied, taking a sip of whiskey and dismissing an eager interloper before saying, Let us get down to business. Nanjing City, a satellite of Haicheng, was less than 2 hours away by car, renowned for its picturesque scenery, often dubbed the Garden of Haicheng. What ailment? Mo Chen furrowed his brow. Moderate depression, accompanied by anxiety. Lu Qi replied, Keep an eye on her. If she needs funds for an art exhibition, let me know. Are you truly considering assisting her? Lu Qi inquired. Did you not mention uncertainty regarding whether she was the one who saved you back then? It matters not. Consider it sponsorship of the arts. I seek peace of mind. Mo Chen stated. Mo Chen shot him a glance. Speak plainly, do not keep me in suspense. Lu Qi leaned closer, saying, The news of her illness was revealed during the class reunion. Half of the male classmates visited her. On the first day of the National Day holiday, the class monitor also went, even purchasing a second-hand house near the sanatorium, seemingly intending to stay and accompany her. The class monitor? Mo Chen had accelerated his studies. completing both middle and high school in a mere 4 years, and due to his solitary nature, he did not share a deep bond with his classmates, making it difficult to recall. His entire academic journey had yielded only Lu Qi as a friend. I knew you wouldn't, he remember. The class monitor, he Li Jing, is the very groom who fled from your wife's wedding, Lu Qi revealed. Mo Chen was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Qi. What an extraordinary coincidence. Lu Qi nodded. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. In the vast coastal city, it was peculiarly ironic that he Li Jing chose to elude his wedding, especially after Lin Dongyu had rescued Mo Lexi just prior. On that very day, Lin Dongyu found herself at a meeting in Xia, summoned by her sister to save the situation. Mo Chen's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, leaving him to question how he could believe that Lin Dongyu was not intentionally drawing near to him. Yet, there was no need for excessive speculation. Lu Qi remarked, I have investigated her background. It is quite unremarkable. She could not possibly wield such influence. I, for one, am incapable of such feats. Despite this, Mo Chen felt as though a stone had lodged itself in his chest, leading him to consume several more drinks until he departed the bar just past 1 a.m. As the word Xia Jingyan residence rolled off his tongue, Mo Chen brushed his hair back, his mood increasingly agitated. The bodyguards accompanying him, who had been with him for several years and were well acquainted with his temperament, remained silent, wary of inciting his ire. Upon reaching the entrance, Mo Chen, with a stern visage, placed his index finger on the smart lock for identification. However, contrary to expectations, the door did not automatically swing open. He pushed again, but the door remained obstinately shut. Chapter 13. The door jammer. Mo Chen pressed against the door with increasing force. Yet it offered no response. His frustration mounted, prompting him to call the person in charge at Xia Jingyan residence, querying sharply, What sort of supplier have you engaged? The smart lock has malfunctioned within mere months. Awakened in the middle of the night, the responsible party initially bristled with irritation, but upon recognizing Mo Chen's voice, their demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. Mr. Mo, may I inquire about the specific issue you're encountering? After describing the problem, Mo Chen was met with urgency from the responsible party, who promised, Please hold on, Mr. Mo, I shall arrive immediately. Since the residence's delivery, there had never been a similar issue with the locks, but given that Mo Chen was personally calling, who would dare to be negligent? In less than half an hour, the person in charge, accompanied by a locksmith, appeared at the door of room 901. After apologizing to Mo Chen, they began to inspect the lock. Minutes later, the locksmith wore a perplexed expression, uncertain as he reported, Sir, the lock appears to be functioning normally. Yet he could not articulate why it remained immovable. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards had a thought and approached Mo Chen, lowering his voice to suggest, Mr. Mo, I have considered a possibility.
Speak.
It is highly likely that the young mistress has installed a door jammer inside. This marriage was to be kept confidential. Yet Mo Chen's bodyguards were well aware of the situation's intricacies, although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the young lady. With Lin Dongyu's status having been sanctioned by the elders, she was indeed the young mistress. Familiar with security measures due to their profession, the bodyguards were called the door jammer, often used by single women for safety.
Ador Yummer.
What is that? Mo Chen pondered, for such a device was unknown to him. After the bodyguard explained, Mo Chen fell silent. Given the current circumstances, it was the only plausible explanation. After such a considerable debacle in the dead of night, combined with Lu Qi's earlier words and the effects of alcohol, his anger surged to its zenith. Although the responsible party was oblivious to the underlying reasons, they dared not linger in Mo Chen's presence, hastily departing with their team. Meanwhile, Lin Dongyu was sound asleep when her phone began to ring. She is responsible for the brand's external publicity and is always on call, never daring to turn her phone off at night or set it to do not disturb. The moment her phone rings, she jolts awake from her slumber and answers, Hello? Lin Dongyu. Mo Chen's voice is laced with ire as he exclaims, How dare you leave me locked out?
Montag Chen?
Lin Dongyu responds, perplexed. Open the door. Accompanying this furious shout is the resounding sound of knocking at the front door. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Dongyu hastily jumps out of bed, slipping on her slippers as she rushes out of her bedroom. Upon reaching the front door, the knocking grows louder, prompting her to call out, I'm coming, just a moment. She turns on the foyer light, crouches down to twist the screws of the door stopper counterclockwise, and lifts the lock arm, disabling the door stopper before standing up to open the door. Outside, Mo Chen glares at her with palpable fury. Upon catching sight of her, his face flushes crimson, and he takes a large step back, turning away in anger. Put on some clothes. This woman, does she possess no sense of decency? Fortunately, to avoid raising her suspicions, he had let others leave first, leaving only himself outside the door. By the time she returns to the living room, Emo-chan has turned on all the lights, illuminating the space as bright as day. This incident is not her fault. She is the victim, having been innocently awakened in the early hours. Chapter 14. Do you hope I won't be a gentleman?
Montag Chen.
Suppressing his temper, opens WeChat and sees the message she sent before 10 o'clock that evening. At that moment, he was at the bar and had not noticed it. His anger dissipates significantly upon realizing that he may indeed be in the wrong. Pouring himself a glass of water, he shifts the topic. We are merely housemates. I kindly ask that you dress appropriately at home. Seeing her stand her ground, the anger that he had previously subdued surges back, and he says coldly, You can consider me a permanent resident. I may appear at any time. Since you are aware of the need to protect yourself, you should also recognize what is appropriate when living with a normal man. He glances at her and adds, Should this happen again, I cannot guarantee that I will remain a gentleman. Or, do you wish for me not to be one? I will comply with your requests, but I ask that you adhere to our agreement as well. If you do not inform me in advance, I will resort to using the door stopper. This indeed was her oversight. Having lived alone for over half a year, she had grown accustomed to it. With someone else present, it is more convenient for her to be properly dressed outside the bedroom, as if still residing at her aunt's house. Noticing the scent of alcohol on him, she covers her nose and says, Mr. Mo, if you return late, please do not disturb my rest. If your drinking habits are poor, perhaps you should refrain. Emo-chan finds her amusingly infuriating. Does she consider him a drunken fool? Just a few drinks, and he is far from that. Emo-chan, who usually sleeps late, rises later than usual the next day. After drinking the night before and being filled with anger, his stomach feels uneasy. A sign of impending gastric trouble, an ailment he had developed from years of overexertion and irregular sleeping habits. He was about to call the housekeeper to request breakfast and stomach medication when he noticed a note pressed against the coffee table in the living room. It read, I went to visit my aunt. There is nutritious grain porridge in the rice cooker and steamed shrimp dumplings ready. Her handwriting was both elegant and bold, a stark contrast to Emo-chan's impression of her. Emo-chan gently rubbed his stomach, recalling the fragrant bowl of wontons. And his feet seemed to possess a will of their own as they turned toward the kitchen. The rice cooker was set to warm, and condensation clung to the transparent lid. Lin Dongyu had not only left him breakfast but also prepared a dish of dipping sauce for the shrimp dumplings. Emo-chan's spirits lifted as he brought everything out. The steaming shrimp dumplings, accompanied by the savory sauce, were devoured with great satisfaction. The taste was as delightful as he remembered, the only drawback being their limited quantity, leaving him wanting more. Emo-chan had sampled numerous meticulously prepared dishes, including those from Michelin-starred restaurants, yet Lin Dongyu's culinary skills offered him a unique experience. The simplicity of home-cooked meals carried an extraordinary flavor. After finishing the grain porridge, he patted his slightly protruding stomach, feeling the discomfort dissipate unnoticed. He decided to let it go, grateful for the breakfast she had prepared for him. The online deliveries he had ordered were almost complete, with the most important items being the materials she needed for making miniature landscape cakes. The greatest advantage of moving to Yuejing Yunjie was the spacious kitchen, equipped with a double-door refrigerator and an island cooking station, unlike her previous cramped quarters. The vast array of baking ingredients required varied storage conditions, refrigerated, frozen, and room temperature, among others. Once everything was organized, Lin Dongyu meticulously labeled each transparent storage box. Exhaling in contentment.
Done,
She exclaimed, clapping her hands. She brewed a pot of floral fruit tea and settled comfortably on the sofa, retrieving her phone to open a social media platform dedicated to sharing. After a busy day, Lin Dongyu finally had the opportunity to cultivate her own mental oasis. In her message interface, the number of unread notifications perpetually stood at 99. Glancing briefly, she opened her own posts and carefully reviewed the new comments. She had only published 3 notes, each garnering hundreds of comments, with many sharing her work. The account A Touch of Blue in the Deep Sea had gained a modest reputation on this platform, receiving numerous inquiries about custom orders. Chapter 15. Miniature Landscape Cakes. Lin Dongyu never anticipated that her hobby could garner such admiration. It felt wonderful. Since childhood, she had exerted herself for the sake of mere survival, only finding a sense of belonging upon acquiring her own home in Haicheng, which ignited her desire to pursue her genuine interests. However, she sadly realized that even her hobbies were scarce. It was only when she stumbled upon miniature landscape cakes online that she felt an immediate and profound attraction. Gradually, starting with her first attempt at crafting fondant decorations, she dedicated 6 months to successfully replicating one of the most popular miniature landscape cakes on the internet. Though it was not her original creation, Lin Dongyu refrained from posting it online, instead inviting Xu Yan to her home, where the two of them savored the cake together, receiving an abundance of unsolicited praise and astonishment from Xu Yan. Then, Lin Dongyu embarked on her creative journey, transforming the essence of traditional Chinese gardens into exquisite cake designs. Marking the release of her first note. The art of crafting landscape cakes is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, with numerous imitations available online but scarce innovations. Upon the release of Lin Dongyu's cake, it garnered a considerable following due to its unique form and meticulous attention to detail. However, the creation of micro-landscape cakes was merely a hobby for her, as her demanding work schedule left little room for such pursuits. She had only managed to create 3 cakes over several months. Now, fully prepared, she contemplated the next cake to create. What should she make? As she perused her fans' comments, one particular message captured her attention. "Hello, blogger. My sister is suffering from aplastic anemia and is enduring immense pain. She is merely in her teens yet remains strong, comforting us and cooperating with her doctors. The surgery is scheduled for October 15th, and the doctors have warned that the risks are considerable. She may never awaken again." Accompanying the comment was a photograph taken in the hospital, with stickers carefully obscuring the girl's face, revealing a frail body ravaged by illness, and a white adhesive bandage on her left hand where an intravenous catheter rested. Lin Dongyu sat up straight, having read the comment with utmost seriousness, and noted the date of the post was at the end of September. At that time, she had devoted all her free hours to wedding preparations and had not logged into her account. Fortunately, she had seen it in time, avoiding missing the surgery date. She had already resolved in her heart that if this situation were genuine, she would exert every effort to assist this girl, for her bravery and for the heartfelt concern of her family. The commenter, known by the ID Sheila, utilized a black anime avatar. Upon further investigation, Lin Dongyu discovered it belonged to a long-registered account, which had previously only shared occasional gaming comments but had recently become more active, reposting images and videos of prayers. It seemed unlikely to be a fabrication. Upon entering the private messaging interface, she found numerous messages from Sheila. Scrolling to the top revealed a series of corroborating medical photos, with the patient information obscured. The accompanying text provided a detailed account of the situation, mentioning that in an effort to prepare a surprise for her sister, Sheila had searched several bakeries in Haicheng, all yielding unsatisfactory results. The few renowned micro-landscape cake shops online were not located in Haicheng, making Lin Dongyu the last hope. From the messages and images received, it appeared that the sender was a thoughtful young woman. If this were a deception, it seemed implausible that one would fabricate such an elaborate story simply to procure a cake. The challenge of creating micro-landscape cakes lies not only in the actual crafting but also in the design and color coordination to achieve a miniature, yet realistic landscape effect. This requires a certain level of aesthetic sensibility and artistic foundation, which is fundamentally why micro-landscape cakes are not widely popular. Lin Dongyu was capable of this because she had studied media in university, providing her with a necessary background. Chapter 16. What is the relationship between the Mo family and him? After replying to a private message, Lin Dongyu began to construct a rudimentary micro-landscape for school in her mind, taking out her sketchbook to create the first draft. If she were not receiving a salary, custom-made micro-landscape cakes would serve as a rather lucrative source of income. Due to their rarity, the market price typically exceeds 500 yuan, with aesthetically pleasing and artistic designs commanding even higher prices. Custom cakes like those ordered by Sheila would not be priced below 1,000. However, Lin Dongyu had no intention of charging. Accepting custom orders would mean relinquishing her time. Her work was demanding, leaving her no opportunity to initiate a side business. She devoted herself entirely to the creation of this cake, sketching several design drafts, making revisions, and ultimately finalizing one. As night fell outside, Lin Dongyu stood up to relieve her neck and shoulders from the discomfort of prolonged sitting. She took a photo of the final draft and sent it to Sheila. With work awaiting her the next day, she needed to rest on time. After clocking in, Lin Dongyu traversed the expansive office area of the brand center, entering her own office to access her work plan on the computer. She was the first to arrive. The office was quiet until, after a while, others began to filter in, breaking the silence. "Have you heard? Lin is getting married."
What?
"That's impossible. Her boyfriend has never even shown up. How can she be getting married?" "Wow. At Sia, no less. Lin really must be wealthy. She's already 27. What's so surprising about marriage? Should she wait to become an aging single woman?"
What are you all saying?
"Lin is so beautiful. She can marry whenever she wishes. You all can remain single. But it won't affect her." After Yao Qi uttered this remark, an immediate hush fell over the office. Lin Dongyu chuckled, not taking it to heart. Marriage was not a scandalous affair. She had not deliberately kept it a secret, so it was no surprise that someone in the company had discovered it. Opening her drawer, she took out a triangular tea bag and placed it in her cup before heading to the pantry for water. By then, most of her colleagues had arrived. Upon seeing her emerge, They all changed their expressions, pretending to focus intently on their work. Who wouldn't feel anxious if their remarks about the leadership were overheard? 10 minutes later, a morning meeting was scheduled in the large conference room. The crowd exchanged glances, silently questioning, is it the boss? Starting the day with a meeting just 10 minutes after work hours? The brand center employed over 20 staff members, responsible for the entire group's brand promotion, public relations, media connections, and various other tasks. Under Lin Dongyu's guidance, the multitude of responsibilities was organized and streamlined. After the meeting, Lin Dongyu remained busy until 10:30, scarcely finding a moment to visit the restroom. Lin, Mr. Xu requests your presence in the large conference room upstairs. The head of the MO group is here for an inspection and wishes to meet the company executives. Yao Qi knocked on her office door and informed her. Lin Dongyu nodded, adjusting her appearance with the front camera on her phone before making her way to the elevator lobby. The Xu Group, a century-old family enterprise, boasts two well-known skincare and personal care brands. Earlier this year, the MO Group expressed interest in acquisition, and discussions between the two parties had been ongoing. In Haicheng, the MO Group is renowned as one of the foremost enterprises, with substantial capital backing. It is said that the current head of the family is quite young and maintains a low profile, even refraining from revealing their face during interviews with financial magazines. With few knowing their name, it appears that substantial progress has been made, prompting this enigmatic magnate to personally appear at the Xu Group. For those residing in Haicheng, the MO Group is not shrouded in mystery. Its high salaries and generous benefits have made it the aspiration of many employees. The romantic pursuits of the young president have also become a favorite topic of gossip, though no concrete information exists. Lin Dongyu couldn't help but think of Mo Chen, who works at the Mo Group. Sharing the same surname, what connection does he have to the Mo family? The air conditioning in the office building was set to a crisp chill. Lin Dongyu was dressed in a sharp deep blue suit with a skirt, a white silk blouse adorned with faux pearl buttons. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a bun, and she wore a pair of classic black high heels. This ensemble lent her a maturity that belied her actual age, smoothing out any traces of femininity. After all, in her position as brand director, the last thing she needed was to be perceived as merely young and attractive. As the elevator chimed and opened, Lin Dongyu turned into the corridor, only to encounter a familiar figure approaching. But what was he doing here? Mo Chen? She ventured cautiously. Fancy meeting you here, he replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he halted his steps. Behind him, a bodyguard noticed her, pivoted, and feigned busyness, subtly blocking the other end of the corridor to afford them some privacy. Mo Chen recalled the dossier sent by Lu Qi, indicating that Lin Dongyu seemed to be employed at the Xu Group. Had he known sooner, he might have refrained from coming in person. Nevertheless, it presented an excellent opportunity to gauge her. Since their acquaintance, she had shown no signs of recognizing his true identity. What brings you here? Lin Dongyu inquired. The Xu Group's headquarters employs over 500 staff, occupying 3 floors of this prime office building. While she couldn't possibly know everyone, she distinctly remembered Mo Chen mentioning his role at the Mo Group, overseeing the Yuejing Yunj project. The Yuejing project is nearing completion and I've transitioned to commercial real estate. Mo Chen responded smoothly. The big boss is here for a meeting today, and I thought I would take the opportunity to observe Xu's supermarket channels and learn from their experiences. Mo Chen was not merely an executive who had been parachuted into his position. He had started from the bottom, gaining over 6 months of experience in each of the 3 major sectors of the Mo Group. Initially, to test his capabilities, his father had concealed his identity, ensuring he received no special treatment within the organization. It was only after Mo Chen had proven himself as an executive through sheer effort that his father revealed the astonishing secret of his status as the heir, entrusting the entire conglomerate to him while he and his wife sought rejuvenation abroad. Thus, Mo Chen possessed a wealth of hands-on experience, articulating his points with fluidity and precision, devoid of any flaws. How intriguing, Lin Dongyu remarked with a smile. Our group's channel capabilities are indeed commendable. Would you like me to make an introduction for you? Since fate has brought us together, facilitating interactions with others also serves to benefit oneself. Mo Chen glanced at the black leather notebook in her hand and remarked, You are off to a meeting, I presume? No need, someone is escorting me, she replied. Very well, may your work be pleasant. Lin Dongyu offered him a perfunctory smile, turned sharply, and proceeded toward the grand conference room. A few brief exchanges ignited a series of chain reactions for the Xu Group. After Lin Dongyu departed, Mo Chen turned towards the fire escape. He had just exited the restroom, intending to formally meet the executives of the Xu Group in the conference room. The bodyguards promptly followed, holding open the heavy door, exchanging glances. On the first day of acquiring the company, the young master encounters the young lady. What a predicament. The young lady is rather striking, appearing quite different from usual. Mo Chen descended 3 flights of stairs and, upon leaving the office area of the Shu Group, called the vice president who had accompanied him. After relaying his instructions, he exited the underground parking lot under the escort of his bodyguards. In the grand conference room, the upper echelons of the Shu Group gathered, from President Xu Cheng to the vice presidents overseeing various departments, as well as the management at Lin Dongyu's level, all poised for the meeting. The clock on the wall ticked quietly, 10 minutes past the scheduled time. The room was shrouded in silence, and while Xu Cheng appeared composed, he felt a flicker of irritation within. What is the meaning of this? The Mo Group may be large, but that does not justify imposing upon others. Moreover, in the realm of daily chemicals, it is the Shu family that holds the reins. Lost in thought, the door to the conference room swung open,
and a group filed in.
Leading the procession was Chang Anshu, the second in command of the Mo Group, accompanied by Gao Boming, Mo Chen's most trusted aide. The senior executives of the Shu Group were somewhat acquainted with the two. Where is that enigmatic young president of the Mo Group? Chang Anshu, maintaining a smile, strode confidently towards Xu Cheng, extending his hand with warmth. I apologize for the delay. President Mo asked me to prepare a small gift for everyone, which caused a slight delay. Mo Chen had rushed off, leaving them little time. Fortunately, Gao Boming's efficiency ensured the gifts were ready, albeit 10 minutes late. Discussions of acquisitions are no trivial matter. Mutual respect is essential. As gift bags emblazoned with the Mo Group's logo were presented before each member of the Shu Group, Xu Cheng's demeanor softened considerably. One does not strike at a smiling face. Chapter 18, Disguised Visit. Chang Anshu, unperturbed, continued, President Mo entrusted me to convey that the young talents at the Shu Group are quite motivated, and the atmosphere here is commendable. I will take full responsibility from this point onward, and once matters are satisfactorily concluded, he would like to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, a low murmur flowed through the conference room. This a bit presumptuous for President Mo? Even in this day and age, resorting to clandestine visits? Lin Dongyu sat silently in the back row, contemplative. Though she lacked expertise in finance, she understood the significance of the Mo Group's investment for the Shu Group. The current market is becoming increasingly saturated, and Shu Corporation is eager to expand, necessitating the establishment of its own research and development center. As far as she knows, the Academy of Sciences has already been contacted, awaiting financial investment, a venture that demands significant funding. The negotiations represent a strategic game between two conglomerates. Shu Corporation is in need of capital, while Mo Corporation seeks to seize the opportunity for acquisition. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. In the face of an unfamiliar domain, Lin Dongyu has always maintained a sense of reverence. Amidst hushed discussions, cold sweat trickles down Xu Cheng's back. Under the pretense of meeting with the higher-ups of Shu Corporation, he attends the conference but skillfully disguises his true intentions, infiltrating Shu Corporation for an on-site investigation, planning to retreat gracefully, silencing any potential inquiries with pre-prepared gifts. Astute indeed, by sending his assistant in his stead, who could argue that he is not invested. Furthermore, as long as he remains absent, even if negotiations become heated, there is room for maneuvering between the two parties. Initially, Xu Cheng had underestimated the opposing party due to their youth, but now he has fully focused his attention and energy. By the time the meeting concluded, lunch hours had long passed. Lin Dongyu slowed her pace, trailing behind with Ding Minru, the deputy director of the sales department, quietly inquiring, "Shall we dine together?" Ding Minru nodded, replying, "Let us meet at the tea restaurant across the street in 10 minutes. Responsible for brand promotion while Ding Minru oversees the sales of nationwide stores. Their professional interactions have blossomed into a friendship that hovers just above mere collegiality. The vicinity of the office building is bustling with white-collar workers, and their presence remains a striking highlight. Lin Dongyu exudes elegance and competence, while Ding Minru embodies a fashionable allure.
Lin,
do you think if we were really acquired by Mo Corporation we might face layoffs? Ding Minru expressed her concerns. Until today, interactions between the two conglomerates had been confined to upper management, merely whispers of rumors circulating. Don't think too far ahead, Lin Dongyu reassured her. I believe President Xu would prefer to exchange shares for investment. The Xu family has been a venerable name for a century. They wouldn't part with it easily. Handing the ordered menu to the restaurant staff, she continued, even if we were to be acquired, our worries should not center on ourselves. Mo Corporation currently lacks a daily chemical segment, and they will inevitably need personnel. I understand, but with a new owner, the entire system will change. And the KPIs will certainly differ, Ding Minru remarked, picking up her chopsticks. I'm doing well here, but I fear it might become chaotic. As their conversation unfolded, the dishes began to arrive. Lin Dongyu urged, let us eat. Pondering such uncertainties is less fruitful than considering the new store opening this month. Upon hearing this, Ding Minru became anxious, exclaiming, "By the way, you promised to provide me with a complete set of materials. You must not renege on that." "Who could I possibly renege on but you?" Lin Dongyu replied with a playful smile. "Are we really going to be acquired? MO Corporation sounds appealing. I have a relative working there who says the year-end bonuses are substantial. Even if we wanted to join, we might not get the chance. What good is that status? One must have the means to enjoy it. You're unaware of their extreme overtime practices. The benefits are indeed impressive. Just look at the gifts they present to their executives during meetings. Casual giveaways include the latest smartphone models and vouchers for the exquisite rotating restaurant atop Shiyu." As Lin Dongyu departed, someone approached Deng Wenkuan, wearing a sycophantic expression, and inquired, "Mr. Deng, will Lin be truly demoted?" Deng Wenkuan, pleased with himself as he adjusted his newly donned tie, replied, "What else could it be? A married woman has little prospect in the workplace." Chapter 19. The Struggles of Women in the Workplace. Lin Dongyu was on her way to meet General Manager Zhou Puai, who had once fought alongside Xu Cheng in their earlier ventures. Currently, he was responsible for brand promotion and was her direct superior. "General Manager Zhou, you sought me?" Lin Dongyu inquired. Zhou Puai nodded and gestured for her to sit. As she settled into the chair opposite his desk, he spoke in a reminiscent tone. "Little Lin, how many years have you been with our Shu Corporation? It's been quite the endeavor." Zhou Puai chuckled, revealing the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "I still remember when you first joined us. Aside from your excellent academic performance, you knew little else. Now you are capable of handling matters independently." Lin Dongyu pondered his words briefly before responding, "General Manager Zhou, if you have something to convey, please do." She found it perplexing that he was reminiscing. Could it be that Ding Minru's suspicions were correct and layoffs were imminent? However, it seemed premature, especially considering the recent departure of talents from the MO group. Zhou Puai, somewhat averse to meeting her gaze, continued, "I've heard you recently got married. Well, a woman in marriage ought to prioritize her family. There will be children in the future, and preparations must be made." Lin Dongyu remained silent, awaiting his further remarks. "You must be aware that our Shu Corporation has recently acquired a perfume brand, and there is much work to be done there. You are one of our key assets. I've heard a trendy term is white-collar elite. Is that correct?" He chuckled at his own jest, which Lin Dongyu found amusing. Zhou Puai cleared his throat awkwardly before adding, "I have suggested to Mr. Xu that you be transferred to oversee the operations there, managing product promotions effectively. Your position will also be elevated to vice president. Managing the brand promotion for the entire group is quite demanding. This adjustment will alleviate your workload. What do you think?" Lin Dongyu fixed her gaze upon him, marveling at how someone could articulate a demotion disguised as a promotion with such finesse, as if she were gaining an enormous advantage from the company. Not to mention, after her transfer from the headquarters, she would no longer have any stake in the year-end bonuses. She was aware that Zhou Puai had facilitated the acquisition of that perfume brand. In terms of commercial value, the brand held little bargaining power. As an additional expense in life, perfume sales were largely driven by gifting. Whether for personal use or as a gift, consumers tended to prefer perfumes from globally renowned luxury brands. These not only impress, but also possess unique fragrances, meticulously crafted by skilled perfumers. Breaking into the market with domestically produced perfumes proved exceedingly difficult. Lin Dongyu had not anticipated that a project she once dismissed would now fall into her lap. Being transferred to a seemingly futile project as vice president, with no prior indication of such a shift, could only be attributed to one underlying reason. "General Manager Zhou, did Deng Wenkuan say something to you?" Lin Dongyu countered with a question of her own. Zhou Puai, caught off guard and choking on his tea, sputtered for a while before managing to say, No. This has nothing to do with Xiao Deng. I am merely troubled by the perfume project. After I depart, who shall succeed me?" Lin Dongyu, refusing to allow him an escape, inquired directly. Well. Thank you, General Manager Zhou, for your guidance over the years." She rose gracefully, one hand resting on her suit collar, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. Zhou Puai, unexpectedly flustered, called out from behind, Xiao Lin. Lin Dongyu's capabilities were evident. He was unwilling to lose such a valuable asset. However, Deng Wenkuan had a point. Lin Dongyu was already 27, and after marriage, it was only a matter of time before she would bear children, lest she miss the optimal age for motherhood. A year of pregnancy, a month's maternity leave, and a year of breastfeeding. These visible losses were undeniable. Once she had children, her focus would undoubtedly shift, and would she still strive as she did now? Certainly not. Once she became pregnant, the company would be at a disadvantage. Xuxi, being a publicly listed company, could not afford to create labor disputes. Neither could they reassign her or reduce her salary, lest they be left with an unproductive employee. Fortunately, Deng Wenkuan had proposed the idea of assigning her to a less critical project where she could continue to shine. Zhou Puyi calculated vigorously, completely oblivious to being used by Deng Wenkuan. His phone chimed. It was a message from Xu Yan. Dear, I'm downstairs at the company. Could you come and get me? I have too many things to carry. Chapter 20. Workplace Discrimination. Xu Yan's presence was always welcomed. Even though no one knew of her status as the heiress of the Xu family, she treated everyone whenever she visited, often bringing delicacies from the most renowned dessert shop in Haicheng. Only Lin Dongyu was aware that Xu Yan was the founder and owner of the popular chain dessert shop, Huakai Yushir. Each visit, she brought an assortment of sweets, frequently seeking genuine reactions to new flavors developed at her store. Upon reaching the lobby, Lin Dongyu walked toward Xu Yan, who was seated on the sofa. On the marble coffee table before her lay bags of packaged desserts. As Lin Dongyu approached, Xu Yan tilted her head, scrutinizing her and confidently stated, "You are angry." Lin Dongyu let out a long sigh. In this world, only Xu Yan truly understood her. Let us not dwell on that. Let us head upstairs. Upon arriving at the brand center, Lin Dongyu proceeded directly to her office with the items. Xu Yan felt a bit perplexed. Normally, whenever she brought treats, Lin Dongyu would divide them outside. Moreover, the atmosphere today felt quite peculiar. The two placed the desserts on the desk, and Lin Dongyu dialed an internal extension. Yao Qi, come in. Yao Qi, known for her fiery temper, could hardly contain herself upon hearing about the impending transfer, and upon hearing Lin Dongyu summon her, she burst into the room, exclaiming, "General Manager Lin, please distribute the desserts brought by Miss Xu to everyone, except Deng Wenkuan." Lin Dongyu instructed. Do not mistake her for stingy. Someone like Deng Wenkuan was unworthy. All right. Yao Qi's expression instantly brightened, declaring, I will ensure the task is completed. What lies ahead can wait. For now, let us vent this frustration. Xu Yan, sensing that something was amiss, waited until Yao Qi had departed before inquiring, what has transpired? She was well aware of Lin Dongyu's busy schedule in her current position. Each visit typically involved a brief exchange, with Dongyu promptly departing to avoid imposing. However, today was distinctly different. Lin Dongyu recounted the details regarding her reassignment, prompting Xu Yan to rise in indignation, her voice laced with fury. How could he? I have always addressed him as Uncle Zhou. Has he lost his senses? Without hesitation, she declared, Dongyu, wait here, I shall confront my father immediately. Grasping her handbag and standing resolutely, she insisted, you cannot leave. That despicable character, surnamed Deng, must be dismissed.
No.
That is unacceptable, Xu Yan exclaimed, gripping the armrest of her chair as she attempted to rise. I can overlook many matters, but I cannot stand idly by while you face such a significant injustice. This is intolerable. Despite their long-standing friendship, Lin Dongyu had never leveraged their acquaintance for personal gain. Xu Yan understood her friend well, recognizing Dongyu's desire to forge her own path. As a close confidant, Xu Yan had always acknowledged Dongyu's relentless efforts, silently supporting her through thick and thin. Yet today was a different matter. Lin Dongyu met her gaze with unwavering resolve, shaking her head firmly. Since Zhou Puyi had already secured Xu Qing's tacit approval, she could not allow her personal issues to instigate a conflict between Xu Yan and her father. As a true friend, she felt it was crucial not to act selfishly. This is unjust, Xu Yan retorted. You have always performed your duties commendably. Why should you be reassigned simply because you are married? You didn't even take a wedding leave. Dongyu, this is not solely my plight. This is a pervasive issue that many women encounter in the workplace, Lin Dongyu replied, her emotions gradually stabilizing. The unmarried fear your marriage, the married fear your childbirth. And once you've had one child, they worry about the prospect of a second. Understand that it's not just married women without children who struggle to find employment. It is a challenge faced by all women. Xu Yan found herself at a loss for words. Having never held a job herself, she realized that the youthful staff at the dessert shop were predominantly young, with only the management team being somewhat older. Thus, she had not encountered such discrimination. Enough. Lin Dongyu suddenly smiled radiantly, exuding pride as she declared, do you truly believe that I, Lin Dongyu, cannot thrive simply by relocating? A gem will shine wherever it is placed. Xu Yan gazed at her for a moment, then remarked, Dongyu, have I ever mentioned how truly beautiful you are? Lin Dongyu chuckled, responding, you have such a sweet tongue. Thank you. My spirits have lifted considerably. I must confess, after Zhou spoke to me about the reassignment, I contemplated resigning. In my anger, I thought, if I am not welcome here, there are other places that will embrace me. With my skills, where could I not succeed? Yet, upon reflection, She realized she bore a substantial mortgage, along with financial obligations to both her aunt and family, not to mention her own essential expenditures. Thus, she could not afford to resign on a whim. Perhaps exploring other projects would be beneficial, Lin Dongyu continued. As the brand director, I have reached a point where the role offers little challenge. The ceiling is all too visible. She recognized her youth and relative inexperience would hinder any potential upward mobility in the coming years. Ultimately, it is you who bears the brunt of the situation, Xu Yan said with concern in her eyes, resolutely declaring, I will not relent. That man surnamed Deng must be dismissed. Lin Dongyu offered a serene smile, replying, I possess a far superior strategy to ensure his discomfort. Chapter 21. He is unworthy. Xu Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she urged, quickly, tell me, what is your plan? His petty maneuvers are merely an attempt to shed the title of deputy. Lin Dongyu curved her lips and suggested, if that is the case, let him bear the title of deputy director while performing the director's duties, shall we? Xu Yan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter.
Ha ha ha.
This is utterly hilarious. She clutched her stomach, leaning over the table, gasping for breath, and gave Lin Dongyu a thumbs up. Lin Dongyu shrugged innocently and remarked, if he wishes to play the leader, let him do so. But who would willingly take on additional responsibilities without a commensurate increase in salary or title?
Xu Yan,
still chuckling, said, oh dear, my abs are practically forming from laughing. I've already devised a way to explain this to my father. Dad, the director's position is vacant. And he'll be even more motivated. If one wishes to be a director, one must first prove their worth. Otherwise, discovering incompetence after promotion would only complicate matters further. Despite being a mere title difference, in the Xu family, only departmental directors partake in the group's year-end bonuses, which are coveted by all. Without the bonuses, relying solely on a stagnant monthly salary, Lin Dongyu could work for another decade and still be unable to afford even a second-hand house in Haicheng. Lin Dongyu nodded, smiling as she opened the desserts brought by Xu Yan, and the two began to indulge. The sweet, cool treats only enhanced their delightful mood. After finishing, Xu Yan said, I'll head up to find my father now. By the way, when do you plan to leave? Typically, whether for reassignment or resignation, there is usually a transition period of at least 2 weeks, or even longer for a pivotal role like that of brand director. Lin Dongyu replied with a smile. I intend to leave tomorrow. I will visit General Zhou shortly to finalize the details regarding the new project's bonuses. Once she made a decision, she was not one to linger. If Deng Wenkuan desires the position, he must weigh his own capabilities to manage such a substantial responsibility. However, prior to that, she needed to secure her rightful entitlements. Upon hearing her agreement to the reassignment, Zhou Puai was eager to accommodate her wishes, especially since her requests were quite reasonable. The perfume project was hardly profitable and was barely surviving thanks to Xu's financial support. Not to mention, even if he offered a 35% bonus, it would only be dispersed if there were profits on the books. General Zhou, I will go tomorrow. Could you please send me the address? Tomorrow? Zhou Puai quickly responded. Next month is the major e-commerce promotion, with 2 large-scale online and offline promotional events in October, along with additional collaborations implicitly urging her to wrap up her current tasks. General Zhou, I am already preparing for pregnancy. Lin Dongyu leaned back slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. If all goes well, I might be expecting next month. Zhou Puai found himself in a dilemma. General Zhou, if Deng Wenkuan desires this position, he must earn it through merit. Lin Dongyu scoffed, otherwise, he is unworthy. He cannot demand and expect. I am not his mother to indulge him. Upon returning to her office, Lin Dongyu began to pack her personal belongings. As anticipated, she received the reassignment documents and the labor contract drafted per her request from HR before the end of the workday. After signing the contract, Yao Qi rushed in. The young girl's eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at her with a pitiful expression reminiscent of an abandoned child. Since the beginning of her internship, it was Lin Dongyu who had guided her, transforming her from a novice in the workplace into a seasoned public relations professional with an assertive demeanor. Beyond her admiration for Lin Dongyu, there lingered a subtle sense of reverence.
No.
Yao Qi shook her head, resolute in her decision to accompany Director Lin. You are unfamiliar with that place. It is essential to have someone familiar by your side. Noticing her serious demeanor, devoid of jest, Lin Dongyu replied, I will go ahead first and grant you a week to contemplate. If you still wish to join by then, I will speak with HR.
With that,
Yao Qi's expression softened, and she began to assist in packing. Bidding farewell to a workplace she had known for several years invariably required time. Working overtime on the first day back after the National Day holiday, the feeling of rejection was undeniably novel. In light of the unexpected encounter earlier at the Shu Group, Mo Chen was curious to observe Lin Dongyu's reaction. With Lin Dongyu absent, Chen first poured himself a glass of water, savoring it slowly. Between the water dispenser and the coffee machine stood a rectangular, two-tiered storage rack against the wall, housing tea leaves and coffee beans in transparent, moisture-proof jars, both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Sitting on the sofa, his lower back supported by a cushion of just the right firmness, he could easily reach for the remote control and conveniently place his phone within arm's reach. The neatness exuded a sense of lived-in warmth, a stark contrast to the previously cold, pristine decor. Lin Dongyu had made no significant alterations to the furniture arrangement. The small additions were unobtrusive yet remarkably functional. This experience was unfamiliar to Chen, who had grown up in an environment replete with housekeepers and servants, never needing to engage his mind in domestic affairs. He found it refreshing and regarded Lin Dongyu as a woman adept at navigating life. On the coffee table lay a sketchbook, one page having been torn out and held down by a tissue box. Despite his attempts at restraint, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and he removed the tissue box to peer at the sketch. What was depicted? It appeared to be a school, yet circular in form. Having seen numerous model dioramas, he pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat reminiscent of a miniature landscape, though he was not entirely certain. Wasn't Lin Dongyu involved in brand promotion? What purpose did this serve? His ambitions extended far beyond mere investment. He aspired to acquire. Since the advent of the internet, society has evolved at an unprecedented pace, and people's perspectives have undergone transformation. The notion of treating oneself better has become prevalent, particularly among women. After conducting thorough research, the MO Group turned its attention to the personal care market, a fiercely competitive arena. Each year, established brands silently succumb to the harsh realities of market competition, while new brands carve out their paths through bloodshed. The MO Group aimed to penetrate the personal care industry, leveraging the long-standing presence of the Shoe Group as a vessel to navigate these waters. As Chen bent over, clutching his stomach, the entrance door creaked open, revealing Lin Dongyu, who was carrying a large cardboard box. She placed it on the ground, and then returned to the elevator to retrieve 2 more boxes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at her. Didn't you just finish work? What are you doing? Moving? Having received his message ahead of time, Lin Dongyu was not surprised to see him, though his expression appeared rather grim. The bright lights illuminated his movements as she inquired, "Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Stomach ailments have become a common affliction in the workplace. Chen pressed his hand against his aching abdomen and responded, "I forgot to have dinner." His discomfort rendered him devoid of the day's earlier sharpness. The pallor of his lips lent a hint of fragility to his otherwise handsome and deep features, evoking a sense of brokenness. Lin Dongyu recalled the trending term online that perfectly encapsulated the situation. "I'll see what else there is to eat." Aware of the pangs of stomach pain, Lin Dongyu hurriedly approached the refrigerator, ignoring the boxes piled at the door. "It's unnecessary. I'll just order takeout."
Chen interjected. "No."
Lin Dongyu asserted, her tone unusually firm. "If your stomach is upset, you must eat something immediately. It cannot remain empty. Takeout is too greasy and will take time to arrive." Rarely was Chen met with such resolute refusal, and the experience felt quite novel. Lin Dongyu swiftly retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator and said, "I haven't bought groceries in the past few days, so there's not much left. How about egg noodles? Do you eat those?" She had been busy preparing miniature landscape cakes during the last 2 days of the National Day holiday and hadn't stepped outside. Originally, she intended to place a grocery order for delivery to Yujingyunjia today, but an unexpected transfer notification had thwarted her plans. "You cannot eat greasy or spicy foods right now, nor can you have anything raw or cold. Noodles are alkaline and can neutralize some stomach acid. They're also easy to digest." Holding a few green onions, she attempted to persuade Chen. Clad in her professional attire, the sight of her with green onions seemed incongruous. Yet Chen found her demeanor remarkably gentle at that moment. Chapter 23. Egg Noodles. "Egg noodles sound good. Thank you," Chen replied. Upon hearing his consent, Lin Dongyu first boiled a pot of water while finally chopping the green onions. As the water heated, she prepared a mixture of soy sauce, vinegar, and a few drops of sesame oil in a bowl. Given Chen's discomfort, she refrained from adding fried ginger and garlic oil or chili peppers to the condiments. When the water reached a boil, she added a handful of noodles and a few vegetable leaves, stirring them with chopsticks before moving to another stove to fry an egg in a non-stick pan. The range hood hummed as Chen sat on the sofa, watching her industrious silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. "Hurry and eat." In the clear broth floated vibrant green vegetables, while the golden fried egg crowned the noodles, the fragrance of the scallions wafting upwards with the steam. A bite of noodles followed by a sip of broth. The crispy outer layer and tender interior of the egg thoroughly satisfied his palate. Mo Chin ate with great focus, as if the bowl before him contained not just ordinary noodles, but a rare delicacy. After finishing, Mo Chin rose to carry the empty bowl to the kitchen. Leave it, she insisted. You're not feeling well, I'll wash it. Rules are rules, but context matters. One bowl and one pot could be washed in just a few minutes. Mo Chin shook his head and replied, I'm fine now. Many individuals genuinely care for him. For instance, Uncle Tian is wholeheartedly considerate of his needs.
Yet,
one cannot help but ponder whether Uncle Tian's affection stems solely from his connection as his parent's child, or if it arises from the bond forged through years of watching him grow. Human emotions are exceedingly intricate, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In contrast, his interactions with Lin Dongyu are markedly different. She neither seeks to appease nor tread cautiously. Even with a signed employment contract, she established clear boundaries from the outset. Engaging with him as an equal, the unrestrained competition, the sweat beneath the sun, the smiles and malice of those around him, all encapsulate the fervor of his youth. Suppressing the inexplicable emotions bubbling within, Mo Chen washed the dishes and subsequently assisted Lin Dongyu in moving several boxes to her bedroom door. Are you relocating your office? He inquired, noticing one open cardboard box filled with various folders, assorted desk supplies, and a laptop. Lin Dongyu smiled and replied, Yes, I'm moving to another place. Mo Chen frowned slightly, asking, Is Shu's company relocating? No, it's just me, she casually explained her reassignment, adding, I want to explore other projects. Being a brand director for too long has become somewhat monotonous. Mo Chen's frown deepened as he responded, That's not right.
Oh, how so?
Lin Dongyu's interest was piqued. The discrimination faced by women in the workplace is a pervasive reality. In a certain sense, men like Mo Chen benefit from this societal perspective. She was eager to hear the viewpoint of someone who occupies such a privileged position. The company's concerns revolve around pregnancy and breastfeeding, which are thought to distract women and hinder their ability to fulfill work tasks as before. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed, lacking data to substantiate claims that women become negligent in their duties. Job competence is unrelated to gender. Would a man be exempt from scrutiny if he were found lacking in performance? Lin Dongyu was somewhat astonished by his response, as she had always perceived elite individuals like him to be epitomes of male chauvinism. It appeared that her preconceived notions had been misguided. I have never encountered a man who speaks on our behalf, she remarked. The prevailing mindset of Zhou Puyi is, after all, more common. Mo Chen chuckled, stating, Your transfer to the perfume project is not the issue. Rather, it is the motives behind it. In business, the focus should be on how to expand and strengthen a project, not merely on turning a failed acquisition into a place of exile. He shook his head, indicating that the internal management system of Shu's company harbors flaws. If you do not wish to go, I know executives at MOS Group. I could facilitate your designation as the liaison for the acquisition case, allowing you to remain at the group headquarters. In light of the recent bowl of fried egg noodles, he was willing to lend her assistance. Chapter 24. Condemnation of the wolfish man. Lin Dongyu was taken aback, laughing, No need. I have already signed a new labor contract and will start tomorrow. A change of scenery and a fresh mindset to begin anew. She heated 2 cups of milk, offering one to Mo Chen, saying, If you have no need, I would like to use the study now. Mo Chen suppressed his surprise, gesturing for her to proceed. This woman is far more independent and resilient than he had ever imagined. Lin Dongyu expressed her gratitude and, after moving several cardboard boxes into the bedroom, she took her laptop to the study. Tomorrow, she was set to commence her new position, necessitating her review of numerous materials, as well as the completion of her current role with a flourish. During her tenure as the brand director at Shushi Group, she had amassed a wealth of resources and connections, which would undoubtedly be beneficial in her forthcoming work environment. As she pondered, she meticulously crafted emails to her collaborators, thanking them for their partnership while expressing her anticipation for future endeavors together. These were not generic emails, but rather thoughtfully tailored messages to each recipient, filled with sincerity. Time slipped away as she worked, long past the 11 o'clock bedtime she had set for herself. After completing his evening routine, Mo Chen noticed the light still illuminating the study. The following morning, Lin Dongyu rose early. The location of the fragrance project was somewhat remote, with both the factory and office situated within an industrial incubation park, closer to Yasen Garden. With no time to prepare breakfast, she calculated her schedule and purchased a cup of soy milk and a seaweed rice roll from the convenience store downstairs, consuming them as she walked, finishing just as she reached the subway entrance. The morning rush hour was perpetually crowded, and as she stood pressed against the door, she idly mused that the proximity of Yuejingyanj to the city center was a benefit she had only enjoyed for a day, now rendered more distant. As the subway arrived at the next station, a wave of passengers surged in, further compacting the space. Initially, she assumed the situation was merely cramped, but soon she sensed something amiss. It was not just the crowding, but someone was deliberately pressing against her. Disgusted, Lin Dongyu turned her head, her gaze descending to the man's feet. With a swift motion, she raised her right foot, her high heel aimed at the surface of his athletic shoe, and brought it down with force. The man let out a bellow akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily, his voice attracting the attention of countless onlookers. "Dare to touch me, and I shall dare to retaliate," Lin Dongyu replied, her body angled as she offered him a cold smile. "If you fear pain, why act like a lecher?" Her striking features radiated righteousness, and those nearby who heard her began to condemn the perpetrator, showering him with verbal disdain that rendered him unable to lift his head. Such individuals often frequented the subway, where victims typically refrained from speaking out, fearing accusations of inciting the perversion through their own negligence. As the saying goes, flies do not bite without seams. Yet, Lin Dongyu had never felt ashamed. The wrongdoing was not hers. After transferring to another subway line and boarding the shuttle within the incubation park, Lin Dongyu finally arrived at her destination. The factory area was modest, with pristine white walls adorned with abstract blue petal designs. Standing at the entrance, she beheld a 3-story office building with dark gray glass facades. "Whom are you looking for?" the security guard inquired. Lin Dongyu presented her Sushi Group employee ID and stated, "I am here for work." The guard took a closer look and promptly bowed, saying, "Ah, it is Ms. Lin. Please come in," he thought to himself. Fortunate to have received the notification last night, for this Ms. Lin was remarkably unassuming, having arrived without a car. Little did he know, Lin Dongyu did not own a vehicle at all. The pressure of being a mortgage slave was already burdensome enough. Adding a car would entail fuel costs, insurance, parking fees, and other expenses. For her, a car was a luxury. Lin Dongyu had not even acquired a driving license. Accompanied by the security guard, she walked towards the office building while he introduced the factory environment. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was greeted by a throng of dozens, standing in neat rows, who collectively exclaimed, "Hello, President Lin." Lin Dongyu furrowed her brow slightly and hastened towards them. "Hello everyone, it's my first day here, so let us keep it casual and focus on our work." It was clear that such formalities were likely to please someone, even if she found them unnecessary. Sensing her amiable demeanor, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Who would willingly engage in such rituals if not coerced? Lin Dongyu's office was located on the 3rd floor, already tidied and equipped with a computer and other essentials. She dedicated the entire morning to thoroughly understanding the project's current state. The information on paper could not compare to first-hand observation. It soon became evident that the entire project was rudderless, in dire need of revitalization. Chapter 25, I Invite You. The previous general manager had served for a year and a half, reveling in ostentation, yet departed upon realizing that the performance had stagnated. At this level, individuals sought profit-sharing rather than a mere fixed salary. Before the acquisition by the Shu family, the project had been initiated by a returnee brimming with passion and ambition to establish the country's premier perfume brand. Now, the company even lacked a coherent administrative structure. Prior to her arrival, the factory manager had overseen the entire enterprise, but his expertise lay solely in production, barely managing to sustain operations. It was unsurprising that a company with no apparent future, partially abandoned by the Shu Group, struggled to attract talent with its low salaries and benefits. Thus, although Lin Dongyu held the title of vice president, she wielded the authority of a general manager. Understanding this dynamic, she convened a senior management meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to solicit opinions and suggestions. The executives lamented their plight during the meeting. Truly, this was a place of exile. After the meeting concluded, she retained the office director for further discussion. From his credentials, Director Zhao, in his 40s, had been with the company since the project's inception. Through his insights, Lin Dongyu gleaned additional information. In terms of the product itself, there were no glaring deficiencies. The challenge lay in consumer habits, which could not be altered merely through corporate advertising. For similar-priced perfumes, consumers preferred to spend an additional 200 to 300 yuan on world-renowned brands rather than on lesser-known domestic fragrances. A nascent idea began to take shape in Lin Dongyu's mind. A product transformation was necessary. She required a product manager, extensive research, and support from the group headquarters. Only with a compelling product could they proceed to brand promotion. After delegating these tasks, she punctually left for the day. These matters required time. Haste would yield no fruit. Indeed, it echoed Zhou Pui's words. The work was leisurely. Observing her timely departure, the staff felt a sense of relief. Unsure of her temperament and wary of a potential resemblance to the previous general manager who had thrived on formalism, creating an illusion of busyness despite a lack of genuine tasks. The commute is exceedingly lengthy, requiring 3 transfers, and for the majority of the journey, there are no available seats, forcing her to stand in high heels. To her surprise, Emo-chan is also present. She refrains from asking further questions, instead taking a moment to sit on the entrance bench and massage her aching legs before changing into her slippers and entering. Noticing her fatigue, Emo-chan inquires, "Is it far?" "A bit," she replies. Following last night, the atmosphere between them has softened considerably, and their interactions have become more natural. Lin Dongyu retrieves a low stool to the kitchen, where she sits to prepare vegetables. After a moment of contemplation, Emo-chan suggests, "You seem quite tired. I'll order takeout." As she appears ready to object, he adds, "I know the chef at Sia. I'll have the hotel deliver it, which is cleaner than the outside." "All right, we'll split the bill," Lin Dongyu concedes, unwilling to impose upon herself, as today she is not only experiencing foot pain, but also emotional exhaustion. Emo-chan steps out to the balcony and dials a number to the bodyguard residing downstairs. Half an hour later, the bodyguard rings the doorbell, carrying the packaged meal. Lin Dongyu answers the door. The bodyguard, robust and poised, hardly resembles a delivery person, prompting her to steal a few glances. Have delivery personnel become so competitive nowadays? Lin Dongyu muses. Sia is a 5-star establishment. Perhaps they maintain high standards for their staff. Emo-chan casually remarks, while discreetly sending a message to the bodyguard. "You're visible. Next time, send someone else." To ensure his safety, his bodyguards have rented an apartment downstairs. Sia's culinary offerings are consistently impressive, especially their renowned slow-cooked soup, leaving Lin Dongyu thoroughly satisfied. After patting her content stomach, she asks, "How much was it?" "I'll transfer the money to you." "No need. My income exceeds yours. This meal is on me." "All right, I'll treat you next time." Fortunately, Shila was pleased with the design draft she submitted and provided her WeChat ID for easier communication. Holding a pencil, she leans against the left side of the sofa, sketching and jotting down notes. Her long hair cascades down, curling softly at her shoulders. The warm light bathes the room, and from Emo-chan's perspective, she appears as a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a medieval figure in a classical oil painting. Chapter 26, A Change of Yoga Studios. The following morning, as Lin Dongyu exits her bedroom, she discovers that Emo-chan is already awake, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee permeates the air. "This is for you." Emo-chan gestures toward the coffee on the table, stating, "I'm unsure of your taste, so feel free to adjust it." Lin Dongyu adds 2 sugar cubes and a spoonful of buffalo milk. Despite others claiming that sugar alters the coffee's flavor, she enjoys it a touch sweeter. Opening the rice cooker, she finds that the millet porridge, set to cook last night, is ready, emanating a delightful fragrance. Retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator, she fries 2 eggs and a piece of bacon. After arranging the food on the dining table, Lin Dongyu can't help but chuckle. It seems the millet porridge has gone astray. Emo-chan retorts, a fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. They exchange smiles and enjoy a pleasant breakfast together. After changing into her work attire, Mo-chan asks, "Is your workplace located in the industrial incubation park of the new city? I have business nearby today. I can give you a ride." "Really? That would be wonderful." Lin Dongyu responds with excitement, not realizing that Emo-chan had asked Lu Qi to look up the address the previous night. The incubation park and the location of the Emo group are worlds apart. As they stepped outside, the head of the security team spotted Lin Dongyu and Emo-chan together, swiftly retreating into the fire escape. "Brothers, Mr. Emo and the young lady are together. Let us keep a low profile. Especially you, Aji." The captain messaged the work group. Aji responded with an innocent emoji, thinking to himself, "I was merely playing the role of a delivery person." The new energy vehicle was parked in the garage, and Emo-chan gallantly opened the passenger door for Lin Dongyu before moving to the driver's seat, gracefully taking his place behind the wheel. The car started smoothly, heading towards the incubation park. Upon seeing them depart, the driver quickly started Emo-chan's Bentley, followed by 2 black business vans filled with bodyguards. He recalled that he had instructed Gao Boming to prepare a gift bag for the senior executives of the Shu family, which included the latest model of Mo's electronic smartphone, renowned for its exceptional performance, one that he himself was using. Why wasn't he using it? Emo-chan pondered this, but refrained from asking her directly. During the morning rush hour, it took a full hour to drive from Yuejingyunju to the entrance of the incubation park. "Thank you," Lin Dongyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "It's much easier than squeezing into the subway. No wonder so many people prefer to buy cars." "How long would it take you to get here, by public transport?"
Montagchen inquiret.
"About 2 hours, mainly due to transfers. The subway only goes to the incubation park, then I have to take a shuttle bus," Lin Dongyu replied nonchalantly, as if this was the norm for commuting. Emo-chan fell silent. I'm off to work now, thank you. After stepping out of the car, Lin Dongyu flashed him a bright smile and waved goodbye. Chen nodded and drove away. In the black business van trailing behind, Aji remarked enviously. So the boss drives all this way just to drop off the young lady at work. Early morning lovebirds. What's left for us single folks? The captain gave him a playful slap on the head, saying, mind your business regarding the boss. Once out of the incubation park, Chen parked by the roadside and entered the Bentley. One of the bodyguards got out of the business van, driving the new energy vehicle in tandem with Chen. Sitting in the spacious back seat of the Bentley, Chen took out his phone to check the map and called Lexi. Brother, are you missing me?
She teased.
Don't be silly, Chen replied with a hint of a smile. I'll send you the address of a yoga studio I found. It seems quite nice. Let me take a look, Lexi said, opening WeChat and pouting. This desolate place doesn't seem nice at all. I used to practice there, and my coach was familiar with me. Chen paused before speaking. Let us change venues. I'll have assistant Gao arrange private lessons for you for the entire year. Lexi was taken aback. Chen had never interfered in her personal life before. Brother, you have to tell me why, she insisted. Chen hesitated, then finally confessed. Lin Dongyu is working nearby, and it's quite a distance from Yuejing Yunju. Chapter 27. Buying a car. Upon hearing this, Lexi's excitement was palpable. Brother, are you planning to have me drive sister-in-law to and from work? She exclaimed joyfully. That's fantastic. She was wholeheartedly eager to bring her brother and Lin Dongyu together. And to her surprise, her brother's heart was already swayed. It was merely a matter of convenience, as you were already committed to practicing yoga. This was the best solution Chen could conceive. Lexi, suffering from a congenital heart condition, was unable to engage in vigorous exercise. But her health had improved significantly since she took up yoga. Reluctant to invite a coach to her home, she found such a lifestyle exceedingly dull. I understand. Lexi exclaimed joyfully. I will tell my sister-in-law and propose carpooling to share the fuel costs. With her objective achieved, Chen ended the call, fearing what more his sister might say. As Lexi scrolled through her phone contacts, she mused, sisters are like bricks. They can be moved wherever needed. Oh, brother. I am just waiting for you to confess. When the call connected, she greeted, sister-in-law. My brother mentioned that you've changed your workplace? Indeed. I am now over in the new city, Lin Dongyu replied. What a coincidence. That's south quite close to where I practice yoga. Lexi said with delight. What time do you finish work? I do love to pick you up. I've missed your culinary skills. Lin Dongyu chuckled. What a coincidence. Sure, I finish at 6. Please send me the address. Just as she hung up, Lexi received a message from Gao Boming. Details about the yoga studio annual membership she had registered with her phone, personal training schedules, and even thoughtful introductions to each instructor. Lexi scratched her head and called the butler, saying, Uncle Tian, please help me purchase a car. One that costs around 200,000. Her brother's new energy vehicle was over 300,000, and she couldn't possibly buy something more expensive than his. The family had no cheaper options available, so she had to buy one outright. After acquiring the car, Lexi first visited the yoga studio to meet a few personal trainers and schedule sessions. As the time drew near, she drove, humming a tune, to the entrance of Lin Dongyu's workplace. Sister-in-law. Spotting Lin Dongyu exiting, Lexi leaned out of the driver's seat and waved enthusiastically. Lin Dongyu smiled with a hint of resignation as she approached, saying, Didn't we agree not to call me that? Unbeknownst to others, Lexi was well aware of the nature of her relationship with Chen. Oh, come on, let us not be so formal. Calling you sister-in-law feels more intimate. As if we're family, Lexi said, patting the car door. Look at my new car, isn't it lovely? The license plate hasn't arrived yet. Lin Dongyu took a few steps back to examine the little white car closely and remarked, It is quite nice. Domestic cars have indeed improved significantly over the years. Fastening her seatbelt, Lin Dongyu inquired, What prompted you to buy a car all of a sudden? She had known Lexi for over 2 months, and this was the first time she had seen her drive. Of course, the garage is filled with luxury cars. And I was afraid to scare you off by driving one of those, Lexi replied, gripping the steering wheel. I just received a payment for a manuscript and thought I'd treat myself. The yoga studio has moved here, and having a car makes it more convenient. Plus, parking is easier. The new city was just beginning to develop, with many facilities still incomplete, but the spaciousness and affordability were appealing, along with the convenience of parking. The yoga studio that Chen found for her is indeed quite remarkable, spacious and well-lit, with a relaxation area alone spanning over 10 square meters. While waiting for Lin Dongyu, Lexi can utilize that space to write her articles, as she is a freelance writer. Lin Dongyu smiled and congratulated her, and the two departed amidst laughter and chatter. At the security kiosk by the factory gate, the guard mused, "Just yesterday, I was wondering why Miss Lin didn't drive herself. Turns out she has someone to pick her up. The car in the morning is different from the one at the end of the workday." Moreover, he overheard that young girl referring to her as sister-in-law. Their relationship with the in-laws seems exceptionally close, with the younger sister personally coming to fetch her. Upon returning to Yuejingyunj, Mo Chen had not yet arrived. Today, she opted not to take the subway, feeling lighthearted as she gathered ingredients and began preparing a meal in the kitchen. Mo Lexi peeked in and asked, "Sister-in-law, is there anything I can help with?" She playfully stuck out her tongue and added, "All right then." It appears that in her sister-in-law's eyes, her brother is quite the household slacker, and she relishes the thought of seeing her capable brother humbled in front of his wife. Is it too devilish to think this way? The door made a soft sound as Mo Chen entered, changing his shoes at the entrance. "Brother." Mo Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "I'm here to praise you." With ample time today, Lin Dongyu prepared several dishes, filling 3 lunch boxes and placing them on the counter to cool before storing them in the fridge. "Sister-in-law, are the other 2 for us?"
Montag Lexi inquired.
Lin Dongyu nodded. "Yes, 1 for your brother and 1 for you. Remember to take them when you leave. You have a personal training session tomorrow morning, right? The food outside isn't very healthy." "Wow, sister-in-law, you're so wonderful," Mo Lexi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her in a fit of affection, leaving Lin Dongyu quite helpless. All right, let us eat first," Mo Chen interjected. Having spent time together, Mo Chen had discerned Lin Dongyu's character. To secure a ride, he would need to employ some persuasion, which he believed would likely not be met with refusal. His modest earnings barely covered half the cost of car expenses. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu readily agreed. "All right, we'll split the fuel and insurance costs. However, Lexi, you won't need to spend the whole day waiting for me at yoga, will you? That might be too exhausting." Not at all. Mo Lexi quickly shook her head. "When I'm not in class, I can simply write my articles. Brother, let me tell you, the environment at that yoga studio is truly delightful. I can chat with others, much better than being cooped up at home alone." Deep down, Mo Chen was pleased that his sister was cultivating her own friendships and life. "Is that really possible?" he asked, looking at her with a hint of concern. He genuinely felt this arrangement could be mutually beneficial, yet he didn't want to wear her out. "Of course." Mo Lexi tugged at his arm, insisting, "Brother, when have you ever seen me compromise my own comfort?" With her assurance, Mo Chen felt at ease. He could not quite articulate why he felt compelled to act this way. Perhaps it was simply the sight of Lin Dongyu spending 4 hours commuting each day that made him reluctant to see her toil so hard. The 3 of them tidied up the dining table together, and Mo Chen instinctively rolled up his sleeves to begin washing the dishes. After observing him for a moment, Mo Lexi remarked, "Brother, your dishwashing skills are becoming increasingly proficient. The hands that are used to sign million-dollar investment deals can also wash dishes without a hint of incongruity. Mastery comes with practice. How difficult can washing a dish be?" Mo Chen believes that as long as he is willing to invest time in learning, there is nothing in this world that he cannot master. Lin Dongyu finalized yesterday's draft and sent it to Sheila via WeChat. Today, she plans to undertake a trial run. If any issues arise, there will be ample time to rectify them. Mo Lexi, with a curious expression, inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lin Dongyu explained her endeavor, saying, "I was initially concerned about not having enough overtime hours, but now that I am involved in a new project, I should be able to leave work on time."
Wow.
Mo Lexi exclaimed as she browsed her sister-in-law's creations on social media, expressing admiration. "Sister-in-law, you are truly a treasure. After knowing you for so long, I had no idea you could make such incredible cakes." "Our acquaintance isn't that long," Lin Dongyu replied with a smile. "It's merely a hobby." As she spoke, she prepared whipped cream, eggs, low-gluten flour, and granulated sugar, meticulously mixing them into a batter according to the required proportions before pouring it into the cake mold and placing it in the oven. Lin Dongyu was particularly pleased with the fully equipped appliances at Yuejingyunj. However, since this property belongs to the Mo Group, it is only natural to utilize appliances manufactured by Mo Technology, reflecting the interconnected sales among its subsidiaries. Her aunt had once assembled televisions at Mo's factory during her employment there. After setting the oven temperature, Lin Dongyu clapped her hands and stood up, realizing that over 2 hours had passed. Mo Lexi had been watching her intently, not wanting to interrupt, and now blinked in surprise. "I never knew making a cake could be so complicated." Lin Dongyu chuckled and replied, "This is just the beginning. The cake base is merely foundational. The real challenge lies ahead in crafting a micro-landscape cake." As it approached 10 o'clock, she decided to continue with the remaining tasks the next day. Glancing at the darkening sky, she suggested, "It's getting late. How about you stay over and squeeze in with me?" "No, that's unnecessary," Mo Lexi exclaimed, jumping up. I'm not accustomed to sharing a bed. I wouldn't be able to sleep. What a joke. She certainly did not want to intrude on their intimate world. Chapter 29. A Lunchbox. Emo-chan emerged from his study and offered, "I'll accompany you downstairs." Lin Dongyu packed the prepared lunchbox and handed it to Emo Lexi, saying, "Drive slowly on the way. I want to see you off. I need to keep an eye on the oven." "All right, sister-in-law, you can rest assured. I have my brother with me." The two siblings descended the stairs together. As the time arrived, Lin Dongyu took the baked cake base out to cool and began preparing the ingredients needed for the following day. Under the warm light, she concentrated deeply, oblivious to her long hair cascading down her shoulders. The next day, Emo-chan rose early as usual and brewed coffee in advance. After they both enjoyed breakfast, Emo Lexi's car waited at the entrance of Yuejing Yunjir to take Lin Dongyu away. Once they had departed, Emo-chan picked up the lunchbox and settled into his Bentley. The lunchbox Lin Dongyu had prepared was quite charming, featuring a transparent lid, a powder blue body adorned with delightful clouds and little dogs. Aji caught sight of his stern boss holding a rather peculiar bento box, and he quickly suppressed a laugh. Turning away, it wasn't just him. Even the captain dared not glance at Emo-chan for fear of bursting into laughter. Upon arriving at the president's office, Emo-chan handed the bento box to Gao Boming, instructing him to place it in the refrigerator. "Mr. Emo, Mr. Liu has arrived." Liu Qi swaggered in nonchalantly, plopping down in the chair opposite him and slapping a USB drive onto the table. "Here is the information you asked me to investigate. Given the nature of commercial secrets, emailing it wouldn't be secure. Let me have a look." Connecting the USB drive, Emo-chan reviewed the contents, nodding in approval. "Quite comprehensive, but it lacks detail. I need specifics on Shushi's loans with various banks, interest rates, liabilities, and asset flows, down to each subsidiary. Such information is not visible in the regularly disclosed financial reports. Your request is a bit challenging, but not impossible. Just increase the payment," Liu Qi replied with a grin. "All right, as long as you can manage it." Emo-chan responded grandly, earning a thumbs up from Liu Qi. The secretary knocked on the door, announcing, "Mr. Emo, your lunch is ready."
Come in.
Upon seeing the secretary enter with an adorable bento box on a tray, Liu Qi's eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Emo, when did you become so domestic?" Typically, Emo-chan's lunches were either prepared by a housekeeper or delivered from the Sia Grand Hotel, and a bento box had never graced his desk before. As Emo-chan lifted the transparent lid, an enticing aroma filled the room. Liu Qi swallowed hard and asked, "Who made this?" Emo-chan ignored him and picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. After pondering for a moment, Liu Qi finally suggested an unlikely possibility. Could it be Lin Dongyu? He was acutely aware of their entanglement. The last time they met, Emo-chan had been quite wary of her. How had things progressed to this point? That evening, Lin Dongyu meticulously crafted fondant accessories based on the school photos sent by Shila: walls, classroom buildings, a clock tower, a basketball court, a ping-pong table, and trees. Each piece was exquisitely tiny, and her hands seemed to weave magic as she recreated the scenes from the photographs. Even Emo-chan couldn't help but linger beside her, dazzled by the array of small tools. Yesterday, he believed that with enough determination, there was nothing in this world he could not learn. However, it became evident that this notion was rather naive. What Lin Dongyu was doing was genuinely beyond his grasp. After completing various accessories, she began modifying the cake base according to the layout of the school. Following that, she applied buttercream and a chocolate glaze, carefully adjusting the colors and textures before placing the fondant pieces atop the cake. A school was gradually being brought to life by her hands. Yet, she remained unsatisfied. Emo-chan emerged from his study for a drink and was awestruck by the cake, exclaiming, "Incredible." Lin Dongyu, however, shook her head, insisting, "No, it hasn't met my standards yet." Her first 3 creations had depicted natural landscapes, and this was her first architectural endeavor. Many aspects fell short of her vision. "Isn't this efficient?" Emo-chan asked in astonishment. Upon her utterance, Emo-chan felt an echo of sentiment, resting his chin in silence. "Could you do me a favor?" Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment before deciding to seek his assistance. Chapter 30. A Xiang's Home Cooking. Shi-la had sent numerous photographs of the school. Yet photographs are invariably constrained by angles, leaving certain areas unphotographed. Furthermore, the school is situated not far from Haicheng, in Nanjing City, and with the weekend approaching, there would be ample opportunity. "What sort of favor?" "Please do tell," Emo-chan inquired. "If you have time this weekend, would you accompany me to Nanjing City?" Lin Dongyu removed her gloves, gesturing towards the school depicted on the cake. "I must see it in person. I cannot trouble Emo Lexi again this weekend."
Nanjing?
Surely he was not mistaken. Fang Qingyao and He Lijing were both there. Emo-chan cast a deep glance at Lin Dongyu. Yet she remained engrossed in examining the position of the basketball hoop on the cake, completely oblivious to his gaze. Very well, he replied decisively, I am free this Saturday. Shall we depart at 9 in the morning on Saturday? Lin Dongyu inquired, looking up at him. No problem, he affirmed. After confirming their travel arrangements, Lin Dongyu sent a message to Sheila, informing her of her plan to visit the school on Saturday and requesting her assistance in coordinating. She subsequently forwarded Chen Laosher's WeChat contact to her. Once she added him, Lin Dongyu confirmed the timing and engaged in a brief conversation. Throughout the week, she had been unable to visit her grandaunt, merely checking in with phone calls, her concern ever present. Grandaunt, are you there? She called as she opened the door. The room was silent. Where have you gone? Lin Dongyu mused, washing some of the fruits she had purchased, placing the remainder in the refrigerator, and dialing her grandaunt. Xiaoyu? I'm helping out at the restaurant downstairs. Her grandaunt's voice was vibrant, a stark contrast to the fatigue Lin Dongyu had feared. Helping out? Lin Dongyu queried, puzzled. Indeed. Her grandaunt replied cheerfully, I had nothing to do, and when I saw the restaurant was hiring, I applied on a whim, and to my surprise, I got the job. Lin Dongyu was both amused and exasperated. Grandaunt, you don't need the money. The kitchen is hot and exhausting. After a moment of reflection, she conceded, perhaps it was better for her grandaunt to keep busy rather than dwelling alone at home. After a lifetime of labor, suddenly finding herself idle was an adjustment. Yasen Garden featured a strip of ground-floor businesses lining the street, housing several restaurants of various sizes. The establishment where her grandaunt was assisting was modestly scaled, named Asyong's Home Cooking, with the owner, Asyong, being an affable woman whose culinary offerings mirrored the comforting essence of home. Grandaunt, Lin Dongyu greeted her. Asyong vigorously wiped down a table, smiling as she exclaimed, I wondered who it was. So you are Lin Ling's niece, and you are truly beautiful. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Asyong ushered Lin Dongyu's grandaunt from the kitchen, saying, Your niece has arrived. So you need not toil any longer. You both should enjoy your meal. After some reluctant protests, Asyong firmly seated her grandaunt, feigning irritation. If you continue this way, I shall become quite upset. Lin Dongyu smiled and said, Aunt, please take a seat. The proprietress has shown great kindness. Only then did the aunt remove her apron, and the two began to order their meals. The aunt sighed, Xiuyu, one must always have something to do. You may see me busy, but time slips away, and I simply fall asleep as soon as my head touches the pillow. Lin Dongyu observed her keenly. The aunt was not wearing the clothes she had purchased for her. Instead, she donned the simplest round-neck t-shirt, with perspiration visible on her neck and back. Though her face was also damp, the frown had vanished, replaced by a deeper dimple that hinted at her joy. The aunt had discovered a way of life that belonged solely to her. Asyong brought the dishes to the table and remarked, Indeed, working here not only earns money, but also spares one from the disdain of serving those two at home without receiving a single penny. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu understood that the aunt had shared her circumstances with Asyong. As Asyong turned to leave, the aunt cast a cautious glance at Lin Dongyu and said, Xiuyu, please don't be angry. I mention this to Asyong because I believe she is a good person. Chapter 31. Reluctant to be a free nanny. Lin Dongyu rested her forehead in her hand and replied, I am not angry. The world is simply too complicated. I fear that if others learn about your situation, they might deceive you. That won't happen, I assure you. The aunt quickly waved her hand in dismissal. I have only told Asyong. She is very kind. Trust me. All right. I understand. Lin Dongyu comforted her, but please don't share this with anyone else, okay? She recognized the aunt's loneliness and saw that Asyong, being slightly younger, shared similar experiences, making it easy for them to converse. The aunt readily agreed, and they began to enjoy their meal. Upon returning home, Lin Dongyu rinsed the freshly washed grapes with clean water, placed them on the coffee table, and offered a few to the aunt. I bought these because they looked so fresh. Do have a taste. Lin Dongyu smiled and said, This is a token of respect for you, dear aunt. No price is too high. By the way, has cousin called? She inquired with concern, deliberately omitting any mention of her uncle to avoid upsetting the aunt. Lin Dongyu's expression darkened. The aunt had not been working, and the monthly allowance from Xiao Tao barely sufficed for her expenditures. She had very little money in hand. Xiao Nanan sought money from the aunt, specifically for the 2,000 yuan she had previously given her. When the aunt lived at home, that 2,000 was given without hesitation. Now that she was outside, why should she still be expected to provide this money? As a daughter, it was selfish not to care for her mother's feelings or inquire about her well-being, focusing solely on her own needs. Aunt, disregard her. Just stay here, and do not give her any money. Lin Dongyu urged. Your husband contributes nothing to household chores, and after all the effort you put into raising her, She shows no consideration for you. The aunt's situation could aptly be described as a form of widowhood in parenting. Throughout her life, Xiao Tao had been indifferent to anything beyond financial support. When Xiao Nanan fell ill, it was the aunt who vigilantly stayed at the hospital overnight, merely to save on the cost of nursing staff. At that time, Lin Dongyu was still quite young and unable to offer much assistance. Yet she was acutely aware of the aunt's hardships. It is all my fault. I cannot even earn affection from raising a daughter. The aunt pondered in confusion, questioning why things had turned out this way. From childhood to adulthood, she has spent an immeasurable amount of time with her daughter, far surpassing her husband, tending to her physical well-being and academic pursuits, only to be repaid with ingratitude. Lin Dongyu was at a loss for words. After all, they were family. She could only say, "Aunt, this is certainly not your fault. Some people simply do not understand gratitude." Xiao Nannan, indulgent and lazy, was solely focused on wealth. She remained oblivious to the hard work her aunt dedicated to her. Xiao Tao occasionally bestowed her with money and took her shopping for clothes, which delighted her immensely. Mo Chun had inquired and discovered that her uncle's monthly salary was variable, linked to product performance. The minimum was just over 10,000, and during prosperous times, it could reach 20 to 30,000, with year-end bonuses as well. So much! The aunt exclaimed in astonishment, then, with a look of confusion, added, "He told me that the economy has been poor these past few years, and he contributes less and less to the household. Each month he only gives me 3,000, instructing me to keep track of the expenses and to ask for more once it's depleted. In Haicheng, where living costs are high, 3,000 was hardly sufficient for a family that dined at home. After paying the utilities and property management fees, and with the expectation of quality meals for every meal, it could barely last half a month. Living hand-to-mouth was unbearable. Unfortunately, they lacked evidence. Aunt, have you thought it through? What do you plan to do next?" The aunt appeared to be swayed. Lin Dongyu continued, "But if things persist in this manner, it would be no different from divorce. You have devoted half your life to this family. There must be an explanation. We cannot let a cheating scoundrel off the hook." She seemed to adopt an ostrich mentality, reluctant to confront the reality of the situation. Chapter 32. Is it your partner? Seeing her aunt's gaze upon her, Lin Dongyu's heart softened, and she said, "There's no rush. For now, focus on being at ease. We will gradually find solutions to the remaining issues." "All right." Her aunt's face brightened, albeit sheepishly, as she said, "Siyu, please give me a little more time." "Aunt, live your life as you wish. You have wronged no one." Lin Dongyu encouraged her, emphasizing that her comfort was paramount. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he would still be working late. Lin Dongyu casually fabricated an excuse to prolong her stay, spending a little more time with her aunt. Before leaving Yasen Garden, she reminded her aunt to remember to use the door stopper. In her heart, Lin Dongyu acknowledged that Mo Chin was quite a good roommate. The discomfort she first felt upon meeting him had gradually dissipated. As heavy rain began to fall outside, it did not appear to be an opportune time for outings. Mo Chin arrived punctually and called Lin Dongyu, saying, "It's raining. I'll pick you up from the underground parking." "All right, thank you." On the weekend, Lin Dongyu did not need to don professional attire. She wore a loose-fitting beige tracksuit paired with white sneakers, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding youthful exuberance and vitality. Once in the car, she stole a few glances at Mo Chun and smiled. "I thought you'd be a workaholic in a shirt and tie even on weekends." Mo Chun's image as a business elite was deeply ingrained in her mind. He wore a light-colored polo shirt and jeans, topped with a black baseball cap, creating a relaxed yet stylish ambience. The key was Mo Chun chuckled and said, "Just as you don't wear professional attire on weekends, that is all for work requirements." Setting the navigation, Mo Chun remarked, "Let us listen to some music. Whom do you favor? The journey is long, and a bit of melody will alleviate any awkwardness." "I typically enjoy New Age," Lin Dongyu replied, "but for driving, jazz or blues seems more fitting." "Very well," Mo Chin said, pulling up a jazz playlist. The delightful melodies began to flow through the confined space, the sultry and languid female vocals mingling with the gentle patter of rain outside, creating an ambience that felt slightly suggestive. Lin Dongyu nervously fidgeted with her fingers, sensing she might have made a miscalculation. Mo Chin pressed a button on the steering wheel, transitioning to a lively Latin jazz track, instantly dissipating the previous tension. After driving for over half an hour towards Nanjing City, the sky suddenly brightened after crossing a large bridge. Lin Dongyu rolled down the window, inhaling the fresh air that followed the rain, believing it to be an auspicious sign. A message from teacher Chen arrived on WeChat, indicating she had arrived at the school ahead of time. Upon arrival, Lin Dongyu inquired, "Would you like to go inside? I can wait if you prefer." "Let us enter together. Consider it a stroll," Mo Chen suggested. Teacher Chen was waiting at the security booth by the entrance. Upon hearing the phone ring, She stepped out and, upon seeing the two, appeared momentarily taken aback. With a smile, she addressed Lin Dongyu. You must be Lin Dongyu? I had expected someone more seasoned. I did not anticipate such a young and beautiful cake artist. Lin Dongyu smiled back. Hello, Teacher Chen. Baking is merely a hobby of mine. I am here at the request of Tianshan's family. Mentioning Tianshan's name opened the floodgates for Teacher Chen, who exclaimed, She is such a lively child. The class's publicity committee member, beloved by both teachers and students. With a sigh, she lamented, It is such a grave illness she has. Just having entered her first year of high school. Lin Dongyu reassured her, I have spoken with her family, and they mentioned that the surgeon is a highly reputable doctor internationally. Everything will be fine. The three of them entered the school grounds together, and Teacher Chen asked, Is this your partner? You look remarkably well matched. How lovely that he accompanies you. Your bond is evident. As Teacher Chen was unaware of their actual relationship, the situation clearly exceeded the boundaries of their prior agreement. Chapter 33. Mission accomplished. Both of them were dressed in sporty attire, harmonizing in color, which likely led to Teacher Chen's misunderstanding. Mo Chen naturally wrapped an arm around Lin Dongyu's shoulders, his hand gently resting on her back as he smiled. You have a keen eye, Teacher Chen. We just married during the National Day holiday. His sudden closeness, infused with male charisma, caused Lin Dongyu's cheeks to flush. Fortunately, he released her shortly after. I knew it. I can always tell, Teacher Chen remarked with a smile. Your kindness in helping Tianshan, despite being strangers, will surely lead to her recovery. Under Teacher Chen's guidance, Lin Dongyu referenced the photos on her phone, comparing them to the cake she had previously prepared. As they walked through the campus, attentively absorbing its contours, the direction of the breeze, and observing the traces left on the playground. The campus was devoid of students during the weekend, missing the sounds of cheerful recitation as a gentle breeze swept through. She was entirely absorbed, immersed in her own world, while Teacher Chen and Mo Chen refrained from interrupting, accompanying her as she traversed the entire campus. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. Miss Lin, it's getting late. Allow me to treat you to lunch before you leave, Teacher Chen proposed. Tian is my student, and I was unable to visit her on the day of her surgery due to class. Now, please let me extend my hospitality. As they reached the school gate, they noticed several teenagers standing outside. Teacher Chen called out their names and inquired, What brings you here? The children excitedly explained that they had heard about Lin Dongyu's visit to the school and had gathered to check on Meng Tian. Teacher, we also wish to lend a hand. Gazing into their earnest eyes, Lin Dongyu suddenly conceived an idea and smiled. I actually have a task that requires your assistance. Upon hearing this, the children joyfully agreed. By the time Lin Dongyu and Mo Chen departed, it was already evening, significantly later than anticipated. With his hand resting on the steering wheel, Mo Chen turned to Lin Dongyu and asked, Is all your effort truly worthwhile? It matters not, Lin Dongyu replied, cradling a box in her arms, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Only in work does one need to consider the cost-benefit ratio. If life were the same, how dull it would be. The contents of the box were an unexpected treasure from her visit. I am immensely grateful to you for taking up so much of your time today. Lin Dongyu thought to herself, he may be reserved, but he is quite kind. Outside the car window, a garden-style sanatorium swiftly receded, and Mo Chen chose to remain silent, feeling such conversation unnecessary at that moment. Upon returning to Yuejing Yunj, night had fallen. She first placed the box in the refrigerator, then retrieved the design sketches for the cake, modifying them based on her observations from the day. Noticing her preoccupation, Mo Chen instructed a bodyguard to fetch dinner from Xie Hotel, ensuring she ate. As Lin Dongyu dined, her thoughts remained entangled with the cake-making process, rendering her somewhat distracted. She then began to prepare the cake layers. After completing all her tasks and placing the cake layers in the refrigerator, the clock on the wall had passed midnight. Mo Chen emerged from his study, stating, Get some rest. You can continue tomorrow. All right, Lin Dongyu replied, squatting in front of the refrigerator, smiling up at him. Why are you still awake? Mo Chen paused for a moment before responding, just looking at some things. Good night. Lin Dongyu yawned, quickly washed up, and snuggled into bed. The next day, she dedicated herself to crafting a miniature landscape cake. With the 15th day approaching, she had to deliver the cake by that evening. With Mo Chen absent, she focused intently on creating various fondant decorations, trimming the cake layers, and applying a chocolate glaze. Then meticulously adorning the cake with each piece. Lin Dongyu took out her phone, captured a picture, and sent it to Sheila, saying, Mission accomplished. Send me the hospital address. I am heading over now. Grabbing the cake box, she exited and hailed a ride. An hour later, she arrived at the entrance of a tertiary hospital's inpatient department, messaging Sheila to meet her at the flower bed below. Lin Dongyu? A clear male voice called from behind her. Chapter 34. The Battleground. Who are you? Lin Dongyu gazed at him in confusion, pondering how he knew her name. The man gestured towards the cake she was holding and said, Sheila.
Sheila?
Lin Dongyu was taken aback, having always assumed it was a girl's name. What's the matter? Sheila extended a hand towards her, introducing himself. I am Meng Xiao. Meng Tian's elder brother. It's nothing at all. Lin Dongyu hurriedly shook his hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment and deciding it was best not to mention this misunderstanding. Miss Lin, I am truly grateful for your assistance, Meng Xiao remarked as he led her into the hospital building. Meng Tian is scheduled for surgery tomorrow. She is feeling a bit anxious. Upon entering the ward, they found several of Meng Tian's family members keeping her company. Perhaps due to the impending surgery, the hospital had made an exception for multiple visitors. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Dongyu cautiously set the cake down on the small table beside the bed. Meng Tian was a sweet-faced girl whose delicate features had been drawn tight by illness. She held her breath, gazing at the exquisite cake before her, tears welling in her eyes as she reached out, as if to touch the very essence of her school and its surroundings. Meng Tian took the small cards, examining each one with care, alternating between laughter and tears. The cards contained heartfelt messages from her classmates. Meng Tian, do you remember the chair in front of the library? I made it. You must recover quickly, so we can study vocabulary there together. The basketball hoop I crafted. Don't you dare call it ugly. I did my best. Lin Dongyu quietly stepped outside. She had done all she could. Her presence was no longer necessary. Just as she reached the elevator, Meng Xiao caught up with her, saying, Miss Lin, allow me to accompany you. No need, you should spend more time with her. Meng Xiao insisted, you've done so much. I cannot let you leave alone. Unable to refuse, Lin Dongyu accompanied him to the hospital parking lot. Meng Xiao's car, a striking red muscle car, was quite at odds with his demeanor. Meng Tian was his youngest cousin, and their 12-year age gap made him particularly fond of this adorable little sister, having watched her grow up. He was a retired esports player, now a coach for an esports team. He had been unable to accompany Lin Dongyu to school the previous day due to a crucial match. Sheila was his gaming ID from his days as a player, a name he still used online. Meng Xiao did not leave immediately. He watched her until she disappeared through the entrance before igniting the engine and roaring away. Nearby, in a Bentley, the atmosphere was tense. Ajie, seated in the passenger seat, dared not breathe, wishing he could pretend he had seen nothing. What kind of intense scene was this? And in such an ostentatious sports car. The thought of his boss hiding his identity by only driving a modest electric vehicle in front of his wife made Ajie feel sympathy for him. Lin Dongyu exited her car at the community entrance, which also served as the necessary route for vehicles entering the underground parking lot. The Bentley came to a halt by the roadside upon noticing Lin Dongyu alighting from the vehicle. To evade the possibility of being spotted by Mo Chun, who was seated in the back, the driver momentarily paused. After a considerable interval, the driver nervously resumed the journey, preparing to proceed as initially intended. Ajie tensed up, relieved at his own quick wit, and promptly remarked, noted, boss.
Send it to me.
Upon receiving the license plate number, Mo Chin forwarded it to Lu Qi, stating, please assist me in investigating the owner of this vehicle. Chapter 35. A dependable niece, Lu Qi, was somewhat perplexed by the request to investigate a car owner, deeming it an unnecessary use of resources. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring further and swiftly relayed the gathered information to Mo Chin. The owner was identified as Meng Xiao, the coach of an esports team, a former esports star player known as Sheila, who still enjoyed a substantial fanbase as a streamer post-retirement. Mo Chun perused the details, his lips forming a near straight line. Age, 27, the same as Lin Dongyu. The streets of Haicheng were vibrant on this weekend, bustling with couples strolling hand in hand. Lin Dongyu placed the latest model of Mo's intelligent smartphone into a paper bag, exited the Yue residence, and took the subway towards Yasen Garden. Upon receiving a gift from Mo's company intended for the executives in the grand conference room of the Shu Group, she contemplated bestowing this smartphone upon her aunt. The phone she currently possessed was from 2 years prior, one she had grown accustomed to, rendering a replacement unnecessary. Her aunt's phone, on the other hand, was several years old, its screen cracked, and her eyesight was not the best. She had intended to present the phone to her aunt on Friday, but had forgotten before heading out. At Ah Xiang's home-cooked restaurant, she located her aunt, who, at this hour, was not busy with meals. Her aunt and Ah Xiang were seated outside, chatting while preparing vegetables. Upon spotting Lin Dongyu, Ah Xiang nudged her aunt with her elbow, chuckling, Linger, your niece has come to see you again. Her aunt wiped her hands on her apron and stood up, saying, Xiaoyu, you need not worry about me all the time. I'm doing just fine. On a weekend like this, you young ones should go out and enjoy yourselves. Lin Dongyu replied, I know, but I brought you a phone since I had nothing else to do today. As she spoke, Lin Dongyu retrieved the unopened phone box from her bag, placing it on the table to begin unwrapping it. Oh my, this must be quite expensive.
Xiang remarqued enviously.
Your niece is truly kind to you. My son mentioned this model costs over 10,000. He couldn't bring himself to purchase it. Is it really that costly? Her aunt quickly grasped Lin Dongyu's hand, saying, Xiaoyu, I can't use something so extravagant. You need it more for work. Although she was not employed, she understood that young people required certain items to maintain appearances in the outside world. What does it matter how expensive it is, as long as it's functional? Lin Dongyu insisted. Your phone is long overdue for a replacement. It just so happens that our company issued a new one, so I brought it for you. It's not something I purchased.
Just keep it,
urged Xiang. Your niece's heartfelt gesture is a wonderful thing.
With that,
she snatched her aunt's old phone and handed it to Lin Dongyu. With a smile, Lin Dongyu accepted the new phone, using the tools included in the box to transfer her aunt's SIM card from the old phone to the new one. After setting up the account and password, she handed the new device to her aunt, casually placing the old phone into her bag, and said, Aunt, I'll keep the old phone here as a backup. Auntie held her new phone, her lips trembling slightly as she turned away to discreetly wipe away a couple of tears. The most prudent decision she had ever made in her life was bringing her niece to stay by her side. After so many years, family was not as dependable as her niece. Once the phone was set up, Lin Dongyu joined them in preparing vegetables, engaging in light conversation from time to time. As mealtime approached, patrons began to enter the restaurant in succession. Lin Dongyu stood up and said, Auntie, I must take my leave now. I wouldn't want to impede the business of the owner. With her presence, Auntie felt obliged to attend to her. The restaurant run by Auntie and Xiang was rather small. Oh no, now that you're here, how could I let you leave on an empty stomach? Xiang insisted warmly. Just wait a moment. Let me cook you a couple of dishes, it will be quick. Auntie emerged with a frying spoon in hand. Glancing at her watch, she remarked, She is waiting for me. Then you should hurry. Don't keep her waiting, Auntie urged busily. Once outside the restaurant, Lin Dongyu strolled leisurely down the street, not having made plans, with Xu Yan. Not yet feeling hungry, she intended to indulge in some street snacks. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xu Yan. What a coincidence. As they say, speak of the devil. From now on, she must refrain from using others as excuses. Hello? Lin Dongyu answered the call. Dongyu, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up, Xu Yan exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Is something wrong? Lin Dongyu inquired, puzzled. Xu Yan, on the other end, sniffled. You know me well. Why would I go there? My father insists I go, so I have no choice but to seek you out. Will you accompany me? Chapter 36. Why is your husband with another woman? Lin Dongyu chuckled. As a wealthy second generation, if you can't manage, I certainly cannot. The Xu family, known as a prestigious clan in Haicheng with their century-old brand, represented a genuine aristocracy. I don't care, Xu Yan replied. Are you still considering me your good friend? Can you really stand by and do nothing? She was an anomaly among the wealthy second generation in Haicheng, having shown little interest in the family business since childhood. Instead, dedicating herself to crafting desserts. With her family's financial backing, she had transformed her dessert shop into a chain, and recently it had begun expanding nationwide. Where are you? Have you eaten? Hurry and send me your location. I'll have someone come get you now. Xu Yan bombarded her with questions, adding, Don't forget. I still remember you didn't invite me to your wedding. At the mention of this, Lin Dongyu felt a twinge of guilt and reluctantly agreed. The charity gala commenced at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the driver dispatched by Xu Yan arrived to escort Lin Dongyu to the Xu residence. A throng of people surrounded Xu Yan, styling her hair, trying on jewelry, and showcasing the evening gown. Xu Yan sat before the makeup mirror with a stern expression. Upon seeing Lin Dongyu arrive, a smile graced her face as she pointed to a stylist, saying, Darling, feel free to choose any dress or accessory. They're all the latest styles from this season, just received and untried by me. Their figures were similar, though Lin Dongyu was slightly taller, with a few alterations. She could wear the gown. I think I'll pass. Anything will suffice for me, Lin Dongyu replied. You are the star of the show, Xu Yan exclaimed. What star? I'm merely there to fill a spot. It is said that a returning artist donated a collection of renowned paintings, which led to this charitable gala. Have you had a meal yet? I'll have the butler bring something up. You should select your outfit first. The stylist led Lin Dongyu to the clothing rack, which displayed an exquisite array of over 10 evening gowns. Time was of the essence, so Lin Dongyu reluctantly chose the simplest design, a pure white evening dress. As Xu Yan's companion, she did not wish to overshadow her. After a light snack, Lin Dongyu sat before the mirror to apply her makeup. Xu Yan, with a hint of schadenfreude, observed her with a look of shared misfortune. Lin Dongyu arrived late, and her styling was simpler than Xu Yan's. The hairstylist let down her long hair, curling it into large waves, and secured one side with a diamond-encrusted hairpin, showcasing her graceful neck. The asymmetrical off-shoulder design revealed her porcelain-like skin, while a delicate golden chain adorned her exquisite collarbone, culminating in a lustrous pearl. How beautiful! Xu Yan applauded. Wearing professional attire every day truly conceals your beauty. Lin Dongyu awkwardly adjusted her neckline, responding, I have no occasions that require formal wear. But now you do. Xu Yan clapped her hands, and someone brought Lin Dongyu a creamy white handbag that complemented her dress. Looking down, Lin Dongyu recognized it as a luxury brand. Although not well-versed in high fashion, she understood that such items were often the latest seasonal collections, worth a considerable sum. Xu Yan, with all this, I might as well not be able to walk, Lin Dongyu lamented. She felt enveloped in a scent of affluence. Xu Yan chuckled, no worries. Just think of it as ordinary clothing and jewelry. It doesn't matter if it gets dirty or lost. No, I should be more careful and return everything in good condition, Lin Dongyu replied. As the Xu family's luxury car pulled up in front of the venue, the interior was ablaze with light, and numerous guests had already arrived. Let us wait a moment before entering, Xu Yan suggested as she checked her makeup in the mirror. We'll slip in quietly and leave discreetly, fulfilling the task my father assigned me. This gala was representative of the second-generation heirs of prominent families, with the older generation absent. Very well, Lin Dongyu agreed, without objection. Is this how the wealthy live? Lin Dongyu asked Xu Yan, slightly astonished. It's merely a small-scale charity event. Xu Yan closed the mirror and remarked, who could disagree? It's quite ostentatious, which is why I usually avoid such gatherings. As the time approached, the two alighted from the car and entered the venue, presenting their invitations to the doorman. The interior was opulent, with a string orchestra playing soothing melodies and crystal chandeliers refracting brilliant light. Amidst the fragrant ambience, guests engaged in hushed conversations. Xu Yan pulled Lin Dongyu directly to the buffet table, just as she was about to grab a white plate when she suddenly spotted someone near the stage. Her eyes widening. Dongyu! Dongyu! She tugged at Lin Dongyu's skirt, pointing at the figure. Is that your husband? What is he doing here?
No.
Why is he with another woman? Chapter 37. I am not married to him. Lin Dongyu focused her gaze and was astonished to see He Lijing. After the wedding banquet, she never saw him again and had no intention of reaching out to him. Their acquaintance stemmed from a blind date, and there were no feelings involved. However, He Lijing owed her that. If he did not wish to marry, he should have expressed it beforehand. She was not a woman desperate for marriage. To abandon the wedding at the last moment was utterly unmanly of He Lijing. As her close friend, Xu Yan was familiar with He Lijing and had even dined with him. So much had transpired last week that she had not yet found the opportunity to share this matter with Xu Yan. During the phone call over the National Day holiday, she had not clarified it either. What? Xu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Lin Dongyu. Did you not say you were married when I called you? Lin Dongyu placed several pieces of pastries onto her plate and led her to a corner of the banquet, saying, I am married, but not to him. She recounted the events of the wedding day, and Xu Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she listened. Once Lin Dongyu finished her account in one breath, she felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to keep the secret from her dear friend. Lin Dongyu retrieved 2 glasses of cocktails from a passing waiter's tray, handed one to Xu Yan, and took a small sip herself to moisten her dry throat. He must pay the price. Lin Dongyu nodded, just about to say something, when a commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing several people toward the main door. He Lijing and his female companion moved forward to greet the commotion. They had no intention of joining the fray, so they simply stood still. The first to enter were 2 rows of bodyguards, who parted the crowd to protect the individual in the center. Curious, Lin Dongyu glanced around. There were too many people, and she could only see the top of someone's head. Who is it? Such a grand entrance, she inquired of Xu Yan. Xu Yan stood on tiptoe to get a better view and said, the grand finale is always reserved for the big shots. My father mentioned that representatives from the MO group would be present tonight. It must be that mysterious president. She pouted slightly, adding, if it were otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted I attend. I am well aware of my father's intentions. The MO family seeks to acquire the Xu group, and my father hopes for me to approach that elusive leader of the MO family. If a marriage alliance could be forged, it would be ideal. This charity gala was attended by the second generation, akin to a revamped matchmaking banquet. Mo Chun was surrounded by a throng, exchanging polite pleasantries with acquaintances. Someone introduced Mr. Mo. This is the young artist Feng Qingyao, who has returned from overseas. The painting being auctioned today was donated by her. Fang Qingyao wore a pale blue chiffon gown, her hair loosely tied with a ribbon of the same hue, and her complexion bore an unhealthy pallor, making her particularly striking amid the sea of evening attire. She gazed at Mo Chun in astonishment, questioning, Mo Chun? How can this be? He holds such prominence. The heir of the Mo group attended the same public middle school as she did, and she only just discovered this today. Fang Qingyao felt a pang of regret. Had she known earlier, she would not have gone abroad. Had she capitalized on her relationship with Mo Chun, she might have been the young mistress of the Mo family by now. Do you know each other? Someone nearby inquired. Fang Qingyao soon regained her composure, offering a reserved smile as she remarked, we were classmates in middle school. Is there anyone who doesn't know? Back then, Mo was a legendary genius at No. 7 middle school, having skipped 2 grades. Is that so? It turns out that Mr. Mo was a top student in his youth, excelling from a young age. Truly impressive. Number 7 middle school produces remarkable talents. Just look at how outstanding both Miss Fang and Mr. Mo are. Li Jing found himself pushed to the periphery of the crowd, watching Fang Qingyao and Mo Chun amidst the throng, his face turning pale with envy. Once again, history seemed to repeat itself. During their school days, Fang Qingyao had been the belle of number 7, while he served as class president, a pair widely recognized as a couple. However, with Mo Chun's arrival, he had stolen the spotlight and Fang Qingyao's gaze shifted entirely to him, leaving Li Jing to retreat in silence. Years had passed, yet he never anticipated witnessing a similar scene unfold once more. Yao Yao, he urged, squeezing his way through the crowd to speak to Fang Qingyao, the auction is about to start. Let us move ahead. Fang Qingyao cast a gentle smile at Mo Chun and replied, we shall reminisce after it concludes. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Aji scanned the room with a vigilant gaze and spotted Lin Dongyu in a corner, his form momentarily frozen. Chapter 38. So, eager for marriage? Mr. Mo. The young lady is over there, Aji whispered. Mo Chun's eyes narrowed. What is she doing here? She has a date with Meng Xiao this afternoon. And now she appears at a matchmaking event, all dressed up so exquisitely. Is she truly that eager for marriage? Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough that Lin Dongyu had not noticed him. His presence was sufficient for this occasion. There was no need to linger. Mo Jingwei, just in his 4th year of university, was already interning at a hotel under the Mo Corporation. Mo Chun had brought him along to introduce him to social settings. Feeling a bit uneasy at his older brother's instructions, Mo Jingwei inquired, as long as I like it, right? I'm worried about overbidding. Mo Chun chuckled. Do not fear the price. Bid as you please, as long as it is within 10 million. With that, he turned and, under the protection of his bodyguards, exited through a side door into the garden of the clubhouse. Inside, the auction commenced in earnest. Xu Yan, recalling her father's instructions, set down her plate and pulled Lin Dongyu to stand amidst the crowd. Dedicated to her friend's request, Lin Dongyu attentively listened to the auctioneer's introduction. Fang Qingyao's oil paintings primarily depicted architectural landscapes characterized by vibrant colors that fused impressionism and abstract styles, with a unique brushstroke that indeed showcased exceptional talent. However, Lin Dongyu felt that none were suitable to hang in Xu Yan's dessert shop. Perhaps you should open an American-style cafe instead, she jested. That would be more fitting. Am I out of my mind? Opening a store just for painting? Xu Yan waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I want to even consider its suitability for display. Then bid for what you like, Lin Dongyu encouraged. All right, I shall wait for you here, Xu Yan replied. Pushing open the colorful glass door connecting the clubhouse to the garden, a breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus, with street lamps hidden along the path. Compared to the opulence indoors, this serene setting felt remarkably tranquil. The sound of a fountain echoed nearby as Lin Dongyu walked along the winding path. Halfway along, she heard a woman's voice say, I never expected to see you again. How have you been all these years? Mo Chun leaned against a tree, his hands tucked into his pockets, languidly observing Fang Qingyao before him. He heard footsteps approaching but paid them no mind. Those who attended such a soiree were, like Xu Yan, either affluent or of noble lineage, existing in a realm far removed from his own. Aji and the 2 bodyguards concealed in the shadows exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Should the young mistress take another step forward, they would be compelled to intervene. An act no one wished to undertake. Back at the auction, Xu Yan had accomplished her mission, successfully acquiring a painting she adored. Let us depart, she said, linking arms with Lin Dongyu. Shall we not linger a while longer? Lin Dongyu inquired. Did you not mention that President Xu encouraged you to meet more people? We are leaving. I am not in the business myself, so I shall leave such matters to my second brother. Lin Dongyu naturally had no objections, as she needed to return to work the following day, and it was already quite late. In terms of qualifications, He Lijing was not yet worthy of being present at this charity gala. He appeared in the capacity of a benefactor to Fang Qingyao. She refrained from confronting him at the auction, for her role was that of Xu Yan's companion. Causing a disturbance would only bring embarrassment to the Xu family. Understanding her intentions, Xu Yan grasped her hand and assured her, "Rest easy. Since he dares to appear so brazenly, I shall ensure he faces the consequences." Chapter 39. A messy situation. Do not be so courteous. You may keep these for yourself. Xu Yan dismissed the matter with a wave, as luxury items held little significance for her. That is not acceptable, Lin Dongyu replied earnestly. I am not befriending you for your possessions. Noticing her seriousness, Xu Yan quickly apologized. I was mistaken. There is no rush. Just bring them next time we meet. And do not forget, you still owe me a meal. Bring along Mr. Mo as well. Lin Dongyu sighed. You know we are not truly married. What does that matter? Consider it an opportunity to make another friend. After removing her makeup, Lin Dongyu carefully returned the clothes and jewelry borrowed from Xu Yan. The two departed early, as the charity gala at the club was still in full swing, providing an excellent networking opportunity for the younger generation present. Knowing Lin Dongyu had left, Mo Chun felt no urgency. Now, he found himself intrigued by a former classmate. Mo Jingwei had completed his task and approached Mo Chun, presenting the album with details of the paintings he had acquired. No problem. Well done, Mo Chun encouraged. Glancing at He Lijing, who was stationed near Fang Qingyao, he strode over and remarked, Class monitor, it has been a long time. He Lijing was now in a state of conflict. He had not anticipated that what he thought was merely a talented commoner, Mo Chen, was in fact the president of the Mo Corporation. How could he compete? From a business perspective, he should leverage their old classmate relationship to forge connections, yet he felt a strong sense of indignation. To his surprise, Mo Chen took the initiative to approach him. Long time no see, He Lijing extended his hand, forcing a smile. President Mo, I hope to count on your guidance in the future. However, Mo Chen ignored his outstretched hand, studying him for a few seconds before stating, Class monitor, your feelings towards Fang classmate remain unchanged. He paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Qingyao, and remarked, I wonder if Fang knows of the immense sacrifices you've made for him. He Lijing's heart sank. Could it be? The esteemed head of the Mo family could not possibly be aware of his affairs. Fang Qingyao looked at him and inquired, Qing, what have you done? He Lijing stammered, his complexion shifting from red to pale, unable to respond. Were it not for Mo Chen's imposing presence nearby, he could have easily concocted a lie to deflect the question. However, the pressure exerted by Mo Chen was too formidable for him to dare. Mo Chen slowly spoke, eloping. Quite a significant sacrifice, wouldn't you agree? Fang Qingyao swayed slightly on her feet, her disbelief evident as she stared at He Lijing, exclaiming, You kept something so monumental for me? A crowd had gathered around the trio, and upon hearing this sensational revelation, they began to murmur amongst themselves. I thought they were a perfect match. Who would have guessed it involved the sacrifice of another? Indeed, they appeared well-suited. Both were poised to marry. Yet Miss Fang claimed ignorance. Was that truly plausible? Playing the innocent while knowing full well how things stood. Such a young artist, a pristine lotus in a prosperous era. The onlookers, all from distinguished families, held little regard for women who played the role of the third party, their words cutting and merciless. Fang Qingyao's aspirations to penetrate the upper echelons of Haiqing through the charity gala faced an untimely setback. Mo Chen, having emerged victorious, left behind a trail of chaos. In his mind, Aji pondered, is the boss avenging the young mistress? Inside, He Lijing grasped Fang Qingyao's wrist, his expression wrought with anguish. Yao Yao, you must believe me. For all these years, you have been the sole occupant of my heart. Let go of me. Fang Qingyao broke free and looked at him, saying, He Lijing, let me be clear, I have always regarded you as a brother, never with any other intention. If I have done something to mislead you, I apologize. Her beauty was striking, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking sympathy from many onlookers. Never mind, never mind. It appears Miss Fang truly was unaware. The gala was drawing to a close. Miss Fang, may I escort you? Fang Qingyao covered her face, nodding vaguely before entering one of the luxury cars and departing in haste. Yao Yao, you cannot treat me this way. He Lijing shouted after her. For her sake, he had forsaken his marriage, only to become the subject of ridicule in Haiqing's high society. Chapter 40. Perhaps it's time to change the course. Progress was being made in the research for the new project, and Yao Qi's desire to follow through remained fervent. Lin Dongyu applied for a transfer to headquarters. On her first day at the factory, Yao Qi unleashed a torrent of complaints to Lin Dongyu. General Manager, you have no idea. Deng Wenkuan is like a rabid dog. snapping at anyone in sight. The entire brand center is filled with his tirades. The insults he hurls are so crude I can hardly repeat them. Seeing her vivid depiction, Lin Dongyu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Is it really that exaggerated? He seemed fine when I was around. What are you talking about? That was all an act." Yao Qi retorted with disdain. Now he thinks he is the big boss, no longer pretending, barking orders and reprimanding everyone, as if he alone is the most capable. As October commences, it marks the busiest period of the year. It is only in Lin Dongyu's absence that Deng Wenkuan begins to feel the weight of pressure. Lin Dongyu waves his hand and says, "Let's not discuss him any further. Have you completed the compilation of the research data? What are your thoughts?" While at the headquarters, Yao Qi primarily managed public relations and public sentiment. However, similar to Lin Dongyu, the current perfume project has yet to reach that stage. Lin Dongyu intends to cultivate her as his assistant. Yao Qi nods and states, among the thousands of quantitative reports, one conclusion stands out. Women are willing to spend a modest amount of money to enhance their living environment, akin to buying flowers for their own delight. Lin Dongyu replies, "Indeed, this is a shared trait of prosperous times. In ancient times, people utilized fragrant sachets and spices, and the modern era is no exception. Since we lack competitiveness in the perfume market, let us explore a different avenue. Home fragrances, flameless diffusers, and solid perfumes are just beginning to emerge." Yao Qi's eyes light up as she exclaims, "I understand. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable." Lin Dongyu smiles and says, "Our Shu family is a century-old brand. We can integrate traditional culture into our approach. Based on this idea, you will host a meeting to conduct more detailed qualitative research, and I expect to see your proposals." "Yes." Yao Qi playfully salutes and assures, "I will guarantee the completion of the task. Working under you, Mr. Lin, is truly delightful. You provide direction and insight, allowing me to focus on execution." Yao Qi hums a tune as she departs. Watching her leave, Lin Dongyu continues to sift through a substantial pile of quantitative reports. The direction she has summarized appears effortless, yet it is built upon extensive groundwork and contemplation. While a single quantitative report may lack significant reference value, it occasionally yields delightful surprises. Suddenly, her phone rings. It is Xu Yan. "Mr. Lin," she teases, "my dear busy bee. May I ask if you have a moment to meet with your little sister?" Lin Dongyu chuckles at her antics. "My dear Miss Xu, please, spare me the jest. You promised me a meal. It's been ages, and you still haven't delivered." Lin Dongyu, feeling a slight headache, rubs his forehead and says, "Meeting for a meal is quite simple. I could come to see you right now. However, since you insist on bringing Emo-chan along, I find myself at a loss." "How could that be? Don't you live together? You see each other all the time. Don't tell me you can't arrange a meeting," Xu Yan responds. Her curiosity about the man who comes to her best friend's aid in times of need bubbling to the surface. There has been no communication, no phone calls. As if he had never existed. They had seemed to interact normally at one time. Nevertheless, Lin Dongyu does not dwell on it. After all, they are not truly married. And Emo-chan has mentioned that he has not been home much this month. It is only when Xu Yan inquires that she realizes the two have inadvertently lost contact. "Call him?" Xu Yan suggests. "You don't have his phone number?" "I do," but Lin Dongyu hesitates for a moment and says, "I'm not exactly anyone significant to him. Calling out of the blue would be rather strange, wouldn't it?" Xu Yan thinks for a moment and offers an excuse. "Just tell him you want to buy a rowing machine for your home and ask if he thinks that's a good idea. I recall you mentioning last year your desire to purchase a rowing machine, but the limited space of Yasong Garden hindered that aspiration." After ending the call, Lin Dongyu opened her contacts and lingered over Emo-chan's name for several moments before finally dialing. Chapter 41. The private domain of the rotating restaurant. "Hello?" The call was swiftly answered, and Emo-chan's voice resonated with a certain gravitas. Perhaps due to the time apart, Lin Dongyu instinctively adopted a more formal address. "Call me Emo-chan," he replied. "What brings you to contact me?" His tone bore an air of detachment, prompting Lin Dongyu to swallow nervously before she complied. "Emo-chan, I wish to discuss something with you. There's an e-commerce event next month, and I found a rowing machine that I would like to place on the balcony." "That's fine. How much should I transfer to you?" Lin Dongyu was taken aback. Initially, she intended merely to seek his approval since the residence belonged to him. The situation now felt reminiscent of a married couple, a wife selecting a piece of home fitness equipment and consulting her husband for financial support. Shaking her head, she dismissed the unwarranted comparison and quickly replied, "No need. I've always wanted to buy one. It's just that my previous place lacked space. As long as you don't mind, I will purchase it myself." Emo-chan fell silent, the initial cheerfulness from her call dissipating entirely. Did she truly insist on maintaining such a clear boundary between them? "Understood," he said, preparing to end the call when Lin Dongyu interjected, "Wait, there's one more thing. Go ahead, he responded, oblivious to the slight upward curve of his lips. My friend is aware that I got married during the National Day holiday and insists we invite her to dinner. I shared the details with her, and she wishes to express her gratitude to you. Lin Dongyu hurriedly added, if you prefer not to, I can inform her. Are you close friends? Mo Chin inquired. Yes. We were university classmates and have since become good friends. Very well. When do you plan to arrange this? To her surprise, he agreed with such decisiveness that Lin Dongyu had yet to consider the timing. I will check with her and let you know if that is all right. Sounds good. After hanging up, Lin Dongyu found herself momentarily stunned. Did he agree so readily? It felt uncharacteristic of him. Seizing the day, she opted to set it for this evening. She called Xu Yan, are you free tonight? Mo Chun has agreed. Really? That's wonderful. Xu Yan exclaimed. I am available, of course. As the boss. Her schedule was flexible. What do you feel like eating? Lin Dongyu responded, this is my treat, so it must be what you desire. Lin Dongyu chuckled. You keep insisting it wasn't a proper wedding banquet. Why are you still hung up on it? But I haven't seen you in a wedding dress. You promised to be my bridesmaid. After confirming Mo Chun was indeed free for the evening, Lin Dongyu called the restaurant to make a reservation. Yes, for 7 o'clock. 3 people, preferably by the window. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, but all small tables are fully booked for tonight. Would you consider a private room instead? I will think it over. Lin Dongyu added Mo Chun and Xu Yan to a WeChat group, informing them about the reservation and seeking their opinions. Xu Yan replied, I have no objections. Anything works for me. Although it's a pity to miss the night view since we're not by the window, the private room ambience is quite pleasant. 10 minutes later, Mo Chun mentioned, I've arranged for a friend to secure a window-side table on the 2nd floor. Lin Dongyu responded, that's wonderful. Thank you. Xu Yan then queried, how come I wasn't aware that the revolving restaurant has a 2nd floor? Lin Dongyu speculated, perhaps it's a newly opened area? Securing a reservation there is indeed fortunate. Thank you, Mo Chun. At 6 o'clock, in the revolving restaurant, the manager and head waiter were particularly anxious. Having thoroughly inspected every corner of the establishment, with the kitchen and menu being of utmost importance, the 2nd floor had always existed but had never been open to the public. It was Mo Chen's private domain and the finest spot in the entire city for a night view. Aji arrived early and inspected the route Mo Chen would take, reassuring the manager, no need to be nervous, just provide your usual service. The boss prefers to keep a low profile and not disturb other diners. The manager understood perfectly. The scenario depicted on television, where a domineering CEO books the entire restaurant, seemed childish and unrealistic. The first to arrive were Xu Yan and Lin Dongyu. Recently, Mo Lexi had been discussing topics with editors of the magazine, while Lin Dongyu commuted by public transport, and Xu Yan had her driver bring her directly to the restaurant. The head waiter approached, saying, Miss Lin, this way please. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Xu Yan marveled, it's so beautiful. The 2nd floor continued the restaurant's Baroque decor. Exquisite and elegant without being ostentatious. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, they beheld the dazzling night view of the city. The 2nd floor was small, with no other seating. By the window stood a rectangular table draped in deep green cloth, adorned with a brass candlestick at its center, all arranged with more sophistication than the hall below. Miss Lin, shall we order now? The head waiter inquired. Lin Dongyu replied, I have another friend. We will wait for him to order together. Soon Mo Chen arrived. Lin Dongyu introduced them, and Xu Yan was the first to speak. Thank you for taking care of our Dongyu. You're welcome, he replied, concealing her surprise with the menu. Xu Yan leaned towards Lin Dongyu and whispered, why didn't you tell me he's incredibly handsome? He could easily make a living off his looks. Lin Dongyu playfully kicked her and said, be serious. Though it was their first meeting, Mo Chen immediately recognized Xu Yan as the companion of Lin Dongyu from the charity gala. After ordering, Mo Chen handed the menu to the head waiter, inquiring about their preferences before ordering a bottle of ice wine suitable for ladies, stating, it's my treat. How charming. Xu Yan's heart raced as she gazed at Mo Chen and asked, Mr. Mo, I had no idea the revolving restaurant had a 2nd floor. How did you manage to make a reservation? Mo Chen replied nonchalantly, I have a close friend. Clearly, he did not wish to delve further into the topic. Lin Dongyu tugged at Xu Yan's sleeve and whispered, why are you asking so much? I'll explain later. Xu Yan's face radiated excitement. The appetizers were served promptly, and as time passed, the restaurant slowly rotated, transforming the view outside into a dazzling carnival of lights, a sight to behold. The dishes at Xia have always been consistently delightful, accompanied by the gentle clinking of cutlery on the table. After finishing her steak, Xu Yan contentedly patted her belly and remarked, indeed, the steaks here in the country suit my palate far better. The head waiter approached to clear the plates and brought forth the desserts. Xu Yan with a curious gaze watched as Mo Chen elegantly sliced a small piece of cake with his spoon. Mr. Mo, may I inquire about your position within the Mo family? Xu Yan, a distinctive heiress, seldom mingled within the upper echelons of Haiqing society. Yet, her upbringing had endowed her with a discerning eye, and her instincts suggested that Mo Chen's demeanor hinted at a lineage far from ordinary. Lin Dongyu, uncertain whether Xu Yan would divulge her true identity, interjected with a smile. As I mentioned over the phone, Xu Yan is my university classmate and now operates a dessert shop named Blossoms in due time.
Oh.
Mo Chen replied mildly, Miss Xu. Being so young and managing to establish a successful chain of dessert shops must certainly be aided by your family support? Lin Dongyu lowered her gaze, startled by Mo Chen's keen perception. Unfazed, Xu Yan shrugged and said, Mr. Mo, you are correct. My father is the chairman of the Xu Corporation. I've heard that the Mo Group is interested in acquiring the Xu family business. I wonder if you have any insider information? You share the surname Mo. What is your relation to the Mo Group? Mo Chen regarded her with a calm expression and replied, a blood relation.
Ah.
I knew it. Xu Yan beamed. To achieve such a high position at the Mo Group at your young age, you must be a relative of the Mo family. Otherwise, it would be improbable. Lin Dongyu found her persistence amusing. Why had she suddenly become so competitive? Mo Chen had deduced her status as the Xu family's eldest daughter, and in her defiance, she countered that he too must be a relative of the Mo family to reach such heights. However, Lin Dongyu glanced at Mo Chen. Realizing that he indeed was related to the Mo family, his silence was likely a matter of pride. Suddenly, Xu Yan's phone rang. Little sister, guess where I am? It was her older brother, Xu Weixian. How would I know? Stop teasing, and just tell me. Really? Xu Yan stood and walked to the other side of the second floor, leaning against the curved railing overlooking the hall. What a coincidence. I'm here too. Where are you? I didn't see you. Mo Chen, overhearing her conversation, gently placed his napkin on the table and stood up, saying, I'll make a trip to the restroom. Xu Weixian, the heir cultivated by the Xu family, had received Mo Chen's business card at a charity gala. Chapter 43, Fortuitous Encounters. When Xu Yan returned with Xu Weixian, Mo Chen was no longer at the table. Hello. Miss Lin, what a delightful coincidence. Xu Weixian smiled, clearly familiar with his sister's close friend. Indeed, quite serendipitous, Lin Dongyu replied. I've been trying to arrange this meal with Yan Yan for over half a month, and it happened to fall on today. Brother, do sit with us. We've nearly finished eating, Xu Yan invited. Xu Weixian glanced at the table, where 3 sets of utensils lay, and remarked, No, you still have friends here. It would be inappropriate for me to stay. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your conversation. Upon seeing him turn to depart, Xu Yan inquired, Oh, where is Mr. Mo? I was hoping to introduce him to my second brother. Mo Chen acknowledged his familial ties to the Mo family, and Xu Yan, contemplating the acquisition matter, wished to contribute to her family's efforts. In her perception, Mo Chen held a significant position within the Mo family. Lin Dongyu chuckled, saying, Let us focus on the meal. Avoid discussing business matters. Perhaps Mo Chen is merely avoiding your second brother. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently spoken the truth. After some thought, Xu Yan agreed. Having remained distanced from the family enterprise for years, she found herself uncertain about how to lend her support. It was perhaps best to leave the complexities to her father and second brother. The bodyguard stationed at the entrance of the spiral staircase was prepared to notify them should anyone ascend. After dinner, Lin Dongyu declared, This meal is on me, so please remain seated. She flashed a smile at Mo Chen, adding, Thanks to your Mo Group, I possess a dining voucher here. Mo Chen, maintaining his composure, felt an inexplicable surge of joy, pondering the whereabouts of that smartphone, which he had yet to see Lin Dongyu use. She must have intended to gift it to someone. Raising his glass of ice wine, he signaled, Since I've been drinking, I cannot drive, and will need to call for a designated driver. You may leave without concern for me. If he were to descend now, he would inevitably encounter Xu Weixian. Xu Yan, eager to converse with Lin Dongyu, tugged at her arm, saying, We shall take our leave then. Mr. Mo, until next time. Passing through the lobby on the first floor, the two greeted Xu Weixian before heading outside. Exiting the revolving restaurant, they traversed a rooftop garden to access the direct elevator leading to the underground garage of the Sia Hotel. On this late October evening, a slight chill lingered in the air, and the neatly trimmed flora swayed gently in the breeze. The low-alcohol ice wine had a honeyed sweetness. Both had indulged in several glasses and felt a mild inebriation. Xu Yan playfully urged Lin Dongyu to quicken their pace, exclaiming, Ah, what a delightful evening. Lin Dongyu, slightly exasperated, replied, Are you perhaps intoxicated? Nonsense, Xu Yan waved dismissively. How could ice wine get me drunk? Let me tell you, your romantic fortune is on the horizon. What do you mean? Lin Dongyu steadied her, urging her to watch her step. I mean Mo Chun. He must like you. Otherwise, why would he join us for dinner? He is handsome and possesses charm, far superior to that He Lijing by 1,000-fold. While you are both single, seize this opportunity, miss it. And you shan't find another chance. Lin Dongyu was bemused, pondering why those around her were so eager to pair them off. Those ignorant of the situation could be excused. But even the informed seemed complicit. First it was Mo Lexi, and now Xu Yan had joined the fray. Xu Yan, clearly a bit tipsy, spoke loudly enough for the bodyguard, Aji, trailing behind, to overhear. In his mind, he fervently agreed. Indeed, the boss is far superior to that He Lijing. Lin Dongyu, however, interjected, Mo Chun is simply well-mannered.
We just don't have that spark.
Lin Dongyu had forgotten that her initial impression of Mo Chun was that he was an impolite man. She pushed open the glass door leading to the elevator hall and inquired, could you please call the driver and ask where he is? There is no rush. However, Xu Yan was not paying attention at all. She looked at Lin Dongyu, burped from the alcohol, and said, by the way, I seem to have forgotten to tell you that Shushi has terminated its collaboration with Xinmei. Xinmei Public Relations is the company owned by He Lijing.
What?
Lin Dongyu was genuinely taken aback. She had met He Lijing through a matchmaking event, but prior to that, she had maintained a long-term partnership with Xinmei during her time at Shushi's brand center. Xinmei was the best in Haiching for public opinion monitoring, and Shushi had subscribed to their monthly service. As one of the many third-party providers for Shushi, Xinmei's services had always been reliable. Thus, even if He Lijing had fled from the wedding, Lin Dongyu had never considered seeking revenge. Chapter 44. Intoxicated. Xu Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at her and proclaimed a rather dramatic line. Those who dare to bully my woman must pay the price. Lin Dongyu covered her face, wanting to send a facepalm emoji at that moment. She took Xu Yan's phone, unlocked the screen, found the driver's number, and dialed. Drunk individuals often display various behaviors, and Xu Yan clearly belonged to the unruly type. During the brief descent in the elevator, Lin Dongyu broke into a sweat trying to prevent Xu Yan from pressing every floor button. No need. In the back seat of the car, Xu Yan flailed her arms and insisted, don't listen to her. First, take us home to Dongyu. As she spoke, she attempted to get out of the car, but was firmly held back by Xu Yan. How about calling your second brother? Lin Dongyu suggested. No. Xu Yan hugged her tightly, nuzzling against her. I don't want my second brother to come. Just take you first. The driver suppressed a laugh and said, Miss Lin, we'll take you first. Lin Dongyu felt helpless. At that moment, Xu Yan had transformed into an octopus, making it impossible for her to leave the car. After returning to Yuejing Yunjia, Lin Dongyu took a shower. With a face mask on, she walked into the living room to pour herself a glass of water. Mo Chun was sitting on the sofa, without the overhead lights on. Only after Lin Dongyu filled her glass did he speak up. Did you drink too much tonight? Lin Dongyu was startled. Her hand trembled, and she spilled most of the water in her cup. Her first reaction was relief. Thankfully, she had developed the habit of wearing loungewear instead of a nightgown. Be careful. Mo Chun had not anticipated startling her and quickly rose to steady her arm, taking the glass from her and placing it on the coffee table. A visible puddle formed on the smooth, clean tiles, and Mo Chun stared at it for a moment, unsure of what to do. All his household experience came from Lin Dongyu. Lin Dongyu patted her chest to calm herself and said, I can handle this. Such a small spill doesn't require the cleaning robot. She went out to the living balcony to fetch a flat mop and clean the spill. With a face mask on, she was cautious while mopping, ensuring it did not fall off. Mo Chun stood nearby, finding her adorably charming.
Thank you, I'm fine.
As Lin Dongyu reminisced about Xu Yan's drunken concern for her, a blissful smile graced her lips. She recounted how Xu Yan had defended her, stating, I never intended to seek revenge. I merely desire a fair resolution. Our acquaintance began through an arranged meeting, devoid of any emotional foundation. I am simply infuriated by his utter irresponsibility. This encapsulated Lin Dongyu's genuine sentiments. Mo Chun, casting his gaze downward, learned this evening that Lin Dongyu had met He Lijing through a matchmaking arrangement. He had assumed they were a typical couple progressing towards marriage. His expression softened as he remarked, speaking of Xinmei, the Mo Corporation has ties with them. The implication was clear to Lin Dongyu. In a flurry, she hastily removed her facial mask and grasped Mo Chen's wrist, exclaiming no. The mere thought of the Xu Yan group already weighed heavily on her conscience, and with the Mo Corporation's involvement, Xinmei could swiftly descend from being the most influential public relations firm in Haiching to an ordinary company. The light filtering through the window intertwined with the soft glow of the wall lamp, creating an enchanting atmosphere. For a fleeting moment, Lin Dongyu found herself dazed. Her cheeks flushed as she instinctively retreated. How could she forget that he was an unattached man? The presence of a single man and woman in a room necessitated caution. Mo Chun's deep-set eyes met hers. Chapter 45. Fear not, for I am here. Lin Dongyu leaned against the wall and, with a decisive motion, turned on the living room's bright overhead light. The illumination dispelled all ambiguity. I apologize for my impulsiveness, she said, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. He Lijing's decision to flee from marriage is a personal betrayal towards me. Terminating our partnership with Xinmei would adversely affect the entire company's staff. I cannot speak for others, but at least the representative I liaise with is diligent and responsible. A reduction in the company's operational scale would inevitably lead to layoffs, primarily affecting the employees. What impact would this have on He Lijing himself? Shaking her head, she continued, to be honest, it does bring me a sense of satisfaction to see him suffer. However, bearing the weight of others' fates is far too burdensome. There's no need to burden myself with guilt. Originally, she had intended to discuss this matter with Xu Yan the following day. But since Mo Chun had brought it up, she felt compelled to express her thoughts. Moreover, despite your connection to the Mo family, achieving this would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Lin Dongyu shook her head once more, stating, debts can be repaid, but favors are much more challenging to settle. She gazed at Mo Chun, saying, Mo Chun, I am unwilling for you to incur such a significant obligation on my behalf. Seeing her sincerity left Mo Chun momentarily speechless, and in that instant, he felt a pang of guilt for his own concealment. Very well, he nodded. I understand. Ever since she departed from the Shuyan group, receiving late-night calls had become a rarity. Who could it be? Xiao Tao's words had been particularly harsh, accusing her of neglecting her family, abandoning her spouse and child for indulgence. Do not worry, came the response. Yes, indeed. Auntie, what should I do now? If divorce truly occurs, after living most of my life, I will end up with nothing. Fear not, for I am here. Regardless of what transpires tomorrow, the sun shall rise as usual. Would you not agree? Indeed. Auntie spoke these words once more, wiping away her tears. I understood. I would sleep well. After hanging up, Lin Dongyu leaned against the wall, gazing silently at the ceiling above. Regarding Auntie's predicament, all I felt was sympathy, coupled with frustration and anger. How could such a man exist? He had strayed yet confronted his wife with audacity. She murmured to herself, what a despicable person. Mo Chun suddenly interjected, evil knows no gender or age. Lin Dongyu turned to him and asked, could you do me a favor? I want to know if Xiao Tao is really on a business trip tomorrow. No problem. Mo Chun readily agreed, adding, it's late. You should get some rest and stop worrying. I'll arrive at the company early and find out. I'll let you know. Thank you, Lin Dongyu replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. To resolve Auntie's marital crisis, they were too passive and needed an opportunity. This was her last thought before sleep, yet she did not anticipate that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. When she received Mo Chen's message, she was reviewing a product feasibility study. The fourth quarter is not typically a prime hiring period, yet fortune smiled upon her as she found a highly reliable product manager through a headhunter. Concerning this report, the product manager was exceptionally competent. Her phone chimed, and as Lin Dongyu looked down, a notification appeared. Xiao Tao is not on a business trip. He has taken 5 days of annual leave. Annual leave? How suspicious. Lying aside, the end of the year is the busiest time across all industries. As the production manager at MOS Technology, why would he suddenly request annual leave? Such leave must be challenging to approve. At the headquarters of MO Group, Gao Boming inquired, Mo, is there something amiss with Xiao Tao? Given Mo Chen's rank, it was unlikely he would even notice a mere manager. However, recalling the boss's extensive grassroots experience, Gao Boming speculated that perhaps Mo had stumbled upon something. Otherwise, it was improbable he would have instructed him to investigate this matter earlier in the month, only to revisit it now regarding something as trivial as salary and annual leave. Chapter 46. I have a plan. Well, he does have some issues, Mo Chen conceded without denial, saying, keep an eye on him. Report anything directly to me. Gao Boming left, perplexed. Why would a manager in a subsidiary require direct orders from the CEO to monitor him? This annual leave seemed somewhat peculiar, yet not alarming. Within MO Group, countless individuals held equivalent positions. Nonetheless, since the boss had given such instructions, there must be a reason behind it. After receiving Mo Chen's message, Lin Dongyu did not immediately share it with Auntie. They sat together on the sofa, and Lin Dongyu took her hand, saying, Auntie, I need to tell you something. Please don't overreact. What is it? Auntie asked, visibly anxious. Mo Chen informed me that uncle is not on a business trip. He has taken annual leave. Not on a business trip? Auntie repeated, bewildered, before suddenly realizing. She broke down in tears, crying, he must be with that woman. There could be no other explanation. What could possibly warrant him deceiving both his wife and the company? Lin Dongyu embraced Auntie, allowing her to express her emotions freely. At this moment, no amount of comforting words seemed to bear any weight. As the sobs of the elder aunt gradually subsided, Lin Dongyu wrung out a warm towel and handed it to her, saying, "Please wipe your face. Let us devise a plan together." Given the certainty of Xiao Tao's involvement with that woman, this presented the perfect opportunity. What can we do? I have no idea where he has gone. The elder aunt lamented, her spirit crushed. Let us check his social media, Lin Dongyu suggested. Xiao Tao had always been rather self-satisfied, accustomed to flaunting his whereabouts online. As the two opened WeChat, they discovered that Xiao Tao had not posted any updates for nearly 2 months. The elder aunt looked at Lin Dongyu in despair. It's impossible. Lin Dongyu replied slowly. He may have blocked us. Blocked? The elder aunt was taken aback, her sorrow deepening. She realized too late how little she knew about the man she shared her bed with each night. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dongyu called her younger brother. Hello. May I speak to Teacher Wu? Could you please find Lin Kaijia for me? Lin Kaijia, currently in the first half of his sophomore year, had entrusted his phone to the teacher for safekeeping. The teacher soon summoned him, and he asked, Elder sister, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Is something the matter? Lin Dongyu responded, will you be using your phone this week? I need to log into your WeChat briefly, and will return it to you in a few days. She was certain that Lin Kaijia had added Xiao Tao on WeChat, and Xiao Tao would likely not suspect a high school sophomore who had little free time of any ulterior motive. Though puzzled, Lin Kaijia did not pry further, knowing that his elder sister would not make such an unusual request unless absolutely necessary. After assisting Lin Dongyu in logging into his WeChat, he returned to his evening study session. At last, Lin Dongyu glimpsed Xiao Tao's social media, and indeed, he had not blocked Lin Kaijia. The latest post was from just after 2 in the afternoon, featuring a photo of a boarding pass alongside a view of blue skies and white clouds from an airplane window, captioned simply, departed. It was as though this post was deliberately meant to convey his departure information to someone. The elder aunt stared intently at the phone, as if trying to will it to reveal more. The truth of Xiao Tao's infidelity was becoming painfully clear, a cruel reality for her. What could he possibly be doing in Rongqing? She croaked. Repeatedly scrolling through the interface, she found no new updates. Dear aunt, please take a day off tomorrow. I will accompany you, Lin Dongyu said. Now that we know his destination, we should uncover more today. Work is important, but the elder aunt's marriage is paramount.
Xiu.
I have burdened you. Please don't say that. Without you, I wouldn't have even graduated middle school, let alone be where I am today. After urging the elder aunt to rest, Lin Dongyu unfolded the sofa bed in the living room and quickly fell asleep. The next day, they went nowhere but out to buy groceries and prepare meals. The time they had left was spent scrolling through Xiao Tao's social media. With an apron tied around her waist, Lin Dongyu, seizing the moment before the water in the pot boiled, pulled out her phone to check for updates. New posts. Lin Dongyu exclaimed as she looked at Xiao Tao's latest photos, which displayed a lavish lunch spread with several dishes. I have discovered his whereabouts. Lin Dongyu exclaimed to her aunt. In one of the photographs, a handcrafted tissue box from the restaurant was placed in the corner, and she magnified the image to discern the restaurant's name. Even if we know, what good is it from this distance? Her aunt fretted. I have a plan. Lin Dongyu replied confidently. Chapter 47. Evidence of Infidelity. Lin Dongyu opened the food delivery app on her phone and entered the name of the restaurant where Xiao Tao was located. Fortuitously, this establishment did not belong to a chain, allowing her to confirm the address directly. Subsequently, she utilized the app's location feature to order a delivery person to collect food from the restaurant. Thanks to the advancements of the internet, she could seamlessly communicate with the delivery person in Rongqing while situated in Haiqing. Hello, could you assist me with a favor? Lin Dongyu dialed the number. The delivery person, somewhat puzzled, replied that fetching food for clients was merely part of his job, not exactly a favor. My uncle is on vacation in Rongqing, deceiving us into believing he is on a business trip. My aunt suspects he is having an affair, so I arranged for a delivery to confirm this. Throughout the conversation, her aunt nervously watched Lin Dongyu, and upon understanding her intent, quickly added, Yes. Please check it out. I will transfer you 500 yuan now. And once you locate the person, I will send you another 500. Is that acceptable? Lin Dongyu inquired. Upon hearing this, the delivery person immediately responded, That is feasible. But with so many people in the restaurant, how will I find him? Lin Dongyu suggested, once you arrive, activate the video and stroll around the restaurant. I will inform you who he is. Order a few dishes you enjoy. The meal will be on me, as a treat for your assistance. If all is well, what is your WeChat ID? I will add you now and transfer the 500 immediately, but I need you to go right away. Upon realizing there was an opportunity for a meal and extra earnings, the delivery person eagerly agreed, saying, "Sure. I'm quite close. I can be there in a few minutes." He then provided his WeChat ID to Lin Dongyu. After hanging up, she added the delivery person on WeChat and transferred the money. Her aunt anxiously tugged at her clothing, saying, "Suyu, what if he takes the money and doesn't go? Not only would the money be wasted, but we would also have no evidence." Lin Dongyu smiled slightly, assuring her, "He will definitely go. Curiosity is a fundamental human trait. This task is not difficult, and there is still 500 yuan pending." Indeed, the delivery person soon arrived and initiated a video call with Lin Dongyu. He positioned his phone with the rear camera against his chest, allowing a view of the seated patrons, pretending to search for someone as he meandered through the restaurant. Lin Dongyu and her aunt fixated on the phone screen, and suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by. "There," Lin Dongyu pointed out, "to your right, there are 3 people. The one in the brick-red jacket is my uncle." Upon hearing this, the delivery person turned right, aimed the camera at that table, and asked, "Is it him?" Yes, that's him," they confirmed. The delivery person then decided to sit at an adjacent empty table and summon the waiter to place an order. Throughout the entire process, he directed the camera towards the individuals at the adjacent table. 3 people were present. Aside from Xiao Tao, there was a woman appearing to be in her 40s, with shoulder-length hair and a subtle application of makeup. The other individual had his back to the camera and seemed to be a teenage boy. To her astonishment, it was her. The aunt trembled with rage, her eyes reddening as she pointed at the woman, having encountered her several times during team-building activities organized by Mo's Technology. She was an accountant, though the aunt could not recall her name. This was shortly after they had moved to Haicheng, when Xiao Tao would still bring her along to company events. However, as time passed, her appearances dwindled, and for nearly a decade, she had not shown up in front of Xiao Tao's colleagues at all. Clearly, Xiao Tao's infidelity was not a recent development. Lin Dongyu gazed coldly at the footage, stating, "Aunt, there's no need to engage with such a person. We have evidence now." With that, she activated the screen recording feature on her phone. The delivery guy had just begun his meal, while Xiao Tao and the other 2 had nearly finished theirs. The trio interacted effortlessly, with Xiao Tao continually serving dishes to the boy, giving the impression of a family unit. The aunt covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at the phone screen. Could it be that he had a child with the mistress who was already this grown? As they prepared to leave, Xiao Tao scanned the QR code on the table to settle the bill, then took the woman's handbag and coat, draping his arm around her shoulder as they exited. The teenage boy lagged behind, strolling nonchalantly. As the 3 passed in front of the camera, the boy's profile was captured. He wore black-framed glasses and bore a disdainful expression. "What are you staring at?" he suddenly shouted, startling Lin Dongyu and the aunt. Chapter 48. Coming to Terms. Shortly after, the delivery guy's voice was heard. "I was just admiring your cool shirt. Where did you buy it?" The boy instantly adopted a smug demeanor, replying, "Of course. It's the latest from Levi's. Can you afford it?" With that, he strutted away. Lin Dongyu ceased the recording, and the aunt patted her chest, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought he had noticed us." "Aunt, do not fear. Even if they did discover us, it is they who should be afraid, not you," Lin Dongyu reassured her. The aunt then realized that this situation was not one in which she should feel fear. The delivery guy's voice broke in, asking, "Is it done?" His phone, having been engaged in a lengthy video call, had begun to overheat. "Yes. Thankfully your reaction was swift," Lin Dongyu replied. Just as she intended to end the call, the delivery guy added, "Tell your aunt to divide the assets before getting a divorce. We cannot let him benefit." "All right, I will," she affirmed. After concluding the call, Lin Dongyu transferred an additional 500 yuan, inquiring, "How much was the meal?" "I will cover it." He accepted the 500. Lin Dongyu set her phone down and noticed her aunt collapsed on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Ever since she began to suspect Xiao Tao's infidelity, she had been convincing herself to remain strong. Living in Garden, she had hoped to act as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet today, the grim truth was starkly presented before her, shattering all her illusions. Even a complete stranger like the delivery guy knew to advocate for divorce and asset division, while she had still contemplated a cowardly retreat. She wept for her own fate and lamented her own cowardice. The only solace Lin Dongyu could offer was her presence by her side. This question had been posed when her aunt first suspected Xiao Tao of infidelity. Yet at that time, her aunt had no answers. Gradually, her aunt straightened her posture and calmly declared, "I want a divorce." "Very well," Lin Dongyu replied without hesitation. "I will find a trustworthy lawyer to inquire about the next steps." Divorce is a common legal proceeding. In her aunt's situation, the divorce itself would not be difficult. The challenge lay in how to adequately protect her own rights. "Thankfully, I still have you, Suyu," her aunt said. What do you mean? I shall always be by your side, Lin Dongyu reassured her. Now that we hold the initiative, you should live your life as you see fit. There is no need to rush. She gazed at her aunt with concern, saying, What I fear most is your sorrow. Her aunt slowly shook her head, replying, That will not happen. He has gone to such extremes, even with the child grown. What use is my sadness? After pondering for a moment, Lin Dongyu stated, I want to understand the reason for his trip to Rongqing. If that boy is indeed the child of Xiao Tao and the mistress, their journey to Rongqing must signify more than a mere rendezvous. Aunt, can you find a way to locate that woman? Though her aunt had met her and knew she was an accountant at the company at the time, over 10 years had passed, and any information about her current whereabouts or occupation would be beneficial. All right, I will think of something, her aunt replied. Over the years, she had cultivated her own connections. I will be discreet. Lin Dongyu continued, I now have more freedom with my new project and am not as busy as before. Had I still been at the Shu Corporation headquarters, I would have found it nearly impossible to take a day off to accompany you during the busiest times. After a little over an hour's commute from Yasen Garden to the incubation park, Lin Dongyu arrived at her office. Shortly thereafter, a call from Mo Lexi came through. Sister-in-law, it's been a few days, have you missed me? Of course, I have, Lin Dongyu replied, trying to lift her spirits. How is your topic coming along? Have you settled on it? What is going on? Mo Lexi perked up at once, eagerly pressing for details. A few things are too complicated to explain over the phone. We'll discuss it when we meet, Lin Dongyu responded. Chapter 49. Thankfully, I have your brother. These two really caused their sister a great deal of worry. The emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Mo Chen glanced at his fully booked schedule and struck through the evening video conference. All right, no overtime. How did your meeting at the magazine go? Was it smooth? Mo Chen inquired. Hey, you and sister-in-law are so in sync with your concerns. It's quite amusing. Mo Lexi replied. Now I need to start writing. It's just that the incubation park is too remote, with no bookstores or libraries around. I need to gather a lot of information. The new city had yet to develop. Mo Chen contemplated for a moment and said, Let me see. If there is a suitable location, I will donate a library or perhaps open a bookstore. Despite the current inconveniences in the new city, he knew that within the 15-year planning horizon, the group had acquired land there and was preparing new developments, making early investments in supporting infrastructure quite prudent. Ah, you're so wonderful, brother. A kiss for you. Mo Lexi twirled with joy, exclaiming, My brother is the best brother in the world. Mo Chun, amused by her exuberance, replied, That may not be the case. It's merely a thought for now. It's not important. It will happen eventually. Mo Lexi asserted. I still quite enjoy the past. It is quieter than the urban area and more spacious. Indeed, the air quality in the new city surpasses that of the main urban district. And the projects in the incubation park have undergone environmental assessments, ensuring no pollution is produced. As night fell, Mo Lexi arrived at the factory gate to pick up Lin Dongyu. Just as Lin Dongyu emerged through the entrance, she was about to lean out of the car window to greet her when a man intercepted her. He Lijing? Lin Dongyu looked at him, surprised. She had not sought him out for trouble, yet he had come to her. Lin Dongyu. He Lijing glared at her, gritting his teeth. I admit, I have acted unscrupulously. But is it enjoyable for you to drive me to despair? Lin Dongyu furrowed her brow slightly and inquired. What do you mean? If you have come to apologize. I expect sincerity. Sincerity? He Lijing roared, his relatively handsome face flushed with anger. I underestimated you. You are friends with the young lady of the Shu family. You should have mentioned that earlier. Do you think I wouldn't find you here, having come all this way to work? At this moment, Lin Dongyu grasped the implications. In the past few days, she had been preoccupied with her aunt's affairs and had forgotten to seek out Xu Yan. Clearly, the cessation of cooperation between the Shu group and Xinmei had repercussions more significant than she had anticipated. He Lijing, first clarify the matter of your elopement. And then we may discuss other issues, Lin Dongyu stated coldly. Yes, clarify first. Mo Lexi leaped out of the car and rushed to their side, supporting Lin Dongyu. The money for the banquet. Compensation for emotional distress, and all the other assorted fees. Not a penny less. He Lijing was taken aback by her outburst and after a moment, replied impatiently, Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Of course it does. Mo Lexi replied emphatically. Sister Dongyu is my sister-in-law. How could it not concern me? He Lijing stared at her in bewilderment and then glanced at Lin Dongyu, perplexed. Sister-in-law? How long has it been? Have you married again? What do you mean again? I am not married to you, Lin Dongyu retorted coldly. As she stated, you must first settle what you owe before we discuss anything further. Mo Lexi chuckled, Sister-in-law, don't perceive me as so fragile. I am quite resilient. Lin Dongyu, exasperated, replied. If you were truly that resilient, I would not know you at all. Their first meeting had been marked by Mo Lexi collapsing due to a heart condition, prompting Lin Dongyu to rush to her aid and call emergency services. That was merely an accident. Mo Lexi defended herself. I am different now. Besides, I was not genuinely angry. I was merely standing up for you. Just think, without my brother, how would you have fared that day? Lin Dongyu sighed at the recollection of the wedding day, realizing, indeed, I am grateful for your brother. Chapter 50. Both wealth and resources lost. Watching the small car drive away, Li Jing stamped his foot in frustration. Had he known, he would never have provoked Lin Dongyu, this woman. He mistakenly believed her to be a simple country girl without any substantial background, easy to manipulate. During his escape from marriage, he departed without a trace of guilt, never contemplating the repercussions. Following the soiree, he noticed a gradual decline in his company's affairs. He presumed it was merely a consequence of offending someone at the event, thinking that time would mend the situation. It wasn't until the Sushi Group abruptly announced the cessation of their partnership that panic set in. He was aware that Lin Dongyu was the brand director of Sushi, yet the collaboration between the two companies did not lie solely in her hands. After inquiring through various channels, he discovered that it was the daughter of the Sushi family who was backing her friend. He regretted his actions deeply, feeling as if he had lost both wealth and resources. Fang Qingyao no longer answered his calls, and the company's performance plummeted. Had he not fled from the marriage, he would at least have had a stunning wife like Lin Dongyu to present to others, which would have granted him a semblance of prestige and perhaps a connection to the Sushi Group.
Now,
was he truly compelled to follow the woman's words and first compensate for the losses? It dawned upon Li Jing that he should negotiate with Lin Dongyu regarding the compensation. He fished out his phone to call her, only to be met with a recorded message indicating the line was unavailable. When he attempted to send a WeChat message, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared. He had been blocked. Anger surged within Li Jing, and he hurled his phone to the ground in frustration. For Lin Dongyu, the loss extended beyond mere finances. Money was simply the most convenient metric of measurement. Lin Dongyu meticulously washed fresh ingredients and began preparing dinner, just as she always did, readying 3 bento boxes. After the meal, Mo Chen tossed the dishes into the dishwasher, setting the program with care before thoroughly cleansing his hands. Brother. Mo Lexi leaped in front of him, inquiring, when did you learn to use the dishwasher? The appliances in their home at Yueshan Yunju were abundant. Yet Mo Chen was utterly uninformed about the various kitchen gadgets. In his previous life experiences, he had never needed to utilize them. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment. Could one not learn to grow? With such a convenient appliance as a dishwasher available, why would he resort to hand-washing? Lin Dongyu retrieved some tea leaves, smiling as she asked the two, it's evening. Drinking coffee might keep you awake. Shall I brew a fruit herbal tea for you? Would you prefer it sweeter or more refreshing? Wow, sister-in-law can brew tea too. Mo Lexi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she rested her chin on her hands. Lin Dongyu chuckled, is it really that difficult? If it were just for myself, I wouldn't bother, fearing waste, but now that we have 3, it's just right. More refreshing.
Montag Chen suddenly interjected.
Lin Dongyu cast him a surprised glance and replied, all right. She scooped a spoonful of jasmine flowers, poured boiling water over them, and allowed them to steep in a transparent glass teapot, letting the blossoms bloom elegantly. Next, she washed several mint leaves and stevia, selecting a few kumquats and scoring them with a knife, while slicing lemon for later use. The juice flowed onto the cutting board, infusing the air with a subtle, tangy fragrance. At this moment, the temperature of the water in the teapot had cooled to an appropriate level, and the white jasmine flowers blossomed beautifully within, exuding a delicate charm. Lin Dongyu sequentially added kumquats, lemon slices, and mint leaves, along with stevia leaves. She was entirely focused on her task, her slender, fair fingers gracefully dancing among the various ingredients, a sight most pleasing to behold. Once the tea was prepared, Lin Dongyu lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the Mo siblings. Why are you both staring at me? Just drink your tea, she said with a gentle smile, pushing the teacups toward them. Mo Chen awkwardly averted his gaze, while Mo Lexi, wishing to tease him, ultimately refrained from speaking in Lin Dongyu's presence and contentedly sipped from her cup. The tea was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, refreshingly mildly sweet. Mo Chen could not resist gulping it down in one go and poured himself another cup. This is simply delightful, Mo Lexi exclaimed, taking a large sip before curiously asking, sister-in-law, I didn't see you add any sugar. How is their sweetness? Lin Dongyu pointed to the stevia leaves in the teapot, explaining, stevia leaves are known as the sweetest leaves in the world, offering a more natural flavor than sugar. Moreover, they are very low in calories. So there's no need to worry about gaining weight. Sister-in-law, you need not fret about weight, Mo Lexi muttered, caressing her small belly. You look fantastic. Lin Dongyu took a sip of her tea and laughed, saying, I lack the time for the gym, so I have to control my diet. Cooking for myself has its advantages. Mo Chin remarked, you mentioned wanting to buy a rowing machine for your home. I think that's a splendid idea. I happen to have a friend who is selling one. I can have him bring it over for you to try out before purchasing. Is that appropriate? Lin Dongyu hesitated. It's perfectly fine. Mo Lexi interjected, I've met my brother's friend. He is quite generous. With that, she winked at Mo Chun and added, right brother?
Montag Chen.
Familiar with Lin Dongyu, replied, it's a new model he just launched into the market, and he was looking for someone to test it. It's a win-win situation. After hearing this, Lin Dongyu agreed. Thank you. You always help me, she said, looking at Mo Chen, but there is something else I need your assistance with. Is it related to your aunt? Upon learning that Xiao Tao was not on a business trip, he had a hunch. Lin Dongyu confirmed with a nod and pulled up the recorded video for the siblings to see. Sister-in-law, how did you manage to record this when your uncle is not even in Haicheng? Mo Lexi inquired. Lin Dongyu explained how she had blocked Xiao Tao from her and her aunt's contacts, used her younger brother's WeChat to view Xiao Tao's updates, and found the address from the restaurant name on a tissue box, which she then sent a courier to record the video. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Mo Lexi praised, giving her 2 thumbs up. Sister-in-law, if you can achieve this, you are practically a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Dongyu asked with a smile. Mo Chin nodded in agreement, saying well done. Look, my brother is praising you.
Montag Lexi exclaimed.
Sister-in-law, you must not know that within the entire family. She almost let slip the words the entire group, but upon catching the cold glare from Mo Chen, she quickly corrected herself, saying, within the whole family. My brother has never praised anyone. Mo Chen shot her a sidelong glance. All right, I won't say any more. Mo Lexi hurriedly added, sister-in-law. Does your aunt want a divorce now? In my opinion, she should go for it. The child of the mistress has grown so large, yet the demeanor remains fierce. I know some lawyers and have consulted them. However, their expertise lies primarily in economic cases, leaving them unfamiliar with divorce litigation. Mo Chin pondered for a moment and said, send me the video. I will have someone investigate the origins of this woman and the child, as well as their connection to Xiao Tao. As for your aunt's lack of income, being a housewife is indeed a legitimate profession. It is crucial for women to care for the children and manage the household, allowing men to focus on their careers. If a lawsuit ensues, it is Xiao Tao who must compensate for his monthly salary. Is that true? Lin Dongyu was quite elated. However, can we truly ascertain the details of those 2 individuals? She did not even know their names. Her aunt mentioned that the woman had once been an accountant at the company, and she would seek out acquaintances from those days to inquire further. Mo Chin replied calmly, no problem, I have a friend. Having uttered this, he chuckled to himself. The excuse of having a friend had already been employed at the rowing machine. Mo Lexi was exceedingly amused and remarked, sister-in-law, rest assured, my brother has an extensive network and many formidable acquaintances. Lin Dongyu smiled, thinking that Mo Chun was merely reluctant to share the truth and thus resorted to the pretense of having a friend. Little did she realize that the friends Mo Chin referred to were, in fact, himself. Their cohabitation had occurred through a series of unforeseen circumstances, and he had no obligation to assist her. His willingness to lend a hand was commendable, and she felt no need to pry further. Everyone has their own privacy. After conversing for a while longer and finishing the pot of floral fruit tea, Mo Lexi took her leave. Sister-in-law, I'm off. Thank you for the lunch. Wait, let me walk you down, Lin Dongyu exclaimed, hastily catching up and changing into her outdoor shoes at the entrance. Mo Chin casually picked up the coat she had draped over a chair and handed it to her, saying, it's chilly at night. Take this. Mo Lexi observed their interaction with keen interest, thinking that gesture was exceedingly natural. Some might even believe they are a couple who have lived together for several years. The most intriguing aspect was that her brother appeared completely oblivious. She chuckled internally, eagerly anticipating the day her brother would realize the truth. Chapter 52. Why not? Lin Dongyu escorted Mo Lexi downstairs, and Mo Chin sent the received video to Lu Qi, stating, please investigate the woman and child in this video. Clearly, Xiao Tao had taken advantage of his position to engage in an affair with the company as accountant. In such a vast entity as the Mo Group, personnel turnover is commonplace. After more than a decade, it is uncertain whether this woman is still employed there. Rather than having Gao Boming search for her, it would be more efficient to enlist Lu Qi's assistance. Lu Qi promptly called back, stating, Mr. Mo, your recent cases are increasingly peculiar. Enough with the chatter. Can you not find them? Mo Chin inquired. Lu Qi responded with annoyance. Do you underestimate me? Just wait. I'll have the information for you by tomorrow morning. Mo Chin smiled slightly and ended the call. After seeing off Mo Lexi, Lin Dongyu took the opportunity to purchase a few osmanthus branches at the entrance of the community. She placed the osmanthus in a vase filled with fresh water beside the television, filling the room with a delicate fragrance. Upon awakening, Lin Dongyu reached for her phone resting on the bedside table. In her hazy state, she noticed a notification on the screen, a message from Mo Chen. Living in the same household, did he really need to send a message? This thought flickered through her mind as she roused herself, realizing that Mo Chen was inquiring about her email address to send her some documents. Still not fully awake, she checked her phone after freshening up and was astonished to find it was regarding something Mo Chen had promised her the previous day. How swift! Forgetting to change her clothes, Lin Dongyu hurried into the living room, holding her phone, and beamed at Mo Chen, who was sipping coffee, exclaiming, "Please thank your friend for me." Her long hair still glistened with moisture, and the sleek black silk fabric clung gracefully to her curves. Standing in the morning light, she resembled a sprite just awakened from the night. Mo Chen quickly turned his back, gazing out at the azure sky through the floor-to-ceiling windows, stating, "No need for thanks. The lawyer will contact you today." It dawned on Lin Dongyu that she was still clad in her nightgown. Oh, the embarrassment. Fortunately, Mo Chen was quite the gentleman, refraining from any untimely speculation and simply turned away from her. Even after changing into proper attire, her heart continued to race. Upon opening the email, she scrutinized the details about the two individuals who had been seen with Xiao Tao. The woman, Su Yu, aged 45, was still engaged in accounting within another subsidiary of the Mo Group. The boy, merely 16, was named Xiao Su and was a freshman at Haicheng No. 8 Middle School. They were mother and son. The attachment included not only their names, phone numbers, and addresses, but also Su Yu's monthly payslips and Xiao Su's examination results, including weekly quizzes. As Lin Dongyu read further, her eyes widened in astonishment. Was Mo Chen's friend a detective? She approached Mo Chen, feeling somewhat uneasy, and asked, could this infringe upon their privacy? Mo Chen, gazing into her clear eyes, pondered how he had ever doubted her intentions. She was clearly someone of genuine integrity. She was the kind of person who, even if handed a knife, would never learn to harm others. He slowly shook his head, replying, as long as it is not disseminated, it does not count as an invasion. Lin Dongyu exhaled in relief, saying, that's good to hear. I only need their information. I want to share it. Mo Chen found himself at a loss for words. In his world, he had not encountered someone as innocent as Lin Dongyu in a long time. How did she manage this? Excelling in her professional endeavors while maintaining a benevolent outlook towards the world? Given her tumultuous upbringing, she should be cynical. Yet she was not. Regardless of her feelings toward He Lijing or the mother-son duo of Su Yu and Xiao Su, Lin Dongyu's initial instinct was to avoid causing harm to others. Upon returning to the company, Lin Dongyu participated in a full day of meetings. After a series of preparations, 2 new feasible product directions emerged, one being a flameless aroma diffuser suitable for both home and commercial use, and the other a more personalized and customized solid perfume. During the meeting, everyone from the production manager to the financial team engaged in heated discussions, focusing on which product could rejuvenate the entire project swiftly. The factory director remarked, the flameless aroma diffuser requires minimal investment and can utilize the current production line. Simply provide me with the bottles, and we shall unveil the product next month. The investment in solid perfumes is substantial, yet the profits are considerable. The product manager has indicated that while the target audience may be somewhat limited, it perfectly overlaps with our current consumer demographic. Moreover, the market for solid perfumes has yet to take off domestically, with only artisanal workshops in tourist spots currently engaged in this endeavor. Given our scale and leveraging Shu's distribution rate, we would be the first in the national market. Upon hearing the opinions of her colleagues, Lin Dongyu rested her hands under her chin and posed a question. If both products are promising, why not pursue both concurrently? The audacity of her suggestion left everyone in the conference room momentarily speechless. The first to break the silence was the finance officer, who remarked, Ms. Lin, you may not be fully aware of our factory's financial situation. We lack the capacity for such an undertaking. Indeed, the factory manager added, the non-burning fragrance differs from perfume. The previously ordered bottles will be unusable, necessitating new custom orders. However, in comparison to the investment required for solid perfumes, this is merely a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, it boils down to 2 words, lack of funds. Only the product manager's eyes shone brightly with fervor. Non-burning fragrances are not a novel concept. There are numerous products in the market, with varying brand quality. From a production standpoint, it indeed requires minimal investment and yields quick returns, offering a stream of continuous profit. Yet he believed it could not fundamentally alter the status quo. Solid perfumes are the future. Ms. Lin. The product manager suddenly rose, declaring, if you give the green light, I can pledge my commitment. Next year, Grant me a year, and I will establish both products as the national leaders. His ambition was palpable. A ripple of discussion ensued. MS.
Lin,
The risks are too great. We lack the funds, they argued. Is there any difference in pursuing two products simultaneously and gambling? It would be wiser to focus on one. If it fails, there remains an alternative. Lin Dongyu's gaze slowly swept across the room. Since everyone believes both products are viable, why limit ourselves to just one? The market waits for no one. Do we have time to spare? She stood, pointing towards the factory area outside the conference room. This is an industrial incubation park, not a retirement home. Moreover, even if we wish to take it easy, how long could we sustain that? 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? How long can the headquarters tolerate the annual losses before they lose patience? The room fell silent. Lin Dongyu gradually took her seat and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you understand why I am here. However, I am not here to simply enjoy leisure. Do you not wish to hold your heads high in front of those who mock us? Today, I declare that I, Lin Dongyu, will lead us to earn the respect we deserve. Let us reconvene a year from now and see whether my words ring hollow or not. Leave the financial matters to me, and you focus entirely on execution. Can you do that?" Yes. A fervent response ignited the spirits of all present, rekindling a long-lost passion within them. The atmosphere in the conference room became charged with enthusiasm as Director Zhao applauded, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He had long awaited this moment. He felt a premonition that under Ms. Lin's leadership, success was within reach. As the meeting concluded, Lin Dongyu requested that the product manager and Yao Qi remain behind. "You are to produce feasibility reports for both projects, and I wish to see a comprehensive plan outlining the timeline from now until the product launch in 3 months. This should encompass not only the product itself but also pricing, profit margins, distribution models, and brand promotion, all supported by data rather than mere speculation. Is this achievable? How long will it take?" inquired the product manager. "The sooner, the better," replied Lin Dongyu. "With merely a week left in October, as the factory manager mentioned, we could potentially launch the fragrance diffuser in November, just in time for the second wave of the e-commerce promotions." Yao Qi exchanged a glance with the product manager. "Whenever faced with indecision, feel free to consult me," Lin Dongyu stated, locking eyes with Yao Qi. "You are aware that my phone remains on 24/7, and I am always available." For both of them, having such a daring and tenacious leader served as both pressure and motivation. As young professionals, who wouldn't aspire to achieve remarkable success in their careers? This not only impacts the year-end bonuses, but also signifies a substantial enhancement to their resumes, offering greater freedom in future career choices. Mo Chun exhibited remarkable efficiency. The lawyer contacted Lin Dongyu by mid-morning, yet she had been perpetually occupied. "No matter, Miss Lin. Could you please elaborate on the current circumstances?" Lin Dongyu succinctly described her aunt's marital situation, stating, "We now seek to understand how assets would be divided in the event of a divorce. As Xiao Nan is already of age, there are no custody issues to contend with." Lawyer Zhou remarked, "Your aunt's situation is quite common, albeit complex. The crux lies in securing evidence of infidelity, as well as any financial gifts bestowed by the husband upon the extramarital partner." Lin Dongyu replied, "I possess evidence. I wonder when it would be convenient for you, Lawyer Zhou, for the three of us to sit down and discuss this in detail. Tomorrow is the weekend. How about today?" suggested Lawyer Zhou. Chapter 54. The Divorce Lawsuit. Lin Dongyu found this surprising yet reasonable. Were she in the same position, she too would be willing to sacrifice a Friday evening for the sake of a restful weekend. They agreed on a time, and once the call concluded, Lawyer Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and messaged Gao Boming, "Hello, Assistant Gao. I have arranged a meeting with the parties involved, and we should reach a resolution shortly." He was puzzled as to why a seemingly ordinary divorce case warranted such personal attention from Assistant Gao. At 7 o'clock that evening, in a private dining room at a high-end restaurant near Yasen Garden, Lin Dongyu had reserved a table prior to departure. Her aunt, living nearby, had arrived early to secure the spot, and once everyone was gathered, they introduced themselves. "Hello, Lawyer Zhou, please take a seat." Lin Dongyu's aunt appeared somewhat anxious, as she had never interacted with a lawyer before. Engaging in legal disputes is not something the average citizen would consider unless absolutely necessary. Lawyer Zhou, having dealt with divorce litigation for several decades, had encountered numerous clients. Upon seeing Lin Dongyu's aunt, who exuded an air of honesty and straightforwardness, he felt a sense of relief. This was a task specifically assigned by Assistant Gao, which could not be deferred, and he feared encountering a difficult client. Lin Dongyu ordered the dishes and first showed Lawyer Zhou the recorded video, stating, "Siyu, along with her son Xiao Su, resides in a 3-bedroom apartment located in the western part of the city. Based on the price levels from that year, I have calculated that Suyu could not afford that apartment solely on her salary. Moreover, this time, Xiao Tao traveled to Rongqing to facilitate Xiao Su's myopia surgery. On the hospital's surgical notification, he signed as a family member, using his credit card for the transaction. She placed the printed materials before Lawyer Zhou and her aunt, inquiring, "Can these serve as evidence?" The aunt, taken aback, asked, "Xiao Yu, how did you find this out?" Just 2 nights prior, they had discussed their possession of evidence indicating Xiao Tao's infidelity, yet they were unaware of the woman's identity or the reason for Xiao Tao's trip to Rongqing. How could it be that merely a day later, her niece had acquired such detailed information? Lin Dongyu quietly replied, "It was Mo Chun who assisted." The aunt's realization dawned. "Oh, it's little Mo. That explains it." In her mind, Mo Chun, being a local of Haicheng and a senior executive of the Mo Group, was indeed capable of extensive influence. Lin Dongyu's voice was barely audible, and Lawyer Zhou vaguely did not catch the name clearly. However, the aunt's exclamation of little Mo was pronounced. Lawyer Zhou thought to himself, no wonder the high assistant specifically relayed this. It turns out these two, seemingly unassuming, are acquainted with the Mo family. Consequently, he elevated the priority of this case to the highest level. After meticulously reviewing the materials prepared by Lin Dongyu, he set aside those that could serve as evidence, stating, "Keep these safe. They will be needed in court." Additionally, it would be prudent to obtain the chat records and call logs between Xiao Tao and Suyu. As for the property transfer, the current data cannot substantiate that Suyu's house was purchased by Xiao Tao. Reasonable assumptions do not constitute evidence. Truly, as a seasoned attorney specializing in divorce litigation, he adeptly analyzed the situation based on all available information, leaving Lin Dongyu and her aunt with a sense of clarity. As the server brought the dishes, Lin Dongyu urged, "Let us dine first. We shall discuss further afterward." She intended to feign ignorance, aiming to procure the chat records between Xiao Tao and Suyu before proceeding. Lawyer Zhou had advised that the more evidence of Xiao Tao's infidelity, the better. "Once you find the chat records, please screenshot and send them to me. Especially their transfer records." "Yes, I am aware of that." Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu insisted, "Accompanying you is hardly a waste of time. You are dearer to me than a mother." "That may be so," her aunt gently admonished, "but do not take your newlywed status lightly. Marriage requires nurturing. Although little Mo may seem difficult to approach, I perceive him as someone with a warm heart beneath a cool exterior. He may be reticent, yet he is capable." Lin Dongyu silently agreed with her aunt's later assessment of Mo Chen. Unable to disclose the truth about the sham marriage, she reluctantly bid her aunt farewell after escorting her upstairs. Chapter 55. I Will Teach You. Upon returning to Yuejing Yunjun, the lights remained on inside. The balcony featured a newly added rowing machine, its cherrywood hue harmonizing beautifully with the overall decor of the home, glimmering softly under the light. "Oh, has Master Mo found himself in a situation?" inquired Xingyao, the heir of the Sheng family from Jincheng. Dressed flamboyantly, like a peacock, Xingyao styled his shoulder-length black hair into a Daoist bun. This exceedingly incongruous attire, combined with his extraordinarily handsome visage, only accentuated his magnetic charm. Mo Chen deftly placed his phone on the table, casting a brief glance in his direction. Their history was long-standing, and Xingyao was undeterred, rather emboldened as she quipped, "I never imagined that this ancient tree would bloom." Lu Qi sat opposite them, wearing an expression of amusement. Though he couldn't divulge a single word, it hardly deterred him from enjoying the spectacle of his friend's life. After all, Mo Chun had never dated anyone throughout his life. Due to his mother's poor health, his father had imposed the standards of an heir upon Mo Chun from a young age, hoping he would assume control of the family business at an early age. Mo Chun had indeed lived up to his father's expectations, excelling in a manner that was nothing short of astonishing. The only lament, perhaps, was that he had devoted his entire youth to the rigors of academia and career, leaving no time for romance. Who would have thought that a second-generation scion, the current president of the Mo family, would be a blank slate in matters of the heart? Ignoring Xinyao's teasing, Mo Chun placed a glass of tequila in front of him, stating, "You remain as loquacious as ever." The night breeze swept through the streets, devoid of the daytime hustle and bustle, with traffic lights quietly flickering. The taillights of a Bentley elongated into a sinuous arc in the night as it entered the underground garage of Yuejing Yunjing. Mo Chun leaned back in the leather seat, loosening 2 buttons of his shirt and pulling his tie away to dispel the scent of alcohol, showing no intention of alighting. "Boss?" Sheng Yao, rarely visiting Haicheng, had indulged in a few extra drinks that evening. He recalled that Lin Dongyu disliked the smell of alcohol and had no desire to leave her with the impression of a drunkard.
"Yes."
The driver restarted the engine, and 2 black business vehicles filled with bodyguards followed the Bentley as they set off towards Xianjua Ting. Having changed out of her home attire, Lin Dongyu eagerly began to explore the rowing machine after finishing her breakfast. The rowing machine was an excuse that Xu Yan had temporarily concocted, yet it was something Lin had long wished to acquire. So long, in fact, that the equipment used in the beginner's tutorial she had saved was now obsolete in the marketplace. The current mainstream options featured both water and magnetic resistance systems. Lin Dongyu mused that she would need to find a new instructional video. At that moment, a soft chime resonated as Chen pushed the door open. Clad in a white casual outfit, he appeared relaxed and full of vitality. Lin Dongyu turned to him and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "There's still hot porridge in the pot." "I have," Chen replied, setting down what he held and nodding toward the rowing machine, asking,
"Do you know how to use it?"
"I'm currently researching it," Lin Dongyu answered. "Would you like me to demonstrate?" "That would be splendid," Lin Dongyu exclaimed, rising to step aside. Chen opened the paper bag he had placed on the table and retrieved 2 pairs of sports gloves. Handing one pair to Lin Dongyu as he said, "Before using any exercise equipment, protective gear is essential and the rowing machine is no exception." Lin Dongyu accepted them and put them on, finding them a perfect fit. Just as she was about to speak, Chen preempted her, saying, "No need to split the cost. These gloves are complementary with the rowing machine. They were left in my car when they were delivered yesterday, and I forgot to bring them up." Lin Dongyu couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "How did you know I was going to say that?" Chen lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He settled onto the rowing machine, demonstrating the breakdown of movements and the points of emphasis.
"Now,
"You give it a try," he encouraged. Lin Dongyu responded with a soft following his earlier demonstration to pull the oars. Standing beside her, Chen furrowed his brow. "No, that's not quite right. You need to locate your PowerPoint." He inquired, "Have you ever worked out before?" Lin Dongyu shook her head, replying, "There's no time." Judging by her income, she could barely be considered middle class, yet everything she possessed was the fruit of years of relentless effort. She could not afford to slacken for even a moment. For her, fitness was a luxury. Chen chose not to pry further, simply stating, "I will teach you." Chapter 56, A Blow to His Heart. Lin Dongyu was somewhat taken aback, then smiled and said, "All right. I owe you more and more. A debt is nothing to fear."
"Why do you say that?"
Chen asked. "Since the very first day I met you, you've been resolving my issues and quite significant ones at that." Recalling the chaos of their initial encounter, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Back then, I didn't understand you at all." He donned his workout gloves and said to Lin Dongyu, "Sit tight. I will adjust the footboard for you." Lin Dongyu complied, placing her feet in the straps as directed. Chen knelt to adjust the height of the footboard to the 3rd notch and asked, "Can you feel if the straps are positioned right at the base of your big toe?" Lin Dongyu wiggled her toes and replied, "It needs to be a tad higher." After another adjustment, she confirmed, "That's good." From her perspective, Chen's handsome, focused profile, his broad back, and the powerful lines of his arms came into view. He must work out frequently to maintain such an impressive physique. Tightening the straps for her, Chen handed her the handle, instructing, "Relax, let your knees gently come together, and lean forward. Shift your right hand slightly to the left, keeping both hands shoulder-width apart." Once she adjusted her posture, Chen reminded her, "Do you recall my earlier demonstration? Execute one, engaging your legs and arms." As Lin Dongyu pulled the oars, Chen lightly placed his fingers on her shoulder, advising, "You need to drop your shoulders. Engage your arm strength to pull, not your shoulders and neck." For someone who had never undergone fitness training, grasping the PowerPoint was a challenge. Fortunately, one was patient in teaching and the other was focused in learning. Half an hour later, Lin Dongyu had mastered the essentials of the first breakdown movement, executing it accurately. Chen smiled and said, "No worries, practice this for now. Tomorrow I will teach you the second one. Once you have a firm grasp of the breakdown movements, we will proceed to the full rowing routine." Lin Dongyu nodded, concentrating on the oar-pulling motion and feeling for the power points Chen had taught her. Tense muscles relaxed, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically. Chen brewed a cup of coffee. Sitting a short distance away, observing her engrossed profile, her long eyelashes casting shadows over the emotions in his eyes. Silently, he counted as she completed 4 sets. And when she finished, he stood and approached her, saying, "That will be enough for today. Too much is as bad as too little." Given that she had never practiced before, the intensity should not be excessive. Gradual progression is best. "Thank you, Coach Mo," she expressed gratefully. Indeed, exercise stimulates the secretion of dopamine, and Lin Dongyu seldom reveals her playful side. Her smile radiated brightness as a glistening droplet of sweat cascaded from her chin, striking deep within Chen's heart. Uncomfortably, he turned his gaze away and remarked, "Tomorrow, you may experience muscle soreness. I can teach you a few relaxation exercises. Alternatively, You might consider learning yoga from Shaoxi, which is particularly suitable for women. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Lin Dongyu reluctantly replied, "This year seems implausible. I will soon be quite busy. Perhaps next year. Once the new product is on track, I might have some time." Since her employment began, she had never been remiss in her duties, which was precisely why she desired a rowing machine to facilitate her workouts at home after hours. After guiding her through the relaxation stretches, Mo Chen inquired, "If you don't mind sharing, could you tell me about your work?" "There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's not classified information," Lin Dongyu answered. Had she still been at the Shu-S headquarters, considering MO's company acquisition, it would indeed have been somewhat delicate. However, this new project was entirely in its infancy, starting from scratch. Lin Dongyu brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea, and the two settled on opposite sides of the bar to converse. Their dialogue was mutually enjoyable, as Mo Chen offered Lin Dongyu several practical suggestions from his broad perspective. In turn, Lin Dongyu once again impressed Mo Chen. She was truly no mere ornamental figure. Or rather, her exceptional beauty seemed to weigh her down in her professional journey. As society often judges by appearances, beautiful women are often viewed through a tinted lens. The autumn morning sun was particularly gentle, streaming through the glass window and casting a golden hue upon the floating dust motes. Lin Dongyu gazed toward the balcony, sensing that something was amiss. Since moving in, she had acquired numerous items, yet her weekends had been occupied with other matters, neglecting the balcony's arrangement. Chapter 57, The Thief. Mo Chen observed that Lin Dongyu possessed an innate ability to swiftly immerse herself in any task. Standing behind her, he watched as she effortlessly sketched the outline of the balcony with just a few strokes. An automatic pencil and an eraser, simple tools, unleashed their magic in her hands, transforming the monochrome sketch into one infused with sunlight. The balcony depicted in her drawing had seemingly undergone a transformation. Two elongated wrought iron flower baskets hung from the outer railing, brimming with vibrant potted blooms. A wooden railing formed a floral wall on one side, accompanied by staggered flower stands. Beneath the flower stands lay a stone basin, where several koi fish frolicked joyfully. The rowing machine nestled within this verdant oasis resembled a small boat gliding over a forest stream. Though the drawing was not exquisite, it possessed a certain spirit, allowing one to envision the beauty of the balcony once arranged as illustrated. "What do you think?" Lin Dongyu turned to ask Mo Chen, accustomed to designing on paper due to her study of micro-landscape cakes. Mo Chen lowered his gaze to conceal his astonishment and gently applauded. "Remarkable. Have you studied fine arts or design?" Lin Dongyu snapped a photo of her drawing, shaking her head with a smile. "Neither. I majored in media studies in college, which included related courses. Later, to pursue cake making, I enrolled in a sketching class online." "You possess considerable talent," Mo Chen praised. He had seen numerous sand tables and design drafts for model houses and remarked, "If you were to study landscape design, you would undoubtedly become a remarkable designer."
How could that be?
Lin Dongyu did not perceive any exceptional qualities within herself. She merely had a habit of preparing thoroughly before taking action. Just as Mo Chen was about to nod in agreement, Lin Dongyu suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," as she opened the WeChat interface and entered the owner group of Yashin Garden. The group was unusually lively. Typically, only the property manager would send occasional warm reminders, but now the messages were overwhelming. As Lin Dongyu scrolled to the top of the message feed, her expression grew increasingly somber. "What's wrong?" Mo Chen inquired. She regretted deeply that she had heeded her aunt's advice yesterday and failed to stay behind to accompany her. "Don't panic." Mo Chen gently pressed his hand against her wrist, his voice imbued with a calming assurance that successfully steadied her anxious heart. In that moment, Lin Dongyu felt a complexity of emotions. She was accustomed to reassuring others, her classmates, subordinates, and her aunt, waiting for her to take the lead. Seeing her demeanor soften, Mo Chen withdrew his hand. Their brief contact lasted no more than 10 seconds, yet Lin Dongyu felt acutely aware of Mo Chen's genuine concern for her. Unlike some men who might exploit such moments for their own advantage, he had no ulterior motives. His intentions were purely compassionate. "Thank you," Lin Dongyu said, her tone somewhat dry as she dialed her aunt's number. After a prolonged silence, no one answered. Mo Chen picked up the car keys and said, "Let us go and check on her." "I appreciate it," Lin Dongyu replied, her tone laced with guilt. It was meant to be a relaxing weekend. Yet Mo Chen was once again busy because of her predicament. "There's no need for such formality," Mo Chen replied, igniting the engine and looking at her earnestly. "We are friends now, aren't we?" Lin Dongyu paused, then responded, "Yes, we are friends." She had not anticipated that Mo Chen already regarded her as a friend. As they drove halfway, her aunt finally answered the call. "Xiuyu, I'm here." Amidst a cacophony of background noise, her aunt explained, "The police from the station were just asking me questions. I didn't hear you." Lin Dongyu finally felt a weight lift from her chest, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Aunt, you scared me to death." "I'm fine, really." Her aunt hurriedly reassured her. It was the family downstairs. They said several thieves broke in last night all at once. I woke up in the middle of the night and thought I heard something at the door. The police just came by and said the locks had been tampered with. Thankfully, you insisted I use a door stopper. The thief couldn't. He pushed the door open and simply left. Only then did Lin Dongyu feel entirely at ease. "We are coming over right away. Child. I told you not to come if there is nothing wrong. You and Emo should enjoy your weekend," her aunt insisted, unwilling to disrupt their time together.
"Aunt."
Emo Chin interjected suddenly. Lin Dongyu quickly switched to speakerphone as Emo Chin continued. "We were just about to buy flowers, but we wanted to check on you first." Chapter 58. Such dreadful living conditions. Her aunt replied, pleased by the address of aunt from Emo Chin. "We'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Please stay home and don't go anywhere, all right?" Faced with Emo Chen's earnestness, her aunt could not find the words to refuse and reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dongyu regarded Emo Chen with a rare gaze and remarked, "You must be exceptionally skilled at negotiation." She had observed that whenever Emo Chen made a request, she had yet to witness anyone refuse him, herself included. It was only as a bystander that she recognized this fact. Lin Dongyu's words brought a profound sense of comfort to Emo Chen, causing a smile to flicker in his eyes. He felt no need to fill the car with music. He relished this atmosphere. The weekend traffic was somewhat congested, and after half an hour, they arrived at Yasen Garden. Emo Chen's phone vibrated. It was the head of his security team inquiring, "Boss, do you require assistance? The theft at Yasen Garden has made the news." "No, just follow our lead," Emo Chen replied, surveying Lin Dongyu's modest abode at the entrance. His first thought was that it was rather small. The entire room was adorned in warm beige tones, decorated with bohemian-style murals that embellished the wallpaper, making the most of every inch of space. Various household items filled the room, yet the owner's ingenuity ensured it did not appear cluttered, radiating warmth and comfort. Lin Dongyu guided her aunt around, examining every corner and only fully relaxing once she confirmed her safety, lamenting, "If I had been here last night, you wouldn't have had to face your fears alone." Her aunt, however, reassured her, "It's nothing, I hardly noticed." Despite her light sleep being disrupted by the strange noises in the dead of night, she was unwilling to let Lin Dongyu worry.
Montak-chen interjected.
Yasen Garden is a development from 8 or 9 years ago, primarily featuring small units. By now, most of the original owners have moved out, and due to the convenient transportation, it has become predominantly rental properties. With such a high turnover of residents, property management becomes challenging, leading to security issues. "How do you know this?" Lin Dongyu asked, surprised. The real estate agent had painted a rosy picture when I bought the place, and it was only after moving in that I discovered the truth. Emo Chin chuckled. "Don't forget what industry I am in." Indeed, he was a CEO, but he was not merely confined to signing documents in an office. While he might not be intimately familiar with properties nationwide, he certainly had an extensive knowledge of the real estate market in Haicheng. Lin Dongyu's aunt had packed her belongings the previous night, and Emo Chin took the heaviest 2 bags, while her aunt pushed a suitcase, and Lin Dongyu carried a few miscellaneous bags. This was not merely a temporary refuge. It was her own independent space. As the 3 exited, Aji concealed himself in the stairwell, watching as his boss passed by with his arms full. Instinctively, he reached out, then quickly restrained his eager hand with his left. The boss had descended to the right elevator. He sent a message to the team, "Position to acknowledged. Main entrance acknowledged." Given the recent security incident at Yasen Garden, the bodyguards were particularly vigilant today. Upon arriving at the community where Lin Dongyu's aunt resided, Emo Chen and Lin Dongyu disembarked with their belongings. Her aunt insisted, "There's no need to see me off. You should go buy flowers. This little bit isn't heavy." Lin Dongyu glanced at Emo Chen, who replied, "We're already at the door. Aunt, want to invite me in for a cup of tea?" With that endearing address, how could her aunt refuse? Lin Dongyu lowered her head and smiled, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Approaching the familiar door, her aunt felt no joy as she retrieved her keys from her bag to unlock it. As the door swung open, a nauseating amalgamation of mildew, smoke, and spoiled food wafted out. The 3 individuals recoiled, taking a significant step back. The elder aunt's expression soured. How long had she been gone for the home to deteriorate to such a state? Peering inside, she observed the sofa strewn with various articles of clothing, the coffee table cluttered with remnants of takeout, and both the table and floor marred with dust and grease stains. In the corner, the leaves of the happiness tree had withered significantly, revealing moldy tea leaves in the soil, along with a few cigarette butts. The elder aunt trembled with rage. Lin Dongyu could hardly fathom that her home of over a decade had descended into this chaos. Mo Chun frowned deeply. He had never witnessed such a deplorable living condition. Xiao Nanan emerged in her pajamas, yawning, and upon seeing the trio, remarked, "I thought it was my dad. What brings you all here? Is this how you address your elder aunt?" replied the elder cousin. Xiao Nanan rolled her eyes, retorting, "I'm talking to my mom, not yours." Nan. You do remember she's my mother, right? After playing for so long, not even a phone call. She pointed to the disarray within the house, lamenting, "Look at my life." Lin Dongyu found her outrageousness laughable. How could an able-bodied adult allow their home to fall into such disarray and still blame others? The elder aunt surveyed the surroundings, her heart aching more with each glance. The home she had devoted herself to maintaining was utterly unrecognizable after just a few days of her absence. Mo Chen snapped several photos and, through his phone, issued commands, arranged for a few competent housekeepers to conduct a thorough cleaning of the entire residence. He could no longer tolerate the filth and disorder. Relying on Xiao Nanan was evidently futile. In the end, it would be the elder aunt who bore the burden. It was better for him to take matters into his own hands. "Elder aunt, the cleaning staff will arrive shortly. Let us go buy some flowers." Noting that he had ignored her the entire time, Xiao Nanan protested, "Cousin-in-law, you're standing right in front of me. Can't you see?" Mo Chen glanced at the space before him and replied coolly, "Are you even human?" Seeing Xiao Nanan's face turn ashen, Lin Dongyu stifled a laugh and turned away. In terms of aggravation, Mo Chen possessed a certain skill. Let us go. In this environment, I wouldn't even want to stand, let alone sit. That's unnecessary. I can manage. The elder aunt felt guilty. She knew that Mo Chen had been instrumental in assisting her with the divorce proceedings, ensuring that everything went smoothly. How could she allow him to incur further expenses? "What do you mean unnecessary?" Xiao Nanan interjected. "Cousin-in-law wants to show off his wealth. Let him spend. Can you even clean properly?" Lin Dongyu turned to her, speaking coldly. "Your elder aunt may not clean well, but do you have the right to criticize? Someone who doesn't even know how to operate a washing machine has no grounds to make such statements." Xiao Nanan was inherently lazy. The elder aunt had attempted to teach her household chores. Despite numerous requests, she remained unresponsive, resulting in the elder aunt or Lin Dongyu ultimately taking over the tasks. Mo Chen pushed his suitcase, while slinging a bag over his shoulder. His face darkened as he surveyed the chaotic home. "The villain speaks first." Lin Dongyu scoffed, stating, "Elder uncle, don't say that elder aunt hasn't reprimanded cousin. Even if she did, it would be well-deserved." Xiao Tao. How could he still be oblivious? Before he left, the house was a bit disordered, but it was not to the extent that one could not even set foot inside. To his dismay, the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Observing his indolent daughter, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within him, and with a scowl, he exclaimed, "One mother, one daughter, and neither brings me any peace. Can you see this is a habitable home?" Mo Chen replied, "Do you not feel any responsibility?" Some individuals are always quick to blame others while remaining blind to their own faults. Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback by his words, only to be overcome with indignation. Retorting, "Who do you think you are to dictate terms in my house?" With the door ajar, Xiao Tao's voice resonated throughout the corridor. Aji shrank back in the hallway, pondering, "You are quite bold, my friend. I have never seen anyone dare to speak to the boss in such a manner." Lin Dongyu, incensed, declared, "He is my husband. Aunt, you are in the wrong and must accept criticism." In pursuit of sufficient evidence for divorce, he could simply hack into Xiao Tao's phone. He had refrained from doing so previously out of consideration, as Xiao Tao remained Lin Dongyu's family until the aunt's divorce was finalized. "What?" Xiao Nanan shrieked. "That is unacceptable." She pointed at her aunt, insisting, "We can do without the housekeeper, but you cannot leave. If you go, who will tidy up?" Chapter 60. Friends all over the world. The aunt's eyes blazed with fury. In this world, how could there exist a daughter who regards her mother merely as a housekeeper? Mo Chun restrained Xiao Nanan's arm and said to Lin Dongyu, "Let us depart." Lin Dongyu had long wished to leave. It was not worth subjecting the aunt to such torment simply to gather evidence for divorce. At worst, she would support her aunt for the remainder of her life. Let the disheveled abode be left for Xiao Nanan to manage on her own. Adults must learn to bear the consequences of their actions.
No.
Xiao Nanan frantically blocked the doorway, and in her fervor, she accidentally kicked over a bag on the floor, sending a large quantity of longan scattering everywhere. No matter how disappointed she felt in her daughter, Xiao Nanan was still her flesh and blood, and the aunt could not help but feel a twinge of compassion for her. Little did she realize that Xiao Nanan was unworthy of such concern. Mo Chen shielded Lin Dongyu and the aunt as they made their exit. Aji exchanged a knowing glance with another bodyguard, who comprehended and pretended to search for someone, positioning himself behind the trio to obstruct Xiao Nanan's path. The bodyguard stood like an imposing iron tower, rendering Xiao Nannan unable to pass. And she could only watch helplessly as they entered the elevator.
Who are you?
Xiao Nannan snapped. The bodyguard gazed down at her, remaining utterly still. She contemplated pushing him aside but was daunted by his size, resorting instead to insults. What a shrew. Aji sighed and remarked, "We're leaving now." How could such a wonderful young lady have a cousin so akin to a shrew? The contrast is stark. Upon returning to the car, the aunt huddled in the corner of her seat, her expression vacant. She was at a loss regarding the course of her life. Whether she felt anger or sadness was difficult to articulate. The same situations replayed endlessly, and she felt increasingly numb. Mo Chun started the engine, reassuring them. "You need not worry. I have other means to obtain the evidence." Lin Dongyu, who had already prepared herself for the possibility of not securing any evidence, responded, "Really? Thank you so much." Mo Chun cast a glance at her, steering the wheel as he made a turn, saying, "No need for thanks, you are my wife. And your family is my family." In truth, his aunt was in low spirits and had not paid attention to their conversation. Lin Dongyu was at a loss for how to console her, but Mo Chun took the initiative, stating, "As per our original plan, let us go and buy flowers. Some matters are beyond consolation. It is better to engage her in other activities." Upon arriving at the flower market, they were greeted by a vibrant array of blossoms. Accompanied by adorable kittens and puppies, along with the occasional cheerful chirping of birds, a scene brimming with life. Standing amidst the flora, his aunt exhaled deeply, as if to expel all her gloom. From this moment on, she resolved to embrace her true self. Though she was older, she vowed to live each day for herself from now on. Witnessing her aunt's renewed spirit, Lin Dongyu and Mo Chun exchanged smiles, and Mo Chun whispered, "I will support you all the way." He admired those who, despite life's adversities, continued to rise with resilience. Lin Dongyu opened a sketch she had saved on her phone, intending to follow it as a guide. Initially, Mo Chun had planned to have the gardener from the old residence come to Yunjianju, certain that he could perfectly realize Lin Dongyu's vision. Yet, he now felt that creating and arranging it together with her would hold far greater significance. Lin Dongyu had never raised flowers before. Her envisioned scenes were idealistic, while many practical issues remained to be addressed. What kind of flower is this? Is it easy to care for? Ah, I love this one. Will it survive the winter? How do we water it? This stone basin is perfect. How about we plant water lilies in it? In the realm of plant care, all three were novices, engaging in a particularly fervent discussion. As they strolled and shopped, they succumbed to temptation and purchased several bouquets, each carrying a bountiful load. "All right," Mo Chun said. Lin Dongyu stood up and cast a playful glare at him, exclaiming, "That would be too much trouble for you." "Not at all, not at all." The bodyguard quickly waved his hand. The young mistress's kindness was too flattering for him to accept. Mo Chun replied, "A friend of mine runs a shop here. It's no trouble at all." His aunt chuckled. Little Mo must have a good disposition to have friends all over the world. Chapter 61. Have you been moved? After entrusting their purchases to the bodyguard, the trio could not resist buying more flowers. Once back in the car, the fragrant aroma enveloped the interior, dispelling all negative emotions. She had not yet agreed, because she still harbored illusions regarding Xiao Tao and his daughter. "No," Lin Dongyu asserted. Mo Chun said there are security issues at Yasen Garden. "I have made my decision." Her aunt's gaze was resolute. Divorce was inevitable. She must learn to support herself. "Xiao Yu, I know you care for me. But I brought you to Haiqing not to have you support me in my old age." Her aunt grasped Lin Dongyu's hand, saying, "I simply do not want you to follow the same path I did, lacking education, unable to earn much, and thus compelled to marry. Now that I have a place to stay, I am already quite content." Lin Dongyu's expression wavered, and Mo Chun remarked, "Your culinary skills are exceptional. A restaurant of yours would surely thrive. Let me know when you are selecting a location, and I will lend my insight." "Oh, right." Her aunt's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little Mo is an expert in real estate. Please help me choose a spot." Her culinary skills surpassed those of Axiang, which is why Axiang proposed the idea. However, transitioning from a roadside eatery to a private dining establishment feels rather ambitious, and he lacks confidence in his heart. The elder aunt is not in a hurry. She will take her time to find a suitable place. The immediate priority is to finalize the divorce. Lin Dongyu will not place her hopes on Xiao Tao's character. The elder aunt understands and nods, saying, "Do not worry about me. Focus on living well." Opening the door, the two stand at the threshold and share a smile. Having witnessed the chaotic home of Xiao Nannan, this moment feels incredibly precious. Soon, the purchased flowers are delivered. To avoid arousing Lin Dongyu's suspicion, The head of the bodyguards hired several skilled workers from the flower market, not only to deliver the flowers, but also to arrange them according to Lin Dongyu's vision. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the flower branches sway gracefully in the breeze, while a few koi in the stone basin leisurely flick their tails, creating a scene full of vitality. Standing amidst this beauty, Lin Dongyu closes her eyes and stretches, the sunlight accentuating her enchanting curves. Mo Chun watches her silhouette, sets down his water cup, and walks into the study. Mo Chun, if you don't want to make money, just say so. Lu Qi, of course I do.
Montag.
Please don't jest. I'll send you the information right away. By the way, are you truly developing feelings? With his capabilities? His curiosity soon leads him to uncover the relationship between Xiao Tao and Lin Dongyu. If he were not genuinely concerned, why would Mo Chun involve himself in such trivial matters? Has he truly been moved? Mo Chun questions himself, but finds no answer. Lin Dongyu is already accustomed to Mo Chun's abilities. Upon receiving the chat records obtained from Xiao Tao's phone, she examines them thoroughly and grows increasingly furious. It becomes evident from the records that Xiao Tao has maintained an improper relationship with Su Yu for a prolonged period. Over the years, he has falsely claimed to be on business trips or attending meetings while actually staying at Su Yu's home, basking in the warmth of another family. Compared to his stinginess in front of the elder aunt, he is remarkably generous towards Su Yu. Even Su Yu's neighbors believe they are a proper family of three. Further along in the records, Su Yu persuades Xiao Tao to travel to Rongqing for Xiao Su's myopia surgery. You have only one son. If you don't spend money on him, who will you spend it on? That good-for-nothing daughter of yours? Lin Ling didn't even graduate from middle school. A poor bamboo cannot produce good shoots. Don't forget, I bore you a son, allowing the Xiao family to have heirs. Surgery can certainly be done elsewhere, Haiqing too. But the technology in Rongqing is the best. If your son's eyes are ruined, who will you turn to for support? Through a combination of soft persuasion and pressure, Su Yu shifts Xiao Tao's initial reluctance about the expense of traveling to Rongqing into eager consent. The chat records contain intimate photographs of the two, transfer records, and various videos, all sufficient to substantiate Xiao Tao's infidelity. Lin Dongyu contemplates and promptly forwards them to Lawyer Zhou. Chapter 62. You will regret this. Reality is harsh. She is willing to be a wall, shielding the elder aunt from malice. Even if the elder aunt eventually learns the truth through others' recounting, the pain will be far less than witnessing it firsthand. Aunt, Mo Chun has found the evidence. You can rest assured. Lawyer Zhou will contact you for anything that requires your cooperation.
All right.
Upon hearing her resolute tone, Lin Dongyu felt a profound sense of relief. The weekend swiftly passed, giving way to a week filled with busyness. Throughout this week, Lin Dongyu was evidently more occupied than before. Several times, Mo Chun noticed the study light still aglow late into the night. On Friday, after a week of diligent effort, Yao Qi and the product manager finally secured Lin Dongyu's approval for their feasibility study report. All right, General Manager Lin, the headquarters is quite stingy, not even providing you with a car. Yao Qi complained, lamenting the desire for both high ambition and minimal investment. Lin Dongyu chuckled in response. As long as we achieve results, who fears the absence of a vehicle? To me, practicality outweighs ostentation. You need not make do for my sake, Lin Dongyu reassured her. It's not making do. Mo Lexi pouted playfully, sister-in-law, you've misunderstood me. I'm quite upset. She continued, I'm merely heading to the library for some research. Lin Dongyu quickly apologized, my bad. We will wait for you at the entrance. Before long, Mo Lexi appeared in her petite white car. She frequently picked up Lin Dongyu, and Yao Qi recognized her as Lin Dongyu's sister-in-law, feeling envious. The bond between General Manager Lin and her in-laws is truly admirable. They are wonderful people. Lin Dongyu thought warmly of the Mo siblings. Although she had yet to meet their parents, one could only surmise that such well-raised children must come from exceptionally cultured individuals. Mo Lexi indeed had plans to visit the library. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shushi Group, Lin Dongyu exited the vehicle and bid her farewell as Mo Lexi prepared to drive away. As she maneuvered the steering wheel, she noticed a pen that had fallen on the passenger seat and hastily slammed on the brakes, shouting out to Lin Dongyu, who was just departing, sister-in-law. Who is it? Yao Qi shrieked in fright, clutching the documents with one hand while shielding Lin Dongyu with the other. Upon closer inspection, Lin Dongyu recognized He Lijing. What do you want? She queried coldly. Wasn't I clear enough last time? Mo Lexi, upon seeing him, immediately pulled over, flung open her door, and rushed towards them. He Lijing quickly regained his composure and softened his tone. I came to Shushi on business and got a bit excited upon seeing you, my apologies. Isn't it fate that we keep running into each other? Fate, my foot. Mo Lexi exclaimed, spitting out a rare curse. You better keep your distance from my sister-in-law. Otherwise, My brother will not let you off easily. Why does the young lady speak so harshly? I've done nothing to offend you, He Lijing replied, wary at the entrance of Shushi. Turning to Lin Dongyu, he continued, Dongyu, look, we merely had a misunderstanding. Why did you block me? Surely you can reflect on our past and not be so absolute in your actions. Yao Qi watched in astonishment. Unfamiliar with He Lijing, she reasoned that if someone as affable as Lin Dongyu had chosen to block him, he must indeed be quite unsatisfactory. After all, she was a devoted admirer of Lin Dongyu. Sir, General Manager Lin is already married. Please do not pursue her any further, Yao Qi asserted. He Lijing felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for his own runaway marriage, Lin Dongyu would have been his wife. Lin Dongyu regarded him with an enigmatic smile, stating, Mr. He, do not test my patience. But trust me, otherwise you shall come to regret it. Chapter 63. Establishing a persona. For reasons unknown, Lin Dongyu's gaze sent a chill through He Lijing's heart, compelling him to avert his eyes. Step aside. Yao Qi blocked the path. And Lin Dongyu turned to Mo Lexi, saying, You should hurry along, I'm fine here. Mo Lexi, uneasy, insisted, I will wait until I see you safely inside. He Lijing, feeling disgruntled, realized that lingering would only earn him the disdain of the security personnel at the entrance, and even Zhou Puyi dared not linger any longer, stomping his foot in frustration as he departed. Once back in the car, Mo Lexi dialed Mo Chen. Mo Chen was engrossed in signing documents when his pen snapped with a sharp crack. This person is so bothersome, I don't wish to see him again, Mo Lexi remarked. Leave it to me, Mo Chen replied, arranging for Gao Boming to take action. He intended to ensure that He Lijing would not be seen in Haiqing. Gao Boming, known for his high efficiency, promptly sent an invitation for a pitch under the auspices of the MO Group's Tianjing branch, requesting He Lijing's participation in the upcoming public relations service tender in Tianjing. To He Lijing, this invitation was akin to a lifeline, and he immediately set off for Tianjing. Meanwhile, Lin Dongyu had just seated herself in the reception area of Xu Qing's office. She did not have to wait long. Within 10 minutes, Xu Qing's secretary ushered her in. President Lin, I've been waiting for you, Yao Qi said. Xu Qing, aware of the camaraderie between Lin Dongyu and his daughter, smiled and gestured for her to sit. Having been away for over half a month, how has the new project been progressing? Xu Qing inquired. Quite well, Lin Dongyu replied with a smile. I came to see you today with a mission. Oh? Xu Qing appeared surprised. What requests do you have? Please do share. Lin Dongyu placed the feasibility report for the new product on the desk and candidly stated, President Xu, the perfume project is not without promise, it is merely misdirected. Xu Qing opened the document and skimmed through it rapidly for a few minutes, without delving deeply. Thank you for the compliment, President Xu, he said. When Zhou Puyi spoke to me, I did not accept his reasoning. It was nonsense.
So what if he had a child?
Wasn't he born to his mother? He then shifted his tone, adding, however, he did propose a good idea. The perfume project has been losing money each month, and every time I review the loss reports, I ponder who could shoulder this responsibility. He suggested you, which reminded me. Having seen this report today, you have indeed not disappointed me. Xu Qing was known for his forthright nature, and his candor took her by surprise. It seemed that his straightforwardness was merely a facade for a more complex persona. No wonder she had found it peculiar that, even if Zhou Puyi wanted her transferred, the paperwork and new employment contract could be processed so swiftly. Xu Qing's ability to elevate the family legacy was indicative of his astuteness. President Xu, I did not expect you to hold me in such high regard, Lin Dongyu said slowly. Xu Qing laughed heartily, pointing at the report. Had you not presented this document, I would not have discussed these matters with you. His silence had been a test for Lin Dongyu. With a smile, Lin Dongyu inquired, Does this mean you have approved the expenses for these two projects? Of course not. Xu Qing remarked, I acknowledge your efforts. However, the feasibility of the project still requires substantiation. He mused, impressive. You even dare to threaten me. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I shall have someone inform you within the week. Lin Dongyu expressed her acceptance of this timeline. Upon exiting Xu Cheng's office, she immediately spotted Deng Wenquan, who was in a standoff with Yao Qi. In Chapter 64, a fierce rebuke was directed at Deng Wenquan. Yao Qi scoffed, Listen well, Deng. I have no desire to toil under your authority. Lin Dongyu stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Yao Qi, stating, Let us go. The intent to safeguard was unmistakable. Very well, President Lin. Yao Qi turned on her heel and departed, while Deng Wenquan, infuriated and humiliated, shouted after them, Yao Qi, don't make the mistake of rejecting my goodwill. What future do you envision following her? The two ignored him. Lin Dongyu paused, turned, and regarded him with a mocking expression. Xu Qing stood at the entrance of the president's office, visibly irritated as he glared at Deng Wenquan. Shu Zong. Dang, Wenkuan stammered. Have the pre-sale policy and gift boxes been finalized? I have yet to see their design. Is the press release ready? How much longer must we wait while you dawdle here? Shu Cheng's scathing words made Dang Wenkuan tremble, his head drooping lower with each rebuke. After venting his frustration, Shu Cheng loosened his tie and chastised. Tell me, after all these years learning from Lin Dongyu, what have you absorbed? At this rate, that deputy title will be permanently affixed to you. As Shu Cheng raged, the others in the room dared not speak. They relished in the spectacle of Dang Wenkuan's humiliation, several suppressing their laughter. Yao Qi, however, was more direct, bursting into laughter and clapping her hands as she asked, Deng Zong, have the small gifts been prepared? Have the influencers been secured? Is the promotional material ready? Yao Qi's every word struck a nerve with Dang Wenkuan. Shu Cheng, adopting a more amiable demeanor, said, Off you go, work diligently. Have a pleasant weekend, President Lin. Yao Qi left with a bright smile, while Lin Dongyu called Xu Yan, asking, Which store are you at now? I am coming to find you. What prompted this sudden desire to see me? How rare, Xu Yan replied playfully. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, she sent Lin Dongyu her location. Half an hour later, Lin Dongyu entered the dessert shop, Hua Kaiyushi. Unlike the small roadside establishments, Xu Yan's shop was located within an upscale shopping mall. The rent was steep, yet the steady flow of customers and comfortable atmosphere made it worthwhile. The decor embodied a fresh, pastoral aesthetic, with soothing music and warm lighting, inviting weary shoppers to step in and indulge in a sweet treat. Xu Yan sat by the window, her laptop open before her, alongside a half-eaten brownie and a cup of sea salt milk green tea. You seem to be enjoying a rather pleasant life, Lin Dongyu remarked with a smile as she pulled out a chair to join her. Not quite. I'm actually quite troubled, Xu Yan replied, resting her chin on her hand. My brother wants me to expand the store beyond High City, and I'm pondering how best to proceed. Franchising is the quickest route, but maintaining the store's reputation is challenging. Direct management worries me. Franchising is indeed the most lucrative, Lin Dongyu interjected. But I'm not lacking in funds. Lin Dongyu chuckled. Indeed, Miss Xu is not lacking in funds. Your starting line is merely the finish line for others. What? Even you join in mocking me? Xu Yan retorted quickly. Offer me your insights. She turned her laptop towards Lin Dongyu. I am not mocking you, Lin Dongyu replied earnestly. Everyone's circumstances differ, leading to varied choices. Since your interest is merely a preference, there is no need to consider franchising. You should focus solely on the product and the brand itself. Reputation is of utmost importance to you. In this regard, you have already surpassed the majority of national dessert chains. Establishing one successful outlet is equivalent to opening a chain nationwide, with no distinction in High City. Xu Yan's eyes brightened. Indeed. What a thoughtful little angel you are. My dear. Lin Dongyu laughed. I came to speak with you about another matter. Have you truly halted Xu's collaboration with Xinmei? This afternoon, I encountered He Lijing at the headquarters. Chapter 65. Wasting Resources. Xu Yan closed her laptop, pouting. He deserves it. Don't even think about persuading me. I haven't aided you in any way, and I must voice my opinion. Lin Dongyu laughed. I certainly know you are doing this for my sake. Don't say you haven't helped me. Having a good friend like you fills me with joy. Xu Yan instantly brightened, proudly declaring, Indeed. If I were a man, I would marry you. The two exchanged playful banter, and time seemed to flow like golden honey. What would you like to drink? Order anything. Lin Dongyu, unreserved, ordered her favorite mango sago and an ice cream waffle. You say He Lijing sought you out? It appears he remains undeterred. It was merely a chance encounter. He was likely looking for someone, Lin Dongyu replied. Xinmei's service has always been commendable. I feel guilty that my presence has impacted their entire company. Xu Yan retorted. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't try to persuade me? There are numerous PR firms in High City. Xu can easily switch to another. While he cannot survive without Xu, spare us your saintly demeanor. He is the boss, responsible for his employees, not you. Is he not an adult? Should he not be accountable for his actions? Lin Dongyu, resigned, said, Alright, I admit I do have a bit of a savior complex. But life is not a novel. Where are the swift resolutions and vendettas? Living well is what truly matters. I don't care. His company will not profit from Xu's resources. Xu Yan inquired curiously. What exactly are you conflicted about? I just feel a bit regretful, Lin Dongyu explained. When I was at headquarters, Ouyang, the liaison from Xinmei, was quite competent and efficient. He sent me a message stating that after losing Xu as a client, he was laid off. Lin Dongyu shrugged. Never mind. I shall recruit Ouyang for the new project. The perfume initiative requires a shift in strategy and is in need of personnel. Coincidentally, Yao Qi has been promoted by Lin Dongyu as an assistant. And we require someone to manage brand public relations. Once the new product launches, public relations will be a challenging battle. Exactly. Just think that way, Xu Yan agreed. Inquire with Ouyang if there are any other laid-off employees who could submit their resumes to Xu. I will inform my father that under equal qualifications, they should be given priority in hiring. Understood. As the dessert was served, Lin Dongyu scooped a spoonful with a small spoon, savoring it as she closed her eyes in satisfaction, exclaiming, "It's the flavor I adore." At that moment, Xu Yan mischievously winked at her, teasing, "You know our relationship, don't you? How could he possibly belong to me?" Lin Dongyu replied, "You enjoy your meal. I'll send him a message." "Oh, you both live together. Don't tell me nothing has happened?" Xu Yan leaned closer, inquiring, "What could happen?" Lin Dongyu responded, her face a picture of confusion. Xu Yan clicked her tongue lightly and said, holding hands, sharing kisses, "You're both adults, having even held a wedding banquet. Why the shyness?" Lin Dongyu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "It's truly not as you think." "Really?" Xu Yan exclaimed in surprise. "You feel nothing for such a handsome man?" "That's simply, well, you're wasting a fine catch. He could very well be that mysterious young CEO of the Mo family." "No way," Lin Dongyu retorted without a second thought. "You've been watching too many dramas." Xu Yan chuckled, secretly doubting such a coincidence, realizing it was merely a jest. With no work the following day, the two women, after dinner, strolled through a shopping mall, purchasing various items. Xu Yan's phone rang. She answered. "Second brother?" Xu Weixian said, "My friend S bar is opening today. Would you like to come and have some fun? I'm with Dongyu. Let me ask her. Invite her along. I'll treat." After hanging up, Xu Yan linked arms with Lin Dongyu, urging, "Come on, let us go to the bar. It's a friend of my brother S."
And he is treating.
"Bar?" Lin Dongyu hesitated momentarily before declining. "It's your brother S friend. I'm not familiar with him, so I'll pass." She was not one to revel in lively gatherings. "No, you must go," Xu Yan insisted, tugging at her arm. "Just consider it as accompanying me. How can young people not have a nightlife? It's too noisy. I can't even hear a word," Lin Dongyu replied. During her university years, she had attended a couple of times for classmates' birthdays, and the only impression she retained was the overwhelming noise. "Just dance. Who needs to talk?" Xu Yan persisted with her soft persuasion. "Oh, come on, let us go." Suddenly, Lin Dongyu thought, "But I'm in professional attire. It would seem odd at a bar. Just buy an outfit. We're at the mall." Unable to resist Xu Yan's enthusiasm, Lin Dongyu finally changed into newly purchased clothing, and together they headed to the bar's address provided by Xu Weixian. The bar was located on a street by the riverside, adorned with flickering colored lights, the neon reflections dancing upon the water's surface. The driver halted at the entrance, saying, "Miss, I'm nearby. Call if you need anything." "I understand," Lin Dongyu replied as she stepped out of the car, following Xu Yan. She glanced up at the enormous neon sign overhead that read Max, the letters distorted into striking triangular shapes, exuding a bold personality. From the signage to the decor at the entrance of the bar, the ambience is imbued with a captivating cyberpunk artistic style, exuding a sense of futurism. Today marks the grand opening of Max Bar, where a red carpet is laid out, flanked by baskets of flowers, and a steady stream of patrons flows in and out. The thunderous sound of music reverberates from within. Before arriving, Xu Yan had called her second brother, and now Xu Weixian awaits at the entrance. "Little sister, Miss Lin." Xu Weixian greets, stepping aside with a smile to allow another person to pass, introducing, "This is my friend Meng Xiao. Today is the opening of his bar." "Meng Xiao?" "Miss Xu." Meng Xiao turns to Lin Dongyu. "Miss Lin, we meet again." Lin Dongyu is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. "Yes, what a coincidence." "Wait, you two know each other?" Xu Yan inquires. "The miniature landscape cake I made was for his sister. We met once," Lin Dongyu explains. "Indeed," Meng Xiao nods in affirmation, adding, "I am very grateful for Miss Lin's assistance. Tian has been discharged from the hospital and is currently in recovery." "Is that so?" Lin Dongyu expresses her apologies. "I've been quite busy lately, and must have overlooked it. Let us head inside, Xu Weixian suggests, since we are so fated. We should continue our conversation inside." "Ah, right. I should have considered that." Meng Xiao gestures for them to enter, saying, "Miss Lin, Miss Xu, please come in." He opens the glass door, and the vibrant atmosphere envelopes them. Unlike an ordinary bar, the interior features not just a dance floor and a live band, but also an esports stage. Gaming consoles and computers are scattered throughout the bar. Colorfully dressed patrons dance to the music in the dance area, while overhead screens broadcast the ongoing esports events, and the gaming stations are crowded with enthusiastic players erupting in cheers. Everything feels refreshingly novel. After they are seated, Meng Xiao takes the menu from the server and hands it to Lin Dongyu, saying, "Miss Lin, feel free to order. It's on me." Shuyan chuckles. My brother is treating us. It seems that us unnecessary. I wouldn't dare compete with the owner, Shu Xian responds. In this setting, Lin Dongyu does not decline. After perusing the menu, she orders a mint drink. Miss Lin doesn't drink alcohol? Meng Xiao asks, no need to worry, even at bar prices. The mint drink is only 38 yuan. Alright, Meng Xiao replies, taking back the menu with a smile. You all sit tight. I'll be back shortly. As the owner, he has many friends to attend to on the opening day, especially those from the esports community. Xu Yan curiously surveys the surroundings, remarking, so this is an esports bar. Quite innovative. Lin Dongyu nods. Each time she encounters Meng Xiao, he surprises her. Remembering how she initially mistook him for a girl, she feels a bit embarrassed. This person, with his refined and handsome appearance, engages in esports, drives luxury cars, and now opens a bar, excelling in every endeavor. An esports bar indeed offers more excitement than a conventional one, ensuring it is far from dull. Upon returning to Yuejing Yunju, it is past midnight. Mo Chen's deep voice suddenly resonates. Lin Dongyu is startled and asks, are you still awake? An inexplicable sense of panic wells up within her. How can one describe this feeling? It's akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Chapter 67. Misunderstanding. Lin Dongyu shakes her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. What on earth is this? She and Mo Chen do not share that kind of relationship. The living room was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of a nightlight illuminating the space. Mo Chen rose from the sofa and approached her step by step. His tall figure exuded an overwhelming presence in such an atmosphere. Lin Dongyu, I recall a stipulation in our agreement that during its duration, one must remain single. His tone suggested he was rather displeased. What did he mean? Lin Dongyu was perplexed. Mo Chen stood before her, gazing deeply into her eyes, and said, the attire you are wearing now is not what you left the house in this morning. He could not be mistaken. Lin Dongyu had donned a pale lotus-colored silk blouse paired with a conventional black knee-length skirt for work, a testament to her cautious professional style. Yet now, she was clad in a sleeveless dark green top that accentuated her graceful figure, adorned with silver tassels on the shoulders and hem. Her lower half was clad in black ripped jeans, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Oh, Lin Dongyu exhaled in relief. You're mistaken. It was Xu Yan who wanted me to join her at a bar, and my original outfit was not suitable, so I purchased this set on a whim. Mo Chen regarded her in silence. After a moment of thought, Lin Dongyu raised the paper bag she was holding, tore off the receipt taped to the side, and thrust it into his hands, saying, see for yourself. Feeling unjustly accused, she turned to leave. Back in her bedroom, her anger simmered as she reflected on the encounter. Even after completing her evening routine and lying down, the irritation lingered. She had previously thought of Mo Chen as a gentleman, only to discover he harbored such a patriarchal mindset. Tossing and turning, she wrapped herself in her thin blanket and fell into a restless sleep. Upon waking, Lin Dongyu sat on the bed for several seconds before remembering it was the weekend. Mo Chen was absent, leaving the room feeling rather desolate. After having breakfast, she stepped onto the balcony to engage in 4 sets of rowing machine exercises. Under Mo Chen's guidance, she had mastered the standard rowing technique. Her phone chimed with a message from Meng Xiao. Miss Lin, I wonder if you are free today? Would you do me the honor of sharing a meal? Tian has been eager to express her gratitude. From his polished words, it was difficult to associate Meng Xiao with his profession. Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment. She was indeed concerned about Meng Tian's recovery, so she arranged to meet at noon. She changed into a loose-fitting athletic outfit, slung a backpack over her shoulders, and set out for Yacheng Garden. Xiang's home-style restaurant was open, with her aunt and the owner chatting amiably by the entrance as they worked. Aunt, Xiang. Lin Dongyu greeted them.
Ah.
Her aunt responded, pouring her a cup of freshly brewed chrysanthemum and snow pear tea.
Give this a try.
Xiang smiled and said, Xiu, your aunt is incredibly talented. She makes excellent soup and brews herbal tea. We decided yesterday that starting today, the restaurant will offer complimentary herbal tea. Only a blind man would fail to appreciate your aunt. Lin Dongyu accepted the cup, took a sip, and smiled. I haven't had your herbal tea in ages. It is still as delightful as ever. Her aunt, flattered by their compliments, lowered her head, concealing her smile with her hand. Aunt, what did Lawyer Zhou say? Lin Dongyu inquired. She has been exceedingly busy this week and has had little contact with Lawyer Zhou. A couple of days ago, I accompanied Lawyer Zhou to the courthouse and submitted all the necessary documents. Lawyer Zhou mentioned that the case will only be filed after the court's review is approved, so I shall await their notification. Auntie said. Xiang laughed heartily and remarked, I am curious to know what that man with the surname Xiao will think upon receiving the notice. After all these years, His reluctance to divorce is merely because he knows your aunt's worth. Lin Dongyu smiled gently and replied, "Indeed. As long as my aunt is at home, he has nothing to worry about. He deserves it." Who told him to cheat and drive away his wife? Ah Xiang, being someone who has experienced similar trials, vehemently condemned the scoundrel. Noticing that Auntie was in good spirits, Lin Dongyu stayed with her until the restaurant began to fill with patrons. Glancing at the time, she promptly took a taxi to the rendezvous point with Meng Xiao. Chapter 68. Shipping CP. Meng Tian was still in recovery. Thus, Meng Xiao chose a serene garden restaurant as their meeting place. The entire establishment was built by the lakeside, embraced by blooming flowers, exuding an air of elegance amidst tranquility. With a gentle breeze wafting through, reflecting on the exhilarating esports bar from the previous night, Lin Dongyu mused, Meng Xiao is quite an intriguing person. The Meng siblings had arrived early, and the waiter guided Lin Dongyu to their table. Miss Lin. Meng Xiao rose to greet her. Over here. Lin Dongyu quickened her pace. Smiling, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all. We just arrived, said Meng Xiao, gesturing to the teapot on the table. See, this pot of tea is still full. We haven't had a chance to drink yet. Indeed, it was as he said. While they conversed, Meng Tian remained quietly observant. Compared to their hurried encounter at the hospital, Meng Tian's cheeks had filled out a bit, and her complexion was no longer pale. Hello, Tian. Lin Dongyu greeted her with a smile, taking a seat beside her and inquired, How are you feeling now? I'm feeling much better. Thank you, Sister Dongyu, responded Meng Tian, tilting her head to gaze at her with admiration. Sister Dongyu, you are so impressive. My brother told me you manage a factory, and baking cakes is merely a hobby. With dedication, anything can be accomplished, Lin Dongyu encouraged her. Your current task is to take good care of your health. You are also quite remarkable for enduring such a challenging surgery. Flattered by her praise, Meng Tian shyly lowered her head. Meng Xiao placed the menu before them, stating, The fish here is excellent. You both should see what you would like to order. After they placed their orders, Meng Tian asked, Sister Dongyu, I checked several times. Why haven't you posted a picture of my cake? Lin Dongyu exclaimed, Oh, I forgot. Since leaving the hospital, she had not opened that social media app. The significant matters of her project transition and Auntie's marriage had consumed almost all her attention. Noticing Meng Tian's eager expression, Lin Dongyu said, I will post it right now. She opened her phone to browse through her album, only to find it filled with work-related photos, various bottles of non-combustible essential oils, reference products, and prices she had screenshot from online. It took her a moment to find the right image. I have it, Meng Xiao said, and then sent Lin Dongyu the photo of the cake taken at the hospital. The cake rested on the small table beside the hospital bed, the background somewhat chaotic, yet Meng Xiao's photographic skills were commendable, capturing the cake's beauty from various angles. Dongyu Jia, I sent you a request to like my post, Meng Tian remarked. All right, Lin Dongyu replied, logging into her account and posting 3 images of the school-themed cake from different perspectives, accompanied by a simple phrase, I created a meaningful cake, and I'm very happy. Just as she finished posting, Meng Tian's phone chimed. Flustered, Meng Tian picked up her phone, her cheeks flushed, and said, I followed you. So I'll get notified of any updates. How adorable. Lin Dongyu thought to herself that if only her sister possessed half of Meng Tian's charm. After entering the interface, Meng Tian promptly liked the post and commented, I've received the cake, and I truly love it. Sister Deep Sea, you are amazing. She followed her comment with a series of thumbs-up emojis. The dishes had been served, with the waiter presenting steaming fish soup before the 3 of them. Let's eat. Meng Xiao cheerfully reminded them. Okay. Meng Tian was in an ecstatic mood, sipping the fish soup while stealing glances at Lin Dongyu. The goddess. A beautiful and capable woman. Gentle and kind-hearted in private, she was the epitome of what every girl aspired to become. She deliberately ate slowly, wanting to linger in Lin Dongyu's presence a little longer. As they continued eating, Meng Tian noticed her brother's excessive attentiveness. In her mind, Meng Xiao was always a gentleman towards girls, polite even to her classmates. But her intuition told her that this was a courteousness maintained at a distance. Yet, this was clearly not the case now. Her brother's gaze had not strayed from Dongyu Jie even for a moment. In fact, she felt intuitively that this was the result of Meng Xiao's restraint. Could it be? The gentlemanly captain of a retired esports star and the gentle, beautiful, and capable cake-making sister. She could write a 1,000-word essay on this. Tian. Drink another bowl of soup to replenish your strength, Lin Dongyu said as she ladled a bowl of soup for her. Meng Tian immediately felt a pang of guilt. What was she even thinking? To suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Meng Tian opened her phone, eager to check the comments on the cake. Surely, many would have come to like it. However, after a few seconds, her expression grew increasingly grim. What kind of people were these? Noticing her change in demeanor, Meng Xiao took the phone from her hand. Upon seeing the screen, he frowned and flipped the phone face down on the table. What's wrong? Lin Dongyu inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Let's just eat, Meng Xiao replied. Lin Dongyu sensed something was amiss. Observing Meng Tian's pouting lips, she pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. Meng Tian hurriedly pressed down on her hand, anxious, and said, Dongyu Jia, don't look. Chapter 69, Protecting Our Esteemed Sister. Tian, don't underestimate me, Lin Dongyu smiled. I'm an adult and can face everything. Avoiding it won't solve the problem. Meng Xiao nodded at Meng Tian, and only then did she release her grip. Lin Dongyu swiped on the phone, the interface still displaying her previous post. However, at that moment, hundreds of comments had flooded in, far surpassing the reactions garnered by the previous 3 posts. The most prominent comment was, in fact, the one posted by Meng Tian. The subsequent comments also referenced the flagpole and the benches in front of the library, accusing the workmanship of being crude and perfunctory. Are you foolish, little sister? Being deceived, yet counting others' money. Was this cake custom-made? The deep-sea creation was crafted with care. Yet the commissioned piece is of such shoddy quality. Once it became popular, the quality declined. I can no longer place my trust in these internet influencers. It hasn't even gained traction yet. The deep sea still lags behind the influencers by a considerable margin. With such a standard, how can they even think of accepting commissions? Have they lost their minds thinking about money? Moreover, the comment section is rife with individuals launching direct insults, expressing a myriad of grievances. Lin Dongyu's private messages erupted with vitriol. Upon casually glancing at a couple, they were even more disheartening than the public comments. Meng Xiao remarked, Miss Lin, you need not pay heed to these online trolls. They're simply losers seeking validation in their failed lives. He had once been a wildly popular esports star, having endured more than his fair share of trials. When adored, fans would elevate him to the heavens, lamenting the days of not being able to see their beloved brother Shila for even a moment. Yet, when despised, they would resort to any means necessary. Online vitriol is merely the tip of the iceberg. They would follow, harass at hotels, and even storm competition venues with personal threats. Indeed, they are nothing but keyboard warriors. Meng Tian exclaimed indignantly, can they actually do anything? They can only chatter endlessly. The young girl's face flushed with anger as she declared, what they criticize as poorly done is the heartfelt sentiment from my classmates, which has inadvertently implicated Sister Dongyu. If it weren't for the need to convey my classmates' intentions, how could Sister Dongyu be subjected to online harassment? Lin Dongyu smiled softly, reassuringly stating, do not worry. While I find these remarks somewhat uncomfortable, I am not truly angry. If I were to quibble over every detail and engage with them online, what would differentiate me from them? She shrugged, seemingly unfazed. In terms of annoyance, she found last night's misunderstanding with Imo Chun far more infuriating. No way. Meng Tian slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, I cannot remain as composed as you adults. She disregarded her meal, pulling out her phone to contact her classmates. It was Saturday and there were no classes. Meng Tian immediately shared screenshots of the derogatory comments about the cake, and the classmates group exploded with activity. Who insulted my basketball creation? Just wait, I'll show them. This is outrageous. I must support Sister Deep Sea. How dare they criticize the flagpole that took so much effort to create? Let us go. We'll flood the comments section. After saying this, she snapped a photo of the fish soup in front of her and posted it in the group, stating, are you envious? This fish soup was personally served to me by Sister Deep Sea.
Wow.
Tian, you are too much. You actually met Sister Deep Sea in person? I want her autograph. Just wait. We should establish a support club for Deep Sea. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Dongyu, a new account for the Deep Sea official Global Cake Club was registered on social media, with the description, Protect Our Esteemed Sister. Meng Tian tapped a few buttons on her phone and looked at Lin Dongyu, saying, Sister Dongyu, you need to follow this account. The support club was a spontaneously organized grassroots entity, and social media does not provide verification for such groups. Moreover, Lin Dongyu herself is not a celebrity, merely possessing a modest reputation on the platform. Therefore, the simplest course of action is for her to follow the account of the Deep Sea Official Global Cake Association, using her handle A Touch of Blue from the Deep Sea as a gesture of endorsement. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding? Lin Dongyu glanced at the account name on Meng Tian's phone and could not contain her laughter, doubling over in amusement. What is this cake association? Haha. She doesn't follow stars but is aware of fan clubs. However, this cake association is simply hilarious. And that description, so ridiculously juvenile. It's undoubtedly something one would concoct during their school days. Seeing her so joyous, Meng Xiao also stood up to peek at Meng Tian's phone, struggling to suppress his laughter. Miss Lin, if you don't mind, perhaps you could indulge them a little, Meng Xiao suggested, stifling his chuckles. All right. Lin Dongyu finally ceased her laughter, rubbing her abdomen. I laughed so hard it hurts. She opened her phone and followed the Deep Sea Official Global Cake Association. Meng Tian swiftly typed on her phone's keyboard. Sister Deep Sea has followed the Cake Association. And she is so happy. It spread like wildfire. News quickly circulated within the class group, spiraling from 1 person to 10, then to 100, until the entire grade and even students from other schools were aware. The student era is one of youthful audacity and fervor. Meng Tian is well-liked, and many are familiar with her affairs. Lin Dongyu's meticulously crafted micro-landscape cake, resembling their school, held deep sentimental value. The day the cake was delivered, the photos were widely shared. After Meng Tian's successful surgery, the story became even more inspirational. With such multiple endorsements, how could the keyboard warriors dare to slander the creator of this cake, thus hurting the classmates' heartfelt expression towards Meng Tian? Such actions are utterly unforgivable. Consequently, within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Dongyu's post was inundated by her classmates. I personally made this basketball stand. I know it's not pretty, but what do you mean by criticizing Sister Deep Sea? Apologize immediately. Dare I ask those nitpickers, can you do better? All you do is ramble here. I'll claim the flagpole. It's indeed not perfect. Can you do any better? If it weren't for our intention to convey our heartfelt sentiments, Sister Deep Sea wouldn't be subjected to such criticism. Can't you see her craftsmanship? A bunch of blind fools. You're just looking for trouble. In other places, the work is of such high quality, yet you haven't praised it. The classmates' fighting spirit was formidable. They presented facts, articulated reason, and added cold sarcasm, rendering the critics speechless. It's likely those individuals never anticipated that the points they criticized were not even crafted by Lin Dongyu herself. Half an hour later, the term Sister Deep Sea surged onto the platform's trending list. The hot post within the rankings was a small essay published by the Deep Sea Official Global Cake Association, narrating the entire sequence of events with fervor and eloquence. The writer was the language representative from Meng Tian's class. Meng Tian, beaming with joy, finally set her phone down and said, Sister Dongyu, I've avenged you. Those detractors didn't dare to utter a peep. In the face of truth, arguing will only lead to one's own humiliation. Watching Lin Dongyu's account skyrocket in followers, Meng Tian was even more exhilarated than Lin Dongyu herself. Meng Xiao instructed the waiter to add hot soup to the pot and prepared a generous bowl of dishes for Meng Tian, smiling as he asked, Can you now eat in peace? Yes, I can, Meng Tian replied with a sweet smile, putting away her phone. Sister Dongyu, you are not just my idol now, but the shared idol of all the girls in our school. Lin Dongyu chuckled, replying, That's quite an exaggeration. I should thank you for speaking on my behalf. Her focus in life was not on social media, it was merely a platform for her to document her passions. Nevertheless, having clarity was always a good thing. And she could continue updating her notes there in the future. Spending time with the Meng siblings was a delightful experience, and time flew by swiftly. After wiping her mouth, Meng Tian declared, I'm full. I'm heading to the restroom. Watching her joyful figure, it was hard to imagine that not long ago, she had been lying in a hospital bed, struggling to walk normally. You are really kind to your cousin, Lin Dongyu remarked. A nostalgic glint appeared in Meng Xiao's eyes as he replied, I consider her my own sister. He looked at Lin Dongyu and suddenly said, Wait a moment. What's wrong? Lin Dongyu asked, puzzled. Meng Xiao slightly rose, gently brushing Lin Dongyu's shoulder with his hand, smiling as he said, There was a moth. It's fine now. Just as Lin Dongyu was about to express her gratitude, she felt a chilling gaze upon her. She looked up to see Mo Chen staring intently at her from a short distance away, his expression icy. Beside him stood a woman dressed in a cream-colored chiffon dress, whom she found somewhat familiar. However, that was not of paramount importance. What mattered was the way Mo Chen looked at her, as if questioning. A misunderstanding. Chapter 71, Calling 120 for her. The three of them sat at a rectangular table overlooking the lake. Meng Xiao was seated alone on the left, while Lin Dongyu and Meng Tian sat together, with Meng Tian positioned closer to the lake. At this moment, Meng Tian had gone to the restroom, and her utensils were conveniently blocked by Lin Dongyu. From Mo Chen's perspective, Lin Dongyu and Meng Xiao were seated across from each other in a seemingly intimate posture. If they were not on a date, what were they doing? He suddenly halted, and Fang Qingyao gently nudged his arm, whispering, Mo Chen? Fang Qingyao trailed closely behind him, taking small steps to keep up. Behind them, Aji hurriedly concealed himself, whispering into the microphone pinned to his collar. The young madam is here. Those who have already shown their faces should stay hidden. Understood, understood. The head of the bodyguard team swiftly mobilized personnel. Aji internally lamented. What is happening? Why do I encounter such chaotic scenes every time I'm on duty? The young madam's friends appeared exceptionally competent, yet there were actually 3 of them. He wondered if the boss had noticed. True to its name, the garden restaurant was a fragrant journey from the lakeside to the entrance, taking over 10 minutes. Chen stopped beneath an arch draped with soft wisteria, his gaze sharp and his demeanor stern. Fang Qingyao, feeling indignant, asked, "Who is she? Tell me."
Who is she to you?
Chen shot her a glance and replied, "It's none of your business." Chen, you cannot treat me this way." Fang Qingyao took 2 steps back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "After all these years of connection, you're being too heartless. Do not forget. Had it not been for my rescue back then, would you still be here today? I have come to see you today out of nostalgia for our past." Chen's voice was cold as he spoke, but was it truly you back then? Fang Qingyao's complexion drained of color in an instant, her hands clutching her head as she exclaimed, "Ah, I cannot bear it. My head aches, and my chest feels so heavy." Chen nodded towards the bodyguard captain standing not far away and instructed, "Call for an ambulance." Chen. He turned his back to her, stating, "I will fulfill my promise to you, but if greed." He left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was clear. Fang Qingyao shivered, not daring to utter another word. Chen lingered no longer. With a graceful lift of his long leg, he entered the Bentley waiting at the door and drove out of Fang Qingyao's line of sight. The bodyguard captain approached Fang Qingyao and inquired, "Miss Fang, do you require me to call for an ambulance?" Fang Qingyao, exasperated, snapped, "Get away." The captain shrugged and departed in the black business vehicle. Fang Qingyao straightened herself, as if the person who had just cried out in pain was someone else entirely. She did not leave, but instead walked to the restroom set in the garden, wiped away her tears, and meticulously reapplied her makeup. Gazing into the mirror, her eyes shimmered with determination. Moments later, clutching her bag, she exited the restroom and made her way to the dining corridor by the lakeside. Concealed by the trees, she took several photos of Lin Dongyu with her phone camera. It is all this woman's fault. Inside the Bentley, Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Qi. "Mr. Mo? Did you gain any insights from your meeting?" Lu Qi inquired. Chen's mood was dismal as he replied, "If you could uncover the truth, I wouldn't have to make this trip." Lu Qi groaned, "Boss, be reasonable. It's been 12 years. You must give me some time." Chen remained silent. "Mr. Mo, how did your conversation with Fang Qingyao go? Did she truly ask you for the art museum?" Lu Qi pressed on, sensing the tension in Chen's demeanor. Upon finishing the formalities, he quickly ended the call, muttering to himself, "Fang Qingyao, you had better hope you are not lying." Back in their school days, Fang Qingyao had always considered herself Chen's savior. Because of this, despite harboring no romantic feelings, Chen tolerated her presence, even refraining from correcting her claims of being his girlfriend. Little did he know, while everyone perceived them as a pair of fated lovers, Fang Qingyao silently left the country. The current Chen was far from easily deceived. The air in the car remained quiet for a long while before Chen finally spoke. Yuejing Yunjun. Chapter 72. Let us give it a try. After Chen's departure, Lin Dongyu felt a tumult of emotions. Meng Xiao had a clear understanding. It was related to the man with whom Lin Dongyu had exchanged glances moments ago. In just a few seconds, he had managed to influence her mood. Who was he? Lin Dongyu absent-mindedly stirred the fish soup with a spoon while Meng Xiao gazed out at the lake view beyond the railing. The dinner was nearing its conclusion, and who would have thought they would encounter Chen? With the misunderstandings from the previous night and today's chance meeting, she found herself at a loss for words. "Sister Dongyu, don't rush." Meng Tian waved her hand, presenting her phone. "Look at this. Pudding wants to interview you." Pudding is the very social media platform where Lin Dongyu shares her updates. "An interview?" She pondered for a moment and replied, "Please decline it for me. Baking is merely a hobby. I never aspired to fame." "Sister Dongyu, it can be done without showing your face," Meng Tian attempted to persuade her. Meng Xiao interjected, "Even without appearing, it's not feasible. Pudding garners immense traffic, and the winds of online public opinion are unpredictable, beyond the control of students like you." "See, your brother concurs," Lin Dongyu stated. "All right," Meng Tian acquiesced. "No need," Lin Dongyu countered. "I can just call for a ride. It's quite convenient." She gently ruffled Meng Tian's hair and smiled. "I have other matters to attend to. I will allow you to drive me another time." Recognizing her resolve, Meng Xiao remarked, "Very well. We shall not delay, Miss Lin. We can reschedule for another day." As she watched the red sports car depart, Lin Dongyu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Upon opening the door, the interior was remarkably quiet. Lin Dongyu exhaled softly, thankful that he was not present. Her lingering outside was essentially a reluctance to confront Chen. After changing her shoes in the foyer, she proceeded towards her bedroom. As she traversed the hallway, Mo Chen's door unexpectedly swung open, and he appeared at the threshold. His dark eyes fixated upon her. Fresh from a shower, he donned a black silk loungewear set, the V neckline accentuating the defined contours of his chest. His hair was tousled, droplets cascading from the roots, glistening as they traced down his collarbone into the shadow of his attire. He was a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor, buttoned up to the very top. Surprisingly, he exuded a certain allure. Lin Dongyu swallowed hard, quickly averting her gaze, and said, "I apologize for the intrusion."
With that,
She attempted to hasten her departure. Instinctively, she sensed that this man harbored a hint of danger. Apologize? Mo Chen grasped her wrist firmly and inquired, "Are you apologizing for the lunch date or for last night?" He had instructed Lu Qi to investigate. And it was indeed true that Lin Dongyu had gone out with Xu Yan the previous night, ostensibly to support Meng Zhao's newly opened esports bar. Over the course of 2 days, what more could she possibly say? "Let go of me." Lin Dongyu struggled. But her efforts were futile against the iron grip of the man. Her resistance only served to exacerbate Mo Chen's agitation. "Do you recall our agreement?" he demanded in a low voice. "I do." Lin Dongyu replied, "We agreed to respect each other's freedom to socialize. I am merely friends with him, with no ulterior motives." "Just friends?" Mo Chen clearly doubted her, asking, "Does he know you are married?" Lin Dongyu was momentarily at a loss for words. In this regard, Meng Zhao was indeed unaware. They had met only thrice. He was not a close friend like Xu Yan. Was she expected to disclose her peculiar marital status to him? Mo Chen interpreted her silence as guilt. Lin Dongyu contemplated and replied, "Mo Chen, have you forgotten? We are not truly married." Mo Chen's gaze instantly hardened as he drew closer, his voice low and intense. "If you wish, perhaps we should explore that notion." Chapter 73. The First Kiss. What? As Lin Dongyu's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, she was enveloped by the aromatic scent of pine that lingered on the man after his shower, sending a shiver through her entire being. The soft, cool touch of his lips rendered her momentarily speechless. Realizing the gravity of the moment, she forcefully pushed Mo Chen away. "What are you doing?" Her eyes blazed with anger, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Mo Chen stood there, momentarily stunned, his fingers grazing his lips where warmth still lingered. "I'm sorry," he offered first, perplexed by his own lack of self-control in that moment, a sensation entirely foreign to him. Lin Dongyu shot him a furious glare, vigorously wiping her lips with the back of her hand. "It's over. That was my first kiss. And it's gone just like that." Tears threatened to spill as she grappled with the harshness of reality. She never held any illusions that her fantasies would materialize. Yet she never imagined losing her first kiss to someone devoid of any emotional connection. Not even if he was handsome. Mo Chen remained rooted in place, his hand pressed against his forehead. In the following days, Lin Dongyu treated him as though he were invisible. Despite residing in the same house, sharing daily life, she continued her routine of going to work, cooking, and even preparing a bento box for him, yet she completely ignored his presence, as if he were mere air, unseen and unheard. The atmosphere at Mo's group was tense, with everyone on edge. Mo Chen was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. A mere cold glance from him would prompt immediate self-reflection among his colleagues, leaving them to question if they had erred in their work or if it was insufficient. Unbeknownst to them, a fervent work ethic had taken hold of the entire headquarters, with employees reluctant to leave at the end of the day, driven to push their tasks forward. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Lu Qi entered the president's office. "What's going on?" he inquired, puzzled by the solemn expressions on everyone's faces. "Have I incurred any debts to you?" A frequent visitor, he was well acquainted with Mo Chen's secretary. "What's the situation?" Lu Qi mused, observing that everyone seemed preoccupied. He hesitated to interrupt their work, choosing instead to remain silent. As he wandered around outside, just as he was about to enter Mo Chen's office, Gao Boming hurried in, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lu Qi, and he pulled him toward the tea room. "What are you doing?" Lu Qi protested, freeing his sleeve from Gao Boming's grasp. "Just speak your mind. There's no need for this tugging. I warn you, I'm straight." Gao Boming adjusted his glasses, ignoring the jest. He got straight to the point. "Lu, has Mo been facing any difficulties in his personal life lately?" Being in close proximity to Mo Chen each day, he was well informed about the company's operations, which were running smoothly, with 2 branches reporting good news. If it wasn't work-related stress, it must be something personal. "What difficulties?" Lu Qi asked, bewildered. "Has something happened?" "You'll understand once you see him. It would be best for you to think ahead," Gao Boming replied, fully aware that he would not speak without reason. What could it be? The last time he had spoken with Mo Chen, everything seemed perfectly fine. Oh, wait. At that moment, It was Mo Chun who instructed him to investigate Lin Dongyu's whereabouts. Lin Dongyu and Xu Yan had gone to the bar recently opened by Meng Xiao. Lu Qi suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I've got it." Without further ado, he dashed out of the tea room like a gust of wind, breezing through the president's office, and burst into the office. Gao Boming stood there, astonished. What was happening? If he was not mistaken, Lu Qi wore an expression of eager curiosity. Was there something worth getting excited about? Upon seeing Lu Qi rush in, Mo Chen looked up and inquired, "What brings you here, Mo Zong? Must you be so aloof?" Lu Qi plopped down in the chair opposite him and replied, "Is it not permissible for me to visit without a specific purpose?" Mo Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. "I am busy and have no time for idle chatter." Lu Qi, undeterred by his frigid demeanor, circled the office and asked, "Mo Zong, I could serve as your love consultant, pro bono, of course." Mo Chen's entire being trembled. "Nonsense," he retorted, casting a cool glance at him. "Am I speaking nonsense, Mo Zong? Surely you are aware of the truth." Lu Qi grinned. "Do not conceal anything from your good brother. What truth could there possibly be?" Mo Chen's expression remained icy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi confidently asserted, "You have feelings for her, yet you are unsure if you truly like her, or if she has affections for someone else." Mo Chen fell silent. Each of Lu Qi's convoluted statements struck a chord deep within him. Sighing deeply, Mo Chen lamented, "It is not merely that simple." How was he to articulate his predicament? Arguments, passionate kisses, cold wars? None of these actions felt like him, yet he had engaged in all of them. Do not let your status as the boss deceive you. In matters of love, you are but a novice, Lu Qi remarked. At this juncture, you ought to consult someone seasoned in the art of romance. He thumped his chest proudly, asserting, "That person stands before you. Ask away." Were it not for Lu Qi's persistent inquiries, how could he have found the words to express himself? Thus, he recounted the events of that day from beginning to end, spreading his hands in exasperation. "What do you suggest I do?" Lu Qi listened, utterly taken aback. "In such a situation, you actually kissed her?" Mo Chen nodded, covering his face. "Well done. They say actions speak louder than words, and you acted before even comprehending your own feelings." "Enough of this," Mo Chen interjected. "I did not invite you here to mock me." "Wait, let us clarify one matter first. Is Miss Lin truly on a date with Meng Xiao?" "How could it not be a date?" Mo Chen retorted, recalling the scene that day, where the two sat across from each other. Meng Xiao's hand almost grazing her face. In a situation where a man and a woman were alone together, what else could it be? "Not necessarily. Did you not turn and leave?" Lu Qi countered. "Why not ask your bodyguard?" Mo Chen pondered for a moment, conceding, "That makes sense." He reached for the intercom on his desk and said, "Call in Aji." It was Aji who had accompanied him during his meal with Fong Qingyao. But upon spotting Lin Dongyu, he had not shown himself. If anyone was privy to the details of that encounter, it was undoubtedly Aji, who was the last to depart. When Azai received the captain's command, he was utterly bewildered. "Mr. Mo, you summon me?" Azai cautiously clasped his hands before him, sensing trepidation at the sudden call from Mr. Mo, who had recently been wearing a stern expression. Mo Chan remained silent, gesturing for Lu Qi to inquire further. Lu Qi could barely contain his amusement. Despite his good friend's boldness in romance, he still had a youthful naivety. He pretended to cough, adopting a serious tone. "I am the one who sought you out. How many individuals dined with Miss Lin at the Garden Restaurant this past Saturday noon?" "2," Azai replied promptly.
Montag Chens Brau Forowit.
He had only seen Meng Xiao and Lin Dongyu, so where did this little girl come from? Lu Qi shot him a glance before continuing to question Azai. "Are you certain?" Almost bursting into laughter, Lu Qi quickly added, "All right, I understand.
You may leave now."
As soon as Azai closed the office door, Lu Qi erupted into laughter, gasping for breath. "Mr. Mo, you are truly something else. I might just die from laughter." He leaned over his desk, clutching his stomach. "Mr. Mo, couldn't you clarify matters before expressing your anger? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't pay you any mind. Miss Lin is such a wonderful person. And she even cooked for you." Mo Chen, with his hands crossed over his forehead, buried his gaze in the tabletop, pondering how such a coincidence could arise. Lu Qi remarked, "Have you ever considered why Miss Lin would know any sports captain? To my knowledge, their worlds have no intersection." Chapter 75, The Beginner's Guide to Romance. Mo Chen frowned. This was indeed a question he had not contemplated. "Why indeed?" Lu Qi slapped his forehead and declared, "Give me half an hour, and I'll have my assistant bring my computer here to investigate right away." "Very well." Mo Chen directed him to the sofa by the window for a brief respite. "Is it really necessary for you to oversee this in person?" Lu Qi muttered, but ultimately remained. His curiosity to witness the unfolding drama was matched only by his affection for Emo-chan, his closest brother. He had witnessed his friend's relentless efforts over the years and genuinely wished for him to find happiness. Once Lu-chi was settled, Emo-chan turned his focus back to the documents at hand. Yet the words appeared strangely foreign. After a considerable interval, he glanced at the time. Only 20 minutes had passed? He closed the file and strolled over to Lu-chi, asking, "Is it taking you this long?" "Brother, I am working swiftly," Lu-chi replied, not lifting his gaze. His fingers dancing over the keyboard, typing incomprehensible code. "I am a hacker, not a deity. To ascertain someone's whereabouts, the simplest method is to gain access to their phone, thereby revealing all. In the absence of that, one must trace their online browsing history." When Emo-chan had first met Lin Dongyu, he had asked Lu-chi to investigate her. Now Lu-chi retrieved her file, meticulously tracing her accounts across various platforms. A few minutes later, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Done." He turned the screen toward Emo-chan and said, "On the pudding platform, Miss Lin has posted about cake recipes. Meng Xiao, also known as Xia, contacted her there because his sister requires surgery." Emo-chan cast a fleeting glance and quickly grasped the situation. That school was indeed the one he had accompanied Lin Dongyu to. Everything fell into place.
"Oh,"
Lu-chi remarked, "Has Miss Lin established a fan club? What is it called?" "The Cake Society." Meng Xiao's sister even gave an interview. To safeguard their privacy, all names in the article were pseudonyms. Yet anyone familiar with the details could easily discern the identities. "Mr. Mo, it seems that Miss Lin has become an internet sensation," Lu-chi noted, as he opened Lin Dongyu's account, where, to his astonishment, the follower count beneath the Azure Sea-themed username approached the million mark. He let out a soft hiss and exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable. Is Miss Lin aware of this?" Emo-chan pondered for a moment and replied, "It appears she is unaware." "Well then." Lu-chi closed his laptop and said, "Now that you comprehend, do you not intend to apologize?" Fine, let me pose a different question," Lu-chi continued. "Look into my eyes and honestly tell me, do you have feelings for Miss Lin?" Emo-chan turned away in frustration after a few seconds of contemplation, saying, "Why should I waste precious working hours discussing this with you?" "Mr. Mo, do not deceive yourself," Lu-chi interjected, stepping in front of him. "You are indeed somewhat smitten." "Aren't you?" Emo-chan rubbed his temples, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. "Pray tell, what does it mean to be smitten? Do you not know?" Lu-chi was taken aback. "Didn't you say I was inexperienced in love? How would I know?"
Montag-chen retorted.
Lu-chi ran a hand through his hair, conceding, "All right, I shall treat today as your beginner's tutorial. When you see her, does your heart race?" "Heart race?" Emo-chan was startled. "Isn't that a sign of tachycardia?" "That's dangerous." He had been sensitive to such terms since childhood due to Emo-lexi's congenital heart condition. Lu-chi, exasperated, replied, "The heart racing I refer to is not a medical condition, it's a..." He wearily waved his hand. "Forget it, let me rephrase. Do you enjoy spending time with Miss Lin? When you are apart, do you think of her? Do you willingly assist her? Do you worry about her? When you are together, does time seem to fly by?" In Chapter 76, the argument continued. With each question Lu-chi posed, Emo-chan contemplated diligently. Noticing his serious demeanor, Lu-chi inquired, "So, do you have any answers?" Emo-chan shook his head in denial. "No, none at all. My irritation must stem from her misunderstanding and disregard for our agreement." Lu-chi was astonished. "You're just being stubborn. You even involve yourself in her aunt's affairs yet claim to be indifferent? Extramarital affairs. With a child of the mistress already in their teens, surely you would intervene upon witnessing such matters?"
Montag-chen countered.
"That does sound quite reasonable," Lu-chi yawned. "Let us set other matters aside. This issue is undeniably your fault. Miss Lin was merely being kind. What harm is there in a young girl expressing gratitude and inviting her to a meal? I shall take my leave now. You ought to reflect on how to extend your apologies." Before departing, Lu-chi tossed a hard drive to Emo-chan, saying, "All the financial flows and liabilities of the Shu family that you desired are contained within. Peruse it at your leisure. I am departing. Do remember to transfer the payment once you are finished." This indeed encapsulates the true purpose of his visit to the Mo family today. Mo-chan took the hard drive and remarked, "You've worked hard." He understood the complexities involved in this matter, and he was grateful for Lu-chi's trustworthiness and exceptional skills. Lu-chi, weary, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Teaching you how to navigate romance is the real challenge. I'm off." After his departure, Emo-chan began to seriously contemplate his suggestion. An apology was certainly in order. How should one go about it? In the final week of October, various industries were bustling with the Shushi group dedicated to skincare products, particularly fervent in preparation for the upcoming Double 11 sales event in 15 days. "All right," Yao Qi said as she helped organize things, "President Lin, rest assured. I'll keep an eye on everything. Half an hour later, Lin Dongyu alighted from a ride-hailing vehicle with 2 large bags. As she entered the office building, she unexpectedly encountered Deng Wenkuan. Both silently cursed their misfortune. Lin Dongyu quickened her pace, deliberately avoiding eye contact as she passed him. Unwilling to let it go, Deng Wenkuan called out, "President Lin, why isn't your little sidekick with you today? Has he fled?" Lin Dongyu halted momentarily and replied, "Deng Wenkuan, if you channeled your loquacious energy into your work, perhaps you wouldn't still be carrying the deputy title before your name." Striking a nerve, Deng Wenkuan's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to retort, he watched Lin Dongyu continue into the elevator, leaving him with his pent-up frustration and no outlet for his anger. Lin Dongyu proceeded to a small conference room, ready to notify Xuqing's secretary upon preparation completion. After a brief wait, not only Xuqing but also the Group's financial director, the deputy in charge, and the risk control center manager, among several other senior executives, entered in succession. Lin Dongyu was no stranger to such a scene. As the brand director, she frequently reported to the core management meetings of the Xuxi Group and had encountered even more significant gatherings. However, today was different. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her performance today would dictate the fate of the project, with the eager gazes of dozens resting upon her. For any corporation, investing a substantial sum in a new project at the year's end is a matter that requires utmost caution. Lin Dongyu took a deep breath, her palms slightly sweating. She nodded to Xuqing and began her address. "Good afternoon, esteemed leaders. I trust that you have all reviewed the feasibility report for Wuhua aromatherapy, fixed fragrance balm. So I shall not delay with superfluous remarks and will proceed directly to the product presentation." The projector in the conference room displayed the meticulously prepared PPT by Yao Qi. Accompanied by Lin Dongyu's product demonstration, they covered aspects from functionality, cost estimates, distribution strategies, brand promotion, risk management, to profit projections. Her speech was articulate and well-organized, and the samples were passed around among the attendees, creating a serious atmosphere in the meeting. Upon concluding her presentation, Xuqing slowly applauded, remarking, "This was an excellent report. Lin Dongyu has crafted such a detailed new product plan within less than a month of joining the fragrance project, which is commendable." However, he then shifted his tone, stating, "Precisely because of the short time frame, we must be more cautious in considering whether this new project warrants investment." Xuqing's gaze swept over the faces of those present. "What are your thoughts, everyone?" Involving project initiation, no one held back, and discussions commenced immediately. Soon, opinions diverged into 2 factions. One believed in the promising prospects of investment, albeit not at this moment. The other cautioned against the risk of simultaneously funding 2 projects, suggesting it would be wiser to test the waters with one and allow Lin Dongyu to prove her capabilities first. The chief financial officer remarked, "Mr. Lin, my skepticism does not stem from a lack of faith in you. Until now, you have never held a leadership role. As finance professionals, we must always consider the security of the group's funds." Chapter 77. Anonymous Voting. His statement rendered the room momentarily silent. The prior debate regarding the project initiation had been confined to the project itself. However, the CFO's implication was clear. He questioned Lin Dongyu's abilities and her capacity to manage a project effectively. Lin Dongyu instantly became the focal point of attention. Xuqing refrained from intervening. He indeed had faith in Lin Dongyu, but if she could not navigate this initial challenge, what merit would she have in discussing new product initiatives? In the face of skepticism, Lin Dongyu smiled gently and responded, "My qualifications are well known to all present. If there are concerns regarding my leadership skills, my past achievements serve as the best testament." Some attendees nodded slightly in agreement. Without comparison, there can be no disappointment. It was only after Lin Dongyu's departure that they recognized the remarkable efficiency and order of the previous brand center. However, managing the brand center does not equate to being capable of handling new projects, as the two are of different complexities, the CFO emphasized. "I have been with the fragrance project for 20 days, Lin Dongyu stated, looking directly at him, "during which I have reorganized personnel, cleared inventory, maintained the original production line, conducted consumer research, and produced a feasibility report along with samples." With each point she made, she garnered approving glances. The attendees were all pragmatic individuals, acutely aware that achieving such results in a short period was no small feat. The venture capital manager voiced, "I support Mr. Lin's project initiation. Risk has always coexisted with opportunity." Seizing the momentum, Lin Dongyu continued, "The flameless aroma diffuser requires no cultivation of consumer habits. It exists within a progressively maturing red ocean market, yet the brands are varied in quality and lack a leading figure. Leveraging the influence of the Xuxi headquarters, I am confident that once the product is launched, we can establish it as the industry's leading brand, becoming the primary choice for consumers." The audience expressed minimal concerns regarding the flameless aroma diffuser project. Mr. Lin, if you possess such confidence, why take the risk of developing solid perfume? Someone inquired. Your report indicates that currently, only artisanal workshops in scenic areas produce and sell it. With our sushi brand stature, wouldn't this seem rather demeaning? Another questioned. To this criticism, Lin Dongyu was well prepared. She smiled slightly and asked, "May I inquire if any of you or your family members have a habit of using perfume?" The crowd nodded in unison. Given their income and the frequency of occasions they attended, perfume was indeed a necessity. But you would not choose domestic perfumes, would you? Lin Dongyu probed further before concluding, "This is the reason why the perfume project struggles to sustain itself. The market research clearly reflects this as the core issue." However, throughout China's millennia of cultural history, the use of spices, incense, and balms has been a long-standing tradition, which has gradually been supplanted by modern perfumes. Compared to flame-free aromatherapy, the prospects for the sustainable development of solid perfume balms are considerably broader. Mr. Lin, we all comprehend the logic here. The chief financial officer interjected. My concern lies in the investment of funds at year-end to develop a completely new project. The risks are considerably high, and I remain uncertain. Do not fixate solely on the market's blue ocean. Shallow waters and strong winds may lead to capsizing. His remarks resonated with others, instilling a sense of hesitation. Thus, we shall conduct an anonymous vote on the two projects, flame-free aromatherapy and solid perfume balm. Mr. Xu instructed his secretary to tally the votes. The secretary nodded and cut white paper into equal sizes, distributing them to each participant. Apart from Lin Dongyu, there were 9 individuals present who swiftly penned their opinions. Once the secretary collected them, she announced the results on the whiteboard. The flame-free aromatherapy project received nearly unanimous approval. It was evident to all that the path to profitability for the acquired perfume project was the quickest and most efficient one. However, the outcome for the solid perfume balm was markedly different. Among the 9 votes, 5 were against, rendering the remaining inconsequential. The result was conclusive. Just as Mr. Xu was about to speak, the meeting room door was pushed open from the outside, revealing Chief Financial Officer Yi Qingping before the assembly. In her 50s, she exuded elegance with a polished appearance and commanding presence. Yi Qingping's gaze swept across the room. After nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Dongyu, she addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, let us adopt a long-term perspective. Lin Dongyu exhaled quietly, for she had made a special visit to Yi Qingping in advance for today's proposal, and her efforts were finally bearing fruit at this critical juncture. Chapter 78. What else is there to say? The outcome of the vote was anticipated by Lin Dongyu. She was well aware of the operational dynamics within the Xu Group, where the approval rate for projects initiated at year-end was notoriously low. Consequently, she had devised a dual strategy. Had Yi Qingping not appeared, presenting both projects would have ensured at least the flame-free aromatherapy gained headquarters support, rather than relying solely on the meager funds at hand. Ideally, the solid perfume balm would gain approval. If not, it could be revisited next year, though it would be a pity to lose the opportunity at present. However, the situation had now shifted. With Yi Qingping's backing, all obstacles appeared surmountable. The Xu Group is a family business, and Yi Qingping is a financial talent that Mr. Xu had lured from Jincheng with substantial investment 5 years prior. It is fair to say that the rapid expansion of the Xu Group in recent years owes much to her robust support in financial matters. Typically, Yi Qingping does not concern herself with the specific operational status of internal projects, but once she engages, her opinion often becomes the final verdict. At this moment, she fixed her sharp gaze upon the chief financial officer and asserted, "In finance, our role extends beyond merely controlling costs. It is equally vital to possess a forward-looking market perspective." This statement implied that the CFO's vision was limited, causing him to lower his gaze. The solid perfume balm has emerged. If we do not pursue it, others will. Yi Qingping continued, expressing that hesitation regarding the timing of investment begs the question, will the market wait for us indefinitely? The realm of fragrances has already proven futile. Shall we allow ourselves to lag in the realm of balms? One step behind leads to a cascade of setbacks, and at that juncture, what relevance will the Xu Group hold in the domain of personal fragrances? Yi Qingping's words were incisive, devoid of any sentimentality. Xu Qing remarked, "In that case, let us reconvene and reach a conclusion tomorrow." Everyone present understood that with General Manager Ye's endorsement, the project would be firmly established. Xu Qing's statement was a diplomatic gesture, aimed at preserving face for both parties and providing everyone with a graceful exit. Lin Dongyu couldn't help but inwardly sigh, who said that General Manager Xu Qing was a simpleton. He was clearly very considerate. As the meeting concluded, Lin Dongyu successfully achieved her objectives, and the attendees exhibited a warmer demeanor towards her. Previously, when she held the position of brand director, She was on a different tier compared to the senior executives in attendance. However, now, in terms of her role,
She was on equal footing with them.
should these two projects proceed as smoothly as she had outlined in her report, Lin Dongyu would wield substantial power. In ancient terms, she would be akin to a regional governor commanding a territory. Lin Dongyu retrieved a bag containing unopened samples and generously distributed them, smiling. This is the first batch of samples. I welcome your feedback. Observing her generous demeanor, Shuqing chuckled. It seems we shall not be lacking in aromatics in the future. Lin Dongyu placed a jasmine-scented bomb before Shuqing, smiling as she said, I hear that Mrs. Shuqing cultivates many jasmine plants. Could you kindly inquire about the strength of this fragrance? She then handed a gardenia-scented bomb to General Manager Yi, saying, I recall you expressing dissatisfaction with the gardenia perfumes available in the market. Please give this one a try. Yi Qingping nodded in appreciation as Lin Dongyu opened the azure porcelain bottle, applying a thin layer of the balm to her wrist, gently rubbing it in. With her motion, the distinctive fragrance of gardenia wafted through the air, refreshing and delightful. Yi Qingping brought her wrist to her nose, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed in surprise, This is quite remarkable. No perfume can achieve such a pure gardenia scent. What is its longevity? We have tested it, and depending on individual body chemistry, it can last 4 to 6 hours. With some experiencing even longer, where Lin Dongyu explained. The advantage of the balm is its portability. The mini size does not compromise the fragrance. That's sufficient, Yi Qingping replied. Once the product is released, do inform me. I would like to select a few scents for my office. The attendees, including the financial director who had previously criticized Lin Dongyu during the meeting, as well as Shuqing's secretary, each received products they favored. Lin Dongyu's attentiveness garnered her considerable goodwill. To Shuqing, it was evident that her future was promising. She had presented her gifts only after all matters were settled. There was no bribery, just sincere goodwill. Entrusting this project to her was indeed a wise decision. After the meeting, Shuqing requested Lin Dongyu to stay for a private conversation. Xiao Lin, you performed admirably, he said. But ultimately, in business, one must let results speak for themselves. The company has allocated funds for the project. If we do not meet expectations, what will you say? Lin Dongyu smiled slightly and countered, What will we say if we do meet expectations? Chapter 79. What then?
Oh.
Shuqing chuckled, such confidence. Seeing an employee so driven and ambitious filled him with delight. Lin Dongyu continued, I have heard that in recent years, a betting agreement has gained popularity in the capital markets. While I may not fully qualify, I would like to propose a trial with you, General Manager Shuqing. This was a well-considered suggestion on her part. Even if Shuqing refrains from broaching the subject, she will still seek out the opportune moment. Running a business is not akin to charity, and she is certainly not engaged in such endeavors. It is imperative to establish the terms beforehand to work with peace of mind. So, do enlighten me. Lin Dongyu's conditions are rather straightforward. If she achieves the anticipated results next year, the prefix deputy will be removed from her title, and she will become the head of the fragrance project, the general manager, enjoying the benefits that accompany that position, including participation in project and group dividends. Young and ambitious, Shuqing articulated an 8-character description for her, stroking her chin as she inquired. And what if you fail to deliver? It may be easy for you to resign, but if the group incurs losses, it would leave behind a mess. Lin Dongyu chuckled and replied, In that case, based on the total amount of losses, I shall work for you for free. I will repay the debt with my salary. And I shall leave only once the debt is settled. Shuqing was taken aback, then suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Excellent. Such audacity. She marveled at the unexpected boldness she witnessed in this young woman, reminiscent of her own youth. Upon leaving the CEO's office, Ding Minru awaited her outside. General Lin. You are quite formidable, she remarked. Lin Dongyu humbly replied, Not at all. We are all merely working. She retrieved a small bottle of fragrant balm from her handbag and handed it to Ding Minru, saying, Take a look. What is this? Ding Minru inquired, cradling the powdery purple oval ceramic vial in her palm and examining it. Delicate and exquisite, it feels quite smooth. Is this balm? Lin Dongyu nodded, encouraging her to take a whiff. Ding Minru was initially indifferent. At her home, she possessed a transparent glass cabinet dedicated to showcasing perfumes from around the world. To her, a balm seemed trivial in comparison to perfumes. However, since it was a gift from friend, she reluctantly opened the cap, dabbed a bit with her fingertip, and gently waved it near her nose. This sequence of actions, if the fingertip were replaced with a testing strip, would constitute the standard procedure for sampling perfume. Initially, Ding Minru's expression remained unchanged, but gradually, surprise flickered in her eyes, and she began to nod slowly. Not bad, the rose scent is quite authentic. She turned to Lin Dongyu and smiled. How thoughtful of you to know that roses are my favorite. Lin Dongyu nodded, stating, The The purity of the scent is the bomb's greatest advantage. Later, we will also develop some complex fragrances, and I shall seek your expertise. Oh, fashionista. Absolutely. Ding Minru readily agreed, but it's getting late. Allow me to escort you down. If you have time, shall we dine together? Lin Dongyu glanced at the time and consented. Having accomplished her important task at headquarters, she felt a need to unwind and indulge herself after holding her nerves for so long. The two descended together and exited the office building. Lin Dongyu. She turned at the call and was surprised to see Deng Wenkuan. What brings you here? She asked, astonished. Deng Wenkuan's countenance was grim. He was not of sufficient rank to attend the review meeting, yet he had heard through others about Lin Dongyu's resounding success. Internally frustrated, he felt the stark contrast between them and sought to privately approach Lin Dongyu to exchange pleasantries and ease the tension. However, upon encountering her, he found himself at a loss for words. Ding Minru smiled and asked, "What is the matter? Lost your voice?" Deng Wenkuan took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I sincerely hope you can overlook them." Lin Dongyu let out a dismissive sound, her voice icy as she retorted, "Deng Wenkuan, do you really believe the world revolves around you? That you can dictate how things unfold? Forgive you? Not a chance." Ding Minru grasped Lin Dongyu's arm and urged, "Let us ignore him and leave." Deng Wenkuan, humiliated and enraged, had not anticipated that his attempt at reconciliation would be so callously rejected by Lin Dongyu. "Must you be so ruthless, leaving no room for retreat?" he inquired. Lin Dongyu paused, shot him a sidelong glance, and scoffed, "And what of it? Dongyu, your domineering nature ensures no man will ever appreciate you." Deng Wenkuan erupted, disregarding his dignity as he shouted from behind them. "Is that so?"
Montag Chen,
having approached the entrance along the corridor, countered Deng Wenkuan's assertion. He held a lavish bouquet of flowers, resplendent in its vibrant colors. Chapter 80. A resounding slap in the face.
wow.
How beautiful! Ding Minru exclaimed dramatically, casting a pointed look at Deng Wenkuan while lifting her chin, implying, "Didn't you claim no man would favor Lin Dongyu? Well, here he is." Lin Dongyu was taken aback by Mo Chen's sudden appearance and asked, "What brings you here?" With others present, she could no longer treat him as an invisible presence. Mo Chen gently placed the carefully chosen bouquet into her arms and whispered, "I'm truly sorry for that day, and I hope you can forgive me." After Lu Qi's departure, he had scoured the internet for advice on how to apologize to a girl. After wading through countless absurd suggestions, he resolved to take the simplest approach, presenting a bouquet and uttering a heartfelt apology. A man must own up to his mistakes. Standing so close, they appeared to be publicly declaring their affection, inciting further ire in Deng Wenkuan. The humiliation was palpable, especially in front of Ding Minru. He glared at the two, thinking, "So this is the man Lin Dongyu chose to marry, handsome enough it seems." Desiring to voice further criticism, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately opting to discreetly depart while unnoticed. He held a deep disdain for Deng Wenkuan, viewing him as incompetent, relying solely on underhanded tactics. Upon seeing Lin Dongyu as husband for the first time, Ding Minru mused, "No wonder Lin Dongyu, with her remarkable qualities, hurried to marry. This man is indeed worthy." To avoid disrupting their moment, she quietly stepped back but overheard Lin Dongyu ask, "How did you know I was here?" Lin Dongyu remained silent, her expression frosty. She found it difficult to forgive him for that night. "It was my mistake. I should not have misjudged you," Mo Chen stated earnestly. Lin Dongyu averted her gaze. And Ding Minru interjected with a smile, "Mr. Lin, squabbles between couples are hardly a grave matter. It's just the nature of relationships. Since someone has come to fetch you, I shall take my leave. Just remember, you owe me a meal." Lin Dongyu sighed, unable to call out to her in time. As Ding Minru disappeared from her sight, her high heels clicking away, "Dongyu, I have made a reservation at a restaurant to apologize," Mo Chen said. Lin Dongyu turned to him, inquiring, "What exactly did Mr. Mo do wrong?" "Enough." Lin Dongyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly interrupted him. "Have you forgiven me?" Mo Chen sought a definitive answer. He dismissed Lu Qi's inquiry, but had to concede that he was reluctant to engage in a cold war with Lin Dongyu. He longed for the carefree and joyful moments they shared, missing her gentle demeanor and their unspoken understanding. Faced with his persistent questioning, Lin Dongyu felt a twinge of annoyance and retorted, "Apologizing is your affair. Whether or not I forgive you is mine." Surprisingly, Mo Chen nodded in agreement and asked, "May I treat you to dinner to express my sincere apology, Miss Lin?" Seeing his earnest attitude, Lin Dongyu did not wish to escalate the situation further. After all, there had been an agreement between them, so she readily accepted, especially since Ding Minru had already left. As they stepped into the elevator, Xu Weixian emerged from another one.
Passing by them.
"Oh." He turned around, staring at the elevator doors that had just closed and curiously asked, "Was that person just now Mr. Mo?" "Which Mr. Mo?" his assistant inquired. "Mr. Mo from the Mo Corporation." "Impossible," the assistant shook his head. "If Mr. Mo had arrived, it wouldn't he have been so quiet." This Grade A office building housed several large companies. Regardless of whether the person was visiting Shu's group, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. "Did I miss C?" Shu Weixian shook his head, asking in the company WeChat group, only to find no one from Mo Corporation had visited. Perhaps it was just someone who looked similar. The assistant suggested. Maybe, Shu Weixian muttered to himself, pondering if he had truly misjudged. Chapter 81. Confronting Fear. Mo Chen drove his new energy vehicle, ferrying Lin Dongyu away from the underground parking lot. "Where are we dining?" Lin Dongyu asked. "I have booked a dark restaurant. I have never been there before, and thought it would be a good opportunity to experience it," Mo Chen replied. "If you don't want to go, I can choose another place. The chef at Sia is excellent, but it lacks a sense of novelty." Mo Chen believed that if he were to apologize, he should put in some effort. Lin Dongyu sensed his sincerity and felt a flicker of curiosity about the dark restaurant, asking, "What is it like?" "I've heard of it. I found one in Haicheng online today, and its reviews are quite good," Mo Chen explained. "It said that dining in darkness heightens one's sense of taste." "How does one dine in the dark?" Lin Dongyu asked, intrigued. "All right. Let's South go to this place," she decided, thinking that curiosity could indeed lead to unexpected outcomes. Upon arrival, they discovered that most patrons at the dark restaurant were couples. The head waiter warmly introduced, "This is the reception area. Please place your orders here. Once you enter the dining area, visually impaired individuals will serve you. Rest assured, while we cannot see, it poses no obstacle for them." The reception area was adorned in the exquisite Baroque style, exuding a vintage charm, with light filtering through colorful stained glass, complemented by the gentle strains of music, creating a romantic ambience. Lin Dongyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering how the supervisor discerned that she and Mo Chen were a couple. What keen perception. Moreover, it appeared they had ventured into a venue meant for romantic rendezvous. Mo Chen, however, remained unfazed, a glint of amusement in his eyes. When he overheard the supervisor refer to them as a pair, he secretly reveled in the thought. Did he and Lin Dongyu truly seem well matched? Perhaps it was due to the inconvenience of dining in the dark that the restaurant primarily offered Western cuisine, featuring dishes such as pan-seared fish fillet, black pepper steak, and avocado fish roe salad. After placing their orders, the supervisor presented them with a combination lock, instructing them to deposit their mobile phones, watches, Bluetooth headsets, and any other luminous items into the secure box. As Lin Dongyu switched her phone to silent mode and placed it into the box, she hesitated momentarily. In this modern age, being without a phone felt akin to losing a part of oneself, leaving her feeling uneasy. "It's all right. Just think of it as a brief flight," Mo Chen reassured her. "Okay," Lin Dongyu replied, feeling an instant sense of relief. "Please follow me," the supervisor beckoned, leading them through a narrow passage before drawing back a heavy blackout curtain, plunging them into complete darkness. "Welcome to the dark restaurant," a sweet voice resonated. "I am your server, Xiaoya. Ladies, please rest your hands on my shoulders, and gentlemen, place your hands on the lady's shoulders as we embark on this exploration of the dark." Before them lay an abyss devoid of light. Lin Dongyu could not recall the last time she had experienced such a sensation. It reminded her of her childhood nights in the fields of her hometown, where the absence of stars and moon rendered her helpless in the enveloping darkness. She strained her eyes, but no effort could yield any sight. "What's wrong?" Mo Chen's voice, deep and resonant, became her anchor in the void, providing her with a sense of security. Behind her wafted a faint scent of pine and the warmth of his presence. "Are you uncomfortable?" he inquired. "Shall we change locations?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Dongyu replied, "No need." Years had passed. She was no longer the fragile girl of her childhood, and this was not the perilous wilderness of her past. She had company now. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to confront her inner demons. She had never been one to shy away. Xiaoya's voice brimmed with encouragement. "Gentlemen need not worry. Facing the darkness can evoke primal fears, but with a little time, the lady will surely overcome. Madam, I am right in front of you. If you raise your hands, you will be able to touch me." With sight rendered futile, Lin Dongyu opted to close her eyes, following Xiaoya's instructions to position her hands. As she felt Mo Chen's hands settle on her shoulders, her trepidation ebbed away like a receding tide. Chapter 82. The Island Where She Resides in Darkness. "I am ready," Lin Dongyu whispered softly. Xiaoya guided them to their seats, instructing them as they settled down. Lin Dongyu tentatively explored the edge of the table with her hand, gradually finding her way to the chair before cautiously taking a seat. Accustomed to meticulously planning every detail, She felt both intrigued and apprehensive about venturing into the unknown. The fear of stumbling and making mistakes loomed large. "Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly," said Xiaoya. Once Lin Dongyu steadied herself, she began to notice the ambient sounds in the restaurant. Gentle conversations filled the air, accompanied by the delicate clinking of cutlery, while the soothing notes of a piano danced like droplets of water in the darkness.
Yet,
These pleasant sounds could not dispel the creeping dread that emerged from the depths of her heart. In a moment of panic, she gripped the fork tightly, inadvertently striking the plate and producing a crisp sound. "Emo-chan?" Lin Dongyu called out tentatively. "I'm here." His voice pierced through the fog of darkness. Almost immediately, a warm, dry hand gently enveloped her own, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." A sigh of relief escaped Lin Dongyu's lips, and her anxious heart began to settle once more. As if attuned to her unease, Emo-chan held her hand throughout the meal, never letting go. Dining in such profound darkness was already a challenge, and Lin Dongyu was unaware of how he managed to navigate his meal using his less accustomed left hand, all while maintaining an almost silent demeanor. In this vast sea of darkness, he became her refuge. At that moment, she abandoned her reservations, focusing entirely on savoring the meal to distract herself from wandering thoughts. Perhaps it was the invisibility that heightened her senses. The steak tasted exceptionally delectable, with a black pepper sauce melting in her mouth, complementing the tender, juicy meat. Their conversation was minimal, yet through the warmth of his hand, Emo-chan silently communicated his presence. In her heart, she silently expressed her gratitude. She had initially perceived him as a calculating urban elite whose rationality and ruthlessness defined him. To discover this delicate and considerate side was unexpected. Everything was conveyed, without words. After finishing dessert, Emo-chan asked, "Xiaoya, may I use the piano here?" Xiaoya appeared taken aback, replying, "Sir, we feature a blind pianist here. Are you capable?" "I would like to give it a try," Emo-chan responded. Xiaoya departed to consult the manager. Lin Dongyu was perplexed by Emo-chan's sudden request. She felt a tinge of worry, unsure of what to say. She even hesitated to inquire about his piano skills, fearing it might imply doubt in his abilities. "Are you leaving?" A flutter of anxiety gripped her heart. Emo-chan stood up, still holding her hand, and asked, "Will you accompany me?" "Yes," Lin Dongyu replied hastily, fearful of his departure. Emo-chan chuckled softly, his voice like dark velvet brushing against the strings of her heart. What a peculiar sensation. Lin Dongyu mused inwardly. Fortunately, that feeling was fleeting, and she redirected her focus to the path ahead. Xiaoya guided them to the piano, where the blind pianist had vacated a spot for Emo-chan. The piano bench was ample, comfortably accommodating too. Emo-chan rested his hands upon the keys and turned to Lin Dongyu, saying, "I'll play for Elise for you. I hope you can forgive me." He groped in the darkness, tentatively striking a few notes until he located the white key of middle C, from which exquisite melodies flowed from his fingertips. Gradually, he transitioned from an awkward, unfamiliar rhythm to a fluid and graceful performance. Lin Dongyu had little understanding of music. Once her life had stabilized, she would listen to her favorite songs and could discern various musical styles. However, she never considered herself knowledgeable about music. Living life was a struggle in itself. There was neither time nor resources to dedicate to learning music. In this moment, deprived of sight, the enchanting melody filled her ears. It was as if she could hear the water cascading down from the snow-capped mountains, the seagulls calling in the wind, along with the forest, the gentle breeze, and the golden sunlight. As the piece concluded, the entire restaurant fell silent, only to erupt into sincere applause. They could not see one another, yet they were all immersed in the shared experience of the moment. Emo-chan's playing skills did not rival those of a blind pianist. Despite having practiced piano since childhood, he had not played for many days, especially not in such a dark and unfamiliar environment. Yet what he possessed was a sincere emotion of apology and a heart yearning to soothe Lin Dongyu's unease. The patrons felt this profound emotion through his music. In the darkness, he gently took Lin Dongyu's hand. Chapter 83. A Shared Canvas. "Can you forgive me?"
Montagchen inquiret.
Lin Dongyu was still enveloped in the emotions stirred by the music, and the question elicited a spontaneous laugh from her. "Mr. Mo, has anyone ever told you how persistent you are?" Emo-chan nodded in the darkness, replying, "Yes, many have. Once I set my mind on something, I will not rest until I achieve it." Lin Dongyu let out a soft sigh and said, "All right, I forgive you." Emo-chan's heart fluttered with joy, an emotion he had not anticipated. Concealed by the darkness, he broke into a broad smile. Under the guidance of Xiaoyu, they exited the dark restaurant. The head waiter approached them with a smile, asking, "How did you find the experience?" Emo-chan, still smiling, replied, "Quite delightful." Lin Dongyu discreetly released his hand, saying, "It was nice. If you're interested, would you like to draw the mysterious dish you tasted?" This was one of the unique features of the dark restaurant, where an additional random mysterious dish would be offered alongside the ordered items, allowing guests to taste it before guessing what it was. Mo Chen glanced at Lin Dongyu, eagerly saying, "You would surely excel at that." He was aware of her fear in the darkness, her trembling body and cold hands revealing her trepidation. However, he could not inquire about her private feelings. Having asked Lu Qi to investigate her was already overstepping boundaries. Had he been in the present, he would never have done so. Their relationship had not yet reached the level where everything could be shared. All he could do was accompany her in facing this moment and find ways to alleviate her anxiety. A drawing was indeed a splendid suggestion. Lin Dongyu readily agreed. To illustrate a dish, one must first discern its essence. Looking at Mo Chen, she remarked, "It has the taste of cream and the aroma of garlic." She was quite sensitive to flavors.
What else could it be?
Lin Dongyu furrowed her brow slightly, pondering as she spoke. The texture is soft and bouncy, somewhat slippery. Yet it is not an egg. Mo Chen interjected, "It's sliced, making it somewhat difficult to discern. However, I believe it shouldn't be too large." After a few guesses, both concluded that their assumptions were incorrect until Lin Dongyu suddenly suggested, "Could it be mushrooms?" Their gazes turned in unison towards the head waiter. The head waiter chuckled in surprise, praising, "You two are quite remarkable. In this creamy garlic shrimp dish, mushrooms are merely a garnish, yet you managed to identify them. You must truly appreciate the finer aspects of life." Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu glanced at Mo Chen and smiled subtly. Mo Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that his life primarily revolved around eating, sleeping, and working. Under Lin Dongyu's pencil, the image gradually took shape, transforming from unrecognizable geometric forms into the shrimp, mushrooms, and their plate. Once completed, Lin Dongyu borrowed the head waiter's signature pen to trace the outline, finalizing a sketch of the dish. Satisfied, she handed the pen to Mo Chen, saying, "You should date it."
Me?
Mo Chen pointed to himself in surprise. Lin Dongyu nodded, explaining, "Though I held the pencil. This artwork is a collaborative effort." "All right," Mo Chen replied, taking the notebook and smoothly inscribing the date in the bottom right corner. For some reason, he was reluctant to allow anyone else to see the sketch. This posed a dilemma. After contemplating, Mo Chen suggested, "You should keep it for now. Bring it to me at the office tomorrow. The Mo group is the safest place for it." That night, Lin Dongyu enjoyed a restful sleep and awakened feeling invigorated. She had already shared the exciting news of their successful project initiation in the work group the previous day, and today, she was eager to see everyone who had worked diligently alongside her. Mo Lexi messaged her, "Sister Dongyu, I'm downstairs." "I'll be right down," she replied. After bidding farewell to Mo Chen, Lin Dongyu descended and entered Mo Lexi's car. As she fastened her seatbelt, she apologized, "I'm sorry. We had dinner out yesterday, and didn't he prepare any bento?" "Dinner out?" Mo Lexi's interest piqued immediately, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "With whom? With my brother?" Chapter 84. Worrying over dating her own brother. What was initially a mundane matter became slightly awkward with Mo Lexi's remark, leaving Lin Dongyu at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" Mo Lexi pressed, elongating her tone. "Sister Dongyu, just tell me, did you finally go on a date?" "Not at all," Lin Dongyu quickly refuted. "It was just a regular meal." Her demeanor, coupled with her words, elicited laughter from Lin Dongyu. The sibling pair was truly irresistible. "Who said one cannot dine out on a Thursday?" Lin Dongyu asserted, "I've been quite busy lately, and didn't he have time to prepare dinner?" "So your brother suggested we eat out. It's a simple matter, not as complicated as you think." "Is that so?" Mo Lexi eyed her suspiciously, asking, "What delicious food did you have without inviting me?" "Western cuisine," Lin Dongyu summarized succinctly. After dropping Lin Dongyu off at the entrance, Mo Lexi did not leave immediately, but remained in the car to call Mo Chen. "Brother." Mo Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Mo Le," she asked, "Where did you and Sister Dongyu go for dinner yesterday?" "The dark restaurant?" "Mo Le," she exclaimed, "You truly went on a date." Mo Chen instinctively distanced his phone, questioning, "Is this a date? If a dark restaurant doesn't count as a date, then what is?" Mo Le, she, exasperated, asked, "Brother, do you even know how to date? Have you ever been in a relationship?" "No," Mo Chen replied. "Why is everyone asking me this lately?" Mo Le, she shrieked again, "My charming brother, beloved by all, has never been in love. This is simply unbelievable." With a sigh, Mo Le, she slowed her tone and asked, "Brother, may I inquire what you were doing in college?" "Studying, of course," Mo Chen replied matter-of-factly. "All right, you've defeated me."
Mot le 11 concéded.
"Brother, let me tell you, Sister Dong, you mentioned to me that you two only had Western cuisine. What is wrong with that?" Mo Chen stated. It was indeed Western food. No, no, Mo Le she interjected, brother, can you focus on the main point? The issue isn't the Western food. But why Sister Dongyu would conceal the fact that she went to the dark restaurant with you? Mo Chun, puzzled, asked, is there a difference?
Molons, weary.
Held her forehead and replied, fine, there isn't. After hanging up, she slumped back in the driver's seat, feeling utterly drained from worrying about her brother's romantic life. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops as Lin Dongyu entered the office in her high heels. As she pushed the door open, a series of loud bangs erupted, and colorful confetti exploded before her eyes, ribbons swirling in the air as she was engulfed in enthusiastic applause and smiling faces. Manager Lin is magnificent. Congratulations on successfully securing the project. Manager Lin, you've worked hard. The scene was a stark contrast to Lin Dongyu's first day when the company staff had lined up in neat rows, bowing respectfully to welcome her.
Now.
The atmosphere was chaotic yet filled with fervor as laughter and celebration marked their initial success. Everyone was striving for the same goal, and the sense of solidarity was truly exhilarating. Yao Qi rushed forward, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Dongyu's, exclaiming, Manager Lin, you are incredible. The first to deliver on promises. Indeed, the crowd chimed in, both projects have been approved, something we never dared to dream of. The documents from headquarters have arrived, and the finance department instructed me to follow the procedures for approval. The product manager gave Lin Dongyu a thumbs up, while the factory director applauded, and the atmosphere brimmed with joy. Lin Dongyu smiled. This success belongs to everyone present. I merely made a trip to headquarters and did nothing extraordinary. You are far too humble, Manager Lin. We owe it all to you. When Lin Dongyu first arrived, opinions about her varied widely, but today, the entire team had truly united as one, earning her respect through her diligence and determination. As the excitement subsided, people began to tidy up the scattered ribbons on the floor, and in turn gathered some of the ribbons and arranged them into the shape of a heart, placing it on Lin Dongyu's desk. Lin Dongyu sat down, gazing at the heart with a gentle smile. Her phone rang. It was her aunt. Xiao Yu. I have received the notification for the case filing. Aunt's voice trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, at last, I see a glimmer of hope for divorce. Chapter 85. What you need. Is it true? That's wonderful. Lin Dongyu felt a surge of joy for her aunt, who was finally on the verge of escaping that distressing household. Lawyer Zhou is truly kind, Aunt remarked, if it weren't for his tireless efforts. We wouldn't have come this far so swiftly. Do you have time this weekend? I would like to prepare a proper meal to express my gratitude to Lawyer Zhou. Aunt's appreciation was sincere yet simple. She believed that cooking a meal was the best way to convey her thanks. Lin Dongyu, however, contemplated a deeper layer.
Aunt.
Let me first inquire about Lawyer Zhou's thoughts. If we are to extend an invitation, it would be best to include his entire family. He has work during the week, and weekends are typically reserved for family time.
Aunt.
She exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I truly hadn't considered that. Xiao Yu, please ask him for me. Leave it to me. Once Lin Dongyu had managed her work responsibilities, she began searching online for suitable venues. Though she had not inquired about Lawyer Zhou's family, she deduced that a family-friendly setting would be more appropriate. Inviting just Lawyer Zhou for a meal, while well-intentioned, would inadvertently deny him precious moments with his loved ones. After extensive searching, an idea gradually formed in Lin Dongyu's mind. Why not invite everyone to enjoy a two-day outing together? The larger gathering would feel more natural, allowing Lawyer Zhou's family to relax and have fun. The campsite recommended in the guide appeared ideal, offering barbecue packages, camping, RV accommodations, fishing, bonfire gatherings, and activities for children like real-life CS and archery, truly a plethora of options for enjoyment. After thoroughly reviewing the details, Lin Dongyu estimated the necessary expenses and glanced at her bank balance. She was not one to squander money, and her earnings were substantial. However, the demands of supporting two households, along with daily expenses, mortgage payments, and the costs associated with planning a wedding, left her finances strained, especially since Li Jing had yet to compensate her for her losses. Consequently, her total savings amounted to a meager sum of less than 20,000. Who could imagine that a project manager poised to become a general manager could find herself with such limited cash on hand? Lin Dongyu reassured herself, it's all right. My salary is due in 7 or 8 days. Wealth comes and goes. The gratitude she felt extended beyond just Lawyer Zhou. She also wished to thank Xu Yan and the Mo siblings, who had all lent her support. It was time for everyone to enjoy a delightful outing together. Resolute in her decision, Lin Dongyu first messaged Lawyer Zhou. Initially, he hesitated to accept the invitation, but upon learning that it was a family gathering and not solely for him, he agreed. Following this, after confirming with her aunt, Lin Dongyu began reaching out to those she wished to invite. His response was succinct. All right, I will set aside the weekend. Mo Lexi joyfully called in response, exclaiming, great. I haven't gone out in ages. After hanging up, Lin Dongyu felt quite pleased. Yao Qi gently knocked on the door and entered, holding a file and several transparent glass bottles. President Lin, we have redefined several brand names, all of which are available for trademark registration.
Additionally,
Here are some newly blended fragrances for your consideration. Very well. Lin Dongyu accepted the file and scrutinized its contents before inquiring, which name do you prefer? Our brand, Shu, is well established, and the solid perfume is closely intertwined with traditional culture. Therefore, would it not be more fitting to adopt such a brand name? Lin Dongyu nodded in agreement, stating, your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed with Suha. Elated by the acceptance of her suggestion, Yao Qi exited with enthusiasm to commence the trademark registration process and other related tasks. Just as Lin Dongyu was about to test the fragrance, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Due to her professional obligations, she refrained from rejecting unknown calls, enduring even the most bothersome telemarketing interruptions. Hello? Is this Miss Lin? Good day, I am Mo Chen's classmate, and I wish to meet with you. The female voice was soft and gentle. Lin Dongyu furrowed her brow slightly, responding, I apologize, but may I inquire about the purpose of your call? I have something important to discuss with you. Fang Qingyao insisted. It would only take the time of a meal, or just a few minutes would suffice. May I ask your name? Lin Dongyu inquired. Fang Qingyao. After confirming the specific characters of the name, Lin Dongyu ended the call and messaged Mo Chen. Your classmate contacted me, stating she has something important to convey. Her name is Fang Qingyao. She did not wish to hide anything, regardless of Fang Qingyao's intentions. This matter was one that needed to be communicated to Mo Chen. After all,
they were not truly married.
If she took it upon herself to meet Fang Qingyao, it would indeed be crossing a boundary. Yet, the name Fang Qingyao sounded somewhat familiar. Unable to recall where she had heard it, Lin Dongyu chose not to dwell on it. After the call ended, Fang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she redialed. Hello?
Miss Lin, what do you mean by that?
Surely, there is a manner of speaking when it comes to meetings? Lin Dongyu queried. Where did you obtain my phone number? Mo Chen provided it to me. Fang Qingyao replied, her voice imbued with conviction. Lin Dongyu chuckled lightly and promptly hung up, blocking the number without hesitation. What sort of person is this? She mused. While she did not know Mo Chen well, she was certain he would not share her number with someone he had never met without her consent. A modicum of discretion is expected of any adult. Fang Qingyao was left in a state of shock. How could such a woman exist? Did she not possess a shred of curiosity? She dialed again. And after a few seconds, a recorded message echoed in her ear. Hello. The number you have dialed is not in service.
Blocked?
Fang Qingyao's face contorted with anger. When had she ever been blocked in her life? Lin Dongyu, just you wait. After blocking Fang Qingyao, Lin Dongyu finally found a moment of peace. She placed the bottles Yao Qi had brought before her and closed her eyes, seeking to immerse herself in the fragrances. On her desk lay a sealed jar filled with coffee beans. After inhaling each scent, she would cleanse her palate with the aroma of coffee to refresh her olfactory senses. Only in this manner could she truly appreciate the essence of the fragrances. As Lin Dongyu experimented with fragrances, she meticulously noted her impressions on sticky notes, affixing them to the corresponding bottles. Mo Chen placed Lin Dongyu's drawings from the dimly lit restaurant into a drawer and summoned Gao Boming, inquiring about the progress of the art gallery. The site has been determined, and Miss Fang is currently selecting designers. In truth, Fang Qingyao was quite discerning. Several design proposals had been submitted, yet none had satisfied her, a fact that Gao Boming had conveyed with great tact. Mo Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the leather armrest of his chair, stating, There's no need for her to be so particular. You can manage it. Ensure that the final renderings are presented to me for approval. Understood, Gao Boming acknowledged. Furthermore, please convey to her that if she continues to be restless, I wouldn't mind renaming the art gallery. Understood, Gao Boming suppressed his astonishment. After his departure, Mo Chen approached the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the crowd below, which appeared like ants. Was that person from years ago truly Fang Qingyao? The ambiguity of the current situation made decision-making rather inconvenient. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock at the door.
Come in, he called.
It was once again Gao Boming, who held out a set of blueprints. Mr. Mo, you asked me to keep an eye on locations for a library in the new city, and I've found a suitable building. Mo Chen examined the plans closely, and indeed found them promising. Adjacent to the already established municipal greenway, the three-story structure boasted ample space and a beautiful environment, conveniently located near a wetland park. Originally, another real estate developer had purchased the land with intentions to use it as a sales office after construction. However, due to policy changes, it was requisitioned for the Greenway, leaving the completed building abandoned and now up for sale. This location was ideally suited for cultural edifices such as art galleries, libraries, and museums, which is why it appeared on gasping as shortlist for the gallery.
Yet,
Fang Qingyao disdained it as an abandoned building and expressed her disinterest. Mo Chen nodded, saying, "Arrange a time for her to visit with Xiaoxi. If she is satisfied, we shall proceed with the purchase. Let Lele decide on the designer. If necessary, we can demolish and rebuild." His preference lay in the unique geographical position and environment of the site. The new city represented the future direction of urban development, although it seemed distant now. It was well connected by transportation, including subways, buses, and internal shuttle routes. The wetland park was a scarce resource, and this was the only one of its kind. "I will take care of it right away," Gao Boming replied, closing the folder and exiting the office. Chapter 87. RV Campsite. After work, Lin Dongyu called the RV campsite to reserve a spot. The group comprised Lawyer Zhou and his family of 4, the Mo siblings, their aunt, Xuyan, and herself. Totaling 9 individuals. Xuyan had arranged the desserts for the afternoon, and she secured an evening barbecue package, a bonfire party, and accommodations in an RV, with other recreational activities to be purchased on-site later. Although not inexpensive, Lin Dongyu felt content spending this money. "Aunt, have you requested leave from Ashiang?" she inquired. "Tomorrow. Mo Chun and I will come to Yasen Garden to pick you up, and we will go together." "Yes, I've arranged it," her aunt replied cheerfully. "What about Lawyer Zhou? How will they arrive?" "It's all settled. I've sent the address to Lawyer Zhou. They can go directly there." The rendezvous at the RV campsite was scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon. Mo Lexi arrived at Yujing Yunjun early in the morning, sharing a leisurely lunch with Lin Dongyu and Mo Chun before setting off to fetch Auntie Yu. Auntie Yu had been waiting by the roadside and waved cheerfully upon seeing Mo Chen's car approach. At her feet lay a collection of bags, both large and small. Observing this, Mo Chen parked the car steadily, opened the trunk, and stepped out to assist her with her belongings. Lin Dongyu also alighted to lend a hand, inquiring, "Auntie, why did you buy so many things? I thought I mentioned that everything is available over there?" "Indeed," Mo Lexi chimed in, peering out of the window to observe the bustling trio. "I even called ahead to confirm." She had initially intended to assist, but was simultaneously deterred by both Mo Chun and Lin Dongyu. "That makes no difference," Auntie replied with a smile. "I marinated the beef last night and placed it in the fridge. You must try my cooking tonight." In addition to the beef, she had prepared seasonings, fish balls, and more. "How wonderful!" Mo Lexi exclaimed, clapping her hands. "I've longed for Auntie Yu's culinary skills. However, my brother insists that we shouldn't trouble you." "How could it be a trouble?" Auntie Yu hastily responded. "If you wish to eat anything, just call me, and I will prepare it for you." Mo Chen shot her a warning glance, to which Mo Lexi playfully stuck out her tongue. Auntie Yu affectionately patted Mo Lexi's head and said, "Don't mind your brother.
just talk to me."
Seeing the smile on Auntie Yu's face, Lin Dongyu felt that everything was worthwhile. When they first arrived in Haicheng, Xiao Tao would drive the family for outings in the nearby suburbs, but those days had long since passed. At home, Auntie Yu would often prepare hot pot and barbecue, but it was always just the two of them busy in the kitchen. Xiao Tao would be as useless as a tipped soy sauce bottle, and Xiao Nanan was merely one who would open her mouth to eat. This familial atmosphere had faded away over time, and the joy of working together had become a distant memory. As they drove further away from the city, the buildings became sparser and the environment improved. Haicheng's climate was hot, with autumn arriving late. The weather was now perfect for an outing, not too cold, not too hot, just right for a light garment. The asphalt road stretched straight into the horizon, and the white clouds hung like gossamer in the azure sky, with the scenery rapidly retreating alongside the car window. An hour later, the RV campsite by the lakeside came into view. Gradually, people began to arrive at the campsite. On the grass, parents accompanied children flying kites, while others made their way to the fishing pond with their gear. The light brown canopies and tents were neatly arranged on the expansive lawn, while the opposite side was delineated into various sized courtyards by shrubs and fences, where RVs were parked. With their group being sizable, Lin Dongyu had reserved the largest courtyard, which accommodated 4 RVs and featured a barbecue area at its center. Their car could conveniently drive right up to the entrance. Stepping out, the scent of earth and grass wafted through the air, and Lin Dongyu remarked, "This is quite nice for a first visit." Mo Chun surveyed the surroundings and commented, "I never realized it was so close to Haicheng. Brother, as a workaholic, how would you know?" In Mo Chen's world, company team-building activities were of no concern to him. He merely signed off on budgets. Mo Lexi turned to Lin Dongyu and said, "Sister-in-law, You must organize more activities like this. Take my brother out for a stroll. Look at him. So young yet behaves like an old man, devoid of any zest for life. Hearing this, Auntie chuckled. Little Mo is focused on her career. That is indeed commendable. In her eyes, marrying such a fine man as Lin Dongyu was a stroke of fortune to be cherished. After retrieving the items from the trunk, Mo Lexi carried a few light bags into the courtyard. Mo Chen went to park the car while Lin Dongyu and Annie tidied up at the entrance. Just as Lin Dongyu bent down to pick something up, a sinister voice unexpectedly called out from behind her. Oh, why is our General Lin unaccompanied today? Ready to get her hands dirty? Turning around, she saw Deng Wenkuan accompanied by 2 or 3 middle-aged men with inappropriate gazes. Chapter 88. A Band of Fools. Deng Wenkuan was stroking his chin while observing her, and a slightly plump man whose hair was meticulously styled with gel nudged him, asking, "Who is this stunning beauty?" "You don't know? She's our company's General Lin," Deng Wenkuan replied. "Still a general?" The plump man exclaimed exaggeratedly, gesturing towards Lin Dongyu with a sweeping motion. "I would say she's more of a decorative vase." Deng Wenkuan responded, "Don't underestimate her. This General Lin has quite the prowess. She captivated Vice President Zhou upon joining the company, and now she's entangled with President Xu. President Xu's company boasts 2 major brands, Kaiwei, specializing in cosmetics, and Qingwei, focusing on skincare, with a predominantly female workforce. He wouldn't dare provoke the wrath of many. Even speaking of Lin Dongyu's marriage was a topic he would only whisper discreetly to Zhou Puai. However, the situation had changed. Here, Lin Dongyu stood alone, accompanied only by an elderly woman appearing to be in her 50s, while he was surrounded by men. Were they afraid of her? In front of Lin Dongyu, the men loudly discussed her, unabashedly. Lin Dongyu had already risen, her long lashes unable to conceal the anger brewing within her. Deng Wenkuan, she articulated each word with intensity. Have the courage to repeat what you just said. What is the harm in saying it again? Are you brave enough to confront it? Deng Wenkuan replied with a grin. Everyone in the company knows, we just don't speak of it. The plump man chimed in, I believe she does indeed have that capital. How about considering spending a night with me? I'll take you shopping for a bag tomorrow. The others erupted in laughter. Exactly, such a beauty dressed so poorly. If you're short on cash, just let us know. We can help. Lin Dongyu pursed her lips, lowering her gaze to the items on the ground, searching for something. Auntie, already seething with anger, bent down and picked up a stainless steel thermos from the pile of eco-friendly bags, handing it to her, Xiaoyu. Lin Dongyu reached out to take it. This was precisely what she was looking for. She opened the lid and, aiming towards Deng Wenkuan and the others, forcefully splashed the contents out. Inside was the herbal tea Auntie had freshly brewed that morning, still warm. Ah, that's scalding. You wretched girl. How dare you splash me? What the hell? My clothes are ruined. Can you pay for this? You pathetic woman. Several individuals were frantically leaping backwards, exuding heat from their bodies. Lin Dongyu's primary target was Deng Wenkuan, whose half-soaked torso bore remnants of herbal tea, trickling down his neck and into his clothing, tugging at his collar. Deng glared at Lin and declared, Don't think I one tea hit a woman. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and stormed toward Lin in a fit of rage. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when he was halted by another person. Who do you intend to strike? Mo Chen stood before him, his gaze icy and commanding. Deng Wenkuan, taken aback, stepped back and glanced around, only to find Mo as the sole obstacle, momentarily emboldened by his perceived advantage. Before he could act, Mo Chen stepped forward, extending his hand in a seemingly mundane push. At least, that was how it appeared to Lin Dongyu. However, Deng staggered several steps backward, only to be caught by those behind him. With a look of disbelief, he exclaimed, Let us go, we're leaving. Amused by the sight of their chaotic retreat, Lin approached Mo and expressed her gratitude, inquiring, What did you just do? Following a traumatic kidnapping incident years ago, Mo's father had hired formidable martial arts instructors for him, not for the sake of physical fitness, but to master the art of combat. The principles involved were trivial when articulated, yet to outsiders, they seemed incomprehensible. Who were they? Mo Chen asked, possessing a strong memory, recalling having encountered Deng Wenkuan just days prior outside Lin Dongyu's company. Lin explained the animosity between herself and Deng, stating, There's no need to concern ourselves with them. They're merely clowns. Hearing this, her aunt, who had been nearby, approached Lin with a worried expression, saying, Is he one of your colleagues? Will he cause you trouble? How could he dare within the company? Lin scoffed, His position is a rank below mine. That's a relief, her aunt sighed, and the 3 of them proceeded to carry their belongings into the courtyard. Not far behind the trees, Deng Wenkuan watched their retreating figures, gritting his teeth and muttering, This cannot be left unresolved. I have a plan, said the slightly plump man beside him. Chapter 89. Show. Deng S eyes brightened. What plan? Within the Shu Corporation, Lin Dongyu enjoyed a more favorable reputation than him, and the group had recently approved her new product project. Deng's resentment was palpable. No matter how skilled he is, he can't contend with numbers. I'll call for reinforcements, the plump man boasted. Do not forget what I do. Oh, right, you run a chain of agencies. With so many people under you, Deng exclaimed, slapping his forehead and urging, quickly, make the call. Today, I shall ensure Lin Dongyu pays. Some voiced their apprehensions. Perhaps it's best to refrain. What if something goes awry? What is there to fear? The plump man pounded his chest, declaring, if the sky falls, I'll bear the brunt, I know people. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and began dialing, while several others gathered around him, heading towards the expansive lawn. Not far from where they had lingered, Aji leaned against a large tree, a piece of dry straw held in his mouth, typing rapidly on his phone. In the WeChat group dedicated to protecting the boss, he engaged fervently. Azi. Brothers, someone intends to harm our young mistress. The crowd? The captain. Are you tired of living? Azi recounted the recent events. Upon arriving at the RV campsite, in order to avoid detection by Lin Dongyu, the captain positioned his team strategically, with Azi trailing them from a distance. The captain commanded, bring in the second team. Azi replied, yes. The crowd, a splendid show awaits. Let us applaud. Who dares to plot against our esteemed boss and young mistress? Over the weekend, many visitors arrived at the campsite. Lin Dongyu was unpacking her belongings when Xu Yan stealthily approached from behind, signaling to Mo Lexi to keep quiet. Mo Lexi understood and pretended not to notice. Xu Yan suddenly covered Lin Dongyu's eyes with her hands, playfully exclaiming, woman, you shall not escape my grasp. Lin Dongyu paused her actions, chuckling. Yan, have you read too many domineering CEO novels? How did you know it was me? Xu Yan, slightly disappointed, lowered her hands. You're not playing along, this is no fun. Who else could it be besides you? Lin Dongyu laughed and pinched her cheek. Shall we start over? Absolutely. Haha, this is hilarious. As the two engaged in their playful antics, Mo Lexi, watching from across the way, couldn't help but tear up from laughter. Mo Chen stood at the RV door, observing the playful exchange between the two, and unconsciously smiled. Having never met before, Lin Dongyu introduced Xu Yan to Mo Lexi. With a cheek resting on her hand, Mo Lexi smiled. Hello, Sister Xu, Dongyu often mentions you. While they were chatting, Lin Dongyu's phone rang. Lawyer Zhou, are you the gate?
All right.
I'll come out to meet you. Just as Lin Dongyu hung up, her aunt emerged from the restroom, saying, I'll go greet him. With so many young people around, how could I let my aunt go? Xu Yan interjected, let Dongyu handle it. With this reasoning, considering that Lawyer Zhou was referred by him, the aunt relented. Mo Chen drove his new energy vehicle to the campsite entrance. A black SUV with its hazard lights on was parked by the side of the auxiliary road. Mo Chen exited his car, approached the driver's side of the SUV, and gently knocked on the window. The glass slowly descended, revealing Lawyer Zhou's astonished face. He was gripping the steering wheel, staring blankly at Mo Chen, as if spellbound, evidently still in shock. Mo Chen waved his fingers in front of Zhou's eyes, then brought his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, Today, just call me Xiao Mo. Oh, okay, Mr. Mo, I. Lawyer Zhou stumbled over his words. A glint of warning flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, prompting Zhou to hastily correct himself. Xiao Mo, hello. I'm in big trouble. What should I do? 100,000 questions raced through his mind. Despite being eloquent in court, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 90. Disguised visit? Can someone explain why Mo Chen is here? As a relative of Lin Dongyu? Mo and Lin are not the same surname, right? Lawyer Zhou felt a twinge of insecurity creeping in. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight pierced through his chaotic mind. Gao Boming. The divorce case of Lin Ling was a matter brought to him by Assistant Gao, who merely mentioned that it was a friend in need of assistance, without further elaboration. Naturally, he would not be so tactless as to inquire further. He had assumed it was related to some executive within the company, never imagining it was connected to Mr. Mo. Follow my car. Upon realizing this, Mo Chen uttered the words before turning to enter his vehicle. Lawyer Zhou stared blankly as Mo Chen climbed into the sleek electric car, as if turned to stone. Being part of the corporate legal department, his opportunities to encounter Mo Chen were limited compared to those lawyers who specialized in economic cases. Mo Chen possessed several luxury vehicles, yet he most frequently drove a dark gray Bentley. It was hard to comprehend why he would choose to drive a modest electric car valued at merely 300,000. Reflexively, Lawyer Zhou started his engine and followed the small vehicle driven by Mo Chen. An incognito visit? Given Mo Chen's recent actions, That was the only term that came to Zhou's mind. Mommy, what's wrong with Grandpa? He hasn't spoken a word. From the back seat, his granddaughter Tang Tang asked in her sweet, melodic voice. Huang Qin, Zhou's wife, played with a block to entertain her, saying, Grandpa is driving. Tang Tang dear, please don't disturb him. However, even the little girl sensed something unusual about Lawyer Zhou, and how could his wife, He Jinglian, in the passenger seat, fail to notice? She glanced at him and asked, Old Zhou, what's the matter? Finally recovering from a shock, Lawyer Zhou replied, It's nothing, just suddenly recalled a case. Since Mo Chen had instructed him to keep his identity confidential, he dared not divulge anything, even to his family. He Jinglian, somewhat perplexed, understood her husband's nature and opted not to press further. Once they parked, the Zhou family accompanied Mo Chen into the courtyard rented by Lin Dongyu. The eldest aunt was eagerly awaiting their arrival and rushed to greet Lawyer Zhou, beaming, Lawyer Zhou, you've finally arrived. Is this your granddaughter? She's truly beautiful. As she bypassed Mo Chen to address him, Lawyer Zhou felt awkward, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Mo Chen leaned closer and whispered, Act normal. Exhaling. Lawyer Zhou smiled. Ah yes, Tang Tang, greet your grandmother. The little girl, unperturbed, confidently chimed, Hello, Grandma. The courtyard was filled with young ladies, and the sudden appearance of such a soft, adorable little girl captivated everyone. Mo Lexi exclaimed, How cute! Xu Yan squatted down in front of Tang Tang, playfully waving a round crystal pendant from her bag. Huang Qin focused intently, recognizing it as part of Tiffany's latest autumn-winter collection. With the pendant alone valued at nearly 10,000 yuan, she gasped in awe. Only a true affluent individual would adorn their bag with such an expensive, fragile item that bore no visible brand. Fortunately, her involvement in the fashion industry allowed her to discern its worth. When she saw Tang Tang reaching out to touch it, Huang Qin hurriedly intervened. The child is still small. I'm afraid it might get damaged. Xu Yan, unfazed, placed the crystal pendant into Tang Tang's hand, saying, It's fine. If it breaks, just throw it away, no need to return it to me. Huang Qin felt a sense of suspicion. When they arrived, her father had advised her to consider the emotions of those involved. She had assumed that the Lin family was merely a typical working-class family, only to discover that her friends were quite affluent. Although Xu Yan had made such a remark, Huang Qin felt too intimidated to respond. Lin Dongyu playfully tossed a handful of candy into Tang Tang's bag, exclaiming, What a lovely name Tang Tang has, it suits candy perfectly. Tang Tang erupted into a fit of giggles. This was the largest courtyard, where 2 rectangular tables adorned with white rose-patterned wrought iron were pushed together, accompanied by matching chairs, capable of seating over 10 individuals. The Talton purchased by Lin Dongyu included a complimentary fruit platter, and Aunt had brought an assortment of snacks from home, which were now beautifully arranged on the table. Aunt muttered, What a shame about my herbal tea. Hearing this, Lin Dongyu chuckled, Isn't it? It all went to those scoundrels. Not wanting to alarm others, they spoke in hushed tones. Xu Yan received a phone call and announced, The desserts will arrive shortly. An employee from Flower Blooms occasionally drove a white delivery van through the camp's entrance, parking it at the courtyard. Besides in-house dining, the dessert shop often catered to various cold banquet orders. 2 employees adeptly opened the back door of the van, preparing to unload the neatly packaged desserts when they were suddenly surrounded by several individuals. Chapter 91. She is the central figure.
What do you want?
The 2 employees stepped back against the van, their expressions wary. Deng Wenkuan advanced with a sinister smile, asking, Are you delivering desserts to this courtyard? He recognized the shop's insignia on the vehicle. Is there a problem? The male employee extended his arm, positioning himself protectively in front of the petite female colleague, saying, Please,
Step aside.
The slightly plump man laughed heartily. Not today.
How about that?
Their group had yet to fully assemble. They originally intended to cause trouble later in the evening but were surprised by the timely arrival of the dessert van. It was the perfect opportunity to vent their frustrations and collect some interest first. If they couldn't handle the people in the courtyard, surely they could deal with 2 insignificant employees. Brothers, go. They shouted, rushing towards the open trunk, aiming to grab the desserts inside. Haha, what luck today. Free desserts. Just as the female employee was about to charge forward, the male employee firmly restrained her. With their numbers, any conflict would only put them at a disadvantage. Deng Wenkuan felt a surge of confidence. He fancied himself an elite, having never engaged in such antics. Witnessing their hesitance to intervene, a sense of glee welled up within him. Bystanders were oblivious to the unfolding situation, merely observing a dessert delivery vehicle surrounded by a group of people, mistakenly believing they were assisting with the unloading. Aji watched from a distance, typing a few words into his phone. Soon, from the lawn and along the roadside, numerous burly men began to converge towards the dessert van. Dressed predominantly in casual t-shirts and jeans, they appeared inconspicuous when scattered but became strikingly noticeable as they gathered. Deng Wenkuan found himself nearly suspended in midair, the only support being the grip on his collar. Unable to exert any strength, his legs flailed helplessly on the ground while he struggled to pry loose the fingers gripping him. Even if one were to fall to the ground, it would still be preferable to being dragged away against one's will. Yet, how could he break free? It wasn't until he was forcefully slammed to the ground that he realized what was happening.
Who are you? What do you want?
Deng Wenkuan's face turned pale with terror as he propped himself on the grass, retreating backward. The burly man remained silent, seizing his right calf and pulling it straight, delivering a sharp blow to his ankle, causing Deng Wenkuan to scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Ah!
Before he could even call for help, the man covered his mouth, his gaze piercing into him as he warned, "If a single hair is harmed on anyone in that courtyard, your leg will break."
What?
Deng Wenkuan, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, struggled to comprehend the threat. "Did you hear me clearly?" the man inquired again. Deng Wenkuan nodded fervently. Only then did the man release him and turn to leave, quickly vanishing from his sight. Deng Wenkuan gasped for air, the agony in his ankle a stark reminder that this was no dream. He propped himself up and glanced towards the dessert cart. The crowd had already dispersed, as if no one had ever been there. The dessert shop employees were unloading prepackaged dessert boxes onto a small cart to take into the courtyard. Deng Wenkuan's breath caught in his throat. What kind of person had he provoked? Regardless, he dared not linger any longer. He fished out his phone and called the stocky man, who wailed, "My leg is broken, it's broken." The method was indeed consistent. Who were these suddenly appearing and vanishing strongmen? Deng Wenkuan dared not ponder further and quickly dialed for an ambulance. In the courtyard, Xu Yan saw the employee pushing the small cart enter and exclaimed, "You all must try these. They are the best-selling items in my shop." Mo Lexi cheered. "Wow.
So,
Sister Xu is the owner of Huakai Yusher. That's amazing." Gazing at the plethora of desserts, Tang Tang looked on with longing but obediently stayed by her mother's side, sweet and endearing. Lin Dongyu first took a box of mango sago dessert and asked Huang Qin, "Can Tang Tang eat this? Some people may be allergic to mango." Huang Qin looked at Xu Yan, barely concealing her astonishment. Huakai Yusher was quite famous in Haicheng, and she often indulged there while shopping. She never expected to meet the owner today, and a young woman at that. Huang Qin then shifted her gaze to Lin Dongyu, who, despite being the most casually dressed among them, was the focal point of the gathering. Without her, this gathering would not have transpired. Chapter 92, The Ambulance. In the meantime, everyone had busied themselves arranging the desserts on the long table. Mo Chen surveyed the spread and placed a caramel pudding in front of Lin Dongyu. He knew her tastes well. She had a sweet tooth. Xu Yan cast a glance over and leaned closer to Lin Dongyu, whispering, "Darling, how far have you two progressed?" Such a direct question made Lin Dongyu's cheeks flush. Unintentionally, she recalled the moment in the dark restaurant when Mo Chen had held her hand. At that time, everything had been shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern his expression. Yet it was precisely this obscurity that made the memory all the more vivid. "Oh, dear. There seems to be something brewing." Xu Yan smiled and said, "I told you that you two are quite compatible. A quality man like him is someone you should seize." "Not at all," Lin Dongyu denied. "It's not what you think."
is it not?
Xu Yan pointed at the caramel pudding in front of them and remarked, "Look, he knows your taste so well, he even got it for you. It's only natural to know each other's preferences after living together for nearly a month." Lin Dongyu replied, "Well, believe what you want," Xu Yan said, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Dongyu took a spoonful of pudding, letting the caramel's aroma melt on her tongue. Sweet yet not cloying, making her squint her eyes in blissful enjoyment. How could such sweetness ever be excessive? Just as she savored a few bites, the sound of an ambulance pierced the air. What happened? Everyone turned to glance outside the courtyard. Xu Yan nudged Lin Dongyu's arm and whispered, "The staff who delivered the desserts just told me they were almost robbed." Fortunately, a group of strong men appeared out of nowhere and drove those thugs away.
Is that so?
Lin Dongyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "Let us go take a look," Mo Lexi suggested excitedly, propping herself up, eager to head out. Lin Dongyu was never one for crowds, and Huang Qin held her daughter back while Aunt and He Jinglian entertained the little girl. Lawyer Zhou followed closely behind Mo Chen, mimicking his every step. Standing at the courtyard entrance, Mo Chen gazed outward. The hidden Aji, spotting only the two of them emerging, revealed himself and reported softly, "Mr. Mo, there will be no more trouble from them." Mo Chen nodded slightly and instructed, "Get me the information on the leader of the ruckus." Deng Wenkuan was merely a working-class individual. He would not have dared to act so boldly without encouragement. "Understood," Aji acknowledged before withdrawing. Lawyer Zhou watched in astonishment, pondering where such audacity came from to provoke Mr. Mo. Multiple ambulances were stationed along the tree-lined avenue as medical personnel lifted stretchers to transport the injured scattered about. A gathering crowd murmured in speculation. A brawl? Why are all the injuries so severe? We've been here all afternoon and haven't seen any fighting. Look at these injured. They're too afraid to speak. There must be a reason. Strange business. Someone knowledgeable remarked. The techniques are quite skilled, painful, but a mere warning. Hearing these discussions, Deng Wenkuan covered his eyes and clutched his ankle, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Never had he felt such humiliation. Returning to the courtyard, Mo Chan addressed everyone. It's nothing serious, just a fight that resulted in injuries, hence the ambulance. It's not our concern, so let us eat. Lin Dongyu, having heard Xuyan's account, was already aware and began to call everyone to enjoy their meal. While she didn't know who had rescued the dessert shop staff, it was ultimately a good turn of events. Mo Lexi pouted, saying, "What a waste of a beautiful day to be fighting." Tang Tang blinked in confusion and asked, "Why do they fight?" Huang Qin was caught off guard by her daughter's question and hurriedly replied, "Fighting is an action of wrongdoers. Tang Tang should not emulate them. Is that understood?" Tang Tang looked up, her eyes as clear and translucent as freshly washed glass. Lin Dongyu glanced at the visibly anxious Huang Qin and chose not to pursue the topic further. With a gentle smile, she affectionately ruffled Tang Tang's hair, saying, "Our Tang Tang must not be bullied." It was evident that the Zhou family had taken great care to shield Tang Tang from the darker facets of society. Although she did not entirely agree with such parenting philosophies, she felt it inappropriate to directly interfere in another's approach to family education. At that moment, a notification chimed from Mo Chen's phone as he picked it up to check the message. It turned out that the instigator was the owner of a chain of real estate agencies, a man accustomed to leveraging his numbers to intimidate others. A real estate agency? How intriguing. It seemed fortuitously aligned with his interests. Chapter 93. Of course, you two should live together. Mo Chen promptly sent the name of the real estate agent to Gao Boming, adding a note. Effective immediately, we are to cease all cooperation with this company. As the largest real estate firm in Haicheng, the agency relied on the Mo Group for its very existence. Whether it was the launch of new properties or second-hand transactions, without the cooperation of the real estate company, even possessing buyer resources would be futile for the agency. The termination of cooperation by the Mo Group would be a catastrophic blow to the agency. Meanwhile, the slightly portly man lay in the ambulance as his phone buzzed incessantly with distressing news. "Boss, I've brought clients over, but the security won't let us in. What should we do? More than half of the listings on the platform have been taken down. I brought a full bus of clients to the new property, only to be told our company does not meet the agency qualifications. The clients are in an uproar. What now? Boss, quick, get online." The Mo Group has released an announcement stating that they received client complaints and have suspended all cooperation until our qualifications are reevaluated. What should we do? The portly man nearly gasped for breath in disbelief. What should he do? Everyone was asking him for solutions, yet he himself had no idea. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, throwing his phone violently onto the ambulance floor, leaving the nurse beside him utterly speechless. In his frustration, he accidentally bumped his injured leg, howling in agony. Today must surely be a day when he neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. Even now, he remained oblivious to what he had done wrong. As the sound of the ambulance faded into the distance, tranquility returned to the RV campsite, and the attendants began inquiring whether the guests would like to participate in the evening's bonfire gathering. A bonfire gathering? Tang Tang clapped her hands and looked at Huang Qin, asking, "Mom, can I go?" Huang Qin hesitated momentarily, but with a wave of Lawyer Zhou's hand, he said, "Let her enjoy herself. What's wrong with attending a bonfire gathering?" The elder aunt reassured, "Do not worry. We will keep a close watch on Tang Tang." Mo Lexi linked her arm with Lin Dongyu's and asked, "Sister Dongyu, can you dance?" Lin Dongyu shook her head, replying, "I have never learned." Mo Lexi playfully pushed her toward Mo Chen, saying, "Brother, I leave her in your capable hands." As she nudged her forward, Lin Dongyu had no choice but to quicken her pace. However, when she reached Mo Chen, she stumbled on a step, nearly losing her balance. Mo Chen quickly extended his hand to steady her, releasing it only when she was firmly on her feet. "Thank you," Lin Dongyu murmured softly in gratitude. Mo Chen lowered his gaze upon her, as her lustrous black hair cascaded from Lin Dongyu's ear, revealing her delicate and fair earlobe. At that moment, a subtle blush crept upon the tips of her ears. Mo Chen quickly diverted his gaze, inhaling deeply a few times to steady his emotions. As dusk descended, the remnants of the sunset bathed the entire campsite in a golden hue. The evening clouds transformed in color against the horizon, while the surface of the pond shimmered like gold, creating an exquisite scene. Wisps of smoke rose from the courtyard, carrying the enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies.
Montag Lexi.
Engrossed in her meal, gave a thumbs up to her great-aunt, exclaiming, "Your culinary skills are unparalleled." Lawyer Zhou sat cautiously beside Mo Chen, who offered a freshly grilled skewer of beef to Lin Dongyu. Xu Yan, observing the skewers before her, exclaimed in dismay, "How did they get burnt again?" Huang Qin held a bowl in her hands, while He Jinglian gently blew on a piece of grilled meat for Tang Tang, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Great-aunt brushed sauce onto the skewers, her heart swelling with warmth as she took in the laughter and joy surrounding her, her eyes glistening with emotion. When the sun finally vanished beyond the horizon, a large clearing in the meadow was ignited by a bonfire. The city dwellers, seldom afforded such moments of relaxation, quickly became familiar with one another, encircling the fire to sing and dance under the host's guidance. It mattered not if their singing was off-key or their dance steps unrefined. The laughter flowed freely. Lin Dongyu, smiling at Mo Chen, inquired, "How come you excel at everything? You can play the piano, fight, and dance." The bonfire flickered in his eyes, his dark orbs shining like the North Star in the evening sky. "I cannot cook, tend to flowers, or bake cakes," he murmured. But the surrounding clamor drowned out his words. Lin Dongyu, unable to catch what he said, asked, "What?" Mo Chen chuckled softly and suggested, "Shall we dance?" As the joyous bonfire gathering drew to a close, everyone was drenched in sweat. Great-aunt remarked, "It's quite late. Let us wash up and rest." Lin Dongyu nodded and made her way toward the RV where her great-aunt had stored their luggage. Suddenly, her mind went blank. How could she have overlooked this detail? Chapter 94. Quite hot. The courtyard Lin Dongyu had reserved accommodated 4 RVs, 1 large and 3 smaller ones. Initially, her plan was for Lawyer Zhou's family to occupy the largest vehicle, which boasted a spacious queen bed and 2 sets of bunk beds, sufficient for their needs. The remaining 3 smaller RVs could each house 2 individuals and still allow for an extra sleeping space. When booking, she had inquired with Xu Yan and Mo Lexi, both of whom expressed no objections to sharing a room. Thus, she had envisioned that the 2 of them would share 1 RV while she and her great-aunt would occupy another, leaving the last one for Mo Chen. Little did she know, despite her well-intentioned plans, she had completely forgotten that in her great-aunt's eyes, she and Mo Chen were a newlywed couple. "Wait a moment. I'll get your suitcase for you," her great-aunt said. Lin Dongyu stood frozen in place, her mind in disarray. Mo Lexi and Xu Yan strolled past her, both beaming with smiles, while Xu Yan even gave her an encouraging gesture. The night breeze began to stir. Lin Dongyu suddenly jolted and hurried a few steps to catch up with the 2, saying, "Let me squeeze in with you." Their camper had 2 beds, or rather, due to consideration of each individual's accommodation needs, only the camper that Mo Chen occupied featured a spacious 1.5-meter bed. Mo Lexi smiled sweetly and replied, "Sister Dongyu, there's no room." Xu Yan lifted her head, feigning an imperious demeanor, and declared, as the esteemed young lady of the Xu family, "How could I possibly share a bed with others?" As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. "You too." Lin Dongyu stamped her foot, both amused and exasperated. They were fully aware, yet pretended not to know that she and Mo Chen were not a real couple. "What are you talking about, Sister Dongyu?" "We don't know." Mo Lexi innocently blinked. Lin Dongyu wanted to say more, but just then, her aunt emerged from the camper, handing her a suitcase and saying, "As a wife, you must not keep a man waiting." Her aunt held very traditional family values. If it weren't for Xiao Tao's excessive behavior, she would never have considered divorce. With her aunt's interruption, Xu Yan and Mo Lexi seized the opportunity to escape, giggling as they walked away. Lin Dongyu, grasping the suitcase handle, felt at a loss. "Xiuyu, why are you standing there in a daze?" her aunt urged. Never mind," Lin Dongyu thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she pushed the suitcase towards a camper where Mo Chen was. Mo Chen was still in the shower, and a glow emanated from the frosted door. Lin Dongyu set the suitcase aside and sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. After a while, Mo Chen emerged. He wore a deep blue satin bathrobe that clung to his body, accentuating his muscular physique. As he walked, he dried his hair with a towel. The camper was not as spacious as a hotel, and Mo Chen only realized Lin Dongyu was sitting there when he reached the sofa. A flicker of understanding crossed his mind. "Sent here by aunt?" he asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Lin Dongyu muffled a response. "Go ahead and shower." "I'm done." Mo Chen draped the towel over a nearby rack.
"All right."
Lin Dongyu laid the suitcase flat, squatting down to retrieve her toiletries and sleepwear. Her mind a tangled mess. If they were at home and had to share a room, they could make do with a makeshift bed on the floor. But here, in the camper, The passage was narrow, with no extra bedding available. What to do? As she pondered, she walked towards the shower without watching her step. Be careful. Mo Chen's warning came too late. There was a noticeable low step on the floor, marked with a yellow caution tape for safety, easily noticeable with a little attention. Unfortunately, Lin Dongyu was entirely preoccupied. She stumbled, her belongings flying from her hands, losing her balance and falling sideways. Mo Chen had just closed the camper door, and there was a meter between them. Despite his quick reflexes, he could only act as a cushion for Lin Dongyu.
Ah!
She cried out, clutching her forehead. She had bumped into Mo Chen's head. Mo Chen tightly embraced her waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. A twinge of pain emanated from his body, causing him to let out a soft hiss. The events transpired so swiftly that both reacted purely on instinct. After a few moments, Lin Dongyu covered her face, mortified. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Mo Chen's strong arms held her slender waist like an iron band. The points of contact between their bodies radiated warmth. Chapter 95. The boundaries were too great. In that moment, the RV was illuminated by a dim strip of light near the ceiling and the glow emanating from the shower room. The lighting was hazy, and their bodies were flushed with heat. The two, closely pressed together, could feel each other's heartbeat. Lin Dongyu's mind was a blank slate, unsure of how to respond. After a brief interlude, Mo Chen gently nudged her and asked, "Are you alright?
Can you get up?"
His voice was slightly husky, carrying an emotion she could not decipher. Lin Dongyu finally gasped, flustered as she scrambled off him. Amid her confusion, a thought crossed her mind. Mo Chen's chest was impressively firm and remarkably resilient. "I'm so sorry, thank you," Lin Dongyu stammered. "No need to mention it," Mo Chen replied, using his hands to assist himself up from the floor. "I'll just use the shower again for a moment." After the commotion, the tie of his bathrobe came undone, leaving it half open, revealing his well-defined chest, partially obscured by the soft light. Lin Dongyu quickly covered her eyes and turned away. For her, this was far too much. In her entire life, aside from occasions at the pool or beach, she had never witnessed such a sight. Her heart raced, the image from her brief glance lingering in her mind. His physique was simply extraordinary. Noticing her reaction, Mo Chen's tense posture relaxed, a smile gracing his features. She was quite adorable. Lin Dongyu remained rooted to the spot until the sound of his footsteps faded away, after which she crouched down to collect the scattered toiletries. Hearing the sound of rushing water from the shower, her flushed face showed no signs of returning to normal. Once Mo Chen emerged, she cautiously entered the space, holding her items, fearful of any further mishaps. Fortunately, she managed to complete her shower without incident. After carefully putting on her pajamas inside, she proceeded to the sink outside to dry her hair, wash her face, and brush her teeth. Thankfully, she had not brought a spaghetti-strap nightgown, otherwise the situation would have been even more awkward. Mo Chen sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Lin Dongyu walked past him and stood by the bed, asking, "How are we sleeping tonight?" "You go ahead and sleep. I have some matters to attend to." "Don't mind me," he replied, gesturing toward the cabinet beside the sofa. "I've called and confirmed that there are spare blankets here. I'll just use one when I sleep." Knowing he wouldn't be sleeping yet and that they wouldn't have to share a blanket eased Lin Dongyu's mind.
"All right."
She climbed into bed, wrapping herself snugly in the covers. Though the RV was cramped, it was adorned with a warm ambience, and a faint fragrance wafted from the incense bottle placed on the bedside table. In the dim light, Lin Dongyu found herself lost in thoughts she could not comprehend, and soon succumbed to slumber. Hearing her steady, tranquil breathing, Mo Chen silenced his phone, rose, and exited the caravan. He approached the gate of the yard, where Ji awaited him, presenting a thin blanket. The air outside was refreshing, filled with the chirping of insects. Under the night sky, the vast lawn was illuminated by light seeping from the tents, accompanied by faint melodies from afar, an exquisite tranquility seldom witnessed in the city. In a corner of the yard, Lawyer Zhou extinguished his cigarette, frozen in place, daunted by the revelations of the afternoon. It had become apparent to him that everyone present regarded Mr. Mo and Lin Dongyu as a couple. Initially, he had presumed the wealthy gentleman was pursuing her under the guise of anonymity. Yet, observing their unspoken rapport, it appeared more akin to that of long-term partners. Now, it was evident that it transcended mere courtship. How could one court someone while sharing living quarters? Based on his interactions with Lin Ling, it was clear that she embodied traditional values. If they were merely friends, she would undoubtedly not overlook their cohabitation. Reflecting on the afternoon when Mr. Mo had referred to Lin Dongyu as Aunt Lin, Lawyer Zhou was left with one last implausible thought. Could they be married? The notion sent a shiver down his spine. A hidden marriage? If the world were to discover this, Mo Corporation stock would likely plummet, the repercussions unfathomable. Yet, if they were indeed wed, why would Mr. Mo be out at such an hour, clutching another blanket? Regret washed over Lawyer Zhou. Had he known, he would have resisted his craving for a smoke. Had he not witnessed the events unfold, he would not be plagued by such musings. He considered himself no fool. Yet since encountering Mr. Mo that afternoon, a succession of enigmas had ensnared him, and he could not approach Mr. Mo with his inquiries. Unable to fathom the situation, he resorted to lighting another cigarette. As the embers burned down, he reluctantly concluded that it was best to remain uninvolved in Mr. Mo's affairs. Chapter 96. A heart-racing encounter. Lin Dongyu awoke to the sound of chirping birds, drowsily reluctant to open her eyes. The air conditioner hummed softly, dispersing a cool breeze as she turned over, burrowing deeper into the blanket. In that instant, Mo Chun had already roused. Not wishing to embarrass her, he feigned sleep with closed eyes. Eventually, he spoke. "Are you awake?" His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with the languor of recent slumber, startling Lin Dongyu into full awareness. Oh my god. She froze in place, gradually opening her eyes. Just the night before, she had cocooned herself snugly. How had she ended up in Mo Chen's bed? Aware that she was a restless sleeper, she never anticipated such an extent of unsteadiness. Above her head lay Mo Chen's arm, while her hand rested on his chest. The sensation was delightful, her fingers grazing his well-defined pectorals. A low chuckle escaped Mo Chen as he leaned closer to her, his voice teasingly inquiring, "Do you remember the biology class from our school days? You are truly testing my willpower." Having never experienced love does not imply the absence of masculine instincts. Early in the morning, as she caressed him, Lin Dongyu felt on the verge of explosion. Hearing her movements, he wrapped himself tighter in the covers. How could she be unaware? It was maddening. Observing her burrow into the blankets like an ostrich, Mo Chun helplessly patted the bedding and said, "I'm going to freshen up. You can sleep a little longer." Lin Dongyu nodded from beneath the covers, acknowledging his words. After he left the bed, it took her a while to emerge from the blankets. Due to a lack of oxygen, her complexion was even redder than before, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Lin Dongyu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, while brushing the hair that clung to her cheeks back. The sound of rushing water echoed from the shower, accompanied by the sound of a man's restrained, heavy breathing. It took her a moment to comprehend what Mo Chen was doing inside, causing her heart to race and cheeks to flush. In a flurry, Lin Dongyu grabbed her clothes from the bedside and hurriedly dressed beneath the covers. Glancing towards the shower, noticing that Mo Chen showed no signs of emerging, she quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth before stepping out into the courtyard. The day was still young, and the entire campsite was enveloped in a delicate, pale blue morning light, infused with the fragrance of earth and grass carried by the breeze. Standing in the yard, Lin Dongyu pressed the back of her hand against her flushed cheeks, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Mo Lexi emerged from the RV, a yoga mat in her arms, and upon seeing Lin Dongyu in the courtyard, her face blossomed into a bright smile. "Sister-in-law, good morning," she exclaimed, spreading the yoga mat on the grass and beginning her warm-up exercises. "Once I'm awake, I rise," Lin Dongyu replied. After completing her yoga routine, Mo Lexi approached Lin Dongyu and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Dongyu shot her a teasing glance and replied, "Very well. Nothing you imagined occurred." "Oh, then it must be my brother, who's lacking," Mo Lexi remarked just as Mo Chen stepped out, casting her a fleeting glance. Breakfast was delivered by the campsite staff, and the Zhou family stirred from their slumber, with Xu Yan being the last to wake. After breakfast, everyone ventured to the expansive lawn across the way, dispersing to enjoy various activities. The Zhou family took Tang Tang to the small amusement park designated for children on the west side, while Xu Yan expressed a desire to ride go-karts, prompting Mo Lexi to join her, also inviting their aunt along. Mo Chen quickly cautioned, "Xiao Shi, you cannot participate." "I know. You just enjoy your time with sister-in-law." Mo Lexi responded with an okay gesture. After the events of the previous night and that morning, Lin Dongyu was reluctant to be alone with Mo Chen, hastily quickening her steps to catch up, saying, "Wait for me. What are you doing here?" Xu Yan pushed Lin Dongyu away with mild disdain, saying, "You're a married woman. Don't mingle with us, single folks." "I want to," Lin Dongyu retorted, linking her arm with Xu Yan's and playfully moving forward. Mo Chen stood still, watching her lively figure depart, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, his expression was filled with affection. Suddenly, his phone rang.
"All right.
"Send me the flight number, and I'll come to pick you up," Mo Chen said. "No need. A driver is picking me up. You carry on with your own affairs," Mo Chen insisted, saying, "Xiaoxi misses you all very much." It was only upon mentioning Mo Lexi that Mo's father softened and agreed. Lunch had been served, and everyone gathered around the long table, sharing their recent experiences while enjoying their meal, creating a lively atmosphere filled with chatter. Once the meal concluded, it was time to part ways. The Shujia family's driver had been waiting, and Shu Yan waved goodbye as she departed. Lawyer Zhou took the driver's seat, secretly relieved, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. We shall take our leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call."
Take care.
Mo Chen drove the car to the entrance, just as before, with Lin Dongyu in the front passenger seat and Mo Lushi and her aunt seated in the back. The car slowly pulled away. "Really?" Mo Lushi exclaimed with delight. "That's wonderful." Lin Dongyu, however, felt a pang of anxiety. She was unsure how to face Mo Chen's parents. Initially, given their distant relationship, she thought she only needed to play her part well. Yet now, her heart was in disarray. The aunt, with a playful smile, teased, "Xiaoyu, you're finally going to meet your in-laws." Mo Chen chuckled quietly at this, while Lin Dongyu lowered her head in embarrassment. The aunt continued, "With Lawyer Zhou here, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Focus on accompanying your in-laws." How was Lin Dongyu to respond to that? "Indeed," she quickly said, "if there's anything, do let me know." "Rest assured, you need not worry," the aunt replied. Last week had been too hectic for Lin Dongyu to buy groceries, and upon opening the refrigerator, she found it sadly stocked with only a few eggs and a couple of cucumbers. "I need to go buy some groceries," Lin Dongyu declared. Emola she flopped onto the sofa and began listing her desired dishes. "I want the garlic ribs made by Sister Dongyu, and some shiitake mushrooms with greens. Oh, and I also want fried rice noodles." Mo Chen approached her and playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, "You little glutton." "Brother." Emola she exclaimed, covering her forehead, "Sister-in-law, come quickly. My brother is bullying me." Lin Dongyu laughed, saying, "You two siblings can settle your own matters." She produced an eco-friendly shopping bag and added, "You all enjoy yourselves. I'll go buy the groceries." Emola she quickly sat up straight and playfully kicked Mo Chen, saying, "Brother, why are you just standing there? Hurry and accompany sister-in-law to buy groceries." "I'll go with you," Mo Chen replied. "Sister-in-law, buy more, okay?" Emola she said, hugging a cushion. "My brother said you've been quite busy lately, so buying more means you won't have to go shopping often after all. The refrigerator is empty, anyway." Mo Chen grabbed the car keys and said, "Xiaoxi is right. There is still plenty of time. I'll drive us to the supermarket." Lin Dongyu thought for a moment and realized the logic in that. Next week would likely be chaotic, and she was not fond of takeout. Since they were driving, the two decided to go to a larger supermarket a bit further away to stock up on some daily necessities as well. They grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance, and Lin Dongyu headed straight for the fresh produce section on the second floor. Mo Chen leisurely followed behind her, while the bodyguards dispersed among the shelves. After purchasing the ribs, shiitake mushrooms, and various vegetables that Emola she desired, Lin Dongyu noticed the seafood looked exceptionally fresh and decided to buy some shrimp, scallops, and the like. Passing by the frozen food section, she picked up a few bags of dumplings and glutinous rice balls. "Can you cook dumplings?" Lin Dongyu asked Mo Chen. Mo Chen shook his head honestly.
"All right.
"If you're not around, I will just boil a few things to fill my stomach." As he noticed the shopping cart filling up, Mo Chen took the cart from her hands, saying, "Let me push." Further ahead was the ice cream section, adorned with a splendid array of choices. "Shall we indulge in some ice cream?" Lin Dongyu inquired.
Sure.
As Lin Dongyu bent down to pick one, she noticed a small sign atop the freezer that read, "New arrival, limited time, offer on snowy mochi, 2 boxes for 50 yuan. Is it delicious?" Lin Dongyu pondered buying it, yet hesitated about the taste, considering it was a new product. She glanced around and spotted a supermarket promoter nearby, so she asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me how this snowy mochi tastes? Is it overly sweet?" The promoter glanced at the snowy mochi she pointed to and replied, "How would I know? At 25 yuan a box, it's too expensive for me." Mo Chen was taken aback, thinking, is 25 really that expensive? Just then he heard Lin Dongyu respond, "Oh right, that's too pricey. Even with the promotion it's still too costly, which is why I was inquiring." Chapter 98. Boasting Sister-in-Law. She placed the snowy mochi back down and selected some other ice creams to add to the cart. As Mo Chen pondered this, he overheard the promoter speaking to another salesperson, saying, "I told you, this item is simply too expensive. It's not just me who can't afford it." Suddenly, it all made sense to Mo Chen. He realized that Lin Dongyu was being considerate of the other person's pride. For them, 25 yuan was certainly not exorbitant. Lin Dongyu acted this way to prevent the other from feeling inferior. How kind-hearted she is, Mo Chen thought to himself. Their time at the supermarket stretched over half an hour. Lin Dongyu remarked, "Before we came, I thought I would just buy some vegetables. But now it feels like we're lacking everything." Chin chuckled, stating, if you had come and only purchased a few vegetables, that would be the supermarket's failure. How could they compete with online shopping? The Mo Group owned department stores, and although he wasn't well versed in supermarket operations, he knew that business principles remained constant. After completing the purchase, Chin asked, do you have enough for living expenses? A few hundred left. I'll transfer you another 2,000. Our parents are coming, and expenses will be higher. All right, Lin Dongyu accepted without hesitation. Upon returning home, Lexi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Despite her lively demeanor at the moment, she had nearly frightened Lin Dongyu during her episodes. Chin also did not allow his sister to lend a hand. Observing their seamless cooperation, Lexi, having abandoned her game, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, sister-in-law, you two are increasingly resembling a married couple. If you keep talking nonsense, I want to prepare your portion for dinner, Lin Dongyu threatened, turning her head. Oh, I was wrong. Lexi chuckled. Sister Dongyu, I know you're the best. You wouldn't be so harsh on me, right? Lin Dongyu huffed and replied, well, that depends on how you behave. Sister Dongyu, what are you making? Lexi curiously asked. Concerned about her evening repast, she dared not call her sister-in-law again. I'm making a seafood porridge. You know you love it. Oh, we've only had it once. Sister Dongyu, do you remember? Lexi exclaimed joyfully. I'm truly the happiest sister in the world. How exaggerated, Lin Dongyu chuckled. Lin Dongyu gently splashed water upon her face. Oh, making seafood congee is rather troublesome, yet it brings such joy. Lexi, with her lively disposition, never made excessive demands, which made Lin Dongyu constantly wish to indulge her further. Next, Lin Dongyu placed the rice into the clay pot, adding an appropriate amount of water, and set it on the gas stove to cook. Upon glancing up, she noticed Lexi watching her intently. Why are you just staring? Aren't you playing games? Lin Dongyu inquired. Watching Sister Dongyu cook is truly a delight, Lexi replied. Hearing this, Chin nodded in agreement internally. Such intricate ingredients and cooking methods transformed into an orderly process under Lin Dongyu's skilled hands. In the midst of their conversation, the rice began to boil, prompting Lin Dongyu to lower the heat and set a timer for half an hour, beginning the preparation of Lexi's desired garlic ribs. As the aroma of the ribs wafted through the air, the timer chimed, and she added the previously prepared seafood into the clay pot to cook together. The kitchen filled with the alluring scent of the food. Lin Dongyu had spent over an hour preparing this meal, and once everything was ready, the Mo siblings eagerly rushed to serve the steaming dishes onto the table. After setting the tableware, Lexi pulled out her phone to record a brief video, sending it to her parents, exclaiming, "Look at my fortune! All thanks to my sister-in-law. The fragrant and tender seafood congee, the crispy garlic ribs, the refreshing mushroom and vegetable stir-fry, accompanied by a cooling cucumber and century egg soup, was a sight to behold, whetting one's appetite. I'm about to dig in," Lexi declared, lifting her chopsticks to savor a piece of rib, praising, "Sister-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional." Lin Dongyu chuckled, "Hurry and eat. There's plenty to satisfy your appetite." Chun, smiling, scooped a bowl of soup for Lin Dongyu, saying, "You've worked hard cooking." After the meal, the trio tidied the dining table, while Lexi settled on the sofa with her legs crossed, sending messages to the Mo family group chat. It was difficult for her to contain her excitement about having such a wonderful sister-in-law. However, if she couldn't boast about her sister-in-law, surely she could share the delightful dishes her sister-in-law prepared. Chapter 99. Introducing a fangirl to you. Lexi shared the video she had recorded in the group chat, stating, "Come quickly and see what delicious food I had today." The family chat soon buzzed with activity. "That looks amazing. Little she can cook now?" The Mo family, familiar with countless dishes, found the home-cooked meal particularly rare and cherished. Lexi replied, "It wasn't me who cooked, it's a friend of mine. I must tell you, she is beautiful, gentle, and an exceptional cook. If it's not you who cooked, what is there to boast about?" Someone remarked, "The seafood congee looks delightful, but I wonder how it tastes? A video isn't enough. I must try myself." Lexi, beaming with joy, called out to Chun for support. "Brother, you must tell them how delicious sister-in-law's cooking is." Chun, however, remained unresponsive, still contemplating whether to introduce Lin Dongyu to the family. This matter, he decided, would be best discussed with their parents first. On the day of the wedding banquet, with both parents overseas, it was taken quite seriously. There was no way to provide a detailed explanation over the phone. He could hardly disappoint his mother, who wore a look of satisfaction. Sitting in the position of president of the Mo Group, this marriage was not solely his affair. Lacking external support, Lexi found herself battling wits in the group chat, ultimately declaring, "You are merely sour grapes." "What do you mean?" You claim your friend is both gentle and beautiful and cooks deliciously, right? This question came from Emoya, the youngest daughter of the second aunt of the Emo family and Emo Lexi's third cousin. Not one to concede easily. Emo Lexi immediately typed back, "Of course. One day you will understand." She was confident that Lin Dongyu would undoubtedly become her rightful sister-in-law. Observing her brother's recent demeanor, it was evident that he was smitten. Even if he refused to admit it, she could see through him. Emoya retorted, "Even if she is amazing, she cannot possibly surpass my idol." "What idol?" Emo Lexi inquired with intrigue. Others in the family group chimed in. "Oh, don't listen to her. Her idol is just an internet celebrity." "She's not an internet celebrity." Emoya shot back, sending an angry emoji. "She does good deeds without seeking publicity. She never intended to become an internet star." "Oh, never mind her. Tell me more," Emo Lexi urged. Emoya exclaimed, "Shao Shi, look at the cake she makes. Aren't they unbelievably beautiful? Moreover, she is so kind, undoubtedly better than your friend." Emo Lexi held her phone in stunned silence for several seconds before erupting into uncontrollable laughter, pounding the sofa as she did. "What's going on?" Hearing the commotion, Emo Chin emerged from his study, quickly squatting down before her. "Calm down, what happened?" "Brother." Emo Lexi laughed so hard she struggled to breathe. Handing her phone to Emo Chun, "You see for yourself." "I want to look," he replied, his expression serious. "You need to catch your breath first." Noting his concern, Emo Lexi shut her eyes to compose herself, finally stifling her laughter. "Brother, please don't be upset," she said cautiously. "I promise I won't get into trouble." Emo Chun ruffled her hair, feeling exasperated, and said, "Shao Shi, you mustn't get too excited, understand?" Emo Lexi obediently nodded, shoving the phone into his hand. "Brother, just take a look." Taking the phone, Emo Chin glanced at it and found himself chuckling as well. "Emoya's idol is Lin Dongyu?" he asked. "Indeed." Emo Lexi laughed. "Isn't it a small world? What a coincidence." Emoya, puzzled, remarked, "Huh? But how did you suddenly change your tune?" Emo Lexi replied, "I haven't changed. She is the friend I mentioned. The one who prepared a feast." Emoya instantly went wild, sending a flurry of messages along with a multitude of frenzied emojis. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and said, "You two should take this to private chat." Lin Dongyu, wearing a facial mask, emerged from her bedroom, asking, "What just happened?" "I think I heard Lele laughing." Just as she finished her question, Emo Lexi's phone rang with a video call. It was Emoya. Emo Lexi exclaimed excitedly, "Sister-in-law, let me introduce you to a fan." Lin Dongyu was utterly bewildered as she answered the video call. Chapter 100. A bunch of nonsense. "Xiaoxi, please tell me, do you know Sister Deep Sea?" On the other side of the video, Emoya could hardly contain her excitement. "Of course," Emo Lexi replied with a proud smile, leaning against Lin Dongyu and making a gesture of introduction. "This is the Sister Deep Sea you adore." Just then, a loud gasp was heard, and Emoya's camera trembled in disarray. Lin Dongyu, taken aback, asked, "What happened to her? Is everything all right?" Don't worry. She's just a bit flustered." Sure enough, after a brief moment, the camera stabilized again, and Emoya sat properly in front of the lens. Raising her hand to greet Lin Dongyu. "Hi, Sister Deep Sea, I'm Emoya." Emo Lexi burst into laughter and teased, "Cousin, can you not be so dramatic?" "I'm perfectly normal." Emoya shot her an annoyed glance, quickly regaining her composure as she addressed Lin Dongyu. "Sister, I really like you. I am also a member of your cake club." Lin Dongyu smiled and replied, "Thank you for your affection. Sister, when will you make cakes again? Your notes haven't even updated in ages, and we're all looking forward to it." Lin Dongyu expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry. I've been really busy lately, and haven't had the time." The video call with Emoya felt like a fan meeting. Emo Lexi, grinning widely, leaned on Lin Dongyu's shoulder, visibly happier to see her beloved sister being adored than she was about receiving admiration herself. After hanging up, Lin Dongyu turned to Emo Lexi with a smile. "Are all the girls in your family so sweet-tongued?" Emo Lexi replied, "Sister-in-law, don't be fooled by her. She's not usually like this." Moya was a few years older than Mo Lexi and currently worked at the Mo Group. According to the family tradition, all members entering the group start from the grassroots level, working in different sectors before choosing the most suitable industry. While they were on the call, Emo Chun had retreated to his study, now emerging to escort Emo Lexi downstairs. A new week brought new busyness. While still on the road, Lin Dongyu received a call from Yao Qi and became engulfed in work as soon as she arrived at the factory. The efficiency of Shu's group was commendable, with the funds from headquarters already approved. With finances in place, the new project was running smoothly, and everyone moved with purpose, bustling about energetically. After a busy morning, Lin Dongyu hadn't even had a sip of water. Yao Qi knocked and entered, saying, "President Lin, there is someone at the factory gate looking for you." "Who is it?" She said her surname is Fong. "Do you know her?" Without an appointment, and unrelated to company business. Fong Qingyao was directly stopped by the security at the entrance. Yet, she insisted on seeing Lin Dongyu, prompting the security to notify Yao Qi. Lin Dongyu furrowed her brows. Had she not been clear enough? What could Fong Qingyao want from her, and how did she even find her here? What was her purpose? Noticing Lin Dongyu's expression, Yao Qi said, "President Lin, I'll send her away." "No need," Lin Dongyu replied. "I'll go see her." It seemed that Fong Qingyao was not one to give up easily. Rather than prolonging the encounter, it was better to ascertain what she truly wished to convey. "You have been so busy that you haven't eaten yet," Yao Qi remarked. "What a disarray of individuals. Allow me to assist you in heating your lunch." "Certainly, thank you." At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Lin Dongyu emerged from the office building with a sun umbrella, making her way to the factory gate. Fong Qingyao, adorned with a light blue gauze hat and a chiffon blouse trimmed with double-layer lace, paired with a matcha green long skirt, stood there, exuding an ethereal elegance that evoked admiration. "Is that you?" It wasn't until Lin Dongyu recognized her that she recalled having encountered her before. At that charity gala, where she was the overseas artist providing auction paintings. Moreover, at the Lakeside Garden restaurant, she was the companion beside Mo Chen. No wonder Fong Qingyao's name sounded so familiar. Fong Qingyao was quite pleased with Lin Dongyu's reaction. With a gentle smile, she said, "Miss Lin, I apologize for the intrusion." Lin Dongyu halted before her and inquired, "If you are aware that you are intruding, why insist on meeting me? Is blocking you not a clear enough indication of my stance?" Fong Qingyao's smile faltered momentarily. Apologizing for the intrusion was merely a polite expression. Who would take it as seriously as Lin Dongyu did? Furthermore, how could she so brazenly mention having blocked her? Fong Qingyao had no choice but to say, "I mentioned over the phone that I have something important to share with you." Chapter 101. The Chemical Reaction of Hormones. Speak plainly. Lin Dongyu glanced at her watch. She had a video conference scheduled at 1 o'clock, leaving just 20 minutes of her lunch break. She had no time to squander on irrelevant matters. Fong Qingyao bit her silver teeth. Was she truly this impatient? "Miss Lin, I am Mo Chen's fiancé," Fong Qingyao stated. "All right, I understand." Lin Dongyu nodded and asked, "If there is nothing else, Miss Fong need not seek me out again." With that, she turned to leave. Fong Qingyao was astonished. What was this reaction?
"Wait."
Fong Qingyao hastily stepped forward and grasped Lin Dongyu's arm, speaking rapidly. "Previously, I could overlook your ignorance. But now that I have informed you, stay away from Mo Chen." "I'm afraid that's not feasible," Lin Dongyu replied coolly. How could she distance herself from him when they lived together? Lin Dongyu, Fong Qingyao, now agitated, had completely shed any semblance of a pitiful figure. "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe I am unaware? You cling to Mo Chen, not for love, but for the position of the Mo family's young mistress." This statement left Lin Dongyu perplexed. What young mistress? Fong Qingyao was taken aback. In a flash of insight, a realization struck her. Could it be that Lin Dongyu was entirely ignorant of Mo Chen's true identity? This was implausible. To ascertain Lin Dongyu's status, Fong Qingyao had even hired a private investigator who had captured photographs of her with Mo Chen. However, Mo Chen's bodyguards were too formidable, preventing the investigator from getting too close. Yet, that was sufficient for Fong Qingyao. Her thoughts raced, and she asserted, "Of course, the young mistress of the Mo group. You are approaching Mo Chen, are you not, in hopes of gaining favor and eventually connecting with the president of Mo Corporation?" She further probed her conjecture with words. Feeling rather bored, Lin Dongyu turned to her and said, "Miss Fong, have you perhaps indulged too much in palace dramas?" With that, she turned and walked away. This time, Fong Qingyao did not call out to her. Internally, Fong Qingyao felt a sense of relief, glad she had ultimately decided to meet Lin Dongyu. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to such a significant secret. Since Lin Dongyu was unaware, why would she inform her and create an additional adversary for herself? The fact that Mo Chen did not reveal his true identity indicated that, in his eyes, Lin Dongyu was not someone worth concerning himself with. With these thoughts, Fong Qingyao left, her heart brimming with joy. There were still 10 minutes left until mealtime. Lin Dongyu, while glancing at the information on her computer screen, hastily consumed her meal. At 1 o'clock, the video conference commenced punctually, and she cast aside the incident involving Fong Qingyao and her remarks. Regardless of the nature of her relationship with Mo Chen, whether he was genuinely her fiancé or merely self-proclaimed, it held no relevance to Lin Dongyu. She conceded that Mo Chen was an exceptionally charming man, powerful, handsome, and cultured. Although she was not acquainted with his profession, it was easy to infer his success based on his attire and habits in daily life. While alone with him, she found herself drawn to his allure. However, this did not mean she envisioned him as a potential partner. Lin Dongyu preferred to attribute this attraction to the chemical reactions induced by male and female hormones. There were still 5 months remaining before their agreement expired, at which point they would return to their respective lives. Thus, the matter at hand was of greater significance than Fang Qingyao. The success of the project was closely tied to her career. Unbeknownst to Lin Dongyu, despite her silence, Mo Chun was aware of Fang Qingyao's visit to her. In pursuit of uncovering the truth from years past, Lu Qi had installed a tracking device on Fang Qingyao's phone. Lu Qi shrugged and remarked, I, too, wish to deny it, but the facts remain. The schemes of Fang Qingyao were crystal clear to both of them. Ever since her appearance at the charity gala, Fang Qingyao had portrayed herself as an innocent victim who was deceived, a narrative that resonated well with men. Coupled with her identity as a talented woman, she swiftly infiltrated the upper echelons of Haicheng's social scene. Last week, at the anniversary celebration of the educational group under the Mo Corporation, Mo Chen delivered a speech while Fang Qingyao attended as a young artist. Lu Qi turned his laptop screen towards Mo Chen, stating, Look, this was her class schedule from back then. I've calculated the timing. She exited the English teacher's home and walked to the entrance of the alley where you were unconscious, and the timing aligns perfectly. In other words, it is highly probable that she saved you, Lu Qi concluded. He then asked Mo, just be honest with me. What outcome are you seeking by investigating the events of that year? Mo Chen paused for a moment before responding, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't her. You must examine the evidence, Lu Qi insisted. I, too, wish it were not her. But who else could it be? During their school days, Fang Qingyao had already positioned herself as Mo Chen's girlfriend. Now, disregarding Mo Chen's warnings, she persistently harassed Lin Dongyu. Both individuals held an unfavorable impression of her. However, Mo Chen was a man of deep emotions. A debt of gratitude for saving a life could not be forsaken. After some contemplation, Mo Chen stated, Continue your investigation and inquire about the English tutor who helped Fang Qingyao. I can assist with that, yet after so many years, I cannot guarantee that the teacher remembers the circumstances of that time, Lu Qi replied. Don't mention the events from over a decade ago. Even if you were to ask me what I was doing last year, I would need to consult my notes. I understand, Mo Chen responded. You should proceed with your search. All right, Lu Qi agreed. The following day, a chaotic drizzle filled the air, and the temperature plummeted, finally imparting a sense of autumn to Haicheng. At the international flight exit of the airport, countless reporters surrounded the area, armed with cameras, eagerly awaiting developments.
So,
we have landed. Mo's mother had just sent Mo Chen a message when she spotted him and his sister Mo Lexi, standing hand in hand at a safe distance from the tarmac. Gee, Nan, look at our children. Are they not exceptional? Mo's mother beamed with pride. Of course. They are our children, Mo's father replied, holding her hand as they disembarked. Mo Lexi rushed forward, exuberantly embracing both of them. Mo Chen followed behind, presenting a beautifully wrapped bouquet of carnations to his mother, saying, Dad, Mom, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Mo's mother looked well, appearing much more spirited than before their trip abroad. After Mo Chen assumed the role of president, Mo's father accompanied her for treatment overseas. Escaping the turmoil of the mundane world, coupled with excellent medical care and a nurturing environment, her health remained fragile. Yet she was finally able to move about freely like anyone else. Despite being nearly 60, their affection for each other had not waned with the years. This prompted Mo Lexi to stamp her foot and extend her voice, calling out Mom. Mo's mother chuckled. Only you are single. Your brother is now a married man. Mo Lexi stuck out her tongue, hastily silencing herself. This matter was best left for her elder brother to explain to their parents. Let us go. The wind is strong at the airport. All right, Mo Chen replied, assisting his mother toward the awaiting Rolls-Royce. Once the family was in the car, the surrounding bodyguards, responsible for security, gathered their ranks, with several vehicles escorting the Rolls-Royce away from the tarmac. Unbeknownst to them, behind a pillar in the second-floor glass corridor, a reporter wiped the sweat from his brow, shrinking his body as he lowered his gaze to inspect the photographs he had just taken. His fingers trembled as he struggled to believe he had indeed captured an exclusive story. As he adjusted the camera's dial, the images of the Mo family embracing and conversing at the airplane's staircase unfolded before him. This collection of photographs would elevate him to a prominent figure within Haicheng's media landscape. He did not leave. Instead, he retrieved his laptop from his work bag and imported all the images. The vantage point from the second floor was excellent. There were many unusable shots, but several were indeed worthwhile. In the race for news, time was of the essence. He selected the best photograph for editing, then logged into his media account to publish the news. The Mo family's presidential duo reunites, heralding a potential new wave of commercial upheaval in Haicheng. News about the Mo family has always been the focal point of interest in Haicheng. Once released, the news swiftly ascended to the headlines across various platforms. As the reporters stationed at the exit beheld this, they could only gnash their teeth in regret for missing the opportunity, begrudgingly sharing the image. "Mr. Lin, are you aware of today's major news?" asked Yao Qi. Without lifting her head, Lin Dongyu inquired, "What significant news?" Yao Qi brought her phone closer, saying, "Look, our Haicheng's illustrious family." Chapter 103, The Suddenly Disappeared Family Portrait. Illustrious family? Lin Dongyu stared at the documents in her hand, instinctively repeating the phrase. Who are they? Of course, it's the Mo family. In our Haicheng, which other family could possibly bear such a title? Yao Qi responded. It is said that the Mo family possesses assets in the billions, yet their members seldom make appearances. This portrait is a rare gem. Are you truly not interested in seeing it, Mr. Lin? The Mo family portrait piqued the curiosity of anyone from Haicheng, and Lin Dongyu was no exception. She paused her writing, raising her gaze to Yao Qi's phone screen, which had dimmed due to inactivity. Lin Dongyu tapped Yao Qi's screen, saying, "Unlock it once more." Yao Qi picked up her phone, reactivated it, and presented it before Lin Dongyu, revealing the same interface as before. Lin Dongyu focused intently. Yao Qi asked, "What do you think? Aren't they all stunning?" Mr. Mo's looks seemed quite formidable as well. Lin Dongyu expressed her confusion, pointing at the screen. "Is this truly the Mo family portrait you mentioned?" "Yes, why?" Yao Qi replied. "Are the Mo family foreigners?" The image depicted a classic cinematic scene, with a handsome male lead cradling a child in one arm while pulling the female lead forward with the other, all set against a backdrop of a smoke-filled battlefield.
How so?
If one were to insist it was a family portrait, one wouldn't be entirely wrong. Yao Qi gazed at the photograph, her eyes widening in astonishment. The others in the office took notice as well. Wait, what happened to the earlier photo? It's gone? Am I imagining things? Many expressed doubts about their own vision. I changed my viewing position, yet it's still the same scene. How peculiar. Lin Dongyu, who had not seen the photograph, was utterly perplexed. This can't be possible? Yao Qi rubbed her eyes. I distinctly saw 4 members of the Mo family just now. Yes. Someone chimed in. I was just thinking that Mr. Mo is truly a winner in life, handsome and wealthy, right? In that photo, we could clearly see Mr. Mo and his wife, as well as the side profile of the young Mr. Mo. The young girl with her back to us must be their youngest daughter, who has never been exposed to the media before. So, I wasn't mistaken, Yao Qi exclaimed. Lin Dongyu tapped the table, stating, Have you all completed your work? Do you have the luxury to indulge in gossip? She was situated in the large office area. The group fell silent, and while Yao Qi continued to ponder, she suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Lin, I just remembered. She resembles the sister-in-law, who often comes to pick you up. Lin Dongyu gave a gentle tap with a signature pen on Yao Qi's head, remarking, If only you could channel this analytical energy into your work. Yao Qi exclaimed with a playful pout, We all share the surname Mo. It's not entirely impossible. Lin Dongyu retorted, And I bear the surname Lin. Am I to be likened to Lin Dongyu? This quip elicited laughter from the gathering. Now let bygones be bygones. Let us focus on our tasks at hand. Lin Dongyu rose, declaring, This week, I expect to see all finished products of the unscented incense. Yes. Understood, General Manager Lin. We shall ensure the task is completed. How is it that all the photographs have vanished? It's utterly mystifying. One asked, Need we even inquire? It must be a case of surreptitious photography. The Mo family likely employed a hacker to erase them. The Mo family is indeed peculiar. They seldom make appearances. Look at those wealthy individuals. They practically live on the covers of financial magazines. Indeed, they are far too low profile. The Mo family is so well known, yet we hardly know what they look like. At that moment, an elder local from Haicheng spoke up, You young ones wouldn't know. When I first began my career, there were rumors that the young master of the Mo family had been kidnapped. After that, his family rarely showed their faces. Gasps of surprise filled the room as questions erupted. That incident caused quite a stir, but eventually, it faded from public memory. I heard he suffered severe injuries and spent a long time in the hospital. When pressed for more details, she admitted she was unaware of the specifics. The office fell silent, the rhythmic clattering of keyboards resuming. Chapter 104, A Sudden Calamity. On the airport expressway, in the rear compartment of a Rolls-Royce, Mo Chen concluded his call with Lu Qi and turned to his father, saying, All photographs have been deleted. That is a relief, Mo's mother remarked, holding Mo Lexi's hand. I do not wish for the events of the past to repeat themselves. For her, Nothing mattered more than the safety of her family. Mo's father nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the Liu family has promising successors. The collaboration between the Liu and Mo families has been a long-standing alliance, a closely knit relationship that serves as the Mo family's secret weapon in the business realm." To many, the notion of instantly replacing all photographs with stills from a drama seemed akin to sorcery. Once images are published online, they automatically generate a code on the server where they were first uploaded. Liu Qi's task was to trace this original code for replacement. Thus, any reprinted media photos would simultaneously transform into those unrelated stills of the Mo family. After addressing the broader scope of the issue, he would then manage the scattered images across various servers, rendering them virtually invisible online. However, should a determined individual download the photos onto their device at the first opportunity, that would be beyond his control. Nevertheless, any subsequent uploads would be tracked by the code Liu Qi devised for automatic replacement. The reporter who had covertly captured the images never anticipated that the opportunity for fame he so desperately sought would dissolve before his very eyes. Moreover, he received a warning from the Mo family. The only consolation was that he was compensated for relinquishing all photographs in his possession. Initially, he had intended to secretly save a backup, but when confronted, he was compelled to delete the original files from his SD card and sign a non-disclosure agreement. Dejected, the reporter lamented to himself, "Indeed, the Mo family is not someone I should provoke." Sharing the same sentiment was Deng Wenquan. He stared in astonishment at the photograph on his phone. The person on the left was none other than Lin Dongyu's husband. The memory of that slightly plump man lingered vividly in his mind. When the man sent him the photo, he bellowed from the other end of the line, "Deng Wenquan, I considered you a brother, yet you treat me like a fool. Can we afford to provoke the Mo family? You are pushing me into the abyss." "I genuinely had no idea," Deng Wenquan protested repeatedly. "Had I known earlier, I would have turned around and left upon seeing them. I wouldn't dare to provoke them." The slightly plump man let out a cold laugh, saying, "At this point, why would I still believe you? Now I understand why the Mo group abruptly ceased cooperation. The root of the issue lies here." Deng Wenquan lamented, "You must believe me." "Believe you? First, compensate me for my losses. Just a mere 1 million will suffice." The plump man was unyielding. "I am still recovering in the hospital. Not charging you for my medical expenses is already showing you leniency."
What?
Deng Wenquan exclaimed. "Where am I supposed to find 1 million for you? Selling me off wouldn't even be worth that much." The plump man retorted fiercely, "I can't survive now. And neither shall you. Just 1 million, not a cent less. If I cannot deal with the Mo family, then I shall ensure you face the consequences. Don't forget, my men are not to be trifled with." For Deng Wenquan, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. After much negotiation, he managed to reduce the sum to 600,000. Yet even that amount was beyond his means. "In the spirit of our brotherhood, I won't charge you interest. However, I can only grant you a year at most." After hanging up, Deng Wenquan sank despondently into his chair, overwhelmed by this unforeseen calamity. How had he provoked such a formidable entity as the Mo family? In retrospect, those burly men must have been the Mo family's bodyguards. It was no wonder they were so ruthless. When had she become entangled with the president of the Mo group? She had concealed it so well, feigning ignorance. Not only did he have to use a cane to come to work, but he had also unwittingly accrued a colossal debt. Deng Wenquan never considered defaulting. Unless he resigned from the Shu family and left Haiqing, he would inevitably be found one day. When he first befriended the slightly plump man, it was precisely for the social connections. Little did he know, he had drawn trouble upon himself instead. Time passed, and eventually, Deng Wenquan regained his composure and checked his balance on his phone. More adaptable than Lin Dongyu, he had taken on several private jobs since assuming his position, earning a considerable amount of clandestine money. Unfortunately, just as he had begun to warm that money, it had already slipped through his fingers. After much contemplation, he resolved to capitalize on the bustling year-end sales season to earn some additional funds. Chapter 105. The Marriage Push.
Montag Ihre Magd.
Both children have reached the age for marriage, especially Mo Chen. Since they cannot find you two, they have entrusted their relations to me. I've noticed several suitable young ladies worthy of him. I suggest hosting a matchmaking banquet and let the young ones find their partners themselves.
Montag Theo replied.
Marriage should always involve finding someone you truly love. Mo countered, if it were our own children, anything would be acceptable. Mo Chun is the head of the family, and his wife must be of equal social standing. Mozi scoffed through his nose and remarked, what use is mere social compatibility? Wasn't I and Suing a match of equal standing back in the day? Look at how that turned out. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's eldest son, Mo Jinghui, felt a twinge of awkwardness and quietly fidgeted with his hands. Mo Chun comfortingly patted Mo Jinghui on the shoulder and said, second aunt, third uncle. There's no need for contention. I am not considering marriage for the time being. My priority is to expand and strengthen the company.
Haha.
Such ambition.
Montag laukit heartily.
Our Mo family is already sufficiently prosperous. The pursuit of wealth is endless. Moe, with a tone of earnest concern, added, in a few years, you will be 30. Meanwhile, Mo Mu wore a worried expression and remarked, having ambition is commendable, but marriage is equally important. Do not fret. Our son knows his limits.
Mofure assurd.
Observing Mo Chin being pressured into marriage, his younger cousins kept their distance, fearing that they might be next in line. In the evening, Mo Chin ascended to the study on the second floor. Dad, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Mo Chin said.
Sit.
Mo Fu gestured towards the intricately carved rosewood chair. It has been years since we sat down for a proper conversation. He placed a book he had taken from the shelf onto the table and smiled. Go on, what is it? After a moment's contemplation, Mo Chun recounted the events of the wedding day in detail. Upon hearing this, Mo Fu chuckled. That child, Lele, is truly mischievous. I thought as much. I hadn't heard of you dating, and suddenly there's a wedding banquet, and we are not allowed to inform anyone else. Dad, should we tell Mom?
Montag inquired.
Mo Fu pondered for a moment before replying. Not for now. After learning of your marriage, her health has been improving day by day, and she cannot handle any undue stress. As the saying goes, joyful occasions uplift the spirit. Now tell me about this girl. What is she like? Mo Chin reflected and replied, at first, I thought she was intentionally approaching me, but that was not the case. Oh, such high praise? Mo Fu expressed mild surprise. She seems to be a remarkable girl. You are fortunate. What are your plans now? His question implied whether Mo Chen was contemplating turning their charade into reality. Mo Chen hesitated. I haven't fully decided. There is no rush. A lifelong partner should be considered thoughtfully. Mo Fu sighed. Your mother has always felt guilty. Believing her illness has delayed you, leaving you with no time for romance. I sincerely hope there are no unforeseen changes. It would be best if you and this girl can nurture a good relationship. When the time is right, we can arrange a grand wedding. Ultimately, however, the decision rests with you. If it proves unfeasible, I can take your mother abroad, and she need not know. Mo Chin agreed, saying, Dad, rest assured. I will not cause Mom any sorrow. Mo Fu looked at him with a sense of relief, then turned serious, stating, one thing you must remember, the men of the Mo family, once married, must not engage in extramarital affairs. I understand, Mo Chin replied. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, so I must consider it carefully. Subsequently, the two discussed some business matters, descending the stairs just before 10 o'clock. Upon hearing their exit, Mo Lexi rushed to the staircase and inquired, Brother, are we going to find sister-in-law tomorrow? Shouldn't we have her prepare a grand feast to welcome our parents? Mo Chin shook his head and replied, if you truly care for her, such a suggestion should not cross your mind. Why not? Mo Lexi asked, her eyes widening in confusion. Sister-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional. I want our parents to see how capable and virtuous she is. She was clearly considering Lin Dongyu's feelings. Why then did her brother respond in such a manner? Chapter 106. The roof leaks just as the rain falls. Mo father chuckled, Lexi, you remain quite young. Consider this. If you were to have a boyfriend and on the day his family formally meets you, he asks you to prepare a grand meal, how would you feel? Mo Lexi exclaimed, I certainly would refuse. I'm not a servant. I understand now. This approach is inappropriate. To express our respect and the significance of our meeting, we ought to adopt a more formal arrangement. Mo Chin stated, tomorrow is a weekday. I will inquire if she is available. Setting down her phone, Lin Dongyu closed her eyes, using her fingers to pinch the bridge of her nose in an attempt to relax while contemplating the forthcoming meeting with Mo Chun's parents. From the outset, she knew this day would arrive, yet when it finally did, her nerves were more frayed than she had anticipated. Although work was indeed demanding, she had used that as an excuse to delay matters for a few days. Ultimately, however, the meeting was inevitable. The indifference she felt when signing the agreement had vanished. Now she was uncertain how to approach Mo Chun's parents. One thing was clear to her, she could never utter the term aunt with the same ease as Mo Chun did. Their cohabitation had been harmonious, yet she had not forgotten that it was all predicated upon that singular agreement. Accompanying Mo Chun to meet his parents was her duty. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Dongyu answered. Xiu, is that you? A panicked female voice responded, uncertain and anxious. It was evident she was unsure if she had dialed the correct number. Lin Dongyu's heart raced. She tightened her grip on the phone. This is Lin Dongyu. May I ask who you are? The caller exclaimed, Oh, Wonderful. I am Aunt Xiang. I finally found you. Your aunt has gone to the hospital, and she insisted I not inform you. I obtained this phone number from the management of Yashing Garden. Aunt Xiang, what do you mean? What happened to my aunt? Lin Dongyu pressed for answers, panic rising within her. How could she end up in the hospital? Alas, your aunt forbade me from disclosing anything, Aunt Xiang continued. After the court notified her of the case filing, that scoundrel Xiao Tao called to threaten her, adamantly refusing to agree to the divorce. I don't know how he found out, but he came to our restaurant looking for your aunt, demanding she withdraw her lawsuit, which she refused. This afternoon, several individuals came to cause trouble and ended up injuring your aunt. Where was she hurt? Is it serious? Which hospital is she at? Lin Dongyu asked, her anxiety palpable. I find myself unable to leave at the moment, so I have asked Xiao Yang to accompany your aunt on the ambulance. We are still uncertain about which hospital she will be taken to. Xiao Yang, a server at the restaurant, has been caught in the midst of the chaos on Ah Xiang's end, which sounds exceedingly tumultuous. After a moment of hesitation, Ah Xiang responded. The events unfolded too rapidly for me to grasp clearly. It seems both her thigh and head have sustained injuries, but we will know more once we reach the hospital. Lin Dongyu steadied herself and inquired, Aunt Ah Xiang, was the restaurant also damaged? Are you alright? Have you called the police? I have indeed called the police. You need not worry about me, Ah Xiang reassured her. Please hand me Xiao Yang's phone so that I may contact him. Lin Dongyu expressed her apologies, stating, I am truly sorry. We have caused you trouble. I will compensate you for the damages incurred. No, that is unnecessary, Ah Xiang repeatedly declined, adding, Your aunt's injuries are of utmost importance. Do not concern yourself with me. It is all that scoundrel Xiao Tao's fault. Ah Xiang seethed. I have faced such matters before. He should not think that his absence absolves him of responsibility. Just as she hung up, the product manager knocked and entered, looking grave. President Lin. There has been an incident on the production line. Due to the urgency of our deadlines, a worker, fatigued, has sustained burns from steam. As if troubles were compounding, Lin Dongyu took a deep breath and asked, What is the extent of the injuries, and where is the individual now? They're still on site, with serious burns on the right side of their body. An ambulance has been called, and the factory director is already on his way, the product manager replied. Let us go and see, Lin Dongyu said as she rose. The product manager hastily cautioned, President Lin, the scene is chaotic. That is of no consequence, she stated resolutely. As the project leader, every incident directly pertains to her. Rather than evade the situation, she would confront it head-on. On her way, Lin Dongyu called the factory director, inquiring, What time did the incident occur? Were proper protocols followed? Was there any violation of safety regulations? What were the reasons for the workers' fatigue? Is the worker insured? Additionally, please retrieve the labor contract immediately and reassess it for any loopholes. She also managed to reach Yao Qi, instructing her to extract and archive the surveillance footage from the production workshop. Better to be overly cautious than to regret later, she thought, knowing that incidents involving worker injuries could easily escalate into public discourse. While she empathized with the injured worker, she was also acutely aware of her responsibility towards the entire enterprise. Understanding the causes of the accident and identifying those accountable as swiftly as possible would allow her to maintain control of the situation. Was the overtime unreasonable, or was it the workers' own lack of adherence to protocol? The crisis management experience she had amassed at headquarters compelled Lin Dongyu to face this matter with a steely resolve. As she was making her calls, a message arrived from Ah Xiang containing Xiao Yang's phone number. Lin Dongyu quickened her pace and dialed Xiao Yang.
Xiao Yang?
Have you arrived at the hospital?
She asked.
Please pass the phone to my aunt. I need to speak with her. After a brief pause, her aunt's voice came through the line, shaky and unstable. Hello? Lin Dongyu fought back tears, saying, Aunt, focus on your recovery. I will handle everything else, so do not fret. My dear Xiaoyu, it is not that I do not wish to inform you. I have already burdened you too much, her aunt replied, stifling her pain. You have just married and have your career to attend to. No. Lin Dongyu's emotions suddenly surged as she exclaimed, in comparison to my aunt, all of this pales in significance. How she longed to cast everything aside and rush to her aunt's side immediately. Good child, I understand your sentiments. Her aunt's voice trembled intermittently. I am not old yet. You needn't worry about my ability to care for myself. The tension within her heart tightened further. President Lin. The product manager called out to her with concern, hesitating to continue. It's nothing, Lin Dongyu replied, halting in her tracks and gazing up at the dense canopy of trees above. A few seconds later, her gaze grew resolute as she declared, Let's go. Upon arriving at the workshop, a throng gathered at the entrance, craning their necks to peer inside and whispering amongst themselves. It is human nature to revel in spectacle. be it tragic or comedic. As she made her appearance, most of the crowd dispersed in a flurry. A handful remained, one of whom remarked, "President Lin, we are all worried about his injuries. If it weren't for the recent rush to meet deadlines, this incident wouldn't have occurred." Their words subtly shifted the blame towards the company. Lin Dongyu regarded him and proclaimed, "We will investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident and produce an accident report. However, our immediate priority is his health." Upon hearing this, the few individuals stepped aside. Simultaneously, the sound of an ambulance grew louder, approaching the workshop entrance. Lin Dongyu entered the workshop alongside the medical personnel, where the crowd had long since dispersed. Apart from a few high-ranking officials, a woman in her 40s lay on the ground, her injuries horrifyingly severe. Quickly, under the doctor's direction, several nurses began to wash her burn injuries with copious amounts of cold water. To alleviate the patient's suffering, they cut away the clothing covering her wounds. The agony rendered her voice hoarse. Unable to bear the sight, Lin Dongyu turned her face away. Once everything was handled, the nurses lifted her onto a stretcher. Grasping the woman's uninjured hand, Lin Dongyu reassured her, "You need not worry about medical expenses. The company will take full responsibility." Her pursuit of accountability was aimed at mitigating risks, not evading obligations. "President Lin, please cooperate with the doctors in your treatment. I will come to see you once I finish here," Lin Dongyu stated. Chapter 108. Injury Assessment. After sending off the ambulance, Lin Dongyu convened a brief meeting on site, demanding a thorough investigation into the source of the accident and a clear delineation of responsibility. Simultaneously, she arranged for dedicated funds for the injured party's treatment. "Yao Qi, draft a brief message for me. I need to report this to headquarters," Lin Dongyu commanded. She glanced at her phone, noting that the incident had already made local news. Understood. Under her leadership, the situation gradually stabilized, and people began to feel reassured. The investigation into the accident encompassed multiple facets, and a resolution would not be immediate. "All right, President Lin, rest assured." Once everything was organized, she hurried to the hospital where her aunt was being treated. Her aunt suffered from multiple soft tissue contusions on the right side of her body, a comminuted fracture of the nasal bone, a fractured femur in the right leg. With marked displacement and angular deformity, no wonder her aunt had difficulty speaking. Lin Dongyu trembled as she held the medical report, loathing Xiao Tao for his mercilessness after years of marriage, and her heart ached for her aunt, who lay in the hospital bed swathed like a dumpling. The child of the mistress had grown so much. Why did she refuse to divorce? Lin Dongyu found herself perplexed. She still recalls the joyful demeanor of her aunt, who yearned for a new life as they gathered together at the RV campsite, indulging in the delight of barbecuing. Yet, that happiness dissipated like a fleeting bubble. The moment she uttered aunt, tears cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her speechless with emotion. Her aunt slowly extended her left hand, and Lin Dongyu hurriedly clasped it, reassuring her. "Aunt, I am here." Xiao Yang interjected, "Sister Lin, the doctor has treated Aunt Lin's nasal bridge. We must wait for the examination report before deciding on any surgical procedures. It is best if we refrain from speaking for now." Kneeling beside her aunt's hospital bed, Lin Dongyu said, "Aunt, please focus on your recovery." She found herself at a loss for words. In the face of her aunt's suffering, any additional language felt painfully inadequate. Lawyer Zhou pushed open the door to the ward. Having been contacted by Lin Dongyu en route, he had just arrived. "Have you taken the statement?" he inquired. Xiao Yang nodded, replying, "Aunt Xiang reported the incident. It was done before coming to the hospital. Please wait, I will first apply for an injury assessment." Having dealt with domestic violence and infidelity cases for many years, he found instances like this, where infidelity led not to divorce, but to further harm inflicted upon the wife, extremely rare. With great difficulty, her aunt nodded, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Lin Dongyu expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Lawyer Zhou, for your efforts. It is no trouble, it is my duty." As the case progressed, Zhou's indignation grew, now fueled not merely by Mo Chen's involvement, but by the injustice at hand. After leaving the hospital, Zhou contemplated and messaged Gao Boming to inform him of the events that had transpired. Although he had met Mo Chen, he was a man of integrity and had not sought to obtain contact information. Once Zhou departed, Lin Dongyu called Xiao Yang into the corridor and transferred all the remaining funds from her card to him, retaining only the living expenses Mo Chen had provided, saying, "This is for your aunt's medical bills. Use it freely. Hire a caregiver if necessary and conduct any required examinations. If it falls short, do let me know." Unable to remain by her aunt's side, she entrusted Xiao Yang with the responsibility and further inquired, "What is your daily wage?" "I will cover it." Xiao Yang repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Aunt Xiang has informed me that you and Aunt Lin do not need to bear these costs. I am to focus on staying in the hospital, and she will pay my salary. Lin Dongyu felt warmth in her heart, pressed her lips together, and replied, I understand. I appreciate your dedication. In that case, she would settle Xiao Yang's wages with Aunt Xiang later on. Considering the upcoming payday, there was still time to arrange for it. It is no trouble. Aunt Lin has always treated us kindly. I cannot simply stand by while she is in need. Upon returning to the ward, the doctor entered and asked, Are Lin Ling's relatives present? I am her niece. Lin Dongyu stepped forward. Are her spouse or children here? The doctor looked around, puzzled. Typically, a niece would not be the only family member present. Her aunt turned her face away, and soon the pillow bore the marks of tears. Lin Dongyu stated, They cannot be here due to other obligations. Please convey any information to me, and I will relay it. Chapter 109. Exhausted in body and spirit. Very well. Noticing the absence of other relatives, the doctor led Lin Dongyu to the office and pointed to the CT scan, explaining, Observe this area. It appears normal in healthy individuals. In order to help Lin Dongyu comprehend the situation, he gestured and said, You see, the patient is currently in this condition. If the healing does not proceed properly, there may be lingering effects that could impair leg function. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu became anxious and asked, Will it affect walking? She was taken aback by the severity of the situation, her face paling as she inquired, What should we do? Is it treatable? A wave of guilt washed over her. If she had not intervened in her aunt's marriage and encouraged the divorce, this predicament might never have arisen. Was a life lived in ignorance truly a better choice? It would be best to proceed with surgery now to rectify the skeletal misalignment, thus alleviating concerns of future complications. Yes, let us do it. Lin Dongyu insisted fervently. We must have the surgery. Please remain calm, the doctor replied. I will prepare the examination orders now, and we can commence testing once the lab opens tomorrow. If everything checks out, we will schedule the surgery. However, while the surgical fees are not exorbitant, the imported medications are quite costly. Does the patient have health insurance? The doctor inquired. Yes, Lin Dongyu affirmed with a nod. How much will it cover? After insurance reimbursement, the estimated out-of-pocket expenses for surgery and tests would be around 7,000 to 8,000. Yet, the patient would need to take 2 pills daily post-surgery, each costing 160 for a duration of 2 years. Lin Dongyu quickly calculated in her mind. That amounted to 320 each day, nearly 10,000 monthly, totaling over 200,000 in 2 years. Nonetheless, she was willing to pay any amount to restore her aunt to health. She would not let the perpetrator escape justice. But gathering evidence, securing prosecution, and obtaining compensation would take time, and her aunt's condition could not wait. No problem, Lin Dongyu assured. Please proceed with the treatment. We will cooperate fully. Having read about numerous incidents of medical disputes, she understood that the family's demeanor could influence a doctor's decisions. If they exhibited distrust or dissatisfaction, the physician might opt for conservative treatment, seeking to avoid any complications rather than aim for success. I apologize for my delay, she said. That is fine, her aunt replied, shaking her head and gesturing toward Xiao Yang, implying that with Xiao Yang present, she need not come over and should attend to her own matters. Lin Dongyu resolutely shook her head, stating, Please allow me to be here, otherwise I will be uneasy anywhere else. Simultaneously, she convened a meeting, drafted a press release, and utilized the official account to communicate updates on the incident, meticulously overseeing every step without negligence. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already late at night. She rubbed her swollen ankle, sore from her high heels, too fatigued even to speak. President Lin, we are leaving now, Yao Qi greeted her. All right. Good night, President Lin, came the response. As the office gradually fell silent, Lin Dongyu sat for a moment in the darkness before gathering her belongings and departing for the hospital. The hospital was tranquil in the late hours. Her aunt's hospital room was on the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Upon reaching the floor, Lin Dongyu tread lightly, mindful of disturbing those sleeping in the corridor. Gently pushing the door open to peek inside, she found the patients asleep, while the caregivers had unfolded single beds in the hallway. The room was a 3-person unit, while it did not feel cramped during the day. It appeared quite congested at night with the beds extended. Just as she hesitated, a familiar figure rose from beside her aunt's bed and approached her. Mo Chen's deliberately lowered voice resonated in the quiet hospital room like the gentle plucking of cello strings, rich and captivating. Chapter 110. You need not always be strong. What are you doing here? Lin Dongyu inquired softly. Sure. Mo Chen placed his index finger against her lips and whispered, Let us discuss this outside. Once in the corridor, Mo Chen remarked, Lawyer Zhou informed me about my aunt, so I thought I would come and check on you. He paused, gazing at Lin Dongyu before continuing. I saw the news and the accident investigation released by your company. Thus, he had witnessed all her misfortunes firsthand. Lin Dongyu took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's fine, I can handle it. Through her stubborn demeanor, Mo Chun perceived the tightly wound tension within her and spoke. Lin Dongyu, you need not always be strong. Need not always be strong? A wave of disorientation washed over Lin Dongyu. Since she became aware of her surroundings, no one had ever uttered such words to her. How could she not be strong? If she showed even a hint of hesitation, she would not have achieved everything she possessed today. She would have long been dragged into the mire of fate. She had once imagined that had she not resisted her parents, she would never have completed her middle school education. She would have been married off early in her hometown, and her life after marriage would be left to the whims of destiny. Yet now, someone was advising her not to be strong. Noticing Lin Dongyu's prolonged silence, Mo Chun added, perhaps you could try to rely on me. With her head bowed, her hair cascaded down her back, gently stirred by the breeze. Observing her in this state, an inexplicable emotion surged within Mo Chun, bittersweet and overwhelming. In that moment, he even entertained the thought of revealing his true identity. Ultimately, he suppressed his words and resisted the urge to tuck her hair behind her ear, instead gazing at the crown of her head and saying, I want to help you. If only she would speak, she need not suffer. Suddenly, Lin Dongyu lifted her head, a glimmer of moisture fleeting at the corners of her eyes. Yet her lips curved into a fragile smile. The night softened her striking features, rendering her a paradox, seemingly as delicate as glass, yet resolutely armored against the world. Mr. Mo, thank you for your kindness, she began slowly. I once watched a film where the male lead tenderly declared, I will take care of you. The female lead, who believed in those words, died alone after he left. Lin Dongyu continued, her voice steady and resolute. Mr. Mo, we are merely in a contractual relationship. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere between them plummeted to a frigid silence. However, Lin Dongyu felt no regret. She could not allow herself to languish in a false relationship, ensnared by a concern she could not fathom. What appeared to be sugar could very well be poison. Thus, she tore away the veil of tender affection, exposing the raw essence of their agreement. Silence loomed, as unyielding as a mountain. The dialogue echoed the same sentiments as before, yet the tone was cold and hard, devoid of warmth. All right, thank you. Lin Dongyu truly felt fatigued. It was late, and it would be improper to disturb the sleeping occupants of the hospital room, so she acquiesced. Two individuals traversed the hospital corridor in silence, eventually arriving at the underground parking garage. I recall that she is now devoid of cash, and her contract with Mo Chun has become her final lifeline. How could she dare to forget? In other words, he is now her benefactor. The mere thought of the term benefactor pierced Lin Dongyu's heart like a thorn, causing her pain. She rubbed her chest, striving to dismiss this unwarranted sentiment. Sleep now. Tomorrow will herald a new day. Lin Dongyu reassured herself in the darkness before drifting into a heavy slumber. Upon awakening, it became evident that not only was it a new day, but also that fresh challenges awaited her. As she brushed her teeth, she scrolled through her phone, following the aftermath of the scalding incident that had transpired at the factory yesterday. Having already executed a crisis management strategy the previous night, she had detailed the sequence of events. Under normal circumstances, with no room for speculation, the incident's public attention should have diminished. However, the reality was starkly different. Online discussions were fervent, propelling the incident to the forefront of local news, trending towards the main headlines. She quickly expelled the water from her mouth, splashed cold water on her face, and sat down to investigate the source of this uproar. A poignant essay caught her eye, authored by someone claiming to be the injured party's son. He lamented that his mother had worked overtime for an entire week and described her harrowing condition upon admission to the hospital, condemning the company for its callousness. This lengthy narrative catalyzed a rapid escalation in public sentiment. Lin Dongyu noted the timestamp. It had been posted just after 1 o'clock in the morning and had garnered attention since 7 o'clock that morning, with shares and comments rapidly increasing. By that moment, it had been reproduced by several self-media accounts, and the comment section was rife with vitriol. Cold-blooded capitalists. Perish. How tragic. The child is still in school. Who will care for the mother now that she lies in a hospital? It is rumored to be a single-parent family facing such calamity. The frail rope snaps at its thinnest point. I will heat it for you. The filthy capitalists feasting on the blood of others. How dare they claim the workers were at fault? They refuse to take responsibility and shift the blame entirely.
Disgusting.
Lin Dongyu skimmed through the comments, her understanding crystallizing. There was clearly a manipulative force at play behind this incident. It was far from a mere coincidence. The lengthy article, released in the early hours, appeared to be a child's desperate outcry, yet it capitalized on the timing. It was evident that the company would not closely monitor subsequent developments after issuing their statement. allowing the incident to garner a full day's worth of media attention. The orchestration of the scheme was remarkably methodical. Lin Dongyu dialed Yao Qi. Upon connection, Yao Qi's voice was laced with urgency. President Lin, I just saw the news alert. Who is so malicious as to conspire against us? Her suspicions were not unfounded. This was a matter that had been resolved yesterday, with an agreement reached with the injured party. The company, adhering to humanitarian principles, was willing to cover her medical expenses due to her operational misjudgment. There was undoubtedly someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Was it directed at the Shu family, the new project, or perhaps aimed at her? As an outsider in Haicheng, Lin Dongyu had not managed to establish herself without ruffling a few feathers. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Lin Dongyu said, please send me her home address and emergency contact information. I will seek out her son. Furthermore, you should head directly to the hospital to ascertain the situation. To resolve the issue at its root, we must first identify the individual who disseminated the lengthy article. Understood. Yao Qi replied, adding, by the way, should we contact those self-media outlets that have reposted the content? Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment and replied, wait for my update. Contacting them now would be futile, as they lack substantial evidence. It is wiser to let events unfold for a while. Soon, Yao Qi forwarded all the relevant materials to Lin Dongyu's work email. Being meticulous, she bundled the subject's files, signed labor contracts, insurance documents, and photographs taken the previous evening. Lin Dongyu reviewed the documents as she exited, having scarcely had time for breakfast. Mo Chen, hearing her hurried departure after finishing the call, turned and replenished the coffee machine with beans. As Lin Dongyu reached the entrance of the community, she was called by Mo Lexi, sister-in-law. I'm right here. Lele, I apologize. But I won't be going to the office today, so I can't carpool, Lin Dongyu replied. What's the matter? Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Mo Lexi offered. No need, that would be too much trouble. I've already ordered a ride, and it will arrive shortly, Lin Dongyu responded. Mo Lexi exclaimed in disappointment just as a white ride-sharing vehicle pulled up. After confirming the license plate, Lin Dongyu entered the car, saying, Lele, thank you. I must be off. What's going on? Mo Lexi murmured as she drove into the underground garage of Yuejingyunj. After reaching the floor, she rang the doorbell. Mo Chen answered, holding the door without any intention of stepping aside, and inquired, aren't you supposed to be at the library today? Why are you here? Mo Lexi was quite satisfied with the property, having already discussed her requirements with the architect and scheduled a meeting to review the drawings. She scrutinized him for a moment before asking, have you had a quarrel with sister-in-law? No, Mo Chen replied, turning slightly to allow her entry, and asked, would you like some coffee? I just brewed a cup. Isn't there any breakfast prepared by sister-in-law? Share a bit with me, Mo Lexi requested. Mo Chen frowned at the request, questioning, you left the house without having breakfast? I did not. How could that be? Mo Lexi quickly denied. I came from the old home. Do you think our parents would let me leave without breakfast? I was merely craving sister-in-law's cooking. There's no breakfast, Mo Chen stated. That's not right. Mo Lexi circled him and asserted, something must have happened between you two. Cece, quickly check the news. Mo Ye said, forwarding the article about the workers' burn incident to Mo Lexi. If I recall correctly, this project was overseen by Sister Shanhai, right? Look, it's trending. Under human manipulation. This news surged to the top of the trending list with remarkable speed. Mo Lexi gasped, no wonder I just encountered Dongyu. She mentioned not going to the office and took a taxi instead.
What?
Mo Ye exclaimed enviously. Do you see her every day? I must move in with you. Enough. Mo Lexian remarked, what are you still saying at this hour? You've strayed off topic. What does it matter? Mo Ye retorted nonchalantly, in situations like this, you could just have your brother intervene, and it would be resolved in no time. Her words struck a chord, awakening Mo Lexian from her reverie. I won't discuss this any further. I'll call you back later, she hastily replied before hanging up. She approached Mo Chen, eager to speak, but he coldly interjected, no. I haven't even spoken yet. How do you know what I was going to say? Mo Lexian pouted in response.
Montag Chen replied.
She stated that she does not require my assistance. Brother. Mo Lexian elongated her voice. Are you unaware that women often say one thing and mean another? Sister Dongyu said she didn't want your help, and you will simply stand by and do nothing? No. Mo Chen slowly shook his head. She is serious. He could not forget the resolute yet fragile look in her eyes from the previous night in the hospital corridor. Her stance troubled him deeply. It seemed that after all this time together, in her eyes, their relationship was merely contractual. Mo Lexian, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot and waved her phone displaying news headlines in front of him, exclaiming, do you really have the heart to watch those people spreading rumors? Shao Shi. Mo Chen asked her, since you are not the party involved, How can you be so certain that others are spreading falsehoods? Just because you know Lin Dongyu does not mean you should unconditionally side with her. Brother, you are so heartless. Mo Lexian indignantly accused. After knowing Sister Dongyu for so long, do you still not understand her? She is certainly not the cold-hearted capitalist that people claim. Though she dared not utter this thought aloud, it echoed in her mind. Is it really a long time? Mo Chun retorted. As of today, it has been less than a month, far from sufficient to truly know someone. Mo Lexian found herself at a loss for words in response to his query. Resorting to a childlike plea, I don't care. Brother, you cannot just stand by. For my sake, please help Sister Dongyu, alright? Mo Chun remained unmoved. Then how about this? Mo Lexian pondered before declaring, I just saw Sister Dongyu leaving. She must be going to resolve this matter. Brother, promise me that once you have evidence, you will help her, okay? Seeing Mo Chun remain silent, she added, if you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. Very well. Mo Chun finally acquiesced. During the morning rush hour, the streets were bustling with traffic. When Lin Dongyu arrived at the home of the injured female worker, the gate was firmly shut. This village, located not far from the factory, had been desolate before the development of the new city, as the land was unyielding and offered little in terms of resources. The village was left with only the elderly and left behind children, as the young had migrated to the city for work, taking their families with them if they could.
Now,
with vast tracts of land appropriated for the new city, residents received compensation, and every household had built new houses. Although these homes were not as spacious as before, the convenience of life and transportation had greatly improved. Is anyone there? Lin Dongyu knocked on the gate. The lengthy article had revealed that the female worker was already divorced and was living alone with her son, indicating a single-parent family. Her visit was to verify the truth of the information. Lin Dongyu called for quite some time before someone finally answered the door, their voice hoarse, inquiring, who is it? I am a colleague of Wang Hohot from the factory, here to visit her family. Wang Hohot was indeed the name of the injured female worker. After a moment's pause, the door creaked open to reveal an elderly woman, blind and frail. What is there to be concerned about? Without her, we would not survive. The blind woman spoke with a brusque tone, showing no sign of warmth or hospitality towards Lin Dongyu, seemingly unwilling to invite her inside. Chapter 113. What are you doing in my house? Lin Dongyu pondered briefly before responding. Elderly lady, I have heard that your grandson needs to purchase study materials. Is that correct? She sought to inquire indirectly. After all, which child does not require study materials? Moreover, these materials are often quite costly. In the lengthy article, to evoke emotions, it had emphasized the impoverished circumstances of Wang Hohot's family, with elderly dependents above and students below, solely relying on her meager salary to support the household. Indeed, upon mentioning her grandson, the elderly woman's demeanor softened slightly. This was not mere conjecture. In the early days of the perfume factory, the returning overseas entrepreneur possessed not only a fervent entrepreneurial spirit, but also a desire to benefit the public. After the acquisition by the Shu family, the previous general manager had retained this initiative for appearances until Lin Dongyu took office. Upon entering the small courtyard, Lin Dongyu seated herself on a bamboo chair. Looking around, it was evident that the furnishings were somewhat antiquated, incongruous with the newly constructed courtyard building, likely transported from their previous home. Half of the yard had been converted into a vegetable garden, cultivated with seasonal produce, along with garlic and scallions. The remaining area was tidy and well kept, revealing the industrious nature of its owner. With 2 to 3 hours remaining until noon, Lin Dongyu engaged the elderly woman in casual conversation, seeking to understand their situation. Despite several failed attempts at mediation facilitated by the village committee, the man continued his obstinate behavior. It was not until she approached the District Women's Federation that Wang Hohot finally succeeded in divorcing and freeing herself from her unfortunate marriage. The son, Ren Song, had always been a source of pride. When speaking of her grandson, the elderly woman's face, etched with the lines of hardship, finally lit up with a glimmer of joy. His father occasionally comes around, but he gets chased away by Song. He insists that he has grown up and can protect his mother. Lin Dongyu listened attentively, feeling a surge of happiness for them. No matter how arduous life may be, there is always hope. As noon approached, Lin Dongyu said, elderly lady, where do you keep your rice and flour? Allow me to prepare lunch for you. After conversing for a while, the elderly woman no longer regarded Lin Dongyu as a stranger, and quickly replied, oh, that won't do. You are a guest. It is improper to have a guest laboring. From their earlier discussion, Lin Dongyu understood that Wang Hohot worked long hours at the factory, leaving early and returning late. The elderly woman, unable to see, could manage to pour a glass of water, but was entirely incapable of cooking, leaving Ren Song to shoulder the responsibility of caring for her. Lin Dongyu reassured her. The child has been working hard at his studies. Let me take care of things today and give him a break. Hearing this, the elderly woman hesitated.
Indeed.
If not for her blindness, how could she bear to let the child suffer? There's no need for concern. My hometown is also in the countryside. And I am quite accustomed to household chores. Lin Dongyu replied with a smile. I too require sustenance. It is I who am merely mooching a meal. So, I shall lend a hand. The elderly woman then acquiesced, leading her to the kitchen and tremblingly informing her, the rice is in the cupboard below. And the oil should be on the countertop along with the soy sauce and vinegar. Do take a look. Observing her, Lin Dongyu was reminded of her experiences in the dimly lit restaurant. In mere moments, she felt a myriad of inconveniences, while the elderly woman had endured a lifetime of them. Do not worry, dear elder. I shall locate everything, she reassured. The house was a more modern construction, not a rustic abode with a traditional wood stove, equipped with running water and natural gas. To the right stood a refrigerator, aged and faded from years of use, with a thick layer of frost adorning the freezer. Lin Dongyu scoured for ingredients, ventured to the garden to gather some scallions and garlic, and unearthed a small cabbage to commence her culinary endeavors. Although not as effortless as cooking in her own home, it was certainly manageable. She rinsed the pot, added fresh water, and intended to prepare a cabbage and tofu soup. Just as she was slicing the tofu, an irate voice erupted from outside. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Chapter 114. The Worst Outcome. Lin Dongyu turned to see a slender boy of about 10 years, clad in a faded school uniform with frayed cuffs, glaring at her in anger. Is that you, Song? Lin Dongyu said calmly. I am a colleague of your mother's. Here to check on you today. Check on us? Ren Song scrutinized her from head to toe, declaring, You're a fraud. Look at how well-dressed you are. How could you possibly be my mother's colleague? Are you trying to take advantage of my grandmother's blindness? He angrily kicked a stool on the floor, demanding, What are your intentions? Speak quickly. Upon seeing her, he instantly grew wary. He could not fathom that someone would show kindness to their family without ulterior motives, especially a woman who resembled a movie star. Their household was already struggling, and the only valuable asset they possessed was this house. He could not allow their sole foothold to be stripped away. Ren Song hurriedly dashed into the kitchen to confront her. And by the time the elderly woman reached the door, she remarked, Song, you've misunderstood. She truly is your mother's colleague. She mentioned that there are educational subsidies available. Dear girl, do not take offense at him. It is not easy for young Song, she added. Lin Dongyu, of course, did not wish to hold a grudge against him. You may doubt my intentions. Let me prepare the soup first, and then we can sit down and discuss it. Shall we? Your grandmother is hungry as well. Though Ren Song remained skeptical, he knew that one should not strike a smiling face. Once his anger subsided, he could no longer muster any ire towards Lin Dongyu, instead feeling a peculiar shyness characteristic of adolescent boys. As he watched Lin Dongyu busily tending to the stove, he quietly gathered 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, placing them on the table outside, and assisted the elderly woman in sitting down before returning to the kitchen to serve the stir-fried dishes. The soup is ready. Upon witnessing her actions, Ren Song swallowed his words, handed her the chopsticks, and muttered, Hurry and eat. We can talk after the meal. Once they finished dining, Ren Song turned to the elderly woman and said, Grandmother, you should take a nap. I will inquire about the educational subsidy with her. He could discern that his usually stern grandmother, who rarely displayed warmth towards outsiders, had a particular fondness for the woman before him. To spare her feelings, he beckoned Lin Dongyu outside to converse. Now, what is it? He inquired. Lin Dongyu, not one to mince words, promptly activated her phone to display a lengthy article, asking, Did you write this? Ren Song's brow furrowed as he took the phone, scrutinizing it thoroughly before his face flushed with indignation. It wasn't me. It wasn't that he was indifferent or uncaring about his mother. The dual pressures of life and academic pursuits had already rendered the young man breathless. He had grown accustomed to the onslaught of misfortune. His mother was hospitalized, but what could he do? Life had to persist. Fearing that Lin Dongyu might doubt him, he met her gaze and stated, I don't possess a phone. Then who could it be? Lin Dongyu pressed, Can you help us think this through? It's crucial for our company. If our credibility is called into question, the repercussions will be far-reaching. She elucidated in a manner he could grasp. In essence, the workers, much like your mother, will find their products unsellable. Ren Song suddenly lifted his head, fear evident in his starkly contrasting eyes, asking, so the workers would lose their jobs? He was far more mature than his peers. Perhaps this was the consequence of the burdens borne by children of the impoverished. Lin Dongyu nodded with difficulty. That would be the worst-case scenario. She hesitated to vocalize it, as doing so felt akin to wielding Wang Hohat's employment as a threat against the young man. Yet the harsh reality was undeniably cruel. Slowly, Rin Song shook his head. I don't wish for that to happen. But I truly have no idea who could be behind this. You need not know who it is, Lin Dongyu said, locking eyes with him. You can assist me. Really? The boy's eyes lit up. Lin Dongyu nodded. There's no rush. First, talk to your mother. She is quite concerned about you in the hospital. Earlier that morning in the small courtyard, she had not only been conversing with the elderly woman but also communicating with Yao Qi at the hospital. Hearing her mention his mother, the boy could hardly contain his excitement. Though he had been forced to mature, he was still a child in need of care. Growing up in such a familial environment had forged a deep bond between him and his mother. After a moment of exhilaration, he hesitated, saying, My mom is in the hospital. Do not fret. I have colleagues present. Lin Dongyu initiated a video call with Yao Qi via WeChat, cheerfully saying, Yao Qi. Look, this is Sister Wang's son. He looks so vibrant. Yao Qi complimented Rin Song, holding the phone close to Wang Hohat's bedside, urging her, Sister, quick. Take a look at your son. Wang Hohat had sustained burns primarily on the right side of her body, yet her face remained unscathed. Following emergency treatment the previous night, the affected area had been meticulously bandaged in white gauze to enhance medication absorption and prevent secondary infection, contrasting sharply with the horrific state of the previous day. Upon seeing his mother's pale face lying on the hospital bed, Rin Song could only choke out a single mom before he was rendered speechless by emotion. The resilient boy, who had masked his vulnerability with a facade of anger and indifference, found that familial love tenderly shattered his hardened exterior. Wang Hohat, upon spotting Lin Dongyu, neglected to address her son and exclaimed, President Lin, what brings you here in person? She appeared quite flustered. In her heart, Lin Dongyu was a distant general manager, a figure she rarely encountered. Songhua, has President Lin been properly entertained at our home? Wang Hohat inquired anxiously. Rin Song awkwardly turned his face away. How could he possibly know that this woman was a high-ranking executive? After ending the call, Rin Song muttered, Speak. What do you want me to do? It's quite simple. Record a video detailing everything you've seen and heard from yesterday afternoon until now, Lin Dongyu replied, glancing at her watch. You still have time to consider how to articulate it. No need to think, I can do it right now, Rin Song realized the implication. Since that lengthy article had been published under his name, his presence would render their scheme futile. Lin Dongyu was somewhat surprised at his decisiveness and nodded, saying, Good. There's no need to be nervous, just speak normally. She then stepped back a few paces and directed the camera towards him. In the distance, a white van sped by, honking its horn, stirring up clouds of dust that quickly dissipated into the air. Beneath the midday sun, the occasional barking of dogs rendered the countryside exceptionally serene. In stark contrast, the headquarters of the Shushi Group in Haicheng was bustling with activity. Boss, there's still no news from the perfume factory. And the trending topic has been up for most of the day. What should we do? Deng Wenkuan replied impatiently, What do you expect me to teach you? It's all part of our Shushi Group. He grabbed his cane and pointed at his subordinates. Get the PR company to hire a batch of trolls. Procure 100 influential accounts, and do it quickly. I want to see who dares to oppose our group. His subordinates, reading between the lines, assumed he was merely saving face and responded, Boss, the perfume factory belongs to that woman Lin. Why should we involve ourselves? If she made a mistake, let her handle it herself. Let her handle it herself? After she reported the situation to the group yesterday, Deng Wenkuan jolted. I told you to go, so go. Stop with the nonsense. And show some respect. It's President Lin. He shouted the last sentence loudly enough for the entire office area to hear. Everyone had witnessed his previous disdain for Lin Dongyu and were well aware that her departure was due to his behind-the-scenes machinations. His sudden shift in demeanor raised eyebrows and stirred whispers among the staff. What was going on? Did Deng Wenkuan wake up on the wrong side of the bed? He was actually willing to assist Lin Dongyu. In the morning, after the brand center received PR assistance for the perfume project, Deng Wenkuan had been mobilizing resources to counteract the negative online sentiment with a barrage of red articles. Little did they know, it wasn't a change of heart for Deng Wenkuan. He merely feared offending Mo Chen's woman. Startled by his sudden outburst, his subordinates hurried to act. Deng Wenkuan tugged at his tie in frustration, pounding on the cast on his leg. It was utterly vexing. He had no choice but to help Lin Dongyu. Just then, his phone rang. It was He Lijing, the owner of the PR company they had previously collaborated with. Deng Wenkuan pondered for a moment before answering the call. Chapter 116. Lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Shimei Public Relations, I have heard, has incurred the displeasure of the young lady from the Shu family and has consequently been replaced. At Deng Wenkuan's level, he is hardly privy to the intricacies of the group. Yet, he is aware that after Shimei's partnership with the Shu family was terminated, He Lijing has been desperately seeking connections, even going so far as to confront Vice President Zhou at the entrance. When He Lijing called at that moment, Deng Wenkuan had his suspicions. Hello? Mr. He, it has been a while since we last met. Where have you been making your fortune recently? What fortune? I have yet to congratulate you, Mr. Deng, on your recent promotion. After exchanging pleasantries, Deng Wenkuan suggested, if you have no other matters, let us dine together another day. In the realm of social interactions, who does not recognize that such an invitation for another day is merely a polite gesture, seldom taken seriously? He Li Jing, of course, understood the implication and hurriedly replied, no need to postpone. I am currently right outside your company. If Mr. Deng is gracious enough, I can reserve a table at the revolving restaurant of Sia. A smile crept onto Deng Wenkuan's face. The revolving restaurant is the most prestigious venue for business banquets in Haicheng, indicating that He Li Jing indeed had a favor to ask. Thus, he decided to let him handle a matter first. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I recently had a fall at home, and my leg is not in good condition. If you truly wish to show sincerity, I can send you a press release, and you can distribute it for me. Resources that come knocking should not be turned away. Of course, send it over, and as your brother, I will take care of it, He Li Jing responded eagerly. After hanging up, Deng Wenkuan forwarded the press release about the perfume factory. By exploiting He Li Jing's need, he intended to use his resources to curry favor with Mo Chen's woman, achieving his goals without spending a dime. Deng Wenkuan reveled in his cleverness, feeling quite pleased with himself. Upon reviewing the content, He Li Jing turned pale. He should not have made that call at such a time. Half a month prior, he had received a bidding invitation from the Mo family's branch office and, filled with ambition, had brought his core team to Jincheng, hoping to make a grand return. Little did he know that Shimei, given its scale, could not handle such a substantial project from the Mo family. Desperately, he accepted the business at the market's lowest price, yet found himself overwhelmed, compelled to seek partnerships with public relations firms. As a result, the profits from the Mo family project barely covered his company's expenses and outsourcing fees. However, he was reluctant to forfeit this prestigious collaboration, hoping to leverage the Mo family's public relations firm to secure more business in Jincheng. Strangely, despite the multitude of major clients in Jincheng, he found himself ignored and obstructed at every turn. He told himself that it must be because he was a newcomer from out of town experiencing exclusion. In Jincheng, he appeared to be flourishing, especially with the Mo family's significant project. In truth, he had spent a considerable amount entertaining clients, yet had not secured any additional business. Watching his assets dwindle, he grew increasingly anxious, losing clumps of hair. At this juncture, Fang Qingyao extended an olive branch, sending him news of the injured workers at the perfume factory and offering to finance a smear campaign against Lin Dongyu. He felt a tumult of emotions towards Fang Qingyao, a mix of love and resentment. However, when she softly apologized, He Li Jing's heart softened, and he readily forgave her. Moreover, Fang Qingyao tearfully expressed, I apologize. That day I was utterly flustered and never anticipated that I would unexpectedly become the other woman, leaving you all alone. After harboring feelings for over a decade for the goddess before him, He Li Jing found himself unable to withstand such an apology, especially knowing she was confronting Lin Dongyu. In his heart, He Li Jing delightfully believed that Fang Qingyao had realized Lin Dongyu's relentless nature and was thus seeking a way to avenge him, even offering financial support. How could he allow his goddess to spend money? He willingly covered the cost of trending topics and was pleased to do so. As for purchasing traffic, popularity, and comments, his company had the manpower to handle that without incurring extra expenses. He was eager to see if she would dare to be so arrogant again. Although Zhou Puyi was unapproachable, he did have Deng Wenkuan's contact information. Truth be told, He Li Jing held Deng Wenkuan in disdain, viewing him as ineffectual, relying solely on petty tricks. Little did he know that Deng Wenkuan would not act until he had a solid plan, compelling him to work. And the work at hand was to uphold Lin Dongyu's reputation. He was essentially shooting himself in the foot. Chapter 117. The Most Unfortunate Capitalist. He Li Jing faced a conundrum, to proceed or not to proceed. If he acquiesced to Deng Wenkuan, all his previous efforts would have been in vain, along with a significant sum spent, culminating in a critical failure at the most pivotal moment. Conversely, if he chose not to act, he would effectively sever his path to restoring business with the Shu Group. The upper echelons of Shu had refused to meet with him, and Deng Wenkuan was his only avenue. With a darkened expression, He Li Jing slammed his palm against the steering wheel. Just as he hesitated, Fan Qingyao's call came through. Her voice as soothing as water. Class monitor, you are truly impressive. You've consistently remained at the top of trending topics. Upon hearing this, He Li Jing felt a wave of warmth. Shall I proceed with your plan and move to the next step? Fang Qingyao inquired. This was indeed her ultimate aim. She held no genuine concern for the burned female worker, nor did she intend to target the perfume factory. Her true desire was to incite online outrage against Lin Dongyu. In her view, there was no need for a gradual approach. From the outset, Lin Dongyu should have been thrust into the flames of public scrutiny. If blame were to be assigned, it should rest on Lin Dongyu for dragging down the perfume factory. However, He Lijing conveyed to her that it was essential to first incite the public's outrage over this incident to achieve their goals. Fang Qingyao was impatient. Urged by her, He Lijing promptly agreed, "Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Let us proceed." Deng Wenquan remained oblivious to the fact that he was merely a pawn in He Lijing's scheme. He would simply tackle both matters concurrently. All he needed to do was disseminate the red draft provided by Deng Wenquan and enhance the report's presentation. With Double 11 approaching, Deng Wenquan could not possibly monitor Weibo indefinitely. Once resolved, He Lijing set the plan in motion. The employees at Xinmei were unaware of the contradictions in their boss's assignments, believing instead that he was merely handling different clients' affairs as instructed. As the red draft circulated, the public relations team at Shu Group swiftly introduced a new topic, causing the original topic's popularity to wane. To maintain the momentum, He Lijing gritted his teeth and invested a substantial sum, unveiling a prepared black draft to expose the woman behind the cold-blooded capital. In the scathing article, various provocative terms are employed to incite the imagination, portraying Lin Dongyu as a woman who ascended through unscrupulous means. Hailing from a rural background, she is depicted as having forgotten her roots after achieving success, ruthlessly exploiting the laboring class. Each word serves to stir public sentiment. Coupled with the prior groundwork of online outrage against cold-hearted capitalists, there emerges a concrete outlet for the collective fury. Fang Qingyao observes the vitriol directed at Lin Dongyu online, her smile widening with each insult. "Lin Dongyu, do you truly think you can contend with me?" After being cautioned by Mo Qin, she has learned to be more discreet, this time lurking in the shadows, elegantly concealed. With the publication of this scathing piece, Lin Dongyu finds herself thrust into the public eye. Fortunately, she has no inclination to engage with Weibo. Having never registered a personal account, unable to locate her, the public turns to the official account of the perfume factory. From its inception, the factory established a communication platform with consumers. However, recently, upon deciding to adopt the brand name Sua, Yao Qi opted to deactivate the original account. Initially a brand shrouded in obscurity, the official account is even more obscure, boasting a paltry number of followers, mostly internal staff. It would be better to restart afresh than to continue under such dire circumstances. Trademark registration requires time. Yao Qi initially planned to wait for the Sua trademark to be approved before registering a new brand name on Weibo, thereby achieving direct verification as a Blue V account. This serendipitously places them in a gap period. What capitalist is this? How can I not know that our city has a perfume factory? Someone muses, contemplating a boycott of products that don't even exist. Ha ha ha, it's laughable. Is this factory engaged in philanthropy? Producing without selling? They just about organizing a team to leave negative reviews. The direction of online discourse remains unpredictable. He Lijing stares at the incessantly emerging posts, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. How could he have anticipated that a factory located in an industrial incubation park would lack even its own official account, let alone any products? While numerous individuals hurl insults at Lin Dongyu, it falls short of his expectations. He Lijing's goal is to leverage this wave of public pressure to impact product sales, ultimately compelling the Shu family to dismiss Lin Dongyu. Merely venting online cannot yield tangible effects on Lin Dongyu. Absurd. Frustrated, he rakes his fingers through his hair, contemplating the drastic measure of exposing Lin Dongyu as personal information for netizens to uncover her. At that moment his phone rings and Fang Qingyao's voice, now tinged with alarm, urges him, "You must see the latest trending topic." Chapter 118. The Tide Turns. In He Lijing's memory, he has never heard Fang Qingyao speak in such a tone. She has always been gentle and serene, like an orchid blooming quietly, untouched by the mundane. What could be amiss? "You must look now." Fang Qingyao's voice sharpens before she abruptly ends the call. He attempts to call her back, but the line is busy. Filled with confusion, he refreshes the trending topics. Hot Topic 1. Hot Topic 3. The son of the burned female worker denied that his mother was coerced into working overtime. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Just a moment ago, he was trending for his own purchases. Could it be? Suddenly rising to the top of the trending list. This could only signify one thing. Someone had paid a far greater sum than he had. He trembled as he tapped on the trending topic, which was hosted by Weibo's official news account, featuring a pinned post from the Shushi Group that showcased a video. In the footage, a slender boy of about 13 stood before a rural courtyard, the sound of car horns drifting in the distance, dust suspended quietly in the sunlight. Gazing into his clear eyes and the beads of sweat glistening in the sun, no one would doubt his words. Though the video was brief, it was lethal for him.
Ah!
He cried out, hurling his phone violently to the ground. Let it be however it may. He no longer cared. Besides, he could not afford to care. He could not comprehend why the Shushi group would come forward to support Lin Dongyu. Was such a trivial project truly worthy of such attention? Hadn't Lin Dongyu been ostracized? Unbeknownst to He Lijing, following these two trending topics, the Shushi group issued a statement, investigating the account that had impersonated Rinsong to write news the previous night. Shushi group, brand center. Deng Wenkuan glanced at the trending rankings with confusion.
Indeed.
He had used the company account to release a statement and video on behalf of Lin Dongyu, yet this trending topic was clearly not purchased by him.
Who could it be?
A shiver ran through him as the documents on his desk rustled. Who else could it be? It had to be Lin Dongyu's man, Mo Chun. Boss, what's wrong with you? He inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. Lin Dongyu was equally astonished by his reaction. She knew that Deng Wenkuan was thoroughly and scrupulous. Without some incentive, he would never exhibit such unwavering support. She suspected that someone was scheming behind the scenes, and after reporting the matter through the proper channels, she had not expected Deng Wenkuan to assist her. Given her understanding of him, mere indifference would have been a significant improvement. After obtaining the video, Lin Dongyu sent it simultaneously to the brand center and the president's office, intending to leverage the company's risk control to pressure President Xu into compelling Deng Wenkuan to publish it via the official account. To her astonishment, before she could even report to Xu Cheng, Deng Wenkuan had already managed to execute everything flawlessly. This was highly unusual. The last time they met at the RV camp, he had spoken to her with disdain. Deng Wenkuan, just say what you want to do, Lin Dongyu said, not trusting him in the slightest. Deng Wenkuan chuckled a couple of times and replied, honestly, it's nothing much. I just thought it must be tough for a woman like you, and as a brother, I wanted to lend a hand. I was foolish in the past. Please forgive me this once. General Manager Lin, I don't expect you to remember this favor today. I just wish to put the past behind us. Deng Wenkuan flattered her a few more times, saying, General Manager Lin, you're busy. So I want to take up more of your time. Though lacking in capability, he excelled at reading the room. When he was reprimanded that day, Mo Chun had not revealed his identity. He only realized it upon seeing that photograph. Since that is the case, does Lin Dongyu remain unaware? Although this is merely a conjecture, he would not dare to approach Lin Dongyu to test it. He cannot afford to provoke the Mo family. Yet now there exists a convenient avenue to directly ingratiate himself with Mo Chen's woman. It would be foolish to block his own path. Whether Lin Dongyu knows Mo Chen's true identity is of no consequence to him. With such thoughts in mind, Deng Wenkuan found joy illuminating his features. The 60,000 in debts he carried seemed trivial in comparison. As long as he could win over Mo Chen, what did that sum matter? After hanging up the phone, Lin Dongyu was left in a fog of confusion. She found herself unable to decipher Deng Wenkuan's intentions. While she had indeed acquired crucial evidence, everything that followed had unfolded too smoothly, almost suspiciously so. What had transpired beyond her knowledge? Chapter 119, His Fantasies. Mo Lexi, upon seeing the news, joyfully called Mo Chen. Brother, you truly keep your word. You are indeed my dear brother. Mo Chen chuckled. Is it that if I had failed in this matter, I would no longer be your brother? Do I not hold a place in your heart as significant as that of a recently acquainted friend?
Ah.
Are you feeling jealous now? Mo Lexi replied, in my heart, one is a brother and the other is a sister-in-law. Both are equally dear to me. Mo Chen glanced at the news interface and remarked, well then, you can rest assured now and focus on the outcome. Brother, it is still not enough. You must delete those previous posts that insulted my sister-in-law.
Montag Lexi exclaimed angrily.
No need, Mo Chen decisively refused. How can there be no need?
Montag Lexi shouted.
Shall we allow them to fabricate baseless slander? What's wrong with my sister-in-law's beauty? Is being beautiful a crime? The Xu family has already issued a lawyer's letter. I will have our public relations team coordinate and gather evidence. Given that both groups are currently discussing investment relations, it is quite normal for the Mo family to offer a little assistance. That is not what I mean, Mo Lexi interjected anxiously. Do we simply ignore those fabricators? Should we let them linger until the new year? Mo Chen shook his head, patiently explaining, Xiaoxi, you do not understand. We currently hold the upper hand in this matter, and we should know when to retreat. If we delete posts on a large scale, it would immediately incite a new incident. People possess a natural tendency to rebel. The more they are suppressed, the stronger the backlash. At that point, conspiracy theories would emerge. Do you wish to see Lin Dongyu attacked by overwhelming forces and speculate on what power is shielding her? Do you wish for that? Under Mo Chen's persistent questioning, Mo Lexi fell silent, murmuring, I did not realize it was this serious. Mo Chen nodded, This society is complex. One cannot act solely on sentiment, for good intentions may lead to adverse outcomes. Consider this situation a social lesson for you. This approach is the most powerful and efficient method. The second wave of slander is clearly intended to drag her down, and the wisest course is to remain uninvolved. At this point, Mo Chen silently admired Lin Dongyu. Of course, he believed he could handle it too, but he recognized that Lin Dongyu was contending with more than just this issue and still maintained her composure, which was truly commendable. After concluding the conversation with Mo Lexi, he reached out to Lu Qi, urging him to uncover the truth behind the hidden manipulator. Much like Lin Dongyu, he immediately discerned the peculiarities at play, especially after Ren Song's video surfaced, which further substantiated that the initial lengthy article had no connection to him. Raindrops began to fall outside, and a gust of autumn wind swept through, draping the world in a delicate veil of misty rain. Lin Dongyu, holding a black umbrella, hurriedly appeared at the hospital entrance. The sound of her high heels striking the rain-soaked ground echoed assertively, splashing droplets in her wake. The public relations crisis at the company had been temporarily resolved. Although many mysteries remained, the overall situation had taken a favorable turn, prompting her to conserve her energy. She instructed Yao Qi to arrange for constant monitoring of public sentiment and made her way directly to visit her aunt. The hospital room was as it had always been, filled with the scent of disinfectant and bustling with the comings and goings of visitors. "Sister Lin, you're here," Little Yang exclaimed, setting down the half-peeled apple and rising to offer her a seat.
Please sit down.
"I appreciate your dedication," Lin Dongyu replied. Little Yang, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, "It's nothing. I can't really help much, just trying to lend a hand." Approaching the bedside, Lin Dongyu gazed at her aunt's weary visage and inquired, "Aunt, are you feeling any better?" Her aunt, unwilling to let her worry, nodded and replied, "Much improved."
Aunt.
"I didn't get to ask yesterday because of the rush," Lin Dongyu continued. "Logically, you should be eager to divorce Xiao Ta. What is he planning?" A sardonic smile crept onto her aunt's lips as she retorted, "Back when we bought the house, to ease my mind while I stayed home to raise the children. My name was included on the property deed." Realizing the implication, Lin Dongyu paused momentarily before responding with a cold smile. "He certainly has delusions of grandeur."
Little Yang,
Still youthful and confused, asked, "But why is that?" Chapter 120. The Desires of Both Worlds. Lin Dongyu scoffed. Xiao Tao is the quintessential example of wanting it all. He desires to maintain his current situation while simultaneously living a blissful life with his mistress. This way, he can have both a son and a daughter, all while gallivanting outside, while the home front remains intact. However, should he proceed with the divorce, not to mention anything else, he would have to relinquish half of the property to my aunt. Indeed, her aunt asserted from her bed, "Lawyer Zhou has secured the documents for me. I am entitled to half of Xiao Tao's assets. If it comes to divorce, he will suffer the consequences. If he can disregard decades of affection." She would not hold back. Little Yang then understood, exclaiming, "I see. But even so, he can't possibly hire someone to harm Aunt Lin, right?" Just then, a nurse entered, checking the names on her list and called out, "Bed 18, Lin Ling, it's time for your examination."
coming.
Lin Dongyu responded, and alongside Little Yang, they assisted her aunt into a wheelchair. Though her heart was heavy with reluctance, she recognized that she lacked the luxury of indulgence. She had to perform her duties diligently to afford her aunt's future medical expenses. Before departing, Lin Dongyu made one last visit to her aunt's attending physician's office, leaving her phone number and requesting to be notified immediately of any developments. The doctor agreed, albeit curiously, asking, "Where are her family members? Why is it you who is running around?" A man in his 50s, a family man, lay injured in the hospital. Yet not a single close relative came to his side. Instead, it was his niece who visited him daily. Lin Dongyu pressed her lips together and remarked, "They are preoccupied." While on the road, she received a call from Meng Tian, who anxiously inquired, "Sister Lin, I only saw the news after class. Are you alright?" Lin Dongyu advised, "Focus on your studies, your education is paramount." "Rest assured, Sister Dongyu. My academics are going splendidly," Meng Tian replied with pride, adding, "I wish to assist you." Her heartfelt words alleviated Lin Dongyu's busy mind, prompting her to smile and say, "Concentrate on your studies. You will have the capability to help me when you grow up."
All right.
After hanging up, Meng Tian mused aloud, "I am still a student, and indeed, can only fret. However, I can rally support." With that, she dialed Meng Zhao's number, asking, "Brother, have you seen the news?" "What news?" "I am currently leading a training session." Through the phone, Meng Zhao's voice remained as cold as ever. Understanding his busy schedule, Meng Tian quickly summarized the situation, saying, "Those individuals are slandering Sister Dongyu online. It's truly despicable." "Oh, I shall take a look." Meng Xiao opened Weibo, noticed several trending topics, and clicked on a well-organized post detailing the events, stating, "I understand now. Brother, I must tell you. This is a golden opportunity for you." Meng Tian offered her suggestions. "What do you know?" he retorted. "Do not underestimate me just because I am younger. I am aware of your feelings for Sister Lin," Meng Tian asserted, unwilling to back down. Meng Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. Were his emotions so conspicuous? Then it settled. "Give it your all. I must return to my homework now." Meng Tian cheerfully ended the call. The rain poured ever harder, showing no signs of abating. Lin Dongyu entered the office, damp from the downpour. Yao Qi hurried to greet her, saying, "President Lin, you should have called. I would have come to fetch you." "It's nothing," Lin Dongyu replied, accepting the tissue Yao Qi offered. As she sat down to dry her drenched feet, she inquired, "What is the situation online now?" "This video is the cornerstone of our counteroffensive," Yao Qi informed her. Lin Dongyu smiled slightly, saying, "The online community is always in an uproar. Everyone despises these absurd marketing accounts. I merely guided the narrative." Disposing of the tissue, she instructed, "Please retrieve the documents for the educational subsidy and apply for Wang Ho Hot. That children's song is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Yao Qi hesitated. "President Lin, the headquarters were quite reluctant to approve her medical expenses. And now applying for a subsidy may not be well received." Chapter 121. One must not let the honest suffer. Ultimately, the majority of the responsibility for Wang Ho Hot's burns lies with her. Lin Dongyu, having decided to cover her medical expenses in full, had already made an exception. The perfume factory operates as an independent project. In principle, Lin Dongyu possesses autonomous financial authority, accountable solely for the final profits, not the process. However, the financial situation had been precarious from the outset, and the current cash flow entirely depended on the headquarters funding for 2 new projects. Consequently, every expenditure must be reported to the Shu Group headquarters for review in the form of monthly statements. These additional expenses must be applied for separately, or one will be held accountable. Lin Dongyu nodded and remarked, "If my memory serves me right, this year's public relations budget has scarcely changed. Before my arrival, only the perfume project was barely surviving. Marketing expenses were solely allocated to channels and minimal advertising, rendering public relations funds unnecessary." Yao Qi's eyes brightened as she inquired, "Are you suggesting we apply under the guise of public relations expenses?" Lin Dongyu praised her, "Clever." Yao Qi blushed and replied, "It's not my cleverness. It's clearly your ingenious idea. Draft a report. We can allocate Rinsong's video recording remuneration as an educational subsidy, distributing it monthly within Wang Ho Hot's salary. Rinsong has not requested any fees, yet Lin Dongyu could not allow a virtuous person to suffer. In this world, honest individuals face enough adversity. While she cannot always stand up against injustice, she strives to do what she can within her abilities. This approach is splendid." Yao Qi clapped softly. "This way, the headquarters will perceive what was originally a one-time payment as an interest-free loan, and they will surely be agreeable." Lin Dongyu smiled gently and said, "To accomplish a task, one must ensure that everyone feels they are gaining an advantage." She opened her computer and instructed, "Please send me a copy of the real-time public sentiment monitoring report. I need to consider our next steps." 20 minutes later, Lin Dongyu asked Yao Qi to gather everyone responsible for publicity for a brief meeting. "Everyone has worked hard these past few days." Lin Dongyu began with a light-hearted joke. "I wish I could give each of you a substantial red envelope, but alas, my bank account is at 0. I can only promise you a grand vision for now." The room erupted in good-natured laughter. No one believed her claim of having a 0 bank balance was entirely truthful. The phrase painting a grand vision is often a source of mockery among employees towards their bosses, but everyone was aware of the factory's financial state. By self-deprecatingly acknowledging her situation, she appeared forthright.
Wow.
"Thank you, General Manager Lin. Let us prosper together." General Manager Lin is magnificent. The small conference room became lively, with applause and cheers dissipating the tense atmosphere that had lingered since the incident the previous afternoon. No one questioned her words, for since her arrival, every promise she made had come to fruition. The factory improved daily. Lin Dongyu surveyed the room, smiling gently as she said, "The commitments made earlier are not only to you, but to all employees. Feel free to inform your colleagues. Together, we shall expand and strengthen Suha." Expand and strengthen. With the crowd's enthusiasm successfully ignited, Lin Dongyu continued, "Next, I must ask for your diligence. While we are experiencing a turnaround in reputation and trending high in searches, we must promote our new brand, Suha." She assigned work tasks, stating, "I want to see the publicity plan within 2 hours." Time was of the essence. Yet the team was invigorated, eagerly agreeing to the tasks at hand. "General Manager," an employee raised a hand to ask, "We currently lack an online store. Isn't it too early to focus solely on brand promotion? Typically, advertising should ultimately reflect in sales figures. Fear not. Let us first ensure that everyone remembers the brand, acknowledging that we are a fragrance brand steeped in the rich heritage of Chinese culture, creating our nation's own scents. Lin Dongyu addressed the assembly, stating that the credibility of this assertion rests upon your capabilities. Following the meeting, Yao Qi led the publicity department in their endeavors, while Lin Dongyu visited the workshop and discussed Wang Hohat's current situation with the factory manager, emphasizing the importance of reassuring the staff and reiterating the necessity of production safety. It was made clear that this reimbursement for medical expenses from headquarters was an exception, and such generosity would not be extended in the future. Lin Dongyu articulated this to dispel any notions of complacency among the team. In Chapter 122, caught in a dilemma, Meng Xiao messaged, "Miss Lin, I came across news about you online. Do you require assistance?" He delicately referenced Lin Dongyu's recent reprimand. Indeed, it was a critical time for the meticulous preparation of a new product launch. Even without the incident involving Wang Hohat's burn, the workload would have been substantial. The delay had only compounded their responsibilities. Time slipped away unnoticed. Yao Qi entered with a notebook, saying, "General Manager Lin, I have sent you the publicity plan for your review." Lin Dongyu opened the document she had forwarded, providing her feedback as she perused it, ultimately concluding, "Very well. Proceed with its execution." The rain outside had ceased, and darkness enveloped the sky, signifying that working hours had long since concluded. Stepping out of the office building, Lin Dongyu inhaled deeply the refreshing post-rain air. She invigorated her employees, but who would alleviate her own fatigue? Suppressing her weariness, she dialed a number. "Lawyer Zhou. I am en route and should arrive in about an hour." "Yes, I will call you upon my arrival." While conversing, she exited the factory premises. At the entrance, the security guard greeted her. "General Manager Lin. Off work so late again?" "Indeed. Are you on the night shift?" "It just rained, so it might get a bit chilly tonight. Remember to dress warmly," Lin Dongyu replied with a smile. The guard, somewhat taken aback, noted how different she was from the previous general manager, who had barely acknowledged him. Standing at the gate, Lin Dongyu opened her ride-hailing app to book a car. At that moment, a vibrant red sports car approached and came to a halt beside her. Meng Xiao lowered the window, waving Miss Lin. "Meng Xiao?" Lin Dongyu paused in surprise, her actions momentarily halted. "It's me," he confirmed, stepping out of the vehicle. The gentle breeze tousled his slightly long hair, and though he was dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, his innate elegance shone through. She pondered how someone like him was involved in esports, then inquired, "How long have you been waiting?" Clearly, Meng Xiao had come specifically to meet her. "Just a short while," he replied with a smile. "I was in the area this afternoon for business, and thought I'd check if you were at the factory. I just finished my errands and decided to take a chance. It seems luck is on my side." He withheld the truth. In reality, as a coach, he should not have left the team during training. Upon arrival, Meng Xiao, determined not to miss her, remained steadfastly in place from the afternoon until now, neglecting even his dinner. He spoke with utmost nonchalance, yet Lin Dongyu could not fully believe him. As a woman who had been beautiful since childhood, she was well acquainted with the signals emitted by the opposite sex. Initially, Meng Xiao had sought her out to bake a cake for his sister, and later, it was Meng Tian who wished to express her gratitude through a meal together. All of these could be attributed to the normal interactions of friends. However, his current actions could not be so easily explained. He even doubted whether she was still at the factory. Contemplating this, Lin Dongyu's gaze towards Meng Xiao grew more inquisitive. His presence at the factory gate waiting for her could hardly be dismissed as mere luck. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Meng Xiao rubbed his nose and, with a gesture of surrender, admitted, "All right, I confess, I came specifically to wait for Miss Lin. I saw the news online, and I needed to see you in person to feel at ease. Otherwise, I couldn't concentrate." His eyes were sincere, his demeanor unpretentious. "Miss Lin, are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Allow me to give you a ride. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. You may regard me simply as a friend." The more gentlemanly he behaved, the more conflicted Lin Dongyu felt. After a moment of silence, she resolved within herself. Chapter 123. I am married. Meng Xiao, I am married. This was the best solution she could devise at present. She had not brought it up earlier as it seemed unnecessary. However, she could not continue to feign ignorance upon sensing Meng Xiao's intentions. Mo Chun had previously misconstrued her relationship with Meng Xiao, and their agreement still had 5 months remaining. During this time, she would not pretend to be oblivious while relishing the conveniences of being pursued. She had never intended to rely on a man, regardless of who he was. Meng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes, before he smiled sadly and said, "Miss Lin, it appears I have come too late after all, haven't I?" A person as wonderful as you surely has someone special in your life. Lin Dongyu offered a gentle smile and replied, I'm sorry. Suddenly, he laughed and said, it's my fault for not arriving before him. But can we still be friends? Of course. After clarifying this, Lin Dongyu felt a sense of relief wash over her, smiling as she nodded. Meng Xiao moved to the passenger side, opened the car door for her with a courteous gesture, and said with a smile, please allow me to assist you. Thank you. Lin Dongyu was somewhat taken aback by how swiftly he adjusted his emotions. Given his efforts, it would be too hurtful for her not to get into the car. She had to admit that Meng Xiao was a delightful companion. The drive to their destination would take a full hour, and the atmosphere was relaxed and enjoyable. Were it not for the previous circumstances, Lin Dongyu might have felt as though they were merely long-time acquaintances, devoid of any other implications. The place she intended to visit was her aunt's former residence. Upon arrival, it was already 9:30 in the evening. I've arrived, thank you. Lin Dongyu unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. Meng Xiao glanced at the aged street before them and said, it's too late. I'll accompany you. He did not inquire why Lin Dongyu had come here. His intuition suggested that her persistence in attending despite the significant online harassment she faced today must be of utmost importance. No need, you have already troubled yourself enough. Lin Dongyu was well aware that Meng Xiao was not merely passing by. Meng Xiao pressed the car door lock and insisted, no, it's too late. It's unsafe for you to be alone. Deep down, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that it was he accompanying her in this moment rather than her partner. I am not alone. Lin Dongyu raised the phone she held, stating, someone is waiting for me. With no further excuses, Meng Xiao remained unwilling to depart, asserting, if you don't allow me to accompany you, I will wait here until you come out. As friends, I cannot disregard your situation. Lin Dongyu, resigned, replied, all right. Having Meng Xiao join her was far better than waiting alone. She called Lawyer Zhou. I'm sorry for being late. Have you arrived? Where are you? At the entrance of the building. You will see me as soon as you come in, Lawyer Zhou responded. Okay, I'll be there shortly. While she was on the phone, Meng Xiao found a marked parking spot by the roadside and parked the car steadily before they entered the community together. This neighborhood had aged, with dilapidated buildings and outdated facilities, and the streetlights cast a dim glow. However, the trees were lush and vibrant, exuding a sense of vitality. Lawyer Zhou. Lin Dongyu greeted him and, noticing the round-faced young man beside him, asked, who is this? This is my assistant, Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang awkwardly handed Lin Dongyu a business card, saying, hello, Miss Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Hello. Lin Dongyu accepted his card and introduced Meng Xiao, saying, this is my friend, Meng Xiao. He happened to be free today and brought me here. Although he thought this to himself, being no inexperienced youth, he displayed no signs of discomfort, politely shaking Meng Xiao's hand and saying, perfect. Having an extra person today adds strength to our cause. Finally, she remarked, the evidence Lawyer Zhou has gathered is not yet complete. Our primary purpose today is to seek an explanation from Xiao Tao. Chapter 124. I truly sympathize with you. Meng Xiao nodded in understanding, implying that this was primarily a probing effort. If the evidence were conclusive, there would be no need for this visit. Given Xiao Tao's behavior, it would be more appropriate to pursue litigation directly. Lin Dongyu led the way, and a few minutes later, they stopped at the door. She took out her key to open it. She had lived here for over a decade, and even after moving out, she still retained a key. The interior remained cluttered, but was far better than when only Xiao Nannan resided there. She wondered who had ultimately tidied up the mess she had seen last time. Xiao Tao was in the living room watching television. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his head and immediately darkened his expression. What are you doing here so late? His gaze warily swept over Lawyer Zhou, Meng Xiao, and Xiao Jiang, questioning, why did you bring so many unrelated people? What do you intend to do? The last sentence he shouted, his voice rising in anger.
Dad.
What do you mean?
You startled me.
Xiao Nannan emerged from the room, her face adorned with a mask, exclaiming, I nearly dropped my phone. Are you going to compensate me with a new one? Xiao Tao paid her no mind. Lin Dongyu cast her a fleeting glance before approaching Xiao Tao, her voice laced with sarcasm. Uncle, with Aunt in the hospital, you all seem remarkably at ease at home. Showing not a shred of concern. What? Xiao Nannan hastily removed the mask from her face, her expression one of shock. My mother is hospitalized? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Perhaps you should inquire with your dear father, Lin Dongyu replied coolly. Xiao Nannan turned to Xiao Tao, skepticism etched on her face. Is it true? Dad, did you know? Why didn't you tell me? Under her intense gaze, Xiao Tao felt a wave of discomfort, clearing his throat awkwardly. Are you still a child? Why so many questions? Lawyer Zhou stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the living room. Mr. Xiao. We now possess evidence proving that the individual who harmed Ms. Lin Ling was acting under your instructions. Xiao Nanan stood to the side, rendered speechless by the revelation. She had been blissfully unaware of everything, the hospitalization, the assault, and how her father was implicated in it all. Xiao Tao scoffed, nonsense. Why would I hire someone to harm my wife? Indeed, why would my father do such a thing to my mother? Xiao Nanan echoed, her mind struggling to grasp the information. I just left the police station this afternoon, Lawyer Zhou continued, and they suggested that, considering this is a domestic dispute, I should persuade you to surrender and assume responsibility for the damages. We wouldn't want this to escalate into something more damaging. Damaging? Xiao Tao laughed derisively. When she sought to initiate divorce proceedings, why was that not deemed damaging? Lin Dongyu crossed her arms, regarding Xiao Nanan with a frosty gaze. You're 30 now. It's entirely reasonable that Uncle doesn't disclose his intentions to divorce you. After all, you are not a minor, and there are custody issues to consider. What of my age? Xiao Nanan shot back, her voice sharp. You're 27 yourself. Is it amusing to bring up age? Lin Dongyu found the situation amusing. Xiao Nanan, overwhelmed by a torrent of revelations, seemed most concerned about her own age, a rather selfish fixation. What are you laughing at? Xiao Nanan glared at her in fury. Lin Dongyu, let me tell you something. Don't assume that just because you are married now, you are immune from troubles. In this day and age, infidelity can still occur. So, do not celebrate prematurely. Oh, infidelity? Lin Dongyu lowered her gaze. Are you referring to Uncle? Xiao Nanan's face blanched with shock, and she cupped her face in disbelief, shouting, You're talking nonsense. Stop spouting such slander. Xiao Nanan, I genuinely pity you, Lin Dongyu said, her eyes reflecting sympathy. You are unaware, aren't you? You have a younger brother who is now over 10 years old. This cannot be. The onslaught of revelations caused Xiao Nanan to stagger back, leaning against the wall, her complexion drained. Throughout her life, she believed herself to be the nucleus of her family. Indulging in reckless behavior, her dreams lay shattered before her. Lin Dongyu chose not to engage further, approaching Xiao Tao and stating, My calling you uncle is a final act of respect. Instigating violence is a criminal offense. Do not blame me for not informing you that one of the assailants is still under 18. The police have reviewed the surveillance footage and are in the process of apprehending them. Xiao Tao sat motionless on the sofa. Upon closer inspection, his clasped hands trembled slightly. Chapter 125. Accessories to the crime. For the sake of my aunt, we shall refrain from initiating criminal proceedings, added Lawyer Zhou. Our country stipulates that inciting minors to commit crimes is subject to severe penalties. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Dongyu scoffed, remarking, quite defiant, aren't we? Lawyer Zhou, what did the injury assessment conclude? The preliminary evaluation indicates a minor injury. The definitive result is likely to be more severe, contingent upon the surgical outcome. Replied Lawyer Zhou. Just minor injury? Xiao Tao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. It must be that Lin Ling did something wrong to provoke those ruffians. Meng Xiao stood not far from the doorway, observing the unfolding scene, when he suddenly burst into laughter and whispered to Xiao Jiang, asking, Xiao Jiang, in legal terms, does a minor injury simply mean a scrape? Xiao Jiang, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication and replied, No, of course not. Upon hearing it was not so, Xiao Tao perked up, eager for further clarification. However, Xiao Jiang finished his statement and fell silent. Lin Dongyu mentally gave Meng Xiao a thumbs up. She felt he must accompany her. She initially believed, as Lawyer Zhou stated, that having another person present to bolster their resolve was beneficial. Unexpectedly, he was quite knowledgeable, even aware of the definition of a minor injury. Had it not been for her aunt, she too would have assumed the legal definition of minor injury was merely its literal meaning. Seeing their silence, Xiao Tao grew anxious and asked, What do you mean? Isn't minor injury just a few scrapes? A minor injury, Lin Dongyu replied slowly, carries a potential sentence of 1 to 3 years in prison, with the instigator held equally culpable.
Impossible.
Xiao Tao sprang to his feet, realizing the matter was not as simple as he had presumed, and that it touched upon his personal interests. He could no longer remain seated. You can investigate it yourself. Lin Dongyu fixed her gaze upon him and said, Listen, I will give you one last chance. If you confess, I shall not pursue the matter further. Xiao Tao's body stiffened, his expression a riot of colors, as if a cluttered shop had opened upon his face. After a considerable pause, he sat back down, silent. It seemed he was determined to resist to the end. Lin Dongyu thought with some regret, so close to securing his confession. Before entering, Xiao Jiang had activated his recording device, should Xiao Tao admit to the incident. It could serve as evidence in court. I did not do it. Xiao Tao's voice rang out again, asserting, "I was merely concerned about Lin Ling's injuries." He looked up at lawyer Zhou and stated, "You are also assisting her with her divorce case, correct? Tell Lin Ling that I will never agree to a divorce. She shall not use it as a means to divide my assets. Even if the police apprehend someone, what of it? There is no evidence to prove that I incited them. At that time, I had engaged them through a third party, only communicating online. Those thugs did not even know what I looked like." Xiao Tao, priding himself as a white-collar elite, harbored disdain for such ruffians and had no desire to associate with them. Little did he know, this very habit would serve to save him in a critical moment. After recovering from the initial blow, Xiao Tao felt resolute within. He was certain that no one could unearth evidence to implicate him. Lawyer Zhou regarded him, shaking his head, and said, "Let us depart." Observing Xiao Tao's demeanor, he realized that no resolution would emerge today. Once outside, Lin Dongyu paused on the stairs and addressed lawyer Zhou. "Thank you for your efforts, especially at this late hour on my aunt's behalf. Typically, at this hour, people would be at home," which made his visit all the more notable. "It was no trouble. It is part of my duty," lawyer Zhou replied. "It is unfortunate that I could not extract any information from Xiao Tao. I suspect he must possess some confidence, believing we would be unable to trace anything back to him. Indeed, we can only hope the police will solve the case swiftly," Lin Dongyu responded. "Let us take our leave then," lawyer Zhou suggested. "Should there be any developments, do not hesitate to contact me." "Certainly," Lin Dongyu acquiesced. In the dim light, the stubborn emotion in his dark eyes led Lin Dongyu to feel that if she were to refuse him, a multitude of justifications would await her. She smiled softly and said, "Very well. I have already troubled you enough. I do not mind one more occasion." As they approached the entrance, Xiao Nannan hurriedly caught up from behind, breathless. She was flushed with exertion, wearing only a casual coat over her nightgown and slippers, clearly in haste.
"Wait."
"Lin Dongyu. Wait for me," she called out while running. "I have questions for you." Lin Dongyu halted and turned to face her. After allowing her to catch her breath, Lin Dongyu inquired, "What is it?" "I need to know, is my mother truly going to divorce my father? Furthermore, is what you mentioned about infidelity real? Did my father really hire someone to harm my mother?" Xiao Nannan bombarded her with questions. Lin Dongyu felt a sense of relief. She had finally grasped the core issues. "It is true," she affirmed. "Everything you asked is indeed accurate." Xiao Nannan wiped her face vigorously and asked, "Which hospital is my mother in?" To herself, Lin Dongyu mused. Has Xiao Nannan finally experienced a moment of conscience? She provided Xiao Nannan with the hospital room number and sent the location to her via WeChat, saying, "If you have time, you should visit your aunt." Lin Dongyu understood that regardless of Xiao Nannan's past actions that had caused her aunt distress, deep down, her aunt still hoped for a visit from her daughter. Xiao Nannan stared at her phone in silence for a moment, seemingly confronting reality for the first time. "Everything is fine. I must be going now," Lin Dongyu said.
"Wait."
Xiao Nannan interjected, reaching out to stop her. "Do you know who that mistress is?" "I will send you a video," Lin Dongyu replied. For her aunt, having Xiao Nannan on her side during the divorce proceedings would be beneficial both emotionally and logically. Though Lin Dongyu disapproved of Xiao Nannan's character, it did not hinder her from assisting her aunt in securing Xiao Nannan's support. For Xiao Nannan, the fact that her father maintained a separate family also compromised her interests. Xiao Nannan hurriedly finished watching the video, her expression clouded with confusion as she murmured to herself. "Why, with something so significant did my mother not consult me, but you? What do you think?" Lin Dongyu retorted before turning away. Why did her aunt choose to discuss matters with her, her niece, rather than consulting her own daughter? Xiao Nannan stood in a daze, watching the receding figures of Lin Dongyu and Meng Xiao, and then muttered to herself, "Why is that? I am my mother's daughter after all." Meng Xiao parked the car across from the residential area and, as he got in, he caught sight of Xiao Nannan's bewildered silhouette standing there, shaking his head as he opened the car door. Those who suffer misfortune must have something detestable about them. He started the engine and turned onto the main road. The view brightened as the streetlights adorned with magnolia flowers lined the wide avenue in neat rows. The nightlife of Haiqing was just beginning. "I haven't eaten yet," Meng Xiao said, glancing at Lin Dongyu from the corner of his eye. "Miss Lin, would you do me the honor of joining me for a late-night snack?" His tone was somewhat pitiful, tugging at Lin Dongyu's heartstrings. Suddenly realizing, she softly exclaimed, "Oh, I haven't eaten either." After a long day of bustling about, she had completely forgotten to have dinner. She had been too busy leaving in the morning to eat. Fortunately, she had a hearty meal at Rinsong's house at noon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it to this hour. "That works perfectly," Meng Xiao smiled. "Is there anything in particular you desire?" "I'm not picky when it comes to food," Lin Dongyu replied. Her upbringing had left her with no room for discerning tastes. As long as she wasn't hungry, that sufficed. "Shall I take the lead then?" Meng Xiao pondered for a moment before suggesting. I know a night market that is quite lively and offers delicious fare. That sounds delightful, Lin Dongyu thought, glancing at the time.
All right.
After a tiring day, perhaps a change of scenery would better prepare her for the challenges of tomorrow. Don't wait for me. Mo Chen stared at the 4 characters on his phone screen, nearly boring a hole through it. Ever since lawyer Zhou deduced that Lin Dongyu's Anna's divorce case was orchestrated by him, he had been kept informed of every development in the case. Tonight, someone else was accompanying Lin Dongyu to meet Xiao Tao. She clearly distinguished between him and others, refusing his assistance yet seeking someone else's help. Mo Chen ground his molars in frustration. Chapter 127. Unfortunately, it wasn't him. The night market, nestled within a well-known old commercial district of Haicheng, was a dazzling spectacle of lights and activity. The streets were lined with various stalls featuring steaming congee, freshly made rice rolls, and an array of seafood barbecues, all captivating to the eye. The throngs of people meandered through the bustling streets, purchasing whatever caught their fancy. Having traversed less than half of the street, Lin Dongyu was already holding a bowl of bowl cake and a portion of beef offal with radish, eating as she walked. Meng Xiao was no exception, holding a skewer of grilled meat. After swallowing a mouthful of beef, Meng Xiao remarked, "The congee from that stall over there is exquisite. You must try it.
We can sit down as well."
With numerous stalls at the night market, seating was not guaranteed at every one. Lin Dongyu looked in the direction he pointed and nodded in agreement. If she didn't eat, she wouldn't feel the pangs of hunger. However, as the fragrant food entered her stomach, her hunger intensified. After settling down, the two ordered a bowl of fresh congee each. Lin Dongyu surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "This place is indeed quite pleasant. I have lived in Haicheng for many years and have never heard of it." In truth, her life had been painfully monotonous. Meng Xiao smiled faintly and replied, "Haicheng is vast. One cannot know every corner of it. I only discovered this wonderful spot because my teammates dragged me here." He gazed into the distance, pointing at the city cloaked in an orange-red glow, and said to Lin Dongyu, "Look, how beautiful it is." Lin Dongyu glanced over, puzzled, and replied, "That is light pollution." Meng Xiao chuckled, "You seem to lack a romantic spirit." Realizing her own lack of sentimentality, Lin Dongyu laughed. "I indeed do not possess one." Having lived for 27 years, with 25 of those years devoted to the struggle for survival, she felt that her current situation was hardly better. On the surface, life appeared glamorous, but she dared not let her guard down for even a moment. Should she lose her job, the looming specters of mortgage payments, household expenses, and her aunt's medical bills would render her future uncertain. The so-called middle class was but a snail laboring under heavy burdens. Meng Xiao regarded her thoughtfully and said, setting everything aside, "Do you not find this color quite beautiful?" It was indeed beautiful. Lin Dongyu nodded in agreement. Light pollution was hardly a phenomenon to be proud of. Even after the rain, the luminous veil obscured the star's brilliance. It was not that she feared poverty. Rather, she dreaded the desolation of the quiet countryside at night, a primal fear rooted in her very soul. The proprietor brought the fresh congee, and Meng Xiao deftly prepared disposable chopsticks for her, handing them over. "Thank you," Lin Dongyu said. "No need for such formality." Meng Xiao replied, "If you keep this up, will I need to thank you every time I see you for that cake you made for Tian Tian?" Lin Dongyu chuckled. "I have grown accustomed to it. Courtesy and politeness are among the principles I rely on for survival. After all, one should not take offense at a polite person." She gently stirred the congee with the spoon provided, inhaling the rich aromas of tender rice, fish slices, fresh shrimp, and scallops mingled with pepper and scallions, truly a feast of genuine flavors. Lin Dongyu remained silent, savoring the delicacies before her. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Xiao, seated across from her, was eating with his mind elsewhere. "I've finished eating," Lin Dongyu said, looking up. "Thank you for today." Despite having turned him down, he had remained by her side until now. The joy and relaxation she felt at this moment were largely due to Meng Xiao's presence. Meng Xiao, feeling helpless, responded, "You're being too polite." Deep down, he understood that he simply wished to spend more time with Lin Dongyu, and this selfish desire could hardly withstand her gratitude. As they departed the night market, it was already 11 o'clock. Meng Xiao escorted Lin Dongyu to the entrance of the Yuejing Yunjun community, waving with a smile as he said, "Good night. If you need anything, remember to call me. I will certainly help." How he wished to have said, "Just call me anytime." Alas, their relationship was merely that of friends connected through necessity. Even this evening had been forced upon him. With one hand on the steering wheel, he turned his head to watch Lin Dongyu's graceful figure fade from view, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. A refined lady deserves a gentleman's affection, but regrettably, he was not that man. Lin Dongyu ascended the staircase and gently opened the door. The interior was remarkably tranquil. She utilized the light from the entrance to survey the living room, yet found no sign of Mo Chen. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of relief washed over Lin Dongyu. It was peculiar. She had committed no wrongdoing, so why did she feel apprehensive about encountering him? Setting down her bag, she changed into her slippers and made her way toward her bedroom. The study was illuminated, and there leaned Mo Chen against the doorframe, arms crossed. His gaze icy as he regarded her. "I hope you remember the contents of our agreement," he stated. Chapter 128. Fortunately, there is still a contract. In the face of him, Lin Dongyu felt an inexplicable tension. "Of course I remember," she endeavored to make her voice devoid of any emotion.
Do you?
Mo Chen let out a faint chuckle, yet the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Lin Dongyu, should I discover any breach on your part, I can terminate the contract at any moment, and you will be liable for the breach." This was a stipulation agreed upon by both parties when they initially signed the contract. Lin Dongyu paused for a moment, then raised her gaze to meet his. "I recall that the contract stipulates we shall not interfere in each other's private lives." Her eyes sparkled, prompting Mo Chen to awkwardly avert his gaze.
Indeed.
He had established this clause to prevent Lin Dongyu from prying into his personal affairs. She had executed it flawlessly, never once inquiring about his friends, family, work, and so forth. It was he who wished to integrate into her life. Mo Chen had to concede that he felt quite perturbed by Lin Dongyu's rejection of him in favor of seeking assistance from others. Yet, he found himself powerless in this situation. Seeing his silence, Lin Dongyu turned to leave. Her confrontation with Mo Chen had entirely dissipated the pleasant mood she had garnered at the night market. After a quick shower, she threw herself onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. It was not until a considerable time had passed that she wrapped herself in the blanket and turned over to sleep. Autumn in Haicheng arrived late, draped in lingering warmth and gentle rain. With a multitude of tasks weighing on her mind, Lin Dongyu found it difficult to sleep soundly. Waking as dawn barely broke, she opened the window, reaching out to catch the errant droplets of rain, feeling the coolness on her fingertips. It was still early. Lin Dongyu prepared a pot of congee and stepped onto the balcony. The plants thrived abundantly, particularly the wall of flowers where delicate purple blooms quietly blossomed, presenting a delightful sight in the breeze. Donning her exercise gloves, Lin Dongyu settled onto the rowing machine to commence her workout. With each pull of the oar, the soothing sound of splashing water echoed, reminiscent of ocean waves, providing a sense of healing. After completing 4 sets, Lin Dongyu felt fatigued and stood to perform some stretching exercises. By the time she finished exercising, the congee was also ready. She extinguished the flame, allowing the congee to simmer a little longer. Although frozen dumplings lacked the freshness of their homemade counterparts, they were convenient for storage, particularly suitable for her recent overtime work. Lin Dongyu retrieved a flat-bottomed frying pan, heating it before reducing the flame to its lowest setting and pouring in some peanut oil. Heating the pan before adding the oil reduced smoke and prevented sticking, making it ideal for frying dumplings and eggs. The range hood hummed quietly as the aroma of the frying dumplings wafted through the kitchen. As Mo Chen entered the living room, he caught sight of Lin Dongyu busily engaged in the kitchen. She was clad in a beige loungewear set, adorned with a deep brown apron, diligently transferring the freshly cooked dumplings onto a plate, resembling a devoted housewife. Mo Chen was startled by the unsolicited thought that flashed through his mind, only to be reminded of the 5 months remaining in their agreement, which cast a shadow over his spirits. The term contract, which he had deliberately chosen to overlook, had resurfaced frequently in recent days, serving as a reminder that all that lay before him was but an illusion. Lin Dongyu, having neatly plated the dumplings, skillfully prepared 2 dipping bowls. Upon turning around, she caught sight of Mo Chen. "Up so early?" she inquired, as she retrieved 2 porridge bowls from the sterilizing cabinet and began to serve the congee. She had hoped to finish breakfast before encountering Mo Chen, but to her surprise, he had risen even earlier than usual. Mo Chen grunted in acknowledgement, moving to the kitchen to set the dumplings on the dining table, retrieving a pair of chopsticks. The golden brown dumplings emitted an enticing aroma, and Mo Chen, gripping the chopsticks, stared intently at the dumplings before him, his expression as grave as if he were making a multi-million-dollar decision. Lin Dongyu placed the congee in front of him and sat across the table, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Eat up." Their meal was consumed in silence, a stark contrast to the previously light-hearted atmosphere that seemed lost. Mo Chen couldn't help but think, it is fortunate for the contract that she remains here. After finishing breakfast, the Mo family placed their dishes into the dishwasher.
Today,
"Xiaoxi has matters to attend to. I will drive you to work," he stated. "She called me this morning specifically to ensure I took you." He had never contemplated that he would one day utter lies so effortlessly. Having barely slept the night before, he had called Mo Lexi before dawn, claiming he needed to handle some affairs at the incubation center and would be driving Lin Dongyu. Lin Dongyu harbored no suspicions. It was indeed reminiscent of what Mo Lexi would do. "I apologize," she said to Mo Chen, "for disturbing your rest." "It's fine, let us go." "Before the morning rush hour begins," he replied. Lin Dongyu sat on a small leather stool by the entrance to change her shoes and looked up to see him approaching. Dressed in a tailored ash-gray high-end suit that accentuated Mo Chen's athletic silhouette. Below, the suit trousers framed his long, straight legs. She had always known of his splendid physique. Not the kind sculpted through protein powder, but rather the result of long-term fitness and controlled discipline, powerful and toned. As he moved, the muscles encased in his suit rippled. What was most tantalizing was her awareness of how delightful his chest muscles were to touch. Mo Chen approached the entrance, reaching for the car keys. They stood close enough that Lin Dongyu could catch a whiff of the faint pine scent emanating from him. Once inside the car, Lin Dongyu realized she had not even uttered a word of refusal to Mo Chen, a stark contrast to her earlier rejection of Meng Xiao. Watching as Mo Chen's electric vehicle exited the garage, Aji started the engine while the driver followed in Mo Chen's other Maybach. With several luxury cars in his garage, Mo Chen had requested that the driver rotate vehicles daily to avoid raising Lin Dongyu's suspicions. They set out early. Indeed, as Mo Chen had mentioned, the morning rush hour had not yet commenced. Upon arriving at the factory gate, Mo Chen parked the car and engaged the handbrake, stating, "You were attacked online yesterday. I had someone investigate, and it appears that He Lijing is behind the retaliation." He Lijing? Lin Dongyu was taken aback. She had almost forgotten such a person existed. For some reason, her reaction inexplicably lifted Mo Chen's spirits, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly curl upwards. Mo Chen nodded, affirming, it was indeed him. The first lengthy attack was orchestrated by him, as he had someone locate Rinsong's father and compose it from his account. How absurd! Lin Dongyu exclaimed, her expression tinged with anger. I am currently too occupied to seek him out for retribution, yet he has the audacity to trouble me first. Mo Chen noticed that when she was angry, her eyes seemed to flicker with two small flames, particularly enchanting. Lost in thought, Lin Dongyu had already unfastened her seatbelt and was preparing to exit the vehicle, saying, "Thank you for informing me." The confusion that had plagued her the previous day was elucidated by Mo Chen's words.
Wait.
Mo Chen pressed his hand against hers, which was still unbuckling the seatbelt. Don't you want to know how Xiao Tao found the thug? Their hands briefly touched before separating. Mo Chen had to concede that his concern for her had long surpassed normal bounds. Lin Dongyu was entangled in numerous matters, yet rebuffed his assistance, leaving him feeling as though he were watching a fire from across the river, aware of the flames yet helplessly stranded on the opposite bank. He yearned for a small boat, one that could ferry him to her side. Upon hearing him mention Xiao Tao, Lin Dongyu turned to him, stating, "Yesterday, Lawyer Zhou said that capturing the thug is not a significant issue. The challenge lies in proving that Xiao Tao was the instigator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a special trip, hoping to persuade Xiao Tao to surrender." I understand, Mo Chen replied. They are communicating through the internet. There must be records on Xiao Tao's phone. Lin Dongyu's eyes lit up. Last time, it was Mo Chen who provided her with the chat logs of Xiao Tao's infidelity. Could he do the same this time? Mo Chen lowered his gaze, stating, "You could indeed obtain the information, but you mentioned that our relationship is merely contractual, which clearly exceeds the bounds of our agreement." He felt somewhat despicable, using what mattered most to Lin Dongyu as leverage against her. Lin Dongyu was taken aback and asked, "Can I pay for this information?" She realized that she would have to bear the consequences of her own words. She dared not draw too close to Mo Chen, nor could she accept his kindness as a matter of course. Payment was the only solution that came to her mind. Mo Chen was almost amused by her response. Since their first meeting, she had insisted on compensating him for his time, and now it was the same. Clearly, she wished to resolve matters with money, avoiding any connection beyond financial transactions. "Are you wealthy?" he slowly inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. Lin Dongyu was rendered speechless by his question. What money did she possess? She had allocated all her funds to her aunt's medical expenses, and her own livelihood was still reliant on Mo Chen's financial support. After contemplating, she asked, "Mr. Mo, what do you propose?" Chapter 130. An additional contract. "Let us establish an additional contract," Mo Chen suggested. This was his devised means of reaching her. Lin Dongyu was quite taken aback and inquired, "Why? What sort of contract?" Lin Dongyu was perplexed, her beautifully arched brows furrowing slightly, her expression one of confusion. "Love contract." Mo Chen repeated these 4 words, adding, "My family is urging me to marry, and they want me to go on blind dates. I told them I have a girlfriend," conveniently mentioning that we've already held a wedding ceremony. Upon finishing his explanation, Even he found the excuse rather flimsy. Their initial agreement was to pretend to be a married couple in front of their parents. How could he possibly be sent on blind dates? It was a contradiction. Lin Dongyu listened in a daze, and Mo Chun hastily added, "It's my second aunt. She wants to introduce me to a girlfriend. You've met Mo yet, right?" She asked her mother. Indeed, one cannot tell lies without becoming increasingly adept at it. It was early November, and he promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Lin Dongyu via WeChat, stating, "This is your salary for the month." He had already settled the payment outlined in their previous contract a couple of days prior. Mo Chen's actions were so swift that Lin Dongyu had yet to process his words. Their conversation had taken some time, and now a long line had formed at the factory gate for clocking in. Lin Dongyu glanced at it, grasping her phone as she alighted from the car, her mind still echoing Mo Chen's words. A love contract? What did it entail for her? Upon entering the office, she quickly forgot about the matter, as her workload was overwhelmingly substantial. The online discourse shifted rapidly. What had stirred up a frenzy yesterday now simmered to a mere afterglow. People are inherently drawn to spectacle, reveling in the twists of events, which subsequently became fodder for casual conversation. However, interest in ensuing developments waned significantly. Fortunately, Lin Dongyu had issued a task the previous afternoon to capitalize on the fleeting excitement, vigorously promoting the Suha brand, causing the product to gain traction before its official sale. The flameless aroma diffuser had reached production, and the solid perfume product had undergone preliminary scent determination, now awaiting the delivery of sample packaging to proceed further. In the morning, Lin Dongyu attended a product meeting in the VIP room, organizing the series of flameless aroma diffusers into high, mid, and low-tier categories. The conference room was suffused with enticing fragrances. The entire range of flameless aroma diffuser products was displayed, and classifications were made based on the meeting's outcomes. Presenting a clear overview, General Manager Lin, "Does this look acceptable?" the product manager inquired. Lin Dongyu scrutinized the arrangement for a moment before pointing to the leftmost row, saying, "Distribute these scents into 2 bottles for the mid-tier. We do not need this many options for the high-tier price point." To be precise, the most expensive tier was merely to anchor the pricing. The most marketable would undoubtedly be the least expensive, with profits reflected in the mid-tier products. Understood. The product manager complied, making adjustments on the computer to modify the product system. "We plan to offer flameless aroma sticks as gifts," Yao Qi said, pushing a bundle of aroma sticks towards Lin Dongyu, with varying quantities based on the purchase amount. "This alone is insufficient," Lin Dongyu pondered before asking, "Has the mini size been produced?" The product manager nodded, saying, "General Manager Lin, you wouldn't be suggesting. The mini size is merely smaller in volume and packaging. It's not cheaper." "Precisely," Lin Dongyu remarked. "The market is replete with non-burning aromatherapy products. A casual search on online stores will yield a plethora of options. Our product has just been launched, priced slightly higher than theirs. To persuade consumers to make a purchase, mere brand promotion is insufficient. Ultimately, it must rely on the quality of the product itself." Su Hua interjected, "We cannot afford to sell at a lower price." Prior to deciding on the project, they conducted thorough research, utilizing materials superior to those currently available. However, the issue transcends mere raw material costs, posing significant challenges for the forthcoming release of solid scented bombs. Thus, how can they achieve market penetration without resorting to low pricing while also seeking a share of the year-end promotional frenzy? Chapter 131, Non-Compliance with Surgical Indications. Indeed, Lin Dongyu affirmed Yao Qi's statement. "This aligns with the pricing principle we have steadfastly adhered to." She paused briefly before continuing. "Our advantage should not manifest in pricing. Rather, we shall employ an abundance of unexpected giveaways to entice consumers to place their orders. We will certainly offer aromatherapy sticks and additionally provide scented balls. Purchases will include miniatures of various fragrances, with the purchase of 2 items yielding 3 miniature bottles. For purchases exceeding 300 yuan, we will include a full-sized product of the lowest tier. Moreover, how could one have aromatherapy without a refill? We shall provide that as well." Lin Dongyu's series of generous proposals left everyone astounded. With a subtle smile, she declared, "We aim to utilize a multitude of giveaways, ensuring consumers perceive exceptional value. Even if they purchase the least expensive bottle of aromatherapy, they should be pleasantly surprised upon receipt." Upon hearing her description, the attendees of the meeting revitalized, eagerly contributing ideas. "Let us procure some charming trinkets that girls adore to distribute alongside our products. For instance, compact mirrors or coin purses, yes. We could also create a batch of aesthetically pleasing lunch bags." The conference room buzzed with animated discussions when Lin Dongyu's phone vibrated again on the table. "Yao Qi, it's your turn to lead," she instructed. "Understood," Yao Qi replied. Let us calculate the cost of the giveaways and establish corresponding pricing tiers. Even for the giveaways, we must maintain stringent quality controls. Otherwise, we would rather not offer them at all. On the other end of the phone was the attending physician of her aunt. He conveyed, Lin Ling's test results have come back, and one of the indicators does not meet the criteria for surgery. Lin Dongyu felt a tightening in her chest, responding, I will be there immediately. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Dongyu was surprised to find Xiao Nannan present. Seeing her, Xiao Nannan offered a somewhat awkward smile. Halting her apple peeling, Lin Dongyu focused her gaze and noticed the once plump, red apple had been reduced to a pitiful state, marred by uneven cuts. It was a sight to behold. Xiao Nannan had never engaged in household chores, and for someone unfamiliar with peeling apples, even the best intentions could not yield satisfactory results. Shaking her head, Lin Dongyu reached over to take the apple and the knife from Xiao Nannan, with her slender, fair fingers stabilizing one end of the apple. She grasped the knife's handle with her right hand. As her left hand rotated the apple, the knife followed suit, gracefully unveiling a long, even ribbon of apple skin, while also tidying up the areas Xiao Nannan had struggled with. Lin Dongyu sliced the peeled apple into pieces, skewered them with toothpicks, and offered them to her aunt with gentle words. Aunt, have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Xiao Yang has gone to fetch the meal, her aunt replied, inquiring if Lin Dongyu had eaten. I had a meal at the factory before coming out. You should rest. I will visit the doctor's office. As Lin Dongyu exited the ward, Xiao Nannan remarked, I'll go with you. She had taken half a day off and had been there all morning. Upon catching up with Lin Dongyu, she asked, what does the doctor mean by not meeting the surgical criteria? Does my mother need to undergo surgery or not? Being a direct blood relative, she was the first to be informed of the results once they arrived. However, she realized that she was unable to make a decisive judgment, which led her to contact Lin Dongyu again. Have you inquired about which specific criteria? Do you know the exact reasons? Lin Dongyu questioned. The two inquiries left Xiao Nannan bewildered. She had not considered asking further questions. With a sigh, Lin Dongyu did not chastise her. How could someone whose life has been smoothly arranged comprehend how to face storms? It is akin to a child who has been forbidden from experiencing early romance suddenly being pressured by their family to marry after graduating from university. Having never dated, how could they possibly contemplate marriage? No rush, doctor. Please have your meal first, Lin Dongyu cheerfully suggested. We shall return shortly. With them around, the doctor could hardly enjoy his meal. Upon exiting the office, Xiao Nannan queried, Are we really leaving just like this? We didn't have the chance to ask anything. They had shared the same home for over a decade, yet due to their 3-year age difference, they were never classmates and later not colleagues. Lin Dongyu only perceived her as lazy, unaware that she lacked even the most fundamental understanding of social etiquette. In Xiao Nannan's mind, she had never considered others. Her own needs were always paramount. Confounded by Lin Dongyu's scrutiny, she asked, What's wrong? Chapter 132. Poor Social Relations. Cousin, may I pose a question? Lin Dongyu began. Go ahead, came the reply. In your company, do you have particularly poor social relations? Xiao Nannan was taken aback, exclaiming, How did you know? Can you read fortunes? She did not comprehend why, but it seemed as though her colleagues bore a grudge against her, persistently causing her trouble. She scrutinized Lin Dongyu with an expression akin to that of a fortune-teller. Lin Dongyu shook her head with a smile, stating, Have you considered that if only one person struggles to get along with you, it may be an issue involving both of you? However, if many people dislike you, it is time for self-reflection. It is worth noting that Xiao Nannan did not hail from an affluent family, and her personality largely stemmed from the overindulgence of her aunt and the significant influence of her cousin, Xiao Tao. The trait of selfishness was ingrained within her. In any situation, her thoughts were always centered on herself, rendering her incapable of empathy or perspective-taking. Xiao Nannan lacked this ability. Cousin. Just now the doctor was holding a boxed meal. He was evidently busy, so preoccupied that he had no time to finish his meal in the cafeteria and had to multitask. If we were present, we would undoubtedly disrupt his schedule. I am unsure if he would mind, but overall, wouldn't it be better to wait until he finishes his meal before we go in? There's no need to rush. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Nannan finally grasped the situation and inquired, How did you come up with that? This naive selfishness exhibited by Xiao Nannan is rather cruel, both to herself and to others, particularly towards her aunt, which is quite merciless. However, the aunt, with a fractured and deformed femur, is unable to walk and must remain hospitalized. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal bones and muscles. Aunt, just focus on your recovery, Lin Dongyu advised, emphasizing that taking care of her health is paramount. Yet, the aunt fretted over medical expenses, expressing her concerns with a heavy heart. How long must I stay here? The insurance doesn't cover everything, and every day incurs costs. Ah Xiang visited her twice, urging her to focus on healing and assuring her that the private dining venture could wait. But how could she not feel urgency? She longed for surgery to restore her as quickly as possible, yet circumstances did not permit it. Do not worry about the finances. Leave that to me. Lin Dongyu reassured her. Xiao Nan, standing nearby, timidly added, and I too. I have a salary, albeit not much saved. She had always been extravagant with her spending, rarely purchasing expensive items, but accumulating a plethora of trivial purchases. Despite their seemingly modest prices, her funds dwindled like water through fingers. Previously, her aunt provided household expenses entrusted by Lin Dongyu, supplemented occasionally by Xiao Tao. Living at home, her only responsibilities were minor communication and transportation fees. With several thousand each month for her expenditures, Xiao Nan believed life could continue in this manner indefinitely. Little did she know, in a fleeting moment, her world would crumble. After her aunt moved out and the household funds from Lin Dongyu ceased, she felt a tinge of regret but had yet to grasp the full impact. Upon learning last night that her parents were divorcing, and being the last to know, a sense of impending doom arose within her. If her parents truly separated, with her father involved with a mistress, would he even care for her? Even if Xiao Tao bore no ill intentions, the mistress would undoubtedly make a scene to assert her position. In that scenario, whom could she rely on? Indeed, her name, similar to Zhao Di, differed only in its less obvious sound. The two characters for Nan starkly highlighted Xiao Tao's desire for a son, and the mistress bore a male child. The more Xiao Nan pondered, the more fear enveloped her, prompting her to take leave and visit the hospital.
Deep down,
she still believed her mother to be the more reliable figure. Hearing her daughter express such sentiments brought comfort to the aunt, who looked at the two and remarked, "There's no need to spend your money. I have insurance and some funds in my account. Then you should go, don't linger here." The aunt urged repeatedly. "I have doctors and nurses and Xiaoyang is here. Everything is fine, you need not come daily." Chapter 133. Who is it? Before making the call, she first removed He Lijing's phone number from her blacklist. The phone rang several times before He Lijing answered, his tone unfriendly. "Lin Dongyu, what do you want?" Lin Dongyu chuckled softly and retorted, "You're asking me? Am I the one writing defamatory articles?" Mentioning this issue only fueled He Lijing's anger further. What was once a sure matter had become utterly chaotic. Having spent a considerable amount of money, not to mention the painstaking effort invested in cultivating the account, Fan Qingyao found herself lamenting that he had failed to manage the situation effectively. She even ceased to answer his calls, leaving him with nothing to show for his endeavors. Additionally, he was now confronted with the looming threat of a lawsuit. "He Lijing, you have infringed upon my personal reputation, compounded by the previous incident of your elopement, which involved costs for the banquet hall, catering, and wedding planning services. I'll extend you a generous offer of 100,000, Lin Dongyu declared. "Lin Dongyu, why don't you go rob someone?" He Lijing seethed, his teeth clenched. "It was you who wished to marry, to invite your family. This has nothing to do with me." Lin Dongyu replied coolly, "You did not say that prior to the wedding, did you? We had agreed to host banquets on both sides, sharing the expenses. Holding the wedding banquet at the Xie Grand Hotel was also your suggestion, all for the sake of your reputation." She retrieved the saved invoices from her phone and sent them to He Lijing's email, thus sparing him the need to unblock her on WeChat. The details are all in the email attachment. Take a good look. The expenses for just the Xie amount to 50 or 60,000. Not including costs from the wedding planning company and the preparations for the wedding favors, she continued. "I have already have the amount, merely requesting a token for emotional distress. He Lijing, I advise you to take the opportunity to settle this. Such a sum is trivial for you."
Indeed.
It was negligible compared to the funds He Lijing had expended to tarnish Lin Dongyu's reputation through trending topics. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. Initially, he believed he bore no responsibility and had no desire to intersect with Lin Dongyu again after eloping, but the unfolding events were not to his liking. Left speechless and unwilling to face the repercussions, Lin Dongyu stated, "I give you 10 days. Within this period, you must pay the 100,000, and I will not hold it against you. Otherwise, prepare to receive a summons from the court. I am merely a worker, while you are someone of considerable standing in Haicheng. Escalating this matter will not benefit you." Hearing the beeping tone on the other end of the line, He Lijing clenched his phone, suppressing the urge to hurl it. With a scowl, he paced the room before dialing Deng Wenkuan's number, donning a facade of cheerfulness. "Hello, Mr. Deng, I have accomplished what you requested. Might you have time for dinner this evening? Address? Naturally, it shall be at the revolving restaurant. Only there is worthy of Mr. Deng's stature." "Very well, I shall make a reservation. See you tonight." After hanging up, He Lijing exhaled in relief. Grateful that his prior display of diligence had not been in vain, Deng Wenkuan was willing to meet with him. He sought Deng Wenkuan for two reasons: to re-establish business relations with the Shu family and to inquire about Lin Dongyu. However, during their meal, while the business discussion was progressing smoothly, upon his mention of Lin Dongyu, Deng Wenkuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. He instinctively touched his leg and warned, "Do not provoke her. She is not to be trifled with." He Lijing was taken aback and pressed, "Why? She is not even from Haicheng, merely a woman from the countryside.
What is there to fear?"
He could hardly contend with the Mo family. Undeterred, He Lijing pressed further, "Mr. Deng, you must tell me why. Is it true what they say online? That Lin Dongyu rose through underhanded means, with your Mr. Shu backing her?" The article in question is entirely a product of his imagination, yet in this moment, witnessing Deng Wenkuan's demeanor, he found himself partially convinced. After all, in He Lijing's perspective, it was not unusual for a woman as beautiful as Lin Dongyu to exchange her body for a brighter future. "Don't spout nonsense," Deng Wenkuan exclaimed, visibly agitated, casting furtive glances around as if fearful that their conversation would be overheard. "What do you know?" he admonished in a low voice. "Behind Lin Dongyu stands a formidable individual whom neither of us can afford to offend. If you wish to continue thriving in Haicheng, do not provoke her." Observing Deng Wenkuan's intense anxiety, He Lijing felt that all his experiences suddenly made sense, yet the identity of that person remained a mystery. Who is it?" He Lijing inquired. Chapter 134. Picking you up from work. Deng Wenkuan shook his head and replied, "Brother He, given our relationship, I can only disclose this much. The fact that Mo Chun is Lin Dongyu's husband is a secret known to no one in the entire group, based on my observations. I even tested General Shu, only to find that he too was unaware." Thus, Deng Wenkuan kept this matter close to his chest, convinced that one day it would prove invaluable. What benefit would it bring him to inform He Lijing? Disappointed by Deng Wenkuan's reluctance to share more, He Lijing reevaluated his perception of Lin Dongyu. He had believed he understood her well, especially since they had once been on the brink of marriage, their families having been introduced. However, it appeared he had not grasped the full extent of her character. Nevertheless, he trusted his judgment. Deng Wenkuan was merely a sycophant. For Deng Wenkuan to suggest that Lin Dongyu was not to be trifled with and to maintain a sense of secrecy indicated that she indeed had powerful backing. After finishing their meal and bidding farewell to Deng Wenkuan, He Lijing proceeded to perform two transactions via mobile banking. The first, 100,000 transferred to Lin Dongyu's designated account. The second, another 100,000 as a bribe for Deng Wenkuan. They had agreed during lunch that this sum would serve as a deposit, with the remainder payable upon successful completion of their arrangement. Deng Wenkuan was deeply in debt, so he would readily accept the initial 100,000. As for whether he could ultimately fulfill his end of the bargain, he did not make any guarantees. Such illicit funds, would He Lijing dare to pursue legal action? If he did, his reputation would be tarnished, and no one in Haicheng would dare to conduct business with him again. After an entire day of busyness, Lin Dongyu gazed out the window, the night having already descended. Her phone chimed softly, and upon checking, she saw that the funds from He Lijing had indeed arrived. Exactly 100,000. So straightforward, she mused, recalling how reluctant he had sounded during their midday phone conversation. Nonetheless, his willingness to repay sufficed. Lin Dongyu was not inclined to squander more time on him. With a swift motion, she added He Lijing's number back to her blacklist and began to gather her belongings in preparation to leave work. As she exited the factory grounds and passed the security checkpoint, a tall, handsome figure emerged from the security room.
Montag Chen?
Lin Dongyu rubbed her eyes, thinking to herself that she was not imagining things. "What brings you here?" she asked, noting his surprising presence in the security room. Mo Chen appeared to have changed in some subtle way. His features relaxed as he smiled gently at her. "I came to pick you up from work." The security guard emerged from behind him, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, your husband is truly kind. He has even sent us several bottles of herbal tea." Lin Dongyu's expression grew increasingly astonished as Mo Chen smiled and explained, "You've been working here for nearly a month, and I've only visited once. It truly was remiss of me not to come more often, so I thought I would check in." His words and demeanor unmistakably indicated his role as the male host. Lin Dongyu's mind felt blank, her limbs stiff, as she followed him forward. Could someone please enlighten her on what was happening? Had Mo Chen lost his mind? Lin's fortune was indeed remarkable. She mused inwardly. At such a young age, he had risen to a position of authority. Not only did her aunt frequently come to pick her up, but the handsome gentleman in the red sports car from yesterday also seemed quite impressive. Initially, she had mentioned not having met her husband, yet here he was today. Handsome, generous, and approachable, he had even refused her invitation to enter, insisting on maintaining decorum by waiting at the entrance. He had stood there for over 2 hours without a hint of impatience. One could only imagine the sentiments of those from the MO group if they heard someone describe MO Chun as approachable. MO Chen's car was parked by the roadside. He first opened the door for Lin Dongyu, gently supporting the upper frame of the car door as she entered. This gesture had only been extended to his mother and sister before. Lin Dongyu was the first woman, aside from his blood relatives, to receive such treatment.
As he,
Seated in the car on the opposite side, gaped in astonishment at the sight of Mo Chen assisting Lin Dongyu into the vehicle. His mouth agape for a moment before he managed to close it. He nudged his captain and said, "Hey, captain, did you see that?" The captain, too stunned to respond, was rendered speechless. Chapter 135. The young madam is exceptional. It was not that Mo Chen lacked chivalry. Rather, he treated everyone equally, regardless of gender, apart from his family. He offered the same respect to all, without discrimination based on gender or preferential treatment. This security team had been with him since his university days and understood his temperament well. Setting aside his status, Mo Chen was a dazzling presence amidst the crowd. Furthermore, he was regarded as a genius by his teachers and peers, and an elite by his colleagues. The only woman to enjoy such treatment was unequivocally Lin Dongyu. The captain rubbed his eyes, genuinely moved, exclaiming, "The young madam is truly exceptional. Indeed, remarkable."
as he assured.
Within their line of sight, the electric vehicle ignited and made its way toward Yuezhuang Yunjing, prompting them to hastily follow. Inside the car, Lin Dongyu watched the scenery recede. Finally processing the situation as she asked, "Mo Chen, what is going on with you today?" He was decidedly not himself, with a joyful smile gracing his face. Mo Chen grasped the steering wheel and responded, "I am adhering to the new agreement that is about to be signed." Had he not mentioned it, Lin Dongyu might have forgotten. Biting her lip, she inquired, "I don't believe it is necessary. If you are worried about meeting my parents tomorrow, I assure you they will not suspect anything. There is no need for you to spend any more money. It is necessary. My second aunt and third uncle will also be present at tomorrow's meeting." What he did not mention was that he took the initiative to broaden the scope, inviting relatives to meet her. Mo Chen stated, "The range defined in the previous agreement was too narrow, only pertaining to my parents. If you are unwilling to sign a new one, we can sign a supplementary agreement instead. As long as she is willing to sign, any arrangement is acceptable." Lin Dongyu felt an unsettling dissonance, yet she could not articulate it. On the coffee table lay the newly drafted relationship agreement by Mo Chen. Strangely, despite having previously masqueraded as a couple without feeling embarrassed, her cheeks flushed slightly at the sight of the word love emblazoned on the cover. Mo Chen approached with a cup of coffee, saying, "Take a look. If there are no objections, we can sign it now." Lin Dongyu, catching the aroma of the coffee, replied, "Drinking coffee at this hour? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep? All right, then I won't have any," she added. Mo Chen set the coffee down on the bar and poured himself a glass of water instead. So obedient? There must be something amiss. She had merely spoken casually, not expecting Mo Chen to actually comply. Lin Dongyu focused her attention back on the contract in her hands. Aside from the remuneration, the rest of the terms had undergone considerable changes. Furthermore, it stipulated that the two would publicly be in a romantic relationship, permitting intimate gestures typical among lovers. She furrowed her brow, remaining silent for a while. Mo Chen inquired, "What is the matter? If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Lin Dongyu turned to him and said, "Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten something." She rubbed her forehead, struggling to recall it. That matter seemed insignificant, which was likely why it slipped her mind. Yet her intuition insisted it bore great importance in the present context. How could she forget it? "No matter. Everything else is inconsequential," Mo Chen replied. "If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it." He went to the study and retrieved a fountain pen, swiftly signing both copies of the agreement before passing the pen to Lin Dongyu. She raised her right hand, saying, "Please allow me a moment to think." Her fingers were delicate and fair, the tips radiating a healthy pink hue, causing Mo Chen to momentarily lose his train of thought as he observed her hand. After a brief pause, Lin Dongyu softly exclaimed, "I remember now. I forgot the exact day Feng Qingyao came to the factory to see me." "Feng Qingyao?" A flicker of veiled hostility crossed Mo Chen's eyes. "Yes, it was her," Lin Dongyu affirmed. "She had called me earlier, stating she had something important to discuss. I thought it was related to you, and meeting her privately seemed inappropriate, so I declined and blacklisted her." Mo Chen had initially listened with a serious demeanor, but could not help but chuckle at her final words. As expected of Lin Dongyu, I can only imagine how furious Feng Qingyao must be, given her lofty ambitions. "And then?" Mo Chen asked. "Later, she came to the factory looking for me. I thought it would be inappropriate to continue refusing, so I agreed to meet her," Lin Dongyu replied. "She then stated that she is your fiancé." Chapter 136, Versailles. I am unaware of the specific nature of your relationship, as that is your private matter, Lin Dongyu remarked. However, since you have a fiancé, there seems to be no need to recruit me to feign a romantic relationship. If it were merely Fang Qingyao's assertion, she might not have believed it. However, at the lakeside restaurant, she witnessed Mo Chun and Fang Qingyao together with her own eyes. Mo Chun, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Why have you never mentioned this matter before?" "I forgot," Lin Dongyu replied somewhat sheepishly. "You know, ever since I arrived at the perfume factory, I have hardly had a moment's respite. If you hadn't mentioned signing a new agreement today, I might not have remembered at all." The fact that she had forgotten was astonishing. Mo Chun was certain that the reason for her forgetfulness was not an intentional avoidance of the subject, but rather a perception that it was irrelevant to her. Hence it slipped her mind. Did she truly consider him so insignificant in her life? A tinge of bitterness coursed through Mo Chun's heart. He recalled a time when he suspected she had ulterior motives. Who could have anticipated that he now wished fervently she did have such motives? "She is not my fiancée," Mo Chun stated earnestly. "I accelerated my studies and completed middle school in just 4 years. In the 3rd year of junior high and the 1st year of high school, Fang Qingyao and I were classmates for 2 years. Some events transpired. She saved me and thereafter claimed me as her boyfriend. Being a girl, I found it difficult to publicly refute her. Besides concealing the events of the past, Mo Chun laid everything bare. Unfortunately, that incident was tied to his identity, and he felt that revealing his identity at this moment was ill-timed. Any attempt to assist her might only push her further away, not to mention the revelation of his status as the heir of the Mo family conglomerate. The pressing concern was to secure Lin Dongyu's signature on the new contract. "We never truly commenced anything. How could we reconcile?" Mo Chun shook his head, saying, "She suffers from depression, and I do not wish to provoke her." "Depression?" Lin Dongyu furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment before responding. "She seems quite normal." Speaking of Fang Qingyao naturally led Lin Dongyu to think of He Lijing. "Mo Chun, you mentioned you were classmates with Fang Qingyao. Were you also classmates with He Lijing?" "Yes, he was the class monitor at that time." Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Dongyu, and she queried, "Did He Lijing flee from his wedding because of Fang Qingyao?" At the auction, when Mo Chun exposed He Lijing's wedding escape, causing their plans to infiltrate the elite social circle of Haiqing to fail, Lin Dongyu had already departed with Xu Yan. Lin Dongyu was unaware of the true reason behind He Lijing's flight. "Indeed," Mo Chun affirmed with a nod. "What an uncanny coincidence," Lin Dongyu mused aloud. "He Lijing, Fang Qingyao, and you. Are you entangled in a love triangle?" Mo Chun fell silent, wishing he could possess the ability to read minds and discern her thoughts. He was curious about the logic that led Lin Dongyu to such a conclusion. "There is no love triangle," he refuted. "Back then, Fang Qingyao was the belle of our school, the singular goddess in the hearts of many boys, who still cherished her even after she went abroad. He Lijing was among them." Mo Chun nodded affirmatively. Hearing him recount events from years past ignited Lin Dongyu's curiosity, and she asked eagerly, "So initially, others liked Fang Qingyao. But she harbored feelings for you? Was that why she publicly declared you as her boyfriend?" "It wasn't quite unrequited love. She confessed to me shortly after I advanced to their class. However, I find myself at a loss. There are simply too many love letters to peruse, and I tend to gather them over a couple of days before discarding them into the trash." Mo Chun's words ring true. Lin Dongyu clicked her tongue softly and remarked, "How ostentatious you are." Mo Chun offered a faint smile, choosing silence. Even during his student days, when his identity remained unknown, he was pursued by many girls. Yet he never truly cared for anyone. Perhaps this is his retribution. Having caused sorrow to so many girls, he now encounters Lin Dongyu, a woman devoid of even the slightest romantic inclination. Mo Chun placed a fountain pen in Lin Dongyu's hand and inquired, "If there are no further questions, you may sign." Chapter 137. The Love Contract. Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment, acknowledging that she indeed had no further inquiries, and thus took up the pen to sign. Mo Chun quietly exhaled, tucking one copy away into his bedroom. He intended to preserve it carefully. Lin Dongyu was a person of considerable integrity regarding contracts. Fortunately, Lin Dongyu dedicated all her energy to her work. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to navigate the situation. "By the way, did Fang Qingyao mention anything else when she sought you out, aside from promoting that I am her fiancé?" Mo Chun asked. From Lin Dongyu's reaction, it appeared she had not yet suspected his identity. However, he was curious to discern whether it was Fang Qingyao who chose not to disclose or if Lin Dongyu simply did not believe her. "Nothing else, I suppose?" Fang Qingyao must have approached her last week, yet due to the myriad events that transpired in between, Lin Dongyu felt as though it had been ages. She gazed pensively for a moment, uncertain. "No need to dwell on it," Mo Chun interjected. Let me inform you about our meeting tomorrow. Time is of the essence. And with the pressing task of ensuring Wu Hua aromatherapy meets the year-end promotion, every moment counts. Only by finalizing the product line can a production plan be effectively arranged. All right, I will accompany you, Mo Chen declared. Is that necessary? Lin Dongyu instinctively attempted to decline, but before she could finish her sentence, Mo Chen took the lead. Don't forget, we are currently a couple. How can a girlfriend work overtime on the weekend while her boyfriend remains indifferent at home? Since they had signed a love contract, he intended to fully exercise his rights and responsibilities. Lin Dongyu, indeed, ceased her resistance. Mo Chen smirked slightly and said, once you finish your tasks, we shall head to the styling salon to select outfits and complete the entire look. Style ourselves? Lin Dongyu exclaimed in surprise. Is it truly necessary to be so extravagant? She understood the importance of making a good impression when meeting parents, but surely it need not be to such an extent. In her mind, only for significant occasions, such as accompanying Xu Yan to a charity gala or attending the company's year-end party, was such effort warranted. Meeting parents was, after all, a family gathering, was it not? Mo Chen, however, nodded seriously, affirming it is indeed necessary. Otherwise, why would I have asked you to clear half a day for dinner tonight? Lin Dongyu paused momentarily, and then asked, your family must be quite wealthy then? Only the affluent would place such emphasis on appearances, much like the Xu family. Mo Chen carefully chose his words, responding, we are fairly well off. Throughout my life, I have never had to worry about finances. Given the current trajectory, it was inevitable that Lin Dongyu would eventually uncover his true identity. And he needed to speak with caution. Seeing that Lin Dongyu did not pursue the matter further, Mo Chen retrieved a piece of paper from the coffee table drawer and began to draw a diagram while introducing his family. My father is the eldest. My mother is unwell, and there are just my sister, Xiaoxi, and me at home, as you already know. Mo Chen sketched a circle below and continued. My father has a younger sister, my second aunt, whose husband is a journalist. They have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter, Mo Ya, you have seen in the video. The elder son, Mo Hao, is studying for his doctorate abroad, and the younger son is Mo Han. Mo Hao will certainly not be here tomorrow. Upon suddenly encountering such a multitude of names, Lin Dongyu took a moment to process the information before inquiring. Why do all your second aunt's children share the surname Mo? Normally, children take their father's surname. Even those who take their mother's surname typically do not all follow that convention. My second aunt's husband is a son-in-law by marriage, Mo Chen clarified. Lin Dongyu's face lit up with understanding as she responded. Please continue. My third uncle has an elder son, Mo Jinghui, who is already employed. He is from my uncle's first marriage. He has 2 daughters, one named Mo Yufei and the other Mo Yuang, who are both still in high school. As Mo Chen mentioned his 2 youngest cousins, a hint of weariness crossed his features. If they both come tomorrow, you need not pay them any mind. Lin Dongyu grasped the implication. It was rare for Mo Chen to speak of others in such a manner, indicating that these 2 cousins were likely not of good character. The relationships on my third uncle's side are somewhat complicated, Mo Chen remarked. Tomorrow, stay with me. They won't dare to say anything. All right, Lin Dongyu agreed. If I struggle to remember the names, I can discreetly ask you. Mo Chen assured her. I won't leave you to face this alone. Feeling the weight of his earnestness, Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, after we finish with the styling tomorrow, let us visit a mall. I would like to buy a gift for your parents. It was fortuitous that she currently had funds available, as He Lijing had just compensated her, and after signing the romantic contract. She had also received a payment of 10,000 yuan from Mo Chen. Chapter 138. A gift of greater significance. If Lin Dongyu had not mentioned it, Mo Chen might have forgotten this detail. Since it was a formal meeting, it would indeed be inappropriate for Lin Dongyu to arrive empty-handed. If it were just his parents, it might be acceptable, but with the closest relatives present, he could not allow Lin Dongyu to leave them with the impression of being impolite. Have your parents been wanting anything recently? Lin Dongyu asked, aiming to ensure her gift would be well received. Otherwise, it might come off as too dismissive. Mo Chen understood her intention, yet he knew that what his parents desired was beyond her financial means. For instance, he had heard his father chatting with his third uncle at the old residence, expressing a desire to purchase land to build a golf course if they were to stay in the country a bit longer. Noticing his silence, Lin Dongyu inquired further. Do you know how your mother spends her leisure time? My mother enjoys sweets. In this regard, you are quite similar, Mo Chen replied with a smile. Then I shall bake a cake. Lin Dongyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It holds more significance than a purchased gift. Is there enough time? Mo Chen observed her. Considering that the process of creating a cake, from the initial design to the final product, could take several days, including the potential for revisions. There is ample time. Lin Dongyu assured him. Lin Dongyu remarked, the reason it seems time-consuming for me to create a micro-landscape cake for the school is that it requires designing from scratch. If I were to make one I've done before, it would be quite swift. The challenge of a micro-landscape cake lies not in the production process itself, but rather in selecting the most suitable materials to present the landscape intricately. Thus, it greatly tests the cake artist's aesthetic sensibility and the preliminary design concept. As she spoke, Lin Dongyu took out her phone and opened the pudding platform. After a long absence from logging in, she was prompted to re-enter her account credentials. Upon logging into the Deep Blue account, she prepared to revisit her previous notes, but was taken aback by the number of followers displayed beneath her name. What's wrong? Mo Chen inquired. Pointing at the over 1 million followers, Lin Dongyu expressed her bewilderment. When did I gain so many followers? Mo Chen mused internally, realizing she was indeed unaware of her burgeoning fame. He chuckled and said, I heard from Moya that your cake had been featured in an interview and was showcased on the pudding homepage for several days. Lin Dongyu pondered for a moment. Then it dawned on her, it must have been Tianshan who arranged that. Meng Tianshan is very supportive of me. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chen asked, is Tianshan the girl who made the school cake with you? He was familiar with the Meng siblings, but had only accompanied Lin Dongyu to the school. The rest of his knowledge stemmed from information gathered by Lu Qi. This was a perfect chance to gain further insight into Lin Dongyu. As they spoke, she opened the previous notes she had posted and showed them to Mo Chen, asking, which of these 3 cakes do you think is more suitable? Having made all 3 before, she had saved the design sketches and was well acquainted with the production process. Provided she had sufficient materials, she could complete it in a matter of hours. Mo Chen scrolled through her phone screen to examine the options. The first was a wildly popular micro-landscape cake depicting a verdant island, the second a serene lake, and the third a flourishing fountain garden. The first 2 are my practice pieces. At that time, I wasn't able to create original designs, Lin Dongyu explained. The third one was inspired by a travel guide image I found online which I adored, but it is far too distant, on the other side of the globe. Thus, I wondered if I could transform it into a cake. It was precisely this fountain garden cake that had initially granted Lin Dongyu a modicum of influence on the pudding platform, leading Meng Xiao to connect with her online. Mo Chen recognized this location as one of the world's renowned fountain attractions. Indeed, as Lin Dongyu had stated, it was on the opposite side of the earth, requiring over 10 hours of flight. If you wish to go, I can take you any time, provided you have the time, Mo Chen offered, not jesting. However, Lin Dongyu paid little mind to this, laughing, I've checked the travel guide. It would cost a fortune. Mo Chen pressed his fingers together, remaining silent. Setting aside the distance, which cake do you think is appropriate? Lin Dongyu continued. More people are familiar with the first 2. The fountain garden is more of a personal preference. Let us go with the fountain garden, Mo Chen decided. All right. Lin Dongyu set her phone down and declared, I will begin by preparing the cake base. After washing her hands meticulously, she immersed herself in the process of making the cake base. As Mo Chen watched her deftly maneuver through various tools, transitioning among glass vessels of all sizes, he felt a tranquility that only she could evoke. As Lin Dongyu lifted her gaze, she noticed him still present and smiled, saying, You need not concern yourself with me. I am quite accustomed to it. Mo Chen approached her, gently brushing his fingers against her cheek. Chapter 139. The Allure of Male Beauty. The sensation of his fingertips was warm and delicate. What's the matter? Lin Dongyu inquired, holding a mixer in her hand. Mo Chen, using his index finger, wiped away a non-existent batter from her face, murmuring, It splattered on you.
Is that so?
Lin Dongyu replied with a bright smile, I hadn't even noticed. Thank you. Once she had finished washing up, the cake was also ready, its delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Lin Dongyu retrieved the design blueprint for the fountain garden saved on her phone, comparing it against the ingredients in the refrigerator. There were still some ingredients left from her previous cake-making endeavor, and a few additional items would suffice. She noted it down in her phone's memo, considering how to minimize the time spent on shaping the cake tomorrow, allowing more time for purchasing materials. Mo Chen emerged from the study and observed her, saying, Is it done?
You should get some rest.
Lin Dongyu nodded. Good night, Mo Chen said, suppressing the urge to plant a good night kiss on her.
Good night.
Contemplating the tasks awaiting her the next day, Lin Dongyu slowly drifted into sleep. Awakening in the gentle morning light, she traversed the living room and poured herself a glass of water, sipping as she made her way to the balcony. There, on the rowing machine, was Mo Chen's athletic figure. His expression was focused, the muscles in his arms rippling with each movement, strong and defined. His long legs pressed against the footrests, seamlessly coordinating with his core strength. Mo Chen's rowing movements were precise, his speed surpassing hers, flowing like water. What was merely a monotonous repetition of the same motion captivated Lin Dongyu, who found herself entranced, only to realize moments later that she had stepped back hastily.
Clang.
She inadvertently kicked a flower trowel resting on the floor, producing a crisp sound. In the pale blue morning light, he stood amidst the gently swaying flowers and grass. His physique, clad in a fitted workout outfit, was lean and muscular, the long lines of his muscles concealing strength. Sweat glistened as it trickled from his hairline, cascading down his slender neck and creating a subtle sheen at his collarbone. Emo-chan reached for a water cup placed on the flower rack, taking a hearty sip, his attractive atoms apple-bobbing. Lin Dongyu swallowed hard, stepping back, and said, "Good morning." The man before her, from his face to his physique, was undeniably superior. In that moment, she suddenly grasped the term male beauty often discussed online. Male beauty, indeed, is captivating. Noticing her daze, Emo-chan approached her, asking, "What is wrong?" Lin Dongyu hurriedly sought a topic, saying, "The weather is truly lovely today." Emo-chan smiled gently, responding, "Indeed, it is perfect for meeting the parents." His words flustered Lin Dongyu further, causing her to lower her gaze toward the vibrant flowers and plants. Upon closer inspection, she indeed identified a problem. She crouched down, pointing at a pod of blooming rose leaves, asking, "Look, what is this?" At the tip of her finger, the once lush green leaves were ensnared by a delicate layer of white spider silk, their edges curled and displaying a sickly yellow hue indicative of malnutrition. It was not just this leaf, several others bore the same plight. It seemed they had been infested with pests. Emo-chan held her fingertips, distancing her from the pot of flowers, his brow slightly furrowed. "You shouldn't stay here. Let me see if any other flowers have been infected." In his past experiences, he had noted that women often harbored a fear of snakes, insects, and rodents. However, Lin Dongyu displayed no signs of trepidation. She pulled out her phone and declared, "I grew up in the countryside, and am not afraid of these. Step aside, let me check what this is." With a sense of resignation, Emo-chan stepped back. What was he to do with this woman who offered him no opportunity to assert himself? With enthusiasm, Lin Dongyu photographed the leaf and uploaded it, quickly finding similar symptoms online.
Ah.
"This is called a red spider, known for preying on roses." She exclaimed indignantly, "How terrible." Emo-chan couldn't help but chuckle, nearly bursting into laughter. How endearing she was. The internet suggested purchasing a specialized pesticide. Otherwise, the flowers would soon wither. Lin Dongyu hesitated, "But we don't have time today." Neither of them had experience in gardening, having only acquired a shovel and watering can based on the shopkeeper's recommendations, neglecting to buy any pesticides or treatments. "Don't worry. I have a solution," Emo-chan said. Chapter 140. Disdained. Lin Dongyu looked up at Emo-chan, her gaze filled with trust. He had never let her down. "Do you remember my friend we encountered when buying the flowers?" "He is an expert," Emo-chan explained. "I'll call him to come take a look and check on the health of the other plants as well." "Sounds good," Lin Dongyu replied, turning around to stretch. "I'll go make breakfast." Watching her graceful figure vanish behind the glass door, Emo-chan called the butler, requesting that a gardener come to inspect all the plants on the balcony. It was convenient, as he and Lin Dongyu would be away for most of the day, alleviating any suspicion on her part. With this thought in mind, Emo-chan sent a message in the family group chat. "She is unaware of my identity, so please don't let it slip." Emo-yo was the most enthusiastic. "Great. I promise to accomplish the task." Emo-lexi chimed in, "Brother, come back early." Second Aunt Emo-e remarked, "Just focus on dating. What else with all this fuss over flowers?" Emo-father commented, "This is the third time you've mentioned it. No one will forget." Emo-chan glanced at his phone, feeling a profound sense of disapproval from his father. After breakfast, he drove Lin Dongyu to the hatchery. Being a weekend, the entire area appeared even more desolate than on weekdays. The car halted steadily at the factory entrance. Lin Dongyu asked, "I might need 2 or 3 hours. Would you like to come in and wait for me?" The hatchery was far from the city, and Lin Dongyu needed specific materials for her landscape cake that were only available in a few large supermarkets. However, as she required them for the afternoon, time was of the essence. "That would be too much trouble for you," Lin Dongyu said. "Why don't you buy what you need and wait for me at the modeling area? I'll come directly there once I'm done." Emo-chan gazed deeply at her and replied, "It's no trouble. You are my girlfriend." Those words made her heart skip a beat. Though she knew it was merely a facade, she nearly succumbed to his masculine charm. "All right, let's do that," Lin Dongyu hurriedly acquiesced, practically fleeing the car. Emo-chan gazed at her retreating figure, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he signaled and turned onto the road, heading towards one of the large supermarkets. He could certainly have someone else run the errand for him, sparing himself the burden of driving. In the rear-view mirror, He noted the sight of his driver following in his Aston Martin, flanked by 2 black SUVs carrying his bodyguards. Mo Chen dialed the driver's number and said, "You don't need to follow me today." He intended to utilize this electric vehicle for the entire day. "Understood, boss," came the reply. The weekend traffic was notoriously congested, yet Mo Chen felt a lightness in his heart. His phone rang, and a glance at the central control panel revealed it was Lu Qi. He pressed the green phone icon on the touchscreen to connect. "Mr. Mo, how is it going?" Lu Qi's voice was light and cheerful, tinged with a hint of jest. Mo Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Tonight, I'm introducing her to the whole family." Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "The whole family? Brother, this progress seems rather rapid. Are you serious?" "Indeed," Mo Chen said with calm assurance. "If anything, I feel it's too slow." "That's not what you said last time we met," Lu Qi remarked, sensing a hint of anxiety creeping in. "Aren't you worried about being exposed?" Mo Chen's gaze darkened just a fraction as he responded, "I don't believe it will happen." He was acutely aware that the more people Lin Dongyu met, the greater the risk of his secret being uncovered. Yet a part of him almost welcomed the prospect. He was reluctant to continue deceiving Lin Dongyu, but feared that revealing the truth might frighten her away, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally? In confronting this matter, Mo Chen found himself adopting a rather evasive attitude, considering the idea of addressing it only after it occurred. He cherished the feeling of being with Lin Dongyu in the present moment. "All right," Lu Qi said. "I've sent you the details of the accounts spreading rumors and defaming Lin Dongyu, along with evidence of Xiao Tao hiring a hitman. All of it is in your email." These were hardly classified business secrets. A simple encrypted email sufficed. "Got it, I'm driving now." "I'll transfer the funds once I arrive," Mo Chen replied. "You're driving?" Lu Qi was once again taken aback, his voice rising in pitch. "Of course. I'm picking her up. Is that strange?" "Not strange at all," Lu Qi responded weakly. "Just remember to transfer the money." He was beginning to believe that Lin Dongyu would indeed become the matriarch of the Mo family, as he observed Mo Chen's uncharacteristic behavior concerning her. What is love? Love is what compels the illustrious young master Mo to willingly play the chauffeur for a woman. It was his idea to encourage Mo Chen to take a more proactive approach, yet he never anticipated that this ancient tree, which had never bloomed, would blossom so vibrantly. Upon picking her up, Mo Chen said, "I've sent you the evidence regarding Xiao Tao hiring a hitman. Take a look." That was fast. Although Lin Dongyu had grown accustomed to his capabilities, she still felt a sense of surprise each time. "I am your boyfriend. It is only right that I assist you." Mo Chen replied, his tone imbued with a tenderness he hadn't even recognized in himself. Lin Dongyu picked up on this and felt a slight flush on her cheeks. "Mo Chen, you're so good to me. I fear I might take it seriously," she whispered softly. As she spoke, a large truck rumbled by, drowning out her voice. "What?" Mo Chen did not catch her words. "It's nothing," Lin Dongyu replied, touching her cheek with the back of her hand. "Thank you." Mo Chen, steering the wheel, said, "You may want to examine the evidence first. I advise you to discuss it thoroughly. After all, he is Xiao Nanan's father, and he is still married to your aunt. If he truly goes in, the repercussions may extend beyond him." Lin Dongyu nodded and replied, "I understand. Ultimately, this matter hinges on my aunt's intentions." Mo Chen had always been there to assist her, and now, her focus needed to shift to the impending meeting with the Mo family. Upon arriving at the styling salon, located in the bustling heart of the city within the most prestigious office building, Mo Chen parked the car and guided Lin Dongyu toward the transparent elevator hall. There stood a well-proportioned man dressed as a server, who slightly bowed to them, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Mo and Miss Lin." Clad in white gloves, he held a black and gold card, moving toward the sensor area on the right side of the elevator hall, where the glass doors silently slid open. "Please step inside." The server gestured, allowing them to enter the elevator. Lin Dongyu, not unfamiliar with the world, was momentarily taken aback by such high-caliber service. Her perception of Mo Chen's wealth elevated further. Perhaps he was richer than she had ever imagined. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed a hint of warmth in Mo Chen's deep-set eyes as he took her hand in his palm. He had longed to do this, and now, under the guise of a romantic contract, he finally had his wish fulfilled. It was not a fleeting touch or an accidental brush, it was a genuine clasp of hands. He held her gently, cautious not to move too much, yet every bit of his blood seemed to concentrate in his palm, where the sensation was remarkably vivid. Her fingers were long and delicate, but the pads and palms bore a thin layer of calluses, slightly roughened, likely from years of household chores. Mo Chen felt a pang in his heart, his brows furrowing slightly. One day, he would entwine his fingers with hers. The elevator chimed a pleasant tone and came to a steady halt. What lay before Lin Dongyu was not the bustling scene she had imagined, but a serene, spacious corridor. The exterior of the corridor showcased the glass facade of the office building, adorned with geometric lines and crowned with crystal chandeliers. Skillfully utilizing light and shadow to create a dazzling display, evoking a sense of futuristic elegance. Mr. M.O., Miss Lin, this way, please. The server guided them into a VIP room, which was remarkably spacious and decoratively avant-garde. The makeup mirrors were brightly lit, equipped with professional makeup tools, while 3 rows of hangers against the wall were filled with garments. A stylist approached, inviting them to take a seat on a white lambskin sofa. With slightly tanned skin and an exaggerated makeup style, she radiated confidence as she introduced herself. Good afternoon, Mr. Mo and Miss Lin. My name is Peng Jiwei, and I will be at your service today, fully capable of meeting your needs. Mo Chen remarked, my attire will remain as usual. Please take good care of Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Peng Jiwei understood immediately that Lin Dongyu was the focal point. She brought over fashion catalog and said, Miss Lin, this contains the latest makeup and fashion trends showcased at the Autumn-Winter Fashion Week in Huadu. Please take a look and see which styles resonate with you. All right. Lin Dongyu responded, accepting the catalog. As she flipped through a few pages, she seized the opportunity, while Peng Jiwei went to fetch water to quietly inquire of Mo Chen. Why are there no other guests here? In such an upscale establishment, she could comprehend the intention of providing a serene and comfortable environment for patrons. Yet it seemed peculiar that from the moment she entered, she had not encountered another visitor. Mo Chen paused momentarily, pondering how to elucidate the situation. This styling salon exclusively catered to the Mo family's extensive clan, who typically arrived with an array of bags in tow. Utilizing their services was a matter of expedience and efficiency. From head to toe, encompassing makeup, hairstyles, haute couture, and ready-to-wear collections. All that was required was effective communication with the stylist, leaving the rest to be managed by them without the need to liaise with various brands. In truth, the treatment the Mo family received here surpassed that afforded to celebrities. Stars were not the most direct clients when they required haute couture for red carpet events. They depended on the fashion resources cultivated over time to borrow from various luxury brands, which they would return after use. Conversely, the Mo family represented a lucrative clientele. Thus, upon learning that Mo Chen intended to bring a companion today, they promptly cleared all appointments, dedicating the entire salon staff solely to their service. Since their entrance, only 2 attendants were present, supported by an entire styling team poised and ready. Once Lin Dongyu finalized her desired style, she would be attended to by the finest makeup artists, hairstylists, and fashion experts. It's possible we simply haven't encountered anyone else, Mo Chen offered casually as an excuse. Soon after, the server presented an exquisite afternoon tea spread, featuring beautifully crafted pastries and nourishing desserts in abundance. As Lin Dongyu perused the catalog in her hands, each ensemble exhibited its own distinctive qualities. Rarely engaged with fashion news, she noted the absence of brand names and prices. Yet her intuition suggested that these splendid attires came with a hefty price tag. Miss Lin, this year's autumn-winter color palette continues the style of the previous season, infusing a broad and liberated world with a series of joyful hues, while the deep coffee tones have exited the stage. Naturally, the classic black and white pairing still retains its place. Peng Jiwei elaborated, sharing her vast knowledge of global fashion trends while seated beside Lin Dongyu, ensuring her satisfaction. Mo Chen glanced at his watch and remarked, "We shall depart at 3 o'clock. Time is of the essence." Overwhelmed by the array of choices, Lin Dongyu turned to Peng Jiwei and said, "I would appreciate your recommendations." With a smile, Peng Jiwei replied, "Thank you for your trust, Miss Lin. Your physical attributes are exceptional. Pairing an optimistic yellow with white will create a striking effect. For makeup, I suggest a natural cream foundation with subtle pearlescent accents to enhance your skin's translucence." As expected of a seasoned stylist, while recommending attire, he subtly commended Lin Dongyu's advantages. Mo Chen, feeling quite pleased, inquired of Lin Dongyu, "What do you think? If you have no other preferences, let us go with this set." Lin Dongyu perused the lookbook for a few more minutes, then nodded slightly, "All right." Peng Jiwei collected the lookbook, smiling, "Miss Lin, trust me. You won't regret this choice. This dress is an ultra-seasonal piece from Valentino that hasn't hit the market yet. Originally, we intended to display it in the store, but I never anticipated someone could truly carry it off. The vibrant yellow is indeed the season's trending color, yet it is quite discerning of skin tones. The long gown features a highly form-fitting design that reveals any flaws in one's figure. However, Lin Dongyu possesses striking features and impeccable proportions, making her a rare embodiment of the elongated leg silhouette. Soon, the makeup artist, hairstylist, and costume designer, along with their assistants, surrounded Lin Dongyu. She had experienced such moments before, but back then, the spotlight was on Xu Yan rather than herself. Mo Chen told her, "Please have a seat. I will select the attire. He hadn't pre-selected any garments, intending to choose based on Lin Dongyu's ensemble. Peng Jiwei handed him a men's lookbook, and Mo Chun deftly flipped through it, choosing a cream-colored wool suit with a notched lapel, complemented by a yellow tie that harmonized beautifully with Lin Dongyu's entire look. Mo Chun, already possessing an air of noble grace, appeared princely in the suit, while the yellow tie added a touch of fashionable vivacity. Peng Jiwei praised, Mr. Mo. As always, your taste is impeccable. Miss Lin will surely be captivated. Would she? Mo Chun adjusted his cuff, unable to suppress his curiosity. Chapter 143. Subtle sensuality. Lin Dongyu closed her eyes as the makeup artist applied mascara. Upon opening her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Mo Chun in the mirror. Clad in white, he radiated warmth akin to jade, exuding an innate air of superiority that evoked the old-fashioned term, Prince Charming. She momentarily froze, only to realize her gaze had met his in the reflection. Hastily, Lin Dongyu lowered her eyes, her ears discreetly turning crimson. She felt a wave of shyness. Mo Chun, satisfied, turned and seated himself on the sofa, sipping tea while patiently awaiting the conclusion of the preparations. At 3 o'clock, the work concluded punctually. The hairstylist gathered Lin Dongyu's long, ebony tresses into a loose bun at the back of her head, embellishing it with a few pearls. Her delicate earlobes were adorned with long, cascading diamond tassel earrings, accentuating her elongated neck and emphasizing her natural swan-like grace. The yellow and white floral gown enveloped her from ankle to neck. While it appeared modest, the soft fabric traced her perfect curves, exuding a sensual allure even more captivating than swimwear. A white clutch and matching high heels added a touch of understated elegance without overshadowing her ensemble. Her jewelry was minimal. Apart from the hairpin and earrings, she wore only a sleek platinum square bracelet on her wrist, epitomizing modern chic. Standing before the mirror, Lin Dongyu gazed at her reflection, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. This feeling was somewhat indescribable. She traversed through wedding gowns and elegant dresses, yet none transformed her essence as profoundly as her appearance today. The attire, understated yet exuding an air of subtle opulence, seemed to elevate her entire being into a realm of grandeur. Mo Chun held his breath, gently resting his hands on her arms, exclaiming, "You are utterly exquisite." He had always known that Lin Dongyu was an extraordinary beauty. The first time he beheld her, she faced the mortifying predicament of a runaway groom, yet her radiance remained undiminished. Today, under the meticulous craftsmanship of Peng Jiwei, she unveiled her complete allure. "So beautiful," Mo Chun murmured, his warm breath caressing the nape of her neck. Peng Jiwei discreetly withdrew, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. The clamor within the room receded like the ebbing tide, as melodious music emanated from hidden speakers in the ceiling. The lighting was gentle, and the atmosphere enchanting. The warmth of the man, mingled with the scent of pine, enveloped Lin Dongyu from behind, causing her knees to weaken. She hastily reached out to steady herself against the makeup mirror, barely managing to remain upright.
Montag Chen.
She turned, only to find herself ensnared in a more ambiguous predicament. Standing at a height of 187 centimeters, Mo Chun towered over her, and Lin Dongyu, gazing levelly, caught sight of his alluring lip line and chiseled jaw. Her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to avert her gaze downward, landing on the second button beneath his tie. It was even more perilous. The man's sturdy chest muscles subtly pulled the fabric beside the button into delicate folds, igniting her imagination. Although he was impeccably dressed, Lin Dongyu felt an undeniable sexual tension. Mo Chun's Adam's apple bobbed prominently as he took half a step back, his voice husky as he said, "Let us go." He turned decisively, fearing that further delay would allow impulse to triumph over reason. Mo Chun leaned sideways, grasping a crystal glass from the coffee table, draining its contents in a single gulp to quell the heat rising within him. Only after he departed did Lin Dongyu realize her own indiscretion. Peng Jiwei awaited them outside to escort the two away. As they passed through the dazzling corridor, an unfriendly female voice suddenly called out, "Mo Chun?" Lin Dongyu turned to see a space of striking postmodern design, serving both reception and meeting purposes. On a red leather sofa sat a middle-aged lady in her 40s, flanked by two young women in their 20s, all adorned in designer labels. Beside them stood a servant, earnestly attempting to explain something. Mo Chun paused, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, stating, "Good afternoon. Mrs. Du, had it not been announced that no guests would be received this afternoon? How could Suing possibly be here?" The assistant felt utterly wronged. How could she have known? Indeed, the directive had been communicated from top to bottom. I wondered who could possess such grandeur. It turns out to be you. Suing rose, slowly approaching him, and remarked, "After all, we are relatives. Even if you don't call me Aunt San, such formality is unwarranted." Only then did Lin Dongyu grasp that the woman before her was, in fact, the ex-wife of Mo Chen's third uncle, whom he had introduced to her the previous evening. It appears that the relationship between the two parties is far from harmonious. However, what truly concerns Mo Chen is that Su Ying is unaware of his connection with Lin Dongyu. Even if she were to realize it, it is unlikely that she would cooperate with him. Is his identity on the verge of being exposed? He had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Yet the moment seems to have arrived prematurely. Chapter 144. Who is she? Apologies, but I am in a hurry. Mo Chen's tone was icy as he shielded Lin Dongyu and moved toward the exit. Upon noticing this, Peng Jiwei hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself between Su Ying and Mo Chen. Su Ying, hailing from a prominent family, though irritated at being turned away from the styling salon due to Mo Chen, refrained from pursuing them. However, the young girls accompanying her harbored no such reservations. One was her eldest daughter, Du Qiaoman, born after her marriage to the Du family, and the other was her niece, Du Tong, also a young lady of the Du family. Chengge, wait for me. Du Tong circumvented Peng Jiwei and quickened her pace to catch up with Mo Chen. Is there something you need? Mo Chen's gaze instantly turned frosty. In response to his indifference, Du Tong wore a wounded expression, then lifted her chin defiantly, pointing at Lin Dongyu and demanding, "Who is she?" Du Tong scrutinized Lin Dongyu from head to toe, asserting, "I had my eyes on that Valentino dress first. I came here today specifically to try it on with my second aunt. Who is she to wear that dress?" She was certain she had never encountered this woman in the social circles of Haicheng. Could it be that Mo Chen was keeping a mistress? Jealousy ignited in Du Tong's eyes. In this unfamiliar setting, surrounded by strangers and hostility, she felt out of her element. Mo Chen took a step to the side, positioning himself in front of Lin Dongyu, and with a frigid tone, he lowered her hand that pointed at Lin Dongyu. "Who she is has nothing to do with you." With that, he turned and took Lin Dongyu's arm, leading her away. "Mr. Mo, Miss Lin, we look forward to your next visit," Peng Jiwei called after them. The attendant, sensing the moment, released the elevator button and followed them inside, escorting the two down. Inside the elevator, Mo Chen turned and tucked a stray lock of hair behind Lin Dongyu's ear, his gaze softening. Du Tong stood there, watching the elevator doors close, her eyes reddening with unshed tears as she stomped her foot in frustration. Second aunt. Look at him. This is too much. She and Mo Chen were not just childhood acquaintances. They had known each other since their youth. Yet today, due to this inconsequential woman, her pride had been wounded. Su Ying understood her concerns, but such matters are often bittersweet. What is forced does not yield sweetness. The Mo brother she referred to was Mo Jinghui, the son born when Su Ying married Mo Ziyu, the third uncle of the Mo family. Du Tong then insisted, "You must help me inquire." Of course. Du Qiaoman readily agreed. Though Du Qiaoman and Mo Jinghui shared the same mother but different fathers, even if the Mo and Su families were to sever ties entirely, their unbreakable blood connection would ensure continued contact. After Su Ying divorced Mo Ziyu and married into the Du family, she had only Du Qiaoman as her daughter. Although the Du family does not discriminate against the mother and daughter, Du Qiaoman has always been aware of her distinctiveness from other members of the Du clan since childhood. She possesses a remarkable ability to read the room and endear herself to the entire family. It was only after this realization that Du Tong managed a reluctant smile, her thoughts drifting to the dress that weighed heavily on her heart. She confronted Peng Jiwei, saying, "I had already mentioned my intention to try it on. Yet you chose to give it to someone else." In her mind, Peng Jiwei thought, "You merely expressed a desire to try it on, not to purchase it. Why should I hold on to it when I can sell it immediately? Besides, Du Tong is simply not suited for that dress. She cannot embody its elegance." However, she could not voice these thoughts aloud and replied with a smile, "I also intended to reserve it for Miss Du. Today was merely coincidental." "Enough," Su Ying interjected, adopting the demeanor of an elder. "There are plenty of garments this season. You can choose another." Peng Jiwei gestured for the three ladies to enter, relieved that with Mo Chen's departure, she could now attend to other clients. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that such a blunder should not have occurred today. Afterward, she would need to meticulously reassess internal matters and devise a means to apologize to Mo Chen. She had no desire to offend such a significant client. Du Tong walked a few paces before suddenly recalling something, inquiring, "What was that woman's name?" Peng Jiwei shook her head, responding, "Miss Du. I only know her surname is Lin." Recognizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful information, Du Tong begrudgingly fell silent. She understood well that even if Peng Jiwei were privy to such knowledge, she would never divulge client information. Chapter 145. Maintaining the facade. Mo Chen drove out of the underground parking garage. The atmosphere within the car was oppressively silent, as Soo-ying's trio had dispelled the burgeoning romantic tension between them. Lin Dongyu glanced down at her freshly manicured nails, the soft pink tips adorned with a delicate rim of gold glitter, catching the light in subtle glimmers. Both of them spoke simultaneously, only to fall into silence once more. You go first. No, you speak. Another collision of words. Lin Dongyu turned her gaze out the window, choosing silence. Mo Chen finally broke the quiet, saying, she is my uncle's ex-wife, who married into the Du family after their divorce. Those two girls are her daughter, Du Qiaoman, and the eldest daughter of the Du family, Du Tong. They are either affluent or noble. The phrase either affluent or noble flickered through Lin Dongyu's mind as she unconsciously pressed her fingers together. Though they sat quite close, she felt an insurmountable chasm separating their worlds. I apologize on behalf of Du Tong, Mo Chen admitted, feeling a surge of frustration within. The pleasant atmosphere of the day had been utterly shattered. No need, Lin Dongyu replied, raising her eyes. This is not your fault. Her calm demeanor unsettled Mo Chen. Don't you have any questions? He asked, gripping the steering wheel and focusing ahead, grateful that he didn't have to confront her reaction directly. The silence in the car was almost suffocating, with the noise of the road serving as their only backdrop. Mo Chen awaited Lin Dongyu's response. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke in a soft voice, no. Yet, she had numerous questions swirling in her mind, about the styling salon, about Su-ying and the Du family, about Peng Jiwei's overly considerate attitude towards them, and about the dress she wore. She was far from naive. Su-ying's attitude was unmistakable. It was not that there were too few guests at the salon, but rather that they were made to wait outside for Mo Chen. Upon deeper reflection, it was evident that the salon was exclusively accommodating Mo Chen and her. The reaction of Peng Jiwei confirmed that the appearance of Su-ying and her companions was indeed unexpected. Furthermore, regarding the dress, even if she lacked a keen sense for fashion, she understood the significance of a pre-season piece, an item not yet released by luxury brands. What kind of fashion resources would enable a styling salon to procure such exclusive pieces? And what kind of confidence would allow Peng Jiwei to let her try on the dress without hesitation? The answer likely lay in Mo Chen's seemingly casual signing of the contract. He was far from being just an ordinary executive. In Lin Dongyu's life experience, even the Shu family with their wealth could not afford to book an entire salon. She felt as if there were a thin veil between them, easily pierced. Yet she dared not inquire. She feared that asking would shatter the delicate balance of their relationship, so it was better to maintain this facade, even if it was only for 5 months. 20 minutes later, Lin Dongyu carefully removed the bracelet from her wrist and placed it on the coffee table. After meticulously cleaning her hands, she retrieved the cake layers from the refrigerator, contemplating the order of her tasks. It was more convenient to make the cake first before styling. Yet doing so would compromise the cake's freshness, creating a dilemma. Mo Chen took down a brown apron that was hanging and offered it to her, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Let me help you." Not wishing to disrupt her immaculate makeup and hairstyle, she nodded in agreement. Standing behind her, Mo Chen's long fingers brushed against her neck as he tied a bow with the straps. The warmth of his touch and the heat of his breath enveloped her, sending tingles from her heart to her fingertips. Swallowing hard, she stepped forward decisively and said, "I can manage the back myself." This man possessed an enchanting allure, and she dared not succumb further to temptation. Swiftly, she tied a bow at her waist, bringing all the ingredients out to sort on the island countertop, redirecting her focus to the cake before her. As she deftly shaped the fondant decorations with her nimble fingers, Mo Chen silenced his phone and quietly captured several photographs of her. The beautiful fashion, her concentrated work ethic, and the nearly completed fountain garden cake were all exquisitely harmonious. When the minute hand pointed to 5:30, Lin Dongyu inserted the central fountain piece into the cake, examining it closely before declaring, "Done." She removed the disposable gloves and smiled with satisfaction. This was her second attempt at creating a fountain garden. She had adjusted the overall color scheme, making the entire garden appear as if it was bathed in the gentle light of dawn. Upon closer inspection, some petals even glistened with morning dew. It was breathtaking. Mo Chen gently applauded and said, "This is a masterpiece. Share it online. Your fans are eagerly awaiting." "How do you know?" Lin Dongyu, in high spirits after completing her new creation, tilted her head and asked him, "What is so remarkable about a cake?" Mo Chen found himself momentarily speechless. But then a sudden smile illuminated his face as he said, "I have been following you. I check in every day." In comparison to her, what significance did pride hold? Upon speaking, he was taken aback by the tenderness in his own tone. Lin Dongyu had not anticipated such a response. After a brief pause, a bittersweet sensation stirred within her. No matter how exceptional he was, they existed in fundamentally different worlds. Silently, She picked up her phone, capturing several angles of the fountain cake, selecting her 2 favorites to post with the caption, "Today, I crafted the 20th version of the fountain garden, and I am quite pleased with the color scheme." After putting away her phone, she neatly folded the cake's packaging and retrieved a perfectly sized, transparent plastic dome. Carefully, she set the cake on its base, gently covering it with the dome, and then encased it in the paper box, tying it with a champagne-colored satin ribbon into a bow. "Shall we go?" Lin Dongyu asked, holding the cake. "Will we be late?" "Not at all," he replied. "I have reserved a tea room. Those who arrive early can enjoy tea while we wait for everyone else to gather for dinner." After experiencing the stylistic salon, Lin Dongyu had mentally prepared herself for what Mo Chen described as a tea room. However, upon witnessing it in person, she was compelled to marvel at how everything surpassed her expectations. This was no mere tea room. It was a serene Jiangnan garden, as if plucked from the pages of a book. Having lived in Haicheng for many years, she had never known such a tranquil oasis existed amidst the urban chaos. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied the autumn hues adorning the branches, with red leaves drifting gracefully on the crystalline stream, rising and falling in rhythm. Each step revealed a new scene: rockeries, moon gates, and a row of bronze animals quietly perched beneath eaves hidden among the treetops, their surfaces weathered by countless seasons. The ambience was steeped in antiquity. Feeling slightly anxious, Lin Dongyu instinctively tightened her grip on her handbag. Mo Chen took the cake from her hands, enveloping her fingers with his right hand, and gently reassured her, "My parents are wonderful people. They have long been eager to meet you." His palm was warm and dry, gradually calming her fluttering heart. What was there to fear? She reminded herself internally. This was merely a contractual obligation. You are not truly his girlfriend. As they rounded the faux mountain before them, a song-style building came into view, revealing a spacious and bright hall flanked by 2 side rooms. Mo Chen explained, "This was originally an ancient structure, having suffered destruction during wars. What you see now is a restoration based on the original foundation." Inside, many guests had already gathered. And as soon as Lin Dongyu appeared, she was met with a flurry of scrutinizing, curious, and appraising gazes. Mo Chen stepped forward slightly to shield her from the majority of the attention, greeting his elders, dad, mom, second aunt. Before he could introduce Lin Dongyu to everyone, Emoya bounded forward, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, did my sister-in-law make a cake?" She lowered her head, seemingly eager to take the cake from Mo Chen. "That's quite improper," he chided lightly, tapping her head. "First, address the guests." Emoya stuck out her tongue, straightening up to say, "Hello, sister-in-law." At last, she had met her in person, even more beautiful than in the videos. A true beauty requires no chaotic filters of internet fame. Her allure stands on its own merit. "Hello, Emoya, just call me by my name," Lin Dongyu said. "I dare not," Emoya replied timidly, casting a glance at Mo Chen. She leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I fear my brother may retaliate." Afterward, she flashed a thumbs up at Mo Chen, exclaiming, "Brother, your vision is truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe." Indeed, she could not help but admire her brother. For when he chose to date, he did so with someone akin to her idol. Mo Chen slightly curled his lips, guiding Lin Dongyu toward the center to introduce her to their parents and second aunt. "Uncle, aunt, second aunt," Lin Dongyu respectfully greeted, presenting the cake she held. "I heard from Mo Chen that Aunt enjoys sweets, hence, I made this cake." "What's so special about a cake?" A disdainful male voice interjected from the side. Mo Han, Emoya's elder brother. He donned an ostentatious patterned t-shirt beneath a punk jacket adorned with several metallic chains. His jeans were riddled with irregular tears, and he sported gleaming golden Chelsea boots, his entire demeanor exuding rebelliousness. "Second aunt," he remarked nonchalantly while playing with the chains in his hands, "I know who she is." "What's the matter? Can't I say it? A cake is merely a cake. Who does she think she is to elevate it?" Second aunt shared his sentiment, finding little merit in Lin Dongyu's gesture of bringing a cake as a gift. Mo Chen shot Mo Han a cold glare, asserting, "Yet she truly can create something exquisite." As the atmosphere turned decidedly uncomfortable, Mo mother interjected, "It was I who asked Xiaoyu to make it. Do you have any objections?" As soon as Mo mother spoke, the room fell silent. Moya retorted, "Second brother, the cake made by our sister-in-law is quite famous online. I posted it in the group chat the other day. Did you not see? Who behaves like a child, constantly posting in group chats?" Mo Han responded sharply to his younger sister. "What skills do you possess?" Emoya, not one to back down, retorted, "I recall that you crashed a car last week, right?" With that, Mo Han's temper flared. "What does that concern you? You understand nothing." Observing the siblings bickering due to her, Lin Dongyu felt a bit uneasy. Sensing her discomfort, Mo Chen placed the cake box before Mo mother and smiled. "Mother, Emoyo is correct. Dongyu's cake is indeed renowned, and you will surely enjoy it. Second aunt cast a dismissive glance, thinking to herself, no matter how famous, it is just a cake. Before even entering the household, she was already eager to display her domestic prowess. Who did she think was unaware of her intentions? Emoya, brimming with excitement, urged, hurry, hurry, open it. Just then, a voice called from the entrance. Hey, you didn't wait for me. Lexi hurried in, pouting. This is too much. Slow down, Lin Dongyu said, reaching out to steady her, casting a concerned glance her way. I am fine. Lexi grasped her arm and playfully nudged closer, smiling brightly, sister-in-law. I am not that fragile. Chen cast a sidelong glance at her, retrieving Lin Dongyu from her embrace and securing her firmly at his side. So, stingy. Lexi murmured softly, only to raise her voice again. I just saw the notes posted by my sister-in-law, and they are truly exquisite. Her diversion caused everyone's gaze to shift towards the cake resting on the table. Enough chatter. Let's indulge in the cake, Mother gently suggested. Her demeanor was graceful, embodying a kind of ethereal beauty, as though time itself had been particularly kind to her, leaving no trace of its passage. Father had remained silent until this moment, at which point he reached out to untie the satin ribbon and lifted the outer box. The fountain garden appeared vividly before everyone. Under the soft glow of the lights and the gentle embrace of the evening sun, the entire cake seemed to be enveloped in a delicate sheen. Every flower, every splash from the fountain, was rendered so vividly that it took one's breath away. Lexi and Emoya, who had clamored to see the cake, now stood in hushed awe, captivated by its beauty. They had seen the images Lin Dongyu had posted online, but the real thing was even more intoxicating. Aunt Air could not help but glance at Lin Dongyu, having never encountered such a cake before, far beyond her understanding. Han did not conceal his astonishment, pointing at the cake and asking Lin Dongyu, did you make this? Earning a cold glare from Chen. Mother placed a hand over her heart, gazing at the cake with a dazed expression, tears glistening in her eyes as she turned to Father and said, Jinan, this is where we first met. Indeed. He replied, questioning Chen, did you inform Xiaoyu? Otherwise, how could Lin Dongyu know of this place that held such sentimental significance for both of them? Before Chen could respond, Mother gently interjected, have you forgotten? This place is unknown to Xiao Chun and Xiao Shi. We have never mentioned it to them. As parents, how could we recount our romantic history to our children? Father then realized, yes, it is indeed quite a coincidence. Chen, astonished, exclaimed, really? Since meeting Lin Dongyu, so many fortuitous events had unfolded concerning her that even he could not help but believe in the fate that bound them. The end of science is metaphysics. This was a phrase often uttered by Lu Qi, which Chen had previously dismissed, but now he found it increasingly compelling. My child, please tell me, how did you conceive the idea for such a cake? Father inquired kindly, looking at Lin Dongyu. A glimmer of joy danced in Lin Dongyu's eyes as she replied, Uncle, this is the second fountain garden cake I have made. When I created the first one, I saw this place online and was deeply enamored. It was truly a delightful experience to have her creation appreciated by others, especially when it held a unique significance. Upon finishing her explanation, Emoya pulled out her phone, displaying Lin Dongyu's notes that featured the first fountain garden cake, proclaiming, look, this is the work of my sister-in-law from last year. The timestamps on the notes left no room for doubt. Even Aunt Air's gaze towards Lin Dongyu softened considerably. Just then, Uncle San from the Mo family entered with his son Mo Jinghui and daughters Mo Yufei and Mo Yueying. As Mo Yueying gazed at the cake placed upon the table, she smiled and remarked, oh, a scenic cake. It appears quite delightful. With that, she reached out to grasp the most exquisite fountain atop the cake. Chapter 148. Is it really you? Lin Dongyu felt a surge of alarm. Fortunately, Emoya swiftly pushed the cake aside, glaring at her. What are you doing? Even more surprising was Han. Since Lin Dongyu entered, it was the first time he rose from his chair, towering over Mo Yueying, and with a dismissive snort, he declared, stay away from me. What are you all doing? Seeing this, Mo Yufei stepped forward, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, are you teaming up to bully my sister? She forcefully shoved Mo Jinghui, causing him to stumble, and commanded, look at you as an older brother. Why don't you know how to protect your sister? Mo Jinghui, with a look of helplessness, lowered his head. In such moments, he always felt the most awkward. What is all this commotion? Mo Chen inquired coolly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his cousins. Aren't you going to greet your elder sister-in-law? Upon his words, silence fell, and everyone began to greet Lin Dongyu. Elder sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Greetings to elder sister-in-law. He was the head of the Mo family. Even his peers and elders weighed his words with utmost consideration. the current wife of Mo Sen-shu, heroine, gracefully appeared at the doorway, adorned in opulent jewels, looking far younger than the elder members of the Mo family, carrying a limited edition Hermes bag. She first greeted her elder brother and sister-in-law before her gaze shifted to Lin Dongyu, an appraising look in her eyes. "What a pretty young girl," she remarked, her praise solely focusing on beauty, revealing a hint of disdain in her tone. Mo Chin glanced at her bag, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He had repeatedly made it clear that Lin Dongyu was unaware of his true identity. Others, including the most arrogant of the Mo sisters, Mo Yufei and Mo Yueying, donned no ostentatious accessories. Yet she, in her boldness, stood out. Mo Sen-shu cleared his throat and said, "What are you talking about? Now that everyone is here, you should take a look at the menu." He had barely entered the room when he was dismissed. Hearine shot him an irritated glance but proceeded nonetheless. Mo Lexi nestled close to her mother, whispering sweet nothings in their mother-daughter exchange. "Mom, is this fountain garden truly the place where you and Dad fell in love? What nonsense are you spouting? Such talk is unbecoming for a young lady," Mo mother chided her. Unfazed, Mo Lexi suggested, "How about this year? Our whole family visits this place? Let's invite elder sister-in-law and leave those others behind. They're quite bothersome." By those others, she clearly meant everyone outside her immediate family. A nostalgic look appeared in Mo mother's eyes as she slightly nodded. "That sounds good, as long as your brother has the time." "How could my brother possibly be short of time?" Just like that, it was settled. Mo Lexi gazed at the magnificent fountain cake, longing. If the cake is this beautiful, how stunning it must be in person. Indeed, it is truly exquisite. "Oh, once we eat it, we can have sister-in-law make another," Mo Lexi exclaimed. "Did I not send you all a video? Sister-in-law's culinary skills are truly remarkable. She has an elder aunt whose cooking is even more delightful." As soon as she uttered these words, Mo Lexi realized her mistake and furtively glanced at Mo Chin, relieved to find him engaged in conversation with Lin Dongyu and their third uncle, oblivious to her misstep. However, while she evaded her brother's scrutiny, she could not escape her mother's watchful gaze. "Xiao Shi, how can you speak like that?" Mo's mother admonished. "She is your sister-in-law, not a servant in our household."
All right.
"I understand. My elder brother has said the same to me." Mo Lexi quickly admitted her fault, raising her hand in acknowledgement. Outside the window, dusk painted the garden in soft hues. With the Mo family and Lin Dongyu gathered, there were 13 in total, seated around an unusually large round table for dinner. After everyone took their places, one chair remained vacant. Mo Chin inquired of his second aunt, "Why hasn't my second uncle arrived yet?" At his question, the typically stern demeanor of his second aunt softened slightly as she replied, "He just finished an interview and is on his way. No need to wait for him." As the feast commenced, the much-anticipated fountain garden cake was conspicuously absent. Mo Yufei exclaimed, "Where's the cake? Why hasn't it been brought out?" Immediately, she fell silent, setting down her chopsticks to engross herself in her phone, disregarding her meal. The others were well aware of her temperamental nature and paid it little mind. Just as the second dish was served, the second uncle hurried in, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't avoid this interview today." As the server pulled out a chair for him, he paused mid-sit, turning to Lin Dongyu with a smile. "Ms. Lin? So, you are Mo Chen's girlfriend?" The room erupted with expressions of surprise. Chapter 149, A Mother's Hidden Intentions. Prior to this moment, they were unaware of Lin Dongyu's professional affiliations. Even with her creation of such a beautifully intricate cake, they merely regarded her as a stunning ornament. To blame, one could only point to Lin Dongyu's extraordinary beauty. When a woman's allure is so striking that it becomes impossible to overlook, one might ponder whether it is a blessing or a curse. Being perceived as mere decoration is a common misconception. Did you not know? The second uncle, upon witnessing their reactions, chuckled. "Ms. Lin is the brand director of the shoe group. I interviewed her last year regarding the Kaiwei livestream incident." Kaiwei is a skincare brand under the shoe group, which experienced a significant public relations crisis last year when a decimal point was mistakenly placed in a product price during a live broadcast, leading to a frenzy of orders from thousands. By the time the link was disabled, over 30,000 units had been sold. As the brand director, Lin Dongyu swiftly responded, devising a series of follow-up strategies that successfully turned the crisis into a promotional opportunity. She seized the moment to launch a pre-sale link for the product set, effectively mitigating the losses. Following this incident, Kaiwei garnered immense recognition as a domestic brand, with its online sales share consistently increasing. Accepting her second uncle's interview was part of Kaiwei's subsequent public relations campaign. The Mo family, all business-minded individuals, had heard whispers of this notorious PR debacle, and their gazes towards Lin Dongyu now held a newfound respect. With a warm smile, Lin Dongyu greeted him. Hello, second uncle, it's been a long time. The last time they met, he was a journalist and she was the head of public relations for Shu Group. This time, however, she stood before him as Mo Chen's girlfriend. My uncle by marriage, a cultured individual and a seasoned journalist from the largest media group in Haicheng, possesses a somewhat pedantic demeanor, yet his conversations are always engaging. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet transformed, becoming lively and spirited. Miss Lin is quite formidable, holding shares in the Shu family business. After having indulged in a few drinks, my uncle, with a hint of inebriation, inquired of Mo Chen. I've heard you're planning to acquire Shu S. Is that true? Once the acquisition is finalized, Miss Lin's shares will be even more valuable. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Lin Dongyu's heart. Wasn't he at the Mo family that was set to acquire Shu S? Could it be? She managed to restrain herself from glancing at Mo Chen, her gaze fixated on the freshly squeezed apple juice before her. If this were the case, everything would make sense. For a fleeting moment, the banquet seemed to fall silent, until Mo Lexi's sweet and melodious voice broke through. Uncle, I believe you've had a bit too much to drink and are confused. We all share the surname Mo, but it is not us who are acquiring Shu S. My uncle suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Ah, yes. I must have misremembered. It was indeed a rather foolish mistake. My aunt swiftly snatched the wine glass from his hand, admonishing, Drink less. At this rate, you won't even recognize me. Emoya chided gently, Father, perhaps you should limit your alcohol consumption. Concerned, Mo Chen cast a glance at Lin Dongyu, noticing she was slowly sipping her apple juice, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, which eased his anxiety somewhat. After the meal, as others departed, Mo Chen's family retained Lin Dongyu to converse further. The banquet was dismantled, and an exquisite tea set was presented. The tea master, with graceful dexterity, prepared the tea, filling the room with its fragrant aroma. Xiuyu, would you care to accompany me for a stroll in the garden? Mo mother inquired of Lin Dongyu. Lin Dongyu glanced at Mo Chen and nodded in agreement. The garden, under the night sky, carried a slight chill, with flowers and trees stretching gracefully in the soft light. Despite the beautiful scenery, a sense of autumn's melancholy settled within Lin Dongyu. As they strolled slowly, Mo mother's expression was a blend of contentment tinged with subtle sorrow as she recounted past memories. Xiao Qun is a fiercely determined child. From a young age, he understood the importance of caring for me and his sister. As a mother, I have not fulfilled my responsibilities, allowing him to bear burdens not meant for him. Even until now, to have a son like Mo Chen must be a source of both pride and concern for any mother. Lin Dongyu pondered this, feeling at a loss for words, her emotions in conflict. Aunt, he is truly exceptional, she finally managed to articulate, though she felt the statement was rather futile. Lin Dongyu lowered her gaze, concealing the tumultuous thoughts swirling beneath her calm exterior. Mo mother observed her closely and said, Dear child, you cannot imagine the joy I felt upon learning of you. Seeing you today, I wish nothing more than for you to share a long and happy life with Xiao Chen to compensate for the happiness he has lacked. Can you forgive a mother's selfish desires? Though frail and ailing, her mind was astute. While abroad, upon hearing of her son's wedding to Lin Dongyu, she initially assumed it was a case of love at first sight leading to a whirlwind marriage. However, as she reflected more thoughtfully, she began to sense discrepancies. They had held a wedding banquet without obtaining a marriage certificate and had concealed from Lin Dongyu his true identity. She understood her son well. He was a person of great responsibility, which was not characteristic of Mo Chen. Others refrained from revealing the truth to her, and she, in turn, chose not to expose it out of consideration, yet it did not imply that she was devoid of conjectures in her heart. Lin Dongyu hesitated, her lips parting in uncertainty. Chapter 150. Understanding without speaking. How was she to articulate her thoughts? In her heart, she perceived no future with Mo Chen. However, she could not bear to reject a mother, especially knowing of Mo's maternal health concerns. Lin Dongyu discerned the meticulous care that Mo's father, Mo Chen, and Mo Lexi bestowed upon their mother, fearful of her experiencing even the slightest harm. In truth, Mo's mother was far more resilient than they imagined, yet in their eyes, she remained a fragile flower, unable to withstand life's tempests. She understood that the bond between Lin Dongyu and her son was not a mere romantic liaison, and she did not wish to unearth the reality behind it. All she recognized was that, from their encounter today, her son evidently held this young lady in high regard. As for her own preferences, they took a back seat. Upon their first meeting, Mo's mother admitted to having a favorable impression of Lin Dongyu, albeit still hasty in her judgment. However, her son's happiness was paramount. If possible, she yearned to facilitate this union. Lin Dongyu regarded her with a profound sensation, sensing that the other party merely understood without voicing it. Sighing inwardly, she began, "Aunt, allow me to share a bit about myself." After a brief pause, Lin Dongyu continued. "I was born in a rural area, the eldest of 3 children, with a younger sister, Chunlan, and a younger brother, Kaijia. You may find it difficult to comprehend, but in my hometown, the preference for sons over daughters is quite prevalent. Had it not been for my aunt bringing me to Haicheng to pursue my studies, I might not have even graduated from middle school. I grew up amidst my parents' quarrels. My father lamented my mother's inability to bear a son, while my mother reproached him for his lack of capability and financial instability. My aunt is currently entangled in a divorce lawsuit as her husband has been unfaithful, with the mistress's son already in his teens." She gazed earnestly at Mo's mother and inquired, "Aunt, do you understand? To my parents, my marriage merely signifies a means to acquire a bride price. Would you wish to become in-laws with such a family? I have never known what a happy family looks like, nor do I comprehend the essence of familial affection and care." At this juncture, Lin Dongyu's expression turned somber as she fixated on her fingertips, stating, "Mo Chen was raised in love, yet I lack the confidence to cultivate a happy family."
Aunt.
Even so, do you still hope for such a union? Mo's mother had never anticipated that Lin Dongyu would lay bare her vulnerabilities so openly before her. She recognized the folly in such candor. No one, after merely 2 hours of acquaintance, would willingly expose their shortcomings. Not to mention a family as esteemed as the Mo family, even those of ordinary standing would likely hesitate to associate with her. He Lijing's elopement served as a testament to this truth. Certainly, factors involving Feng Qingyao played a part. But was it not also a retreat following her candid revelation of familial circumstances? It was not a melodramatic romance, given his status. He could easily seek a more uncomplicated partner. She felt she had utterly squandered Mo Chen's heartfelt intentions, wasting the meticulously crafted appearance she had donned. She simply wished to leave no path of retreat behind, no unrealistic fantasies. How impulsive she had been. In the moment she turned, a glistening tear traced the corner of her eye. "Child, I understand your struggles," Mo's mother remarked. "My advice still stands. What you need is to step out of your own shadows. For the Mo family, nothing is insurmountable." Lin Dongyu was taken aback, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Surviving each day was already a challenge. Her world lacked a utopia. "Thank you, Aunt," she replied, her heart heavy with concern for both her mother and herself. As their figures appeared, Mo Chen approached with a smile, inquiring, "Why have you been so long?" Lin Dongyu had regained her composure and replied, "The scenery was beautiful. I took some time to walk with Aunt." He turned to Mo Lexi, asking, "Will you come with us, or shall I drive you home?" She had more to say to her sister-in-law. Chapter 151. Do you like him? Upon reaching the parking lot, Mo Lexi tugged at Lin Dongyu, insisting they sit in the back seat together. "Let my brother drive. I want to share a secret with you." Mo Chen smiled indulgently and opened the car door for them. Compared to Mo's mother, Lin Dongyu found it harder to refuse Mo Lexi, and so she complied and settled in the back seat. As soon as they were in the car, Mo Lexi playfully demanded, "Brother, play some music. I want something lively. At this late hour, do we need something so loud?"
Montagchen replied.
"You wouldn't understand." Mo Lexi connected her phone to the car's Bluetooth, insisting, "I want to chat with my sister-in-law without you eavesdropping." Mo Chen, resigned, agreed. Under the cover of music, Mo Lexi leaned closer to Lin Dongyu and asked, "Sister Dongyu, I have a serious question for you. Do you like my brother?" The absence of the term sister-in-law indicated her earnestness. Lin Dongyu had mentally prepared herself for various questions, yet this caught her off guard. She pressed her lips together and said, "Lexi, I've told you many times, we are not suited for each other. Forget everything else for now. Just ask yourself, do you like him?" "Ask myself?" Lin Dongyu's heart was in turmoil, and she felt a twinge of irritation. Why did everyone insist on pressuring her throughout the day? Noticing her discomfort, Mo Lexi shifted the conversation to family matters. "My mother is so gentle. Ever since I was young, my greatest wish was to celebrate my birthday with her. Unfortunately, when I was little, she lacked the strength to hold me and often stayed in the hospital. After my parents went abroad, my brother took care of me. We used to argue a lot back then. You wouldn't know, would you?" Listening to Mo Lexi ramble on about familial trivialities softened Lin Dongyu's heart gradually. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xiangyu Huading, Mo Lexi bid them farewell. "Good night. Rest early." "All right, good night," Lin Dongyu waved as she got into the passenger seat. With Mo Lexi gone, she couldn't comfortably treat Mo Chen as merely a driver. As the Bluetooth connection severed, a quietude enveloped the car. Mo Chen focused intently on the road, grappling with a plethora of thoughts he was unsure whether to voice. Meanwhile, Lin Dongyu remained silent, her emotions a tangled web. Reflecting on the attachment she had developed in just a month, Mo Chen stepped onto the balcony, where the flowers and plants he had nurtured had all undergone pest control. Some had even been repotted with added fertilizer. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a well-designed micro-irrigation system that would water the plants at scheduled intervals each day. After reading the message sent by the housekeeper, Mo Chen settled into a low chair on the balcony, allowing the night breeze to caress him as he gazed at the distant twinkling lights. For both of them, this was a night fraught with insomnia. Lin Dongyu had not slept well and awoke early. She had spent the entire night dreaming, shifting from vibrant, dazzling salons to ancient, fragrant gardens. Countless faces appeared in her dreams, all asking her the same question. Do you like him? Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and splashed cold water on her face. As for the undoubtedly expensive yellow floral dress, she was unsure how to clean it, so she tucked it away in a drawer, planning to research care instructions online later. Having completed her tasks, she changed into a comfortable, casual t-shirt and jeans, grabbed her phone and a small bag, and quietly exited the bedroom. After changing into her sneakers at the door, she set off towards the hospital. She decided to treat everything she experienced yesterday as if it were Alice's misadventure in Wonderland. Just as she left, Mo Chen emerged from the bedroom, standing silently at the entrance. In the hospital room, Xiao Yang stood by the bedside. To her surprise, Xiao Nan was also present, and he appeared to be in much better spirits. Xiao Yang remarked that when the doctor made rounds, he mentioned that at the current rate of recovery, she would soon meet the criteria for surgery. That's wonderful, Lin Dongyu exclaimed. Auntie, focus on your recovery. The company just issued a bonus, so you won't have to worry about your medical expenses. She was referring to the compensation from He Lijing, which would suffice for immediate needs. At least for the time being, financial concerns were alleviated. Once the Suha brand took off, based on the agreement she signed with Xu Cheng, she would also receive dividends. On a Saturday at the hospital, the number of visitors was greater than usual. Consequently, the commotion at the entrance went largely unnoticed until a rebellious-looking teenager burst in. Xiao Nanan's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at him, exclaiming, Xiao Su. Chapter 152. Evil begets evil. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Dongyu turned to see none other than Xiao Su, the son of Xiao Tao and Su Yu. She had seen him in videos and later in the materials Mo Chen provided. There was no mistaking him. How did he come to be here? How did he know about Auntie's hospital room? Lin Dongyu had no time to ponder, quickly rising to block Xiao Su's path. Auntie lay immobile on the bed, her expression a mix of shock and anger. This was a three-person ward, with Auntie as well as two other patients. Lin Dongyu wished to keep the matter discreet, intending to speak with Xiao Su outside to avoid distressing Auntie. However, Xiao Su had other intentions. Though young, he was still a boy, and his strength surpassed that of Lin Dongyu. He stepped forward, forcefully pushing Lin Dongyu aside, his fierce gaze fixed on Auntie as he demanded, Are you the one trying to take my mother's house? The documents submitted by lawyer Xiao to the court contained ample evidence to support this claim. What was there to say? Xiao Nan was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed, What do you mean by your mother's house? That is our home. Scoundrel. Get away from me. Xiao Su cast her an impatient glare and retorted, What does it have to do with you? Don't bother me with your incessant chatter. Taken aback, Xiao Nan stepped back, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and then unexpectedly made a bold move. She bent down to remove her high-heeled shoes, gripping them by the sharp ends, and with a swift motion, she began to strike at Xiao Su with the heels, yelling, Who are you calling a scoundrel, huh? You wretched offspring of a mother who abandoned you. You are merely the letter that lies between A and C. With your disgraceful demeanor, how dare you show your face here and confront my mother? Hurry and get lost, the further the better. Even your proximity is offensive. Caught off guard, everyone stood in stunned silence. During her time in the hospital, Xiao Nan had mostly sat quietly beside her ailing father, reeling from the revelation of his infidelity and the existence of a child with his mistress. The blow had been too great, leaving her in a state of shock for days. After all, he was her flesh and blood, and her aunt had refrained from reproaching her. Finding solace in having her daughter nearby, Xiao Nan was not one to take action. She lacked the understanding of her aunt's sorrow that others, like Xiao Yang, possessed. And she was not well acquainted with the doctors and nurses. In the hospital, she remained silent, like a transparent specter. But now, her sudden outburst had left everyone agape. An illegitimate child born of a mistress. How dare you come here? Xiao Nan's hair was disheveled, her eyes ablaze with fury.
Bah!
Scoundrel? Gasping for breath, she glared at Xiao Su, who had retreated to the doorway, and declared, If I am a scoundrel, your mother is 1,000 times worse. Is it justified for her to be a mistress, or for her to seduce my father? With a resounding thud, her shoe struck Xiao Su's forehead, swelling into a prominent bump. Such precision. If the circumstances had been more fitting, Lin Dongyu would have applauded Xiao Nanan's boldness. Observing the scene, Lin Dongyu was aware that Xiao Nanan was no pushover, but she had not anticipated such ferocity. Her barrage of verbal assaults left Xiao Su dazed, revealing the truth and altering the spectators' perceptions of him, sparking a flurry of discussions. This was what one might call poetic justice. In this regard, Lin Dongyu had to concede. Xiao Su clutched the bump on his forehead, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, and countered, "What is wrong with my mother? She is not a mistress. You are the ones who have disrupted our family. Is that so?" Xiao Nanan scoffed, pointing at him. "I am 30. You are barely in your teens. How can you claim ignorance?" Her words ignited a chorus of murmurs among the onlookers. Clearly, it was evident that he was born later. If one had spent over a decade with a man and still did not comprehend his true nature, that would be sheer folly. Lin Dongyu crossed her arms, her tone icy as she delivered a final blow. "Xiao Su, your mother, Lin Yu, was an accountant at the company. Over a decade ago, during a company event, she met my aunt and cousin. At that time, you were not even born. Are you now claiming ignorance?" Chapter 153, an eye-opener. Even rabbits do not consume the grass near their burrow. Know your place. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd grew increasingly louder, causing Xiao Su's face to flush a deep crimson, dispelling the initial bravado with which he had come to provoke. The hospital security was alerted and hastily arrived on the scene. The head nurse, wearing a stern expression, declared, "This is a hospital. Any issues must be resolved outside." Lin Dongyu pointed at Xiao Su, asserting, "This individual is not here to visit the sick. He has come to stir trouble." Their aunt had been hospitalized for several days, and initially, it was Lin Dongyu who had been bustling about, the nurses recognizing her familiar face. Conversely, Xiao Su was a complete stranger, and his delinquent appearance hardly inspired confidence. The head nurse signaled to the security guard, who reached out to grasp Xiao Su's arm, only to be impatiently rebuffed. Xiao Su pointed accusingly at Xiao Nanan, exclaiming, "She injured me. I demand treatment immediately. Is this not a hospital? She must compensate me for my medical expenses." Even in a position of disadvantage, Xiao Su showed no restraint, glaring menacingly at Xiao Nanan, insisting, "She must take responsibility." Lin Dongyu stepped forward, retorting, "How should she take responsibility? One can even bump into a door while walking. She didn't even scrape her skin, and dares to make a fuss here." She bent down to retrieve the high heel that Xiao Nanan had thrown, turning to hand it back to her, stating, "If you have anything to say, let's discuss it in court. Our aunt's hospitalization has not been in vain." It was evident that she bore visible injuries from the altercation, and amidst the camaraderie among patients, conversations inevitably arose. Even the ever-honest Xiao Yang felt indignation towards Xiao Tao's behavior, often adding a few words when questioned. With Lin Dongyu's statement in mind, the crowd began to understand the situation, collectively voicing their condemnation of Xiao Su. Isn't it just as well that the marriage ended? The legitimate spouse has chosen to divorce. Why should the mistress expect to retain both the man and the house? Such aspirations are utterly unrealistic. In the event of infidelity, one typically leaves with nothing. What more is there to discuss? Upon hearing his mother being referred to as a mistress, Xiao Su, in a fit of rage, charged towards the hospital room's entrance. Today, he resolved to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that the frail old woman in the hospital bed would pay dearly. His struggle was so intense that the security guard, unable to maintain his grip, lost hold of him. The head nurse rushed to intervene, but was knocked back against the wall. Xiao Nanan was in the process of putting on her shoes. Lin Dongyu quickly reacted, reaching out to grasp his clothing, holding on with all her might. Xiao Su roared, veins bulging on his forehead, straining against her hold, as if possessed by madness. Lin Dongyu, lacking the strength to match him, was forced to lower her body to maintain her grip. Thus, they were pulled several steps forward together. The events transpired so swiftly that it was only at this moment that the crowd reacted, collectively restraining Xiao Su. Lin Dongyu, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, her hands trembling. Xiao Yang hurried over to kneel beside her, asking, "Sister Lin, are you all right?" "Call the police," Lin Dongyu repeated. "Call Lawyer Zhou." She had exerted herself so forcefully that her entire hand seized up, rendering her unable to even lift her phone. "Aurig, Xiao Yang responded." Stepping aside to make the call, Xiao Nanan pointed at Lin Dongyu's hand, exclaiming in alarm, "Lin Dongyu, your finger is bleeding." Lin Dongyu nodded, supporting herself on her arm to rise, casting a glance at her fingertips. She was not accustomed to sporting long nails. However, yesterday, in preparation for meeting Mo Chen's parents, she had adorned herself with half-length false nails. At this moment, the artificial nail on her right index finger had torn along with her own nail, revealing a gruesome sight of blood. She had not felt the pain while gripping Xiao Su's clothing, but now it surged through her. It is often said that the fingers are connected to the heart, and she winced, her lips paling in agony. A nurse, noticing her distress, approached and gently took her hand, saying, "Hold it up like this, don't move. I'll fetch some iodine for disinfection." "All right," Lin Dongyu replied.
Xiao Su,
Restrained by several security guards with his hands bound behind him, was still in a frenzied state, shouting wildly and drawing the attention of onlookers. The head nurse interjected, "All right. Everyone disperse." As the crowd dissipated, the nurse attended to Lin Dongyu's finger wound, cleaning and bandaging it. Her aunt lay on the hospital bed anxiously, repeatedly inquiring, "Xiuyu? Xiuyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Dongyu reassured her aunt, raising her bandaged fingers as she approached the bedside. "Look, it's merely a broken nail." The room buzzed with murmurs from the gathered individuals. Lin Dongyu asked, did anyone manage to record the incident? Since she had contacted the authorities, she required evidence. The hospital had surveillance, yet there were always blind spots. The more evidence, the better. "I filmed it," a family member from another bed raised their hand, stating, "I was recording my father's condition when that person burst in. I captured the entire incident." "Thank you," Lin Dongyu expressed her gratitude, adding the individual on WeChat. And they promptly sent her the video. A few minutes later, officers from the local police station arrived. A police officer in his 40s inquired, "What's the situation?" The room erupted in a cacophony of voices, unable to contain their outrage over the earlier scene. "You speak," the officer gestured to one person. After taking statements from everyone and reviewing the video footage, they apprehended Xiao Su, leaving another officer behind to retrieve the hospital's surveillance recordings. At this juncture, Xiao Jiang also arrived. Familiar with legal procedures, he assessed the situation and remarked, "We can charge Xiao Su with public disorderly conduct as he exhibits tendencies toward intentional harm, which could serve as favorable evidence in anti-Lin's divorce case." Lin Dongyu replied, "Please hold on for a moment. I need to discuss this with my aunt." Of course, he agreed. Lin Dongyu drew the curtain between the beds, asking Xiao Yang to wait outside. Inside, it was only her aunt, and Xiao Nannan. "What is it?" Seeing her grave demeanor, her aunt grew anxious. Lin Dongyu glanced at Xiao Nannan and said, "Cousin, remain calm. Let's not disclose this matter until we have reached a conclusion. Just tell me." Xiao Nannan responded affirmatively. Lin Dongyu presented the information Mo Chen had sent her on her phone, displaying it for both to see. "Examine this closely. Here are the chat records between Xiao Tao and the assailant, along with the transfer receipts. From the moment Xiao Tao searched for hired thugs online, all his actions have been laid bare before Andy and you." Overwhelmed, Xiao Nannan's legs buckled beneath her, and she knelt before the hospital bed. She had always harbored a glimmer of hope, reluctant to accept that her father could commit such a heinous act. Yet, at this moment, the truth lay starkly before her. Her aunt, tears streaming down her face, clutched at her chest, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. If Xiao Nannan clung to her illusions, was she not deceiving herself as well? How she wished to dismiss everything that transpired at Xiang's home-style restaurant as mere coincidence, devoid of any connection to Xiao Tao. In the narrow space behind the curtain, silence enveloped them. Lin Dongyu sighed deeply, feeling a profound sorrow for her aunt. How could one endure such treatment from a loved one? Ultimately, it was Xiao Nannan who shattered the silence, her voice laced with confusion, asking, "What should we do now? If we hand over this evidence to the police, will my father be arrested?" "It seems likely," Lin Dongyu replied. "Among the assailants, there is a minor." Lawyer Zhou mentioned that instigators share the same culpability, with instigating a minor being considered even more serious. "Aunt," she held her aunt's hand. "Now it depends on your decision." She could sense her aunt trembling slightly, the weight of this decision proving unbearably cruel. Should they refrain from presenting the evidence to the police? It could be leveraged for negotiation with Xiao Tao, granting them the upper hand in the divorce proceedings. Furthermore, by retaining the evidence, they held a powerful advantage over him, deterring any further harassment. Lin Dongyu analyzed the situation further, stating, if submitted, he would face imprisonment, likely for over a year. With such a criminal record, the divorce settlement would favor you. Now, with the evidence of Xiao Tao's instigation of the assailants in hand, the outcome would undoubtedly benefit her aunt in the divorce case. Xiao Nannan suddenly became emotional, exclaiming, "Mom,
Don't submit it.
he is my father. If he goes to prison, I will become the daughter of a convict." Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyu shook her head. The inherent selfishness was unchangeable. At this juncture, Xiao Nanan's foremost concern remained her own interests. "Aunt, the choice is yours," Lin Dongyu remarked. "I understand this is a difficult position. There is no rush to decide. Let's first address the matter regarding Xiao Su. Shortly, I will accompany Xiao Jiang to the police station. Mom, think carefully." Xiao Nanan continued to weep. "Even if you divorced Dad, you wouldn't want people to say your ex-husband is in prison, would you? Cousin, let Aunt come to her own conclusion, if you please," Lin Dongyu replied. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her aunt called her back, saying, "Xiao Yu, I have made up my mind." Chapter 155. Indulgence in suffering. Her aunt looked at Lin Dongyu, weariness etched upon her face, saying, "Let it be." Lin Dongyu was not taken aback by this response. Her aunt was tender-hearted. Although Xiao Tao had caused her pain, he had also provided her with joyful moments in the past. Coupled with Xiao Nanan's tearful pleas, it was no wonder she felt compelled to relent. "Xiao Yu, are you disappointed in me?" her aunt asked. Lin Dongyu gently patted her arm, assuring her, "Not at all. This decision has its merits. If Xiao Tao truly faces imprisonment, he will undoubtedly lose his job. By the time he emerges, he will possess nothing. By that time, those who are barefoot truly fear not the shod." Should misfortune befall the elder aunt again, coupled with the unpredictable factor of Xiao Su, who can say what might transpire? For Lin Dongyu, the safety and well-being of the elder aunt are paramount. "Aunt, you must be weary. Please rest for a while. Xiao Jiang and I will head to the police station." Lin Dongyu gently assisted the elder aunt to lie down, then turned to Xiao Nanan, saying, "Cousin, please tend to the elder aunt here. Xiao Yang possesses strength, being a man, and the caregiver cannot always be present." With tears still glistening on her cheeks and her hair disheveled, Xiao Nanan appeared in utter disarray. Upon hearing Lin Dongyu's suggestion, she numbly nodded in agreement. Logically, it would be more appropriate for Xiao Su to confront the elder aunt, with her as the daughter of the victim going to the police station. Yet, her timidity prevailed. With Lin Dongyu standing firm, she found solace in remaining behind the scenes. After a trip to the police station, with Xiao Zhang's assistance, they lodged a complaint against Xiao Su, resulting in his temporary detention. The tumult had taken its toll, and by midday, fatigue weighed heavily on Lin Dongyu as she sat on a bench. Not only did her fingers ache with a dull pain, but a sudden wave of discomfort surged in her abdomen. In the past, she would have meticulously prepared by placing a few sanitary pads in her bag. But with the recent cascade of events, she had forgotten. "No need, you may leave first." She called the elder aunt to update her on the situation and then closed her eyes, leaning back in her seat to recuperate. The consequences of a sleepless night began to manifest, and she drifted in and out of consciousness until the driver called her several times, rousing her from her stupor. "Have we arrived? I'm sorry, I must have dozed off." Lin Dongyu paid for the ride via an app and made her way into the community. Upon opening the door, she heard the sound of the television. In an unprecedented turn of events, Mo Chen had stayed in on the weekend, selecting a film to watch online. Hearing a commotion at the entrance, he rose and immediately furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by Lin Dongyu's disheveled state. Her lips were pale. A bandage wrapped around the index finger of her right hand, and the fingers she used to support herself on the doorframe appeared slightly bluish. "What happened to you?" Mo Chen rushed to her side, grasping her firmly. "Your hands are so cold." He instinctively held her fingers, an unexplainable anxiety gripping him. In a moment of urgency, Mo Chen swept Lin Dongyu into his arms and carried her toward the living room sofa. His embrace was warm, the scent of cedar wood providing a sense of reassurance. Lin Dongyu curled slightly, allowing herself to bask in the gentleness of the moment, the pain in her abdomen seeming to fade into the background. Outwardly, she maintained her composure, forbidding herself any hint of weakness. Yet in this instant, he became a sanctuary, enveloping her in compassion for her wounds. Mo Chen gently laid her on the spacious sofa, brushing his fingers against her forehead as he inquired, "How did you injure your finger? Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Lin Dongyu curled up further, pressing her palm against her abdomen, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. How could she possibly articulate her discomfort? Observing her, Mo Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Is it that time of the month? He was not entirely uninformed. Having cared for his sister, he knew that some women experienced cramping during their menstrual cycle. Lin Dongyu shielded her eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Dongyu felt utterly fatigued. As she closed her eyes, she succumbed to slumber unknowingly. Mo Chen observed her with tender care, lowering the television volume to its minimum and gently shutting the door behind him. He messaged the housekeeper, "Uncle Tian, what should a girl do about menstrual cramps?" Upon awakening, Lin Dongyu found the television turned off and the curtains in the living room meticulously drawn. It was still afternoon, and the soft light within the room, mingling with the faint scent of flowers carried by the fresh breeze from the balcony, created a serene atmosphere. The curtains billowed gently in the wind, occasionally settling back down. Sounds emanated from the kitchen. Lin Dongyu sat up, cradling a cushion, rubbed her sleepy head, and checked the time on her phone. It was nearly 6 in the evening. Had she truly slept for so long? Awake? Mo Chen's rich voice floated towards her as he approached, carrying a cup of sweet-smelling water, which he placed on the coffee table. Drink this first. He settled beside her and inquired, still in pain? Lin Dongyu lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The temperature was just right, and the sweet taste was complemented by a hint of ginger spice. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Mo Chen and asked, "Is this brown sugar ginger water?" Mo Chen averted his gaze, a touch awkward, and murmured a low yes. Heaven knows the trials he endured to successfully concoct a pot of brown sugar ginger water. For several hours, he battled with the pot, even burning it twice, leading him to discard the charred cookware and have the bodyguards procure 8 new pots in one go. Despite Uncle Tion's guidance, it was still an arduous task for him. Why, when Lin Dongyu effortlessly prepared meals, did he struggle so much with the seemingly simple task of brewing this ginger water? As time pressed on, he abandoned the notion of preparing dinner and called Shiyu to order dishes for the bodyguards to deliver. After finishing her cup, Lin Dongyu felt a warm comfort enveloping her stomach. A good rest had restored her spirits considerably, although there remained a slight heaviness in her lower abdomen. The pain had subsided. She typically did not suffer from menstrual cramps. It was merely a confluence of exhaustion today that triggered this chain reaction. Seeing her finish, Mo Chen collected the cup and inquired once more, "Still in pain?" Lin Dongyu, slightly bashful, shook her head and replied, "I'm fine now, thank you." Mo Chen, relieved, put away the ibuprofen he had set on the coffee table and said, "If there is no pain, there is no need for painkillers. You must be hungry. Let us eat." It dawned on Lin Dongyu that she had forgotten to have lunch today, which explained her ravenous state. The chef at Shiyu had once again showcased his culinary prowess, brewing a fragrant and tender black-bone chicken soup with red dates that was rich and delectable. Lin Dongyu savored 2 bowls, and upon noticing Mo Chen's bowl was still empty, she asked, "Would you like me to serve you some soup?" Mo Chen chuckled softly and replied, "No need. This soup is specifically prepared to nourish you." In that instant, Lin Dongyu comprehended the implication. Her face flushed crimson, extending to the nape of her neck. She immersed herself in her meal, choosing silence. Such a private matter was beyond her capacity to discuss with the same ease as Mo Chen. After their meal, Mo Chen diligently cleared the dishes. Lin Dongyu, nestled against the cushion on the sofa, watched his busy figure, her emotions a tangled web of complexity. A tender part of her heart was pierced, as reason and emotion waged a relentless tug-of-war within her. The phone rang. It was Lawyer Zhou. "Hello, Miss Lin. I would like to update you on Xiao Su's situation. He is a minor, and he did not cause any damage to property or lead to serious consequences. According to relevant laws and regulations, those aged 14 to 18 are subject to lenient penalties." After a brief pause, Lawyer Zhou continued, "In my experience, the final outcome will likely involve economic compensation below 1,000 yuan and detention for no more than 10 days. Lin Dongyu was not surprised. For someone of Xiao Su's age, such a punishment would sufficiently impart a lesson. In the future, should he contemplate any harm towards his aunt, he would need to think twice. After concluding the call, Mo Chen approached her and inquired about her injury. Lin Dongyu recounted the events from the morning at the hospital, stating, "It's fine now. I will return this evening to change the dressing." She gazed at him in silence. "Let us go," Mo Chen said, gently assisting her to her feet. "Can you manage to walk?" "Of course, I am not that fragile." Lin Dongyu picked up her phone and exited the house alongside Mo Chen. As they drove halfway, Missouri Chen's phone chimed. He pressed the touchscreen on the central console to answer. On the other end was a young male voice, speaking in real estate jargon that Lin Dongyu could not comprehend. Mo Chen responded, "Yes. Once the documents are ready, report to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. No need to include my name on the completion acceptance plaque. The file number? Hold on, I'm driving. I will send it to you when I reach a red light." While driving, he asked Lin Dongyu to open the glove compartment and retrieve some documents for him. The compartment was quite full, and as she opened it, a badge tied with a blue ribbon fell out. It was an identification card. Lin Dongyu's heart skipped a beat. She bent down to pick it up from the floor of the car, unable to resist flipping it over to look at the front.